As long as they talked about work or new products, Feng Jing would be full of energy. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, she looked at Xia Ruofei eagerly and said, "Chairman, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me, what's the new product?" CEO Feng, "I'm preparing to launch a high-end seafood product this time," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Seafood? Feng Rao was confused. During the second expansion of Peach Blossom Farm, the land rented from the village had expanded a lot and had extended to the seaside. In theory, the coastal area was also used by Peach Blossom Farm. However, the farm had not developed and utilized this area for the time being. There was no seafood cultivation in the farm, and there were no plans for similar projects. Where did the seafood come from? Xia Ruofei smiled and explained, "In the future, I'm planning to bring in high-quality abalone species and cultivate them in a simulated natural ocean environment. I've already entrusted a friend to carry out the relevant experimental proofs elsewhere. This time, we're launching the experimental products." Feng Rao immediately understood Xia Ruofei's explanation. In fact, the Peach Blossom Company's development was largely dependent on Xia Ruofei's own strength. This was because the core vegetable seeds, iron-hide dendrobium strips, and even clam fish were all personally handled by Xia Ruofei. Feng Jing was already used to Xia Ruofei's methods. It was as if anything he brought out was the best. This included the fruits planted on the mountain behind the farm. Feng Rao's family had told her that the forest behind the farm used to be contracted by villagers to plant fruit trees. However, due to the water and soil, the fruits were bitter and unpalatable. However, after planting the high-tech fruit seedlings provided by Xia Ruofei, the Peach Blossom brand fruits that he had harvested last time not only looked extremely good, but also tasted more than one grade better than ordinary fruits of the same kind. Xia Ruofei laughed. "This time, we are going to cooperate with Hong Kong's Hengfeng Group. Hengfeng Auction House will be hosting an auction in Hong Kong. The item for auction will be the best dried abalone produced by our Paradise Corporation." Dry abalone for auction? Feng Rao felt that her brain wasn't working well enough. Xia Ruofei nodded. "The abalones I provide are of the best quality. Most of them are above the standard of a one-head abalone. Of course, we can maximize our profits by auctioning such good things." He paused and took a sip of tea. He didn't notice that Feng Rao was already dumbfounded. He continued, "And through the auction, we can also greatly enhance the brand awareness of our Paradise Corporation. You know, Hong Kong is very eager to buy the best abalone. I don't believe that those big and small tycoons won't be tempted. When it's reported on the news, the whole of Hong Kong will know about our Paradise Company." After Xia Ruofei finished speaking, he saw that Feng Jing was still in a daze. He couldn't help but call out, "President Feng! President Feng!" Ah? Only then did Feng Rao snap back to her senses. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "CEO Feng, did you not sleep well last night? Why did you get distracted while we were chatting?" Feng Rao blushed in embarrassment, then said in a coquettish tone, "It's all because of you." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, revealing a strange expression. Feng Jing quickly realized that her words had a lot of hidden meaning. Xia Ruofei had previously teased her about not sleeping well last night, and she had said coquettishly, "Isn't it all because of you?" as if Xia Ruofei had done something to her last night that caused her to not sleep well. Feng Rao's face immediately burned, and she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Fortunately, Feng Rao immediately said coyly, "Chairman, it's all your fault for releasing such shocking news out of the blue. I'm so glad I didn't have a heart disease. Otherwise, I'd be killed in the line of duty." Xia Ruofei laughed dryly and said, "CEO Feng, you were a senior manager in a top 500 company in the world. How would I know that your psychological endurance is so bad?" "Then you're blaming me?" Feng Rao pouted and glanced at Xia Ruofei. "It's my fault," Xia Ruofei laughed. Feng Rao's tone sounded like she was acting coquettishly, which was completely different from her usual style. She also felt that it was a little ambiguous, so she quickly cleared her throat and asked, "Chairman, can you tell me more about this one-headed abalone?" As the company's general manager, Feng Jing was keenly aware that this was a great opportunity for the company. If she grasped it well, it was very likely that Paradise Corporation would rise to fame overnight. At present, the Paradise Corporation was already considered to have a small reputation in Sanchen City and even the Southeast Province. However, when compared to the whole country, whether it was brand awareness or size, it was still a little lacking, let alone in Hong Kong. If the Hong Kong media reported it and the mainland took the opportunity to hype it up, the effect of expanding the company's brand awareness would be very obvious. Especially since they were auctioning a rare item like the one-headed abalone this time. If a sky-high price appeared in the auction, the Paradise Corporation would immediately be associated with high-end and distinguished. The saying "Paradise's products must be the best" would unconsciously be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Logo. Xia Ruofei nodded and poured Feng Rao another cup of tea. He smiled and said, "Come, sit down and talk." When Feng Jing heard the news, she couldn't help but stand up. After the two of them sat down, Xia Ruofei told Feng Rao about the one-headed abalone that was going to be auctioned this time, as well as some of the preparations that had been made. Initially, Feng Rao was still a little uncertain, but when she heard that Hengfeng Group had already sent professionals to identify the abalones and that the employees of the auction house had also come over to collect materials for the publicity, she immediately felt a lot more at ease. Especially when Xia Ruofei said that Tang He of the United States Xingbang Group and Ma Xiong of Hengfeng Group had already used the back door to order 2 premium one-head abalones from him. Feng Jing was completely relieved after hearing that. Feng Rao thought for a moment and immediately said, "Chairman, this auction is of great significance to our company. I'll immediately ask the marketing department to transfer the best manpower to focus on the packaging design that you requested." Feng Rao stood up as she spoke. Xia Ruofei quickly gestured with both hands and said, "Sit down, sit down." Then, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "President Feng, please calm down. I've already assigned this job. It's just an exterior design, so there's no need to involve so many people. Chairman, I'm just worried that the people below won't pay enough attention to it," Feng Jing said. "Besides, if the marketing department takes the lead and forms a team to do this, the final product's quality can be guaranteed. After all, our time is rather tight." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "You have to believe in our colleagues in the art design team. President Feng, Zhong Lingling, and the others are all professionals in this. I've already made my requirements clear to them, and I believe that they will definitely do a good job." Feng Rao could only nod and say embarrassedly, "Chairman, I think I'm a little too nervous. This matter is too important to our company." Xia Ruofei smiled. "I can understand, but the quality of our products is very good. The outer packaging is like adding flowers to a brocade, so don't be too nervous. N. Feng Rao nodded. Feng Rao lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Then, she raised her head and said seriously, Chairman, this auction is very important. I'll apply to go to Hong Kong to coordinate the auction. Is that necessary? Xia Ruofei asked, surprised. Feng Jing said seriously, I think it's necessary. After all, it's our company's first time participating in an auction, and we're cooperating with a giant company like Hengfeng. I think we should go and coordinate in advance, especially the layout of the auction venue, the procedures, and media communication. All of these need to be coordinated in advance. Xia Ruofei knew that Feng Jing was worried that Hengfeng restaurant would bully their customers. After all, according to Feng Jing's train of thought, the auction would definitely highlight the publicity of Paradise Corporation. If Hengfeng didn't make careful arrangements or deliberately weakened the presence of Paradise Corporation, then this good opportunity would be wasted. Although the money would not be reduced by a single bit, it would not achieve the purpose of publicity. In fact, based on Xia Ruofei and Ma Xiong's personal relationship, Hengfeng Auction House would definitely not do that. As long as Xia Ruofei said something, they would not object even if the entire auction house was covered in the logo of Paradise Corporation. However, there were some things that were not easy to explain to Feng Jing. Hence, Xia Ruofei said tactfully, CEO Feng, should we send someone else? After all, there are a lot of things to do at home. After you leave, Chairman, the company is on the right track. It shouldn't be a problem for me to leave for a few days. Feng Jing looked at Xia Ruofei and said, besides, if there's anything important, I can settle it remotely through email. It won't affect my work. Xia Ruofei saw Feng Jing's eagerness to fight and felt that it was not good to dampen her enthusiasm. Hence, after a moment of silence, he nodded and said, all right. I can be more at ease with you personally overseeing things. How about this? I'll contact Hengfeng. You don't have to go too early. There will definitely be some promotional activities in the early stages. You can go a few days before the auction starts. At that time, you can bring a few assistants along so that you don't have to do everything yourself. Okay, thank you, Chairman. Feng Jing said happily. Chairman, Feng Jing continued, why don't you give me the contact information of the Hengfeng Company's organizer? It's best if we follow up on the pre-publicity and promotional activities. Xia Ruofei replied readily, sure. I'll contact them first and tell you later. In the next few days, settle the work at hand and pass down the things that need to be handed over. I don't want it to affect the company's operation when I leave. Understood. Feng Rao said happily. Chairman, she said, standing up, I'll go back to my office. You should go home for dinner too. Xia Ruofei nodded. Okay. By the way, remember to ask Lu Qian to bring me the details of the 2 office buildings. I understand, but there's no rush to move the company's headquarters. The auction is the most important thing right now. After speaking, Feng Jing stood up and walked out. She stopped at the door and turned around. Chairman, please take care of the mass production of the jaded skin cream. The pharmaceutical factory has already planned to expand the factory and introduce the production line. My idea is that after the official mass production of the heart, nourishing soup and its popularity, we can take advantage of the opportunity to launch the pure natural cosmetic, jaded skin cream. This way, we can maintain the continued popularity of the topic, which is also very helpful for the promotion of the product. Xia Ruofei could not help but smile bitterly. The attraction of the jaded skin cream to women could not be underestimated. She had put aside the matter of the company's headquarters moving many times, but she still could not forget about the jaded skin cream. Even the auction, which was such an important event, could not make her forget about the jaded skin cream. I will. Xia Ruofei said with a bitter smile. I'll let you know as soon as there's any progress, then I'll thank you on behalf of all the women here, Chairman. Feng Jing said with a smile. Feng Jing waved goodbye to Xia Ruofei and left the office with a smile. Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the sound of high heels getting further and further away in the corridor. Every time they met, Feng Jing would ask him about the jaded skin cream, which made Xia Ruofei a little overwhelmed. He decided to work harder for the next few days and study the problem of the mass production of jaded skin cream. Xia Ruofei looked at his watch. It was almost time to get off work. He tidied up the tea tray and desk, grabbed his handbag, and left the office. He returned to the small villa. Hu Zi's mother had already prepared lunch. Once Xia Ruofei returned, Hu Zi's mother called him over for lunch. Lin Qiao had already called to say that she would have lunch in the company's cafeteria at noon. After receiving the packaging design task, Lin Qiao was full of energy. She would definitely have to work overtime again in the afternoon. Xia Ruofei chatted with Hu's mother as they ate. After lunch, Xia Ruofei helped Hu's mother clean up the dishes and then made tea with her. They chatted for a while. Xia Ruofei knew that what the old man needed the most was company. He had complete financial freedom now. But it was still not enough to live without worry. Recently, Lin Qiao often worked overtime in the company, and Hu Zi's mother was lonely at home, so Xia Ruofei deliberately increased the company and communication. After chatting for a while, Hu Zi's mother went back to her room to take a nap. Xia Ruofei then tidied up the tea tray and returned to his room upstairs. Xia Ruofei was going to enter the medium to find Xia Qing to discuss the production of the jaded skin cream, but he remembered what Feng Jing said in the morning, so he took out his phone and dialed the number of Ma Xiong from Hengfeng Group. Logo. After the call went through, Xia Ruofei did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. If it was someone else, they would have to worry about whether the other party would be unhappy because it would seem like they didn't trust them. However, Xia Ruofei didn't have to worry about Ma Xiong. Of course, Xia Ruofei still explained a little. Ma Xiong couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. He couldn't help but tease Xia Ruofei about how the CEO of the Taoyuan company was a beauty. Ma Xiong knew that too. Xia Ruofei could only smile bitterly. However, he finally managed to get the contact information of the person in charge of this matter from Hengfeng. Ma Xiong had placed a lot of importance on Xia Ruofei's matter. He had directly appointed the general manager of Hengfeng Auction House to be in charge of it. He had to personally check on the flow, plan, and design of the auction house. The manager of Hengfeng Auction House was named Dong Jiejun. He was 45 years old and had been Ma Xiong's subordinate for many years. He was in charge of the Hengfeng Auction House's business. Ma Xiong gave Xia Ruofei Dong Jiejun's contact information and said that he would inform Dong Jiejun immediately so that Feng Jing could contact him at any time. After Xia Ruofei expressed his gratitude, both parties chatted for a while about the auction before hanging up. Xia Ruofei saved Dong Jejun's phone number and email, but didn't give it to Feng Jing immediately. He knew Feng Jing's style. If he got Dong Jejun's contact information now, this beautiful CEO would definitely contact Dong Jejun immediately and discuss the matter. It wasn't good to disturb other people's rest at noon. Hence, after Xia Ruofei saved the information, he placed his phone on the bedside table and took out the spirit map scroll from his palm. With a thought, he entered the medium. The space was naturally a scene of prosperity. Ever since he had Xia Qing's help, everything in the space had been taken care of in an orderly manner. Furthermore, Xia Qing didn't need to rest or eat. In addition, time flowed 30 times faster in the Archean realm. Some of the more time-consuming work could be completed in the Archean realm, so the efficiency was especially high. Whether it was the Orium, Dahongpo tea trees, wild ginseng, top-grade red arowana, or the herb garden, tea garden, Dendrobium candids, cordyceps, succulent seedlings, hornets, or even the Chinese perch and abalones in the space ocean, they all flourished under Xia Qing's care. Everything in the realm was growing and expanding according to Xia Ruofei's plan. Xia Ruofei stood in front of the Mountain Sea Realm's herb garden and looked at everything in front of him. The rich spiritual energy made him feel relaxed and happy. There was even a faint fishy smell in the air that came from the distant space sea. He could not help but feel an endless sense of accomplishment. With the spirit map space in his hands, Xia Ruofei felt very confident. This place was his foundation. Even if the Paradise Company was gone, even if he became penniless again, he could still live a very comfortable life with the spirit map space. Xia Qing was busy cutting succulent plants. Xia Ruofei had told him to speed up the progress of this work in the near future. The company's flagship store in Heavenly Cat was about to open. When the time came, the succulent seedlings of paradise would be on sale again, and there would be a huge demand for them. Seeing Xia Ruofei enter the medium, Xia Qing immediately stopped what she was doing and ran over to greet Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. After encouraging him, he said, "Xia Qing, put aside your work for now. I have another matter for you to handle." "Master, please give your orders." Xia Qing quickly said. "Let's go to the Archean realm," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. With a flash, the two of them disappeared from the mountain and sea realm, and arrived at the Archean realm where time flowed 30 times faster. Xia Ruofei told Xia Qing about his intention for coming here. Xia Ruofei had given Xia Qing time to think about the production process of the jade skin cream, but he had not been too eager to rush her. Now that Feng Jing had mentioned this several times, Xia Ruofei felt that it was better to focus on the production process first, so that he wouldn't feel guilty every time he saw Feng Jing. Xia Qing had always carried out Xia Ruofei's orders to the letter. But the most important thing was that Xia Qing was only a spiritual puppet. The knowledge she had was fixed. Although she had a certain learning ability, her knowledge was limited. Xia Qing had never even heard of the flow of a modern production line. It would be impossible for him to do the so-called mass production work. So, when Xia Qing lowered her head and told Xia Ruofei that she had not made any progress, Xia Ruofei only smiled and patted his shoulder to show his understanding. Xia Ruofei said, "It's okay. We'll study it together today. You're more familiar with the process of brewing the jaded skin ointment. You'll be the main operator. I'll be in charge of testing and recording." "Yes, master," Xia Qing said immediately. They got to work immediately. the master and servant came to the large wooden shelf placed in the middle of the Archean realm. This was where Xia Ruofei stored the Chinese medicine. There were a lot of them. They were mainly used to concoct the pregnant spirit soup, body tempering soup, and jaded skin ointment. Xia Qing started to pick the herbs skillfully. Xia Ruofei also took out a laptop and opened a document. He first entered the amount of the required herbs, the proportion, and the steps of the herbs pre-treatment into the document. Logo. While Xia Qing was processing the medicinal ingredients, Xia Ruofei found a timer, a thermometer, and other necessary tools. Xia Qing gave Xia Ruofei a questioning look. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Let's start." Xia Qing immediately put the required herbs into the clay pot and poured in the spatial spirit pond water. The spatial spirit pool water used to brew. The ointment was stored in a measuring cylinder with scales carved on it. All the steps of brewing the medicine were completed by Xia Qing while Xia Ruofei meticulously recorded the data. 60 grams of honeysuckle, 30 grams of pearl powder, 40 grams of white poria cocos, add 1 liter of water. Xia Ruofei paid close attention to the process of Xia Qing brewing the medicine while his fingers flew on the keyboard of his laptop, recording every single process. In order to achieve mass production, the first step was to record the entire process of brewing the medicine, every step, every dose, and other details. Then, they would analyze how to achieve automatic production through a computer-controlled production line. This was what Xia Ruofei was doing now. The jaded skin ointment did not use many types of medicinal herbs, but the process of decocting was very particular, including the order of adding the medicinal herbs, timing, and so on. If one of the steps went wrong, there would be no way to decoct the real jaded skin ointment in the end. Therefore, when Xia Qing was boiling the medicine, Xia Ruofei was also very busy. Whenever Xia Qing didn't put in any medicinal material, Xia Ruofei would record the time and use a thermometer to measure the temperature. This was because a computer could not control the heat like a human. It could only control it through some fixed parameters. The jade skin cream was roughly divided into 3 steps. The first step was to mix some of the herbs with the spirit pool water and boil it. During this period, a few other herbs would be gradually added. At the same time, after the spirit pool water gradually evaporated, water would be added. This process would require adding water about 3 times. The second step was to take out the medicinal soup, throw away the dregs, pour the medicinal soup back into the clay pot, and continue to heat it. During this process, there were still the last 2 medicinal herbs that had been ground into powder to be added. While adding, they also needed to stir at the same time, and the medicinal soup would become more and more viscous. The third step was to stir it while using fire to boil it. The water would continue to evaporate, and the final product would be a brown paste with a unique fragrance. If these 3 steps were controlled by humans, it wouldn't be difficult to cook one portion as long as they didn't get distracted and controlled the fire properly. However, it would be much more complicated if it was done using a computer. It was like a simple table in a web page. If it was drawn by hand, it might only take 1 or 2 minutes. However, if it was implemented with code, it would take dozens of lines, and the structure was very complicated. However, it might be faster to draw a single table manually, but it would definitely be faster to draw 10 or 100 tables using a computer. This was because the same code could be copied and pasted, and it was completely a batch operation. This was also the logic behind the assembly line. If humans were to simmer it slowly, it might take far Less time to brew 1 or 2 portions than to research and mass-produce it. However, once hundreds or thousands of portions were produced, even if people were exhausted to death, it would be impossible to be faster than machines. As long as the program was well tuned, except for a few steps that required human intervention, the rest of the procedures would be completed by the computer in an orderly manner as long as the buttons were pressed. There would be no mistakes or distractions. If these 3 steps of decocting the jaded skin ointment were to be subdivided, there were 20 to 30 steps, including each addition of materials, adding water, stirring. Each step required time, temperature, and other parameters to control the heat, which was naturally quite complicated. As time passed, Xia was very focused on controlling the fire. Slowly, a sweet fragrance began to spread. Xia stared at the ointment at the bottom of the earthenware pot. Finally, he put on the heat-resistant gloves provided by Xia Ruofei and took the earthenware pot off the charcoal stove. Master, the first batch of jaded skin ointment has been made, Xia said respectfully. Xia Ruofei nodded and recorded the temperature he had just measured with a thermometer on the computer. Then he said, "Check the quality." "Yes, master," Xia immediately responded. After Xia carefully examined the jade skin cream, she raised her head and said, "Master, this jade skin cream should be of high grade. It should be at least of middle to high grade." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Very good, continue to make the next portion." Since it was data recording, it could not be done only once. It needed to be compared with different data to minimize the probability of error. Xia was only a spirit puppet, so she didn't feel tired. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, was as strong as an ox. He was only recording the data and parameters at the side, so naturally, he was not tired. Thus, the master and servant began the second experiment without stopping. Of course, Xia's jaded skin ointment couldn't be wasted. Xia Ruofei asked Xia to scrape it all off and store it in a clean small porcelain bottle. After washing the clay pot, Xia immediately followed Xia Ruofei's instructions and repeated the process of decocting the jaded skin ointment. Xia Ruofei naturally recorded all the data during the whole process. Time flowed 30 times slower in the Archean realm than the outside world. Hence, Xia Ruofei had enough time to do this. He and Xia had done a total of 10 sets of experiments, and the data of each set had been recorded in detail. Xia was more skilled in brewing the jaded skin ointment than Xia Ruofei, so she was naturally successful in all 10 attempts. 3 of them produced the best quality, and the other 7 were basically of superior quality. Xia Ruofei noted down the quality of the finished product after each set of data. After completing 10 sets of experiments, Xia Ruofei closed his laptop and patted Xia's shoulder with a smile. "That's all for today. You've worked hard." "Master, you're too polite," Xia bowed slightly. "You can continue with your work." Xia Ruofei said, "I'll follow up on the mass production of the jaded skin cream. You don't have to worry about it." "Yes, master," Xia said. Xia returned to the mountain and sea realm to continue cutting succulent plants, while Xia Ruofei brought his laptop back to his room in the outside world. He walked to the computer desk and plugged in the laptop's power. After working in the Archean realm for so long, the laptop's battery was almost out. Xia Ruofei noticed another detail. In the Archean realm, laptops operated according to the time in the space. Hence, half a day had already passed. in the system while only a few minutes had passed in the outside world. Of course, after the laptop was connected to the room's Wi-Fi, it quickly connected to the internet to check the time. Xia Ruofei sat down, turned on his computer, and lit a cigarette. After taking a deep puff, he blew out a smoke ring and started to analyze the data he had recorded today. It was naturally impossible for the data parameters of 10 sets of experiments to be exactly the same. After all, the control of the fire was more of a feeling. Moreover, the fire power of the furnace could not be completely balanced, and the heating speed and so on were also different. Xia Ruofei re-established a table and entered 10 sets of data for comparison. With the 3 sets of experimental data that made the best jaded skin cream as the basis, he also referred to the other sets of experimental data and analyzed a set of parameters that he thought was the most reasonable. Then, Xia Ruofei's brain worked quickly. In his mind, the steps of making the jaded skin ointment were constantly broken up and combined. He analyzed which steps should be the most optimal for mass production. As he thought, he typed quickly on the laptop's keyboard. Time passed by unknowingly. When Xia Ruofei heard Huzi's mother calling him for dinner, he realized that he had already constructed half of the entire production process. Godma, I understand. I'll be right down. Xia Ruofei replied loudly. Then he rubbed his sore temples and revealed a satisfied smile. He muttered to himself, it seems that if I work overtime at night, I will at least be able to prepare the theory. As for whether it will succeed or not, I will have to go to the pharmaceutical factory to test it out. Xia Ruofei saved the document, closed his laptop, and went downstairs for dinner. Logo. Xia Ruofei only found out that Lin Xiao had not come back for dinner when they arrived at the restaurant downstairs. She heard from Huzi's mother that this girl had to work overtime tonight to design, so she had a meal at the company's cafeteria. Huzi's mother brought out the dishes and nagged, this child. She's about to go to school, why is she still thinking about work all day? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel guilty. He knew that Lin Xiao must have worked overtime for the vacuum-packed, dried abalone design, and it was all because of him. Xia Ruofei laughed dryly, Godmother, I'll tell her off later. Also, I'll tell her team leader not to give her too much work, and it's best to slowly hand it over. It's time for her to get ready for university. Huer's mother agreed, yes, she can listen to what you say, unlike me, who always finds it naggy. Ruofei. When Xiaoer comes back, you have to tell her. Woof. All right. Xia Ruofei said. After the two of them finished their meal, Xia Ruofei helped his godmother clear the dishes as usual. After she went for a walk on the farm as usual, Xia Ruofei returned to his room upstairs and continued to dive into the huge amount of data. As the research process for the mass production of the heart-nourishing soup was confidential, Xia Ruofei had to make the adjustments on his computer. Therefore, he was quite familiar with this production line. He knew that the production line could automatically complete the functions such as soup residue separation, constant temperature control, automatic stirring, and so on. Therefore, there were no detours in the design steps. The reason why he spent so much time was to think about automation as much as possible and reduce the number of human intervention links. In addition, he wanted to optimize the links as much as possible. After all, the more steps there were, the greater the possibility of mistakes. Moreover, the transmission link would also be damaged. Whether it was in terms of cost or efficiency, the simpler the steps, the better. Xia Ruofei was busy in front of the computer. The waste paper in the bin that he had crumpled into a ball was getting more and more. Those were the steps he had drawn. Finally, it was past 11 o'clock at night. Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair. He took out a cigarette and lit it up. His tired face could not hide his excitement. It was finally completed. After a night's hard work, Xia Ruofei had derived the steps and parameters of mass production. On the theoretical level, although it was not perfect, it had reached the limit of his ability. Xia Ruofei looked at the steps that he had just drawn on the computer screen. He went through it twice in his mind and confirmed that he could no longer optimize it. Then, he clicked the print button and printed out the steps and the document that recorded the key data and parameters. Then, Xia Ruofei deleted all the contents of the document and replaced it with a large amount of meaningless mojibake. He saved it and closed it. This way, the content he had written before was completely covered. Then, Xia Ruofei changed the file's extension name to DLI and the file name to a similar system, processed file name. Then, he used the file shredding tool to completely delete the file. He did the same to the diagram. After all, this computer was connected to the internet. It might not be a problem now, but there was no guarantee that after the jade skin cream became famous, it would be targeted by people with ulterior motives. Xia Ruofei had developed a habit of being cautious since he was in the army. He was even more careful after he obtained the spirit map. After doing this, even if the computer was hacked and the other party could recover the shattered files on the hard disk, it would be difficult to find the file. Even if they found the file, it was impossible to recover the previous data because Xia Ruofei had covered it with garbled codes. This minimized the possibility of a leak. Of course, there were many ways to hack into secrets, including many imported printers and shredder that were secretly installed with scanning and launching components. There were also many eavesdropping and surveillance devices that were becoming smaller. However, Xia Ruofei felt that Paradise Corporation should not be able to enjoy such treatment at the moment. Moreover, he had already checked the printer that he had bought, and the possibility of it being tampered with was extremely low. Xia Ruofei kept the printed document in the spirit map space, took a shower, and went to bed. The next morning, after Xia Ruofei had his breakfast, he sent Feng Jing the contact information of Dong Jiejun from the Hengfeng auction house. Then, he gave Feng Jing a call and briefly explained Dong Jiejun's situation. He told her that Hengfeng Group had already coordinated with him and that she could contact Manager Dong directly. Then, Xia Ruofei found the phone number of Xue Jinshan, the director of the pharmaceutical factory, and dialed it. "Hello, President Xia." Xue Jinshan respectfully greeted. "Kanayama, you must be exhausted," Xia Ruofei laughed. Xue Jinshan chuckled and said, "It's good, it's good. General Manager, Xia, I'm full of energy for this job." It was a full sense of accomplishment. "So what if it's hard and tiring?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. I've already told Director Feng that the company will be recruiting a new batch of people soon. The pharmaceutical factory will probably start production soon, so I'll ask her to add some manpower to you. If you have any urgent needs for manpower, quickly make a plan and report it to the company." "That's great." Xue Jinshan was very excited to hear this. "Thank you for your concern. We're really short of people here, logo. 2, everything will get better. We're still in the entrepreneurial stage. All of you are the first generation of entrepreneurs in the pharmaceutical factory, Xia Ruofei said, but you have to pay attention to the cultivation of talents, especially those with potential. Help them and let them mature as soon as possible. After recruiting new people, I hope that the old employees can have a few more backbones who can take charge. Understood. Xue Jinshan replied seriously. President Xia. Then, Xia Ruofei asked, Kanayama, how's the production at the pharmaceutical factory? Is it difficult to supply clinical trials to various hospitals? Xue Jinshan chuckled. Director Xia, at present, the 2 production lines are not running at full capacity. In addition to supplying the designated hospitals for clinical trials, we can also keep some stock every day. Not bad, not bad. Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction. But, Xue Jinshan suddenly changed the topic and said, 2 production lines are definitely not enough for the official production. I've already reported to the company, hoping to bring in 2 more production lines. Of course, even if we introduce a production line, there won't be enough skilled workers, and the production capacity will definitely need to climb, Xia Ruofei said. I've read the report on the introduction of the production line. The company should approve it soon. Let's get the hardware facilities ready first and train the workers step by step. I believe that even if we officially start production, the market demand will also have a climbing period. It's impossible for it to grow explosively. Xue Jinshan chuckled and said, Director Xia, that might not be the case. Heart-nourishing soup is different from other medicines. Its effects are too obvious, and it's currently the only medicine in the world that can effectively treat autism. In addition, it's also listed as a guided drug by the Wei Family Planning Commission. I don't think there's much time left for us in the market. It's likely that demand will exceed supply. Xue Jinshan paused for a moment and continued, even though Europe and the United States don't recognize the effectiveness of Chinese medicine, I believe that after it becomes famous, even if they can't buy it locally, those families with children in Europe and the United States will all come to China to buy it. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, if we have such an expectation, then we should just introduce a few more production lines. I think the factory area is big enough. That's great, of course. Xue Jinshan happily replied. I can't wait to get everything done in one go. Xia Ruofei said, then you can do some more verification and see which production lines are suitable. Also, you can start to recruit workers on your own. Recruit more when it's appropriate. While it's still a trial production, quickly train the workers and let the old guide the new. This way, when the production lines are in place, there won't be a shortage of manpower. Understood. Xue Jinshan replied. Kanayama, there's one more thing I need your help with, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Director Xia, please tell me if you have any tasks. Xue Jinshan quickly said. Xia Ruofei didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, if we stop one of our production lines for at least 1 or 2 days, at most 5 or 6 days, will it affect the supply of drugs for clinical trials? Xue Jinshan was stunned for a moment, then quickly made an estimation and said, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, we haven't been producing it at full capacity yet. If we stop one production line, the other production line will run at full capacity. In addition, we still have a lot of drugs in stock. We can guarantee that there will be no problem with clinical trials. Xia Ruofei immediately replied, very good. Kanayama, shut down one of the production lines in the morning and organize a team to clean the production line. Xue Jinshan immediately realized what was going on. He quickly asked excitedly, President Xia. Could it be a new product? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, we can't talk about a new product yet. We still have to see if the experiment is successful. Kanayama, you have to keep this a secret for now. You can't even tell Boss Feng, understand? Xue Jinshan instantly felt his blood boiling. He had witnessed the miracle of the heart-nourishing soup with his own eyes. He had a blind trust in Xia Ruofei. Now that Xia Ruofei was going to test the new product, he was full of anticipation. I understand. President Xia, I'll find a few trustworthy employees to clean the production line and make sure they won't spread the word. Xue Jinshan said. Also, go and purchase a batch of medicinal herbs immediately. I'll send you the specific list and quantity later. Xia Ruofei said. At this stage, the raw materials needed to produce the heart-nourishing soup were mainly purchased, hence, Xue Jinshan was more familiar with the medicinal material suppliers. Xia Ruofei simply handed this task to him. Although there were also medicinal herbs in the spirit map space, the consumption of medicinal herbs for a mass production experiment was tens to hundreds of times that of a manual brewing. Naturally, they had to purchase other medicinal herbs. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not reveal the prescription. He would definitely add a batch of unrelated herbs to the list. Yes, Director. Xia Xue Jinshan replied without hesitation. Shut down, clean the production line, and purchase medicinal ingredients. How long will it take to complete all these? Xia Ruofei continued. General Manager Xia, give me half a day and I'll be able to settle everything. Xue Jinshan said without hesitation. Very good. Then I'll come to the factory in the afternoon. Xia Ruofei said. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei sent Xue Jinshan a list of medicinal herbs. About half of the herbs were for making the jade-shire ointment. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not choose the other herbs randomly. They were basically used to make the pregnancy soup and the body tempering soup. This way, they would not be wasted. Logo. Xue Jinshan was very efficient. He called Xia Ruofei at around 10 in the morning and told him that everything was ready. Xia Ruofei had finished his lunch early and informed Huzi's mother. He then left the farm and drove straight to the pharmaceutical factory. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the heart-nourishing soup production workshop, Xue Jinshan was already waiting at the door. Before Xia Ruofei could get out of the car, Xue Jinshan quickly walked up to him and opened the door for Xia Ruofei. He said, Director Xia, the production line and medicinal ingredients are ready. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, thanks for your hard work, Kanayama. Let's go in and talk. Xia Ruofei and Xue Jinshan went to the production workshop. The two production lines were located in two separate sterile factories. One of the factories was still producing in full swing, while the other was quiet. Xia Ruofei came to the control room. The veteran on duty today was called Lu Lin. When he saw Xia Ruofei, he immediately stood at attention and shouted, Brother Xia, you're here. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Lu Lin, take your brothers outside to relax. I'll look after this. Yes. Lu Lin immediately replied. He knew that Xia Ruofei was going to do something to the control computer. For these veterans who had the confidentiality regulations carved into their bones, they naturally knew what it meant to not See what they shouldn't see. So, he immediately left the control room with the other two veterans. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei was also preparing to leave the control room. Xia Ruofei stopped him and said, "Kanayama, take a few employees with you to process the herbs." Xia Ruofei gave him the names of a few medicinal ingredients and told him about the preparation method. Then, Xia Ruofei left the control room with his men. Xia Ruofei went over to the control room and locked the door. Then, he blocked the surveillance camera. The camera was aimed at the control computer. Usually, there would be veterans who would monitor it 24 hours a day. Now that Xia Ruofei was going to design the program of the production line, he naturally had to block the camera. After that, Xia Ruofei took out the step-by-step flowchart and data parameters that he had worked on last night. He created a new control process on the control computer. The entire production process had been simulated in Xia Ruofei's mind countless times. So he was very familiar with the settings. Of course, after the breakdown and optimization of the jaded skin cream, the brewing process was very complicated. It involved the time, temperature, and other parameters. Every step and every parameter had to be manually entered and checked repeatedly. So even though Xia Ruofei was very familiar with it, it still took a lot of time. The control room was quiet, with only the clicking of the mouse and the tapping of the keyboard. Time passed by quietly. It was not until 4 in the afternoon that Xia Ruofei finally massaged his sore wrist and let out a long sigh. After half an afternoon of hard work, he finally converted all the theoretical steps he had constructed into lines of code in the control computer. Of course, the code was modular and Xia Ruofei did not have to type it out one by one. Xia Ruofei followed the flow chart that he had drawn and checked the parameters from the beginning to the end. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he sealed it and stored it. Then he stood up and opened the door of the control room. He looked out and shouted, "Jinshan, come here, logo." Xia Jinshan had already processed the herbs according to Xia Ruofei's instructions. He was chatting with a few veterans who were in charge of the security of the control room. In fact, Xia Jinshan didn't dare to go far. For the entire afternoon, he was supposed to patrol the workshop that was producing the heart-nourishing soup a few times, but today he handed it over to the deputy director. When he heard Xia Ruofei's voice, he immediately responded loudly and walked over quickly. Xia Ruofei waved at the 3 veterans and said, "Lu Lin, you guys can continue with your shift." Then, he turned to Xia Jinshan and said, "Let's go. Take me to the herb preparation workshop." Xia Jinshan quickly led the way and brought Xia Ruofei to the herb preparation workshop. He had specially found a separate room to store the medicinal ingredients that Xia Ruofei had asked him to buy at the last minute. He had personally brought a few of his most trusted employees to process the medicinal ingredients. "President Xia, these are the medicinal herbs you wanted. Please take a look and see if the quantity and type are correct," Xia Jinshan said respectfully. These medicinal herbs were placed in different categories. The few medicinal herbs that Xia Jinshan and his men had ground were placed separately at the side, and they were also labeled accordingly. Xia Ruofei glanced at it and had an idea. He nodded and said, "Not bad, not bad. Kanayama, we might have to work overtime today. Take a few trustworthy and skilled workers with you and stay behind." Xia Jinshan knew that Xia Ruofei was going to deal with these herbs, so he quickly said, "All right, President Xia. We'll wait for you outside." Xia Ruofei nodded. Xue Jinshan immediately left the room and closed the door. After Xue Jinshan left, Xia Ruofei did not immediately process the medicinal herbs. He had long developed a habit of being cautious and careful, so he first checked the room very carefully to make sure that there was no monitoring equipment. Even though Xue Jinshan was a trustworthy employee, Xia Ruofei did not let his guard down. Xia Ruofei was already very experienced in counter-reconnaissance, and now that he had strong mental power, if there was any spy device in the house, it would be exposed. He quickly checked it and confirmed that it was safe. Then, Xia Ruofei walked to the herbs. According to the minimum standard of feeding these medicinal materials to the production line, they could be produced almost 3 times. Of course, about half of these medicinal materials were completely useless for the jade skin cream, but many of them could be used for the refining of the pregnancy soup and body tempering soup. Hence, the first thing Xia Ruofei did was to pick out all the unrelated medicinal herbs. Of course, he kept all the herbs that were related to the pregnancy soup and body tempering soup in his interspace. Xia Ruofei threw the rest of the useless herbs into the grinder and threw them aside. Then, Xia Ruofei started to process the herbs needed to make the jaded skin ointment. Other than the medicinal ingredients that Xue Jinshan had brought people to grind, the rest of the process, according to Xia Ruofei's design, had to be divided into 3 batches. Xia Ruofei mixed the ingredients from the same batch together and crushed them. Then, he divided them into 3 portions and labeled them. Most of these herbs were roots, leaves, and the like. After a certain degree of crushing, they were mixed together. Unless someone used a special instrument to analyze them, it was basically impossible to restore their composition. After processing the medicinal herbs, the sky outside gradually darkened. However, the workshop next door that produced the heart-nourishing soup was still working, but the workers were taking shifts to rest. Xia Ruofei opened the door and called Xue Jinshan and a few skilled workers in. He explained the trial production process to them in detail. Of course, it was mainly the processes that required human intervention. The other processes, such as heating, adding water, stirring, and separation were highly confidential and were automatically completed by the central computer. Xia Ruofei naturally did not have to explain too much. There weren't many parts that involved manual labor, and it wasn't complicated either. Xue Jinshan and the others recorded it down very seriously, then nodded to show that they had remembered it. Hence, Xia Ruofei said, "That's good. Kanayama will assign work to everyone. Then, each of you will receive a set of raw materials. Everyone, please take your places." "All right, Director Xia." Xue Jinshan's voice was slightly excited. Although he didn't know what the new product Xia Ruofei was testing was, with the heart-nourishing soup, Xue Jinshan was full of anticipation for the new product. He was no longer a fresh college student. After this period of experience, his working ability had greatly improved, and his prestige in the pharmaceutical factory was also very high. Xue Jinshan quickly assigned the tasks. Every worker had a corresponding job, and he was responsible for overall coordination and inspection, as well as handling emergency situations. The workers brought the raw materials to their assigned positions, while Xia Ruofei brought Xue Jinshan back to the control room. "Everyone, report on your preparations." Xue Jinshan picked up the control room's walkie-talkie and said in a deep voice, "Work desk 1 is ready. Work desk number 2 is ready." Xue Jinshan turned his gaze to Xia Ruofei. Let's begin. Xia Ruofei nodded. With that, Xia Ruofei opened the sealed production program on his computer, double-clicked to run it, and then pressed the green button on the interface. Logo. Each workstation had a corresponding indicator light. When the workers saw the indicator light turn on, they poured the raw materials they prepared into the feed port. The entire production line began to operate under the computer's control. With the roar of the machine, the raw materials were sent to the high-pressure stainless steel tank by a conveyor belt, and then the distilled water began to slowly pour in. Xia Ruofei had already set the amount of water to be poured in according to the ratio. These medicinal materials were slowly heated and stirred in the high-pressure tank. The first jaded skin cream test production had officially begun. Xia Ruofei stared at the control room, while Xue Jinshan began to patrol the various workstations of the production line. As the indicator lights continued to light up, the workers at the various stations also carried out the corresponding operations. Finally, the few medicinal materials that had been ground into powder were slowly added through the last feeding mouth. The medicinal ingredients were constantly stirred in the high-pressure tank, and the water content began to slowly evaporate. The green indicator light on the control computer that represented the completion of production flickered a few times and then lit up. Xia Ruofei stood up with a trace of excitement and went to the material outlet with Xue Jinshan. He saw a stainless steel container containing a brown paste that was still steaming. He could smell a familiar fragrance from afar. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but speed up and walk closer to check. He reached out and touched a little of the ointment produced by the assembly line, carefully observed its color, deeply sniffed the smell, and finally even stuck out his tongue to lick it and taste it. Although the jaded skin cream was a cosmetic product, it was made of pure Chinese medicine. It could be said to be food grade, and there would be no problem even if it was taken. Xia Ruofei frowned slightly. Although the jaded skin ointment looked similar to the products he made by hand and had the same fragrance, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel that there were some granular substances in it, which were different from the finished jaded skin ointment. Obviously, the product this time did not meet Xia Ruofei's expectations. However, Xia Ruofei was mentally prepared for this. The brewing process of the jaded skin ointment was rather complicated. It involved many steps. He had spent almost an entire night yesterday to complete the theoretical construction of the production process. If the first trial production could be a great success, he would definitely be lucky. In fact, in order to achieve mass production, it was necessary to go through many experiments and constantly fine-tune the parameters to find the best effect. Xue Jinshan saw Xia Ruofei's frown and his heart sank. He asked nervously, "President Xia, the product doesn't meet your requirements?" Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I'm not at my best state, but it's okay. It's just an experiment. It's impossible to not take any detours. I'll go and make some minor adjustments to the parameters." After that, Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Take a sample of this first experimental product and label it." "Oh right. Prepare a sample for me too." "Alright, Director Xia." Xue Jinshan quickly said, then gestured to a worker. The worker immediately began to sample the product. Xia Ruofei turned around and walked back to the control room. He used the USB drive to copy the program that he had backed up into the control computer. The program in the computer had been sealed and could no longer be modified. Xia Ruofei had specially prepared this USB for confidential work. It was never connected to The Internet. Even computers that had been connected to the Internet before would not connect to it even if the network cable was unplugged. This was all for the sake of secrecy. Xia Ruofei deleted the solidified program and opened the program that he had copied from the USB drive. He started to think about the complicated parameters and links. After a while, Xia Ruofei heard a knock on the door. He minimized the program's editing interface, then got up and opened the door to the control room. Xue Jinshan was standing at the door with a wide-mouthed glass bottle in his hand. "President Xia, this is the sample you wanted." Xue Jinshan knew that Xia Ruofei wanted to modify the production program, so he did not follow Xia Ruofei to the control room. Now that Xia Ruofei had opened the door, he lowered his eyes and did not even glance at the control computer in the room. As the factory director of the pharmaceutical factory, Xue Jinshan's position was still very proper. He was working for Xia Ruofei. He would never try to get in touch with such core secrets. He would not even think about it. Xia Ruofei took the glass bottle with a smile and said, "All right, thank you Kanayama." Xia Ruofei then put the glass bottle into his pocket. "You're too kind, President Xia. I'll be on standby in the workshop," Xue Jinshan said. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "By the way, it'll probably take a long time for me to adjust the program, so get someone to prepare some supper. It's also very hard for the workers and masters to work overtime." "All right, Director Xia." Xue Jinshan replied, then turned around and left the control room. Xia Ruofei closed the door and sat back in front of the console. He first sent the bottle of sample into the spirit map space and communicated with Xia Qing with his spiritual sense, asking her to check the color of the jaded skin cream produced by the assembly line. The result was just as he had expected. After Xia Qing's inspection, this sample could only be said to have barely been successfully brewed, but the quality was very ordinary, and could be considered a low-grade product. Although the brewing process was considered a success, and the product would have its own medicinal effects, Xia Ruofei was determined to take the high-end route. Naturally, he would not allow the production to be shoddy. Hence, he took out the glass bottle with the sample from the space and began to analyze the process. He mainly adjusted the time, temperature, volume, and other parameters according to the situation of the jaded skin ointment produced this time. This kind of adjustment would not be done by luck. It was built on the knowledge of the entire program link and parameters. After analyzing the product, they would come up with a parameter modification plan that was most likely to affect the product quality. Hence, Xia Ruofei thought for a long time before he started to adjust 5 of the parameters in one go. Then, Xia Ruofei backed up the second version of the program into a USB drive and sealed the program on the computer. Then, he picked up the walkie-talkie and communicated with Xue Jinshan, who was in the workshop. The second production test soon began. After another hour of waiting, a batch of finished products was produced. There were still many flaws in the product this time. Xia Ruofei realized that the parameters he had adjusted did not seem to have any obvious effect. Hence, he quickly began to analyze and make adjustments again. Although the results were not ideal, Xia Ruofei did not give up. It was common for this kind of experiment to fail 8 to 10 times. Xia Ruofei had enough patience to slowly grind it out. The third production test officially began more than an hour later. When the production line completed all the procedures, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. The effect seemed to be good this time. The particles in the ointment were significantly reduced. It was already very late, and the medicinal herbs prepared for the day had all been used up. Hence, after Xia Ruofei asked for a sample, he let Xue Jinshan and the rest go back to rest. He then told Lu Lin and the other veterans to pay attention to the security guards in the control room, and then drove away from the pharmaceutical factory. On the way, Xia Ruofei sent the third produced sample into the spirit map space for Xia Qing to examine. Just as Xia Ruofei had predicted, the jaded skin ointment had reached the level of a medium-grade ointment. Although it still did not achieve the effect that Xia Ruofei had expected, at least it was developing in a good direction. Xia Ruofei did not feel dejected because the results of the 3 experiments were not ideal. On the contrary, he was full of confidence because he knew that he had found the root of the problem. All he needed was more time and more experiments to adjust and improve the parameters step by step. He had already instructed Xue Jinshan to prepare 10 more portions of medicinal ingredients according to today's list. Xia Ruofei had already decided to spend the next few days in the factory. He would not make do with it until he had adjusted the production process of the jaded skin ointment to a near-perfect state. Logo. Xia Ruofei spent the next week in the pharmaceutical factory. Every day, he had to take Xue Jinshan and the others to carry out at least 3 to 5 experimental productions. He spent most of his time in the control room, constantly analyzing the research data according to the effect of the sample and making fine adjustments. Sometimes, when a set of data was only adjusted by 2 decimals, Xia Ruofei would reorganize the experimental production. He was extremely detailed. Of course, even so, Xia Ruofei only spent 4 days to adjust the data parameters to a relatively satisfactory degree. In the remaining 3 days, 1 day was used to verify the stability of the program. A total of more than a dozen sets of production tests were carried out. Each sample produced was at least above average in quality. Even if there was a slight deviation, it would never fall to the level of a mid-quality product. Xia Ruofei could finally breathe a sigh of relief when the trial production reached this stage. It was basically a success. In the other 2 days, Xia Ruofei's task was very simple. He was doing a dilution research on the jaded skin ointment. This might sound ridiculous, but it was a necessary research. First of all, because the full version of the jaded skin cream was so heaven-defying that it had even reached a shocking level, it was fine to give some to relatives and friends in a small range, but it was better to keep a low profile when it was sold to the public worldwide. Of course, the more important reason was that this mass-produced version of jaded skin cream was essentially a commodity. The ultimate attribute of a product was naturally to profit. If he wanted to make a profit, he had to ensure that the effect was far better than similar products. He had to try his best to make the effect not too prominent. Only then could he have a long-term plan. Of course, at the same time, they also had to ensure the diversity of the products and distinguish them into different grades and types. Therefore, it was quite necessary to dilute the jaded skin ointment and develop a variety of products. In this aspect, Xia Ruofei mainly relied on Xia Qing. After all, Xia Qing's understanding of the jaded skin cream was far better than Xia Ruofei's. So when the mass production test had just begun, Xia Ruofei had been very far-sighted and made Xia Qing start to think about adding some ingredients that would not cause a conflict in the medicinal effects. Xia Qing did not let Xia Ruofei down. In the past few days, Xia Qing had quickly come up with several plans. These plans were all on the premise that the jaded skin cream had already been produced. Some other ingredients were mixed in, so that the jaded skin cream would be diluted without affecting the medicinal properties. These redundant ingredients included honey, milk, egg white, mung bean powder, pearl powder, and so on. At the same time, Xia Qing also added rose, jasmine, lilac, and other ingredients according to Xia Ruofei's requirements, so that the jaded skin cream had a variety of colors and smells without affecting the efficacy. After 2 days of continuous trial production, a conservative estimate was that 6 or 7 different types of jaded skin cream could be developed. Each type could be divided into different grades according to the concentration of active ingredients, to distinguish the consumer group and adopt different pricing strategies. Of course, this was only Xia Ruofei's initial experiment. His purpose was to verify the feasibility. Before the jaded skin cream was ready to be launched on the market, the marketing department would also participate in the analysis to finalize the product, confirm the waves of launch, pricing strategy, and so on. The marketing department would also organize a special team to promote and package each series of jaded skin cream. Many cosmetics and skincare products on the market were actually like this. They had similar functions, but they were exaggerated to the extreme. There were all kinds of all, natural and no-add products, all kinds of plant essence. In any case, they could come in any way they wanted, and consumers just happened to like this set. The effect of the jaded skin cream was naturally very good. An appropriate advertising package was only an addition to the brocade, not a deception to the consumers. Of course, the automatic production line produced the pure juicer ointment. Some other additives were processed later. It was basically semi-automatic production, not entirely manual operation. After a week, Xia Ruofei had basically solved the problem of mass production of jaded skin ointment. Just the medicinal materials for the experiment alone cost more than 100,000 yuan. Of course, Xia Ruofei didn't feel bad about spending this money. Instead, he felt that it was worth it. There was still a period of trial production. After the production line was stable, they had toed up a set of quality inspection indicators, apply for approval, and a series of other tasks. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not have to do all these by himself. Although the approval of skin care products was also under the jurisdiction of the Drug Administration, it was much simpler than that of drugs, and there was no such complicated clinical trial process. After all, drugs were used to treat diseases, and they had to be eaten, so it was not too much to be cautious. As for the confidentiality of the prescription, Xia Ruofei had already considered it. The types of medicinal herbs used in the jaded skin cream could not be completely kept a secret. After all, to carry out mass production, a large number of raw materials needed to be purchased. It was best to cooperate with the surrounding villagers and ask them to plant the medicinal herbs. The Peach Blossom Company would be responsible for buying back the herbs. In this case, it was almost impossible to keep it completely confidential. What Xia Ruofei could do was to arrange for a few trustworthy veterans to be in charge of the purchase of raw materials with Shui Jinshan. In addition, when they cooperated in planting, try to find as many villagers as possible. It would be best if they did not come from the same area and let them plant different kinds of medicinal herbs. Logo. In addition, among all the raw materials, one of them was called green maple vine, which was used in a very small amount. However, it played a role similar to a catalyst and played a very crucial role in the whole process of brewing. The most important thing was that the green maple vine was added together with the herbs that Xia Jinshan had brought people to help Xia Ruofei grind in the first production test. They were ground into powder and added in at the last stage. Because the amount was small, Xia Ruofei had considered the need to keep it a secret and did not let Xia Jinshan and the others know about it. Later, when he processed the medicinal herbs alone, he ground it and added it. Green maple vine wasn't a common Chinese medicine, but it wasn't hard to obtain. The amount required to brew the jaded skin ointment was also very small. Almost every production at full capacity only required about 100 grams. Hence, this medicinal herb was almost naturally produced for Xia Ruofei's exclusive control of the prescription. It was very easy to plant the green maple vine, and the yield was extremely high. Xia Ruofei had already decided to open up a large area in the spirit map space to plant the green maple vine. He would provide the medicinal herbs with the ground green maple vine every month, and then specify the proportion of the green maple vine to Xia Jinshan. Then, he would appoint a veteran in the pharmaceutical factory that he could absolutely trust and let this veteran manage it directly. Basically, the possibility of the secret being leaked would not exist. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if there was an extremely low probability of a leak in this segment, the entire production process had already been completely sealed and solidified in the control computer. Unless the entire computer's hard drive was stolen and cracked by an expert hacker, there was still a possibility of bypassing the software's self-destruction program and cracking the production process. However, the probability of such a thing happening was almost negligible. After the first phase of the trial production was completed, Xia Ruofei specially reserved a banquet at Lingji restaurant and treated Xia Jinshan and the other workers who had worked with him for a week to a good meal. Then, he gave each of them a 2,000 yuan red packet out of his own pocket. During the week, Feng Jing had been in constant contact with Dong Jiejun of the Hengfeng auction house in Hong Kong. The auction was set to be held in 5 days. There were a lot of things to do in the company every day, so Feng Jing naturally couldn't go to Hong Kong so early. However, she was involved in the warm-up and planning of the auction and gave many constructive suggestions. With Feng Jing and Dong Jiejun's cooperation, Hong Kong was in an uproar. 4 days ago, the Hengfeng auction house had put up a notice of the auction on the banner on the official website. On the banner seat, which took up almost 2/3 of the front screen of the website, was a poster carefully designed by the auction team. The content of the poster was clear at a glance. It was a person holding a huge dried abalone. The person who was used as a reference was Guosong, who had gone to Xia Ruofei's house to appraise the one-headed abalone that day. The camera accurately captured the shock and disbelief on the face of this expert, who had been in the seafood industry for more than 20 years, when he saw the top-quality one-headed abalone. Luo Jiahao, the employee in charge of publicity at the auction house, had taken a lot of pictures and videos of the one-headed abalone. In the end, the publicity team had a video conference with Feng Jing to discuss a plan. After Feng Jing's suggestion, everyone finally chose the picture that Luo Jiahao had subconsciously taken. Of course, the background of Xia Ruofei's house had been removed with Photoshop. There was only Guosong and the big abalone in his hand. The background of the photo had a simple and elegant Chinese style, which made the top-quality one-headed abalone stand out even more. This photo was about 2/3 of the poster in ink style, and it was very prominent. The blank part was a few large words in calligraphy. It was an unparalleled, precious, top Grade 1, Head Abalone. The time and place of the auction, as well as other things to take note of, were written in small font below. On the top right corner of the poster, the logos of Tao Yuan Company and Hengfeng Group were placed side by side, appearing very eye-catching. If you clicked on the poster, you would jump to a special page specially made for the auction. The information on the page was much more abundant. There was information on the auction items, an introduction to the auction, an introduction to Paradise Corporation, the registration method for the auction, entry requirements, and so on. Of course, this special page also contained a large number of photos and edited promotional videos. The layers of top, quality 1, headed abalones on the page were quite a visual impact. The less than 3-minute promotional video had been carefully edited by the Hengfeng Group's advertising department's experts. It presented the perfect figure of the one-headed abalone from various angles. It was said that the magnetic Cantonese baritone was the voice of the most famous male anchorman in Hong Kong, Lu Wendong. Hengfeng Group had specially hired him to dub the video. When the promotional video was posted on the website, it also began to broadcast on major television stations in Hong Kong during prime time. Of course, the TV station was broadcasting a 15-second cut version. If it was the full version, the advertising fee would be huge. At the same time, the advertisements for the auction also appeared in many of Hong Kong's train stations, large screens in public squares, shopping malls, building elevators, and other places with a high flow of people. Several major newspapers in Hong Kong also published full-page advertisements at the same time. Logo. Almost overnight, the news about this auction, which might be the first auction in the history of Hong Kong, swept across the entire Hong Kong. The publicity and promotion of this auction, from outdoor billboards to TV stations, from paper media to internet media, covered almost all age groups that were used to obtaining information through various means. As the saying went, "It's hard to buy a two-headed abalone with 1,000 pieces of gold" was once widely spread in Hong Kong, and the Hong Kong people were very interested in high-quality abalones. Therefore, it was no surprise that this auction immediately became the most popular topic of discussion among the Hong Kong people. In fact, it was Feng Jing's idea to carry out this carpet event. In the beginning, Hengfeng Auction House thought that such a high-end item like the one-head abalone didn't need to be promoted to the public. After all, most ordinary people couldn't afford such an expensive abalone. Therefore, the first idea of the publicity team at the auction house was to prepare a banquet and invite the upper class of Hong Kong to attend. Then, they would announce the news of the auction at the banquet. As for the advertisements in the newspapers and on television, they would also be put out, but they would definitely not cover all areas like now. However, Feng Jing was very clear about what Paradise Corporation needed. Under her insistence, the Hengfeng Auction House's manager, Dong Jiejun, received instructions from Ma Xiong to satisfy Paradise Corporation's requirements as much as possible. Therefore, the publicity plan was finally changed to this. Although the promotion was for the public, the upper class of Hong Kong was not isolated from the world. They quickly learned about the news through various channels. The junkmen, super rich people, government officials, and young masters and socialites were even more shocked. Some of the rich and famous people who were on the same level as Ma Xiong called him one after another to verify. Ma Xiong patted his chest and guaranteed that their publicity was not fake. He even personally invited these celebrities to attend the auction. some people who were slightly lower in social status than Ma Xiong also inquired about this matter through their own information channels. 1. Headed abalone became the hottest topic in Hong Kong. At the same time, the company that provided the top, grade 1, headed abalones for the auction had also gone from a small company in Hong Kong to a well-known company overnight. Of course, other than the socialites who could directly ask Ma Xiong for confirmation or had other information channels, most ordinary citizens were actually skeptical. After all, two-headed abalones were very rare these days, let alone one-headed abalones that only existed in legends. Many people thought that this domestic company was hyping up the news, and there were many voices of doubt on the internet. However, all of this was within Feng Jing's expectations. If there were doubts, there would be a topic to talk about and it would be able to maintain its popularity. So, she couldn't wait for the doubts to be louder. This was just like how some celebrities created scandals. Sometimes, negative news might not be a bad thing. More than half of Hong Kong was in an uproar because of the news of the one-headed abalone auction. Feng Jing was finally ready to go to Hong Kong in person. She had to personally oversee and coordinate the next step of publicity, as well as the layout and flow of the auction. That morning, Feng Jing didn't go to her office. Instead, she booked a direct flight to Hong Kong in the afternoon. Everything at the company had been arranged, so she slept in and was preparing to pack her luggage. Just as Feng Jing was enjoying her rare moment of relaxation in bed, her phone by her pillow vibrated. Xia Ruofei's name flashed on the screen, logo. Feng Jing rubbed her sleepy eyes and answered the call. Chairman, Xia Ruofei heard the fatigue in Feng Jing's voice and quickly asked, Boss Feng, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Feng Rao felt Xia Ruofei's concern and her heart warmed. She yawned and said, It's fine. I'm just a little tired from video calling Hong Kong 2 days ago. Don't work too hard. Xia Ruofei frowned and said, Your body is your own. You must know how to cherish it. Feng Rao smiled and said, I know. Chairman, you're calling so early in the morning. Do you have any instructions? Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, I had something to do, but you should rest first. We'll talk about it later. Dawn. Tea. Feng Rao sat up from the bed and said. She was already awake, so she couldn't fall asleep even if she lay down. Besides, I'm going to Hong Kong this afternoon, so you can tell me now if you have anything to say. Xia Ruofei didn't expect Feng Jing, who had always worked overtime and was never late or left early, to give him half a day off today. Furthermore, he had to call her at this time and disturb her sleep, so he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Boss Feng, since you're already up, why don't you accompany me to the pharmaceutical factory this morning? He laughed dryly. A pharmaceutical factory? Feng Jing was a little confused. Chairman, did something happen at the pharmaceutical factory? When Xia Ruofei was researching the production of the jaded skin cream, he specifically instructed Xue Jinshan and the others not to reveal it to Feng Jing in advance. He wanted to give Feng Jing a surprise. On the other hand, the work at the pharmaceutical factory was usually done step by step, and Xue Jinshan managed it well, so Feng Jing rarely asked about it. She only read the daily reports. Hence, Feng Rao did not know that Xia Ruofei had already solved the problem of mass production of jaded skin ointment with Xue Jinshan and the rest. Although Xia Ruofei left early and returned late this week and almost never went to the office, he was used to being lazy. Feng Jing didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. If Xia Ruofei went to the office every day, she would feel that it was a little abnormal. Xia Ruofei said mysteriously, "You'll know when you get there. Boss Feng, I'll be waiting for you at the company complex in an hour." Xia Ruofei hung up the phone with a smile. He mainly considered the fact that Feng Jing was a girl, so it would take more time for her to get out of bed, wash up, and dress up than men. Also, there was a test birth in the morning, so an hour or so was enough time. There was no need to rush. When Feng Jing heard the busy tone from the phone, she couldn't help but reveal a coquettish expression. She muttered to herself, "You still kept me in suspense." However, she still got out of bed quickly and went to the bathroom to wash up in her loose pajamas. After Xia Ruofei finished the call, he went to his room and turned on his computer to surf the internet. He was pleased to find that many local media had also noticed the reports about the one-headed abalone auction in Hong Kong and had reposted them. Especially the media in the Southeast Province, because of the Peach Blossom Company, they paid a lot of attention to this matter. Many local media outlets in Sanshan had also taken pictures of the Hong Kong media reports, and even made some additional reading content, mainly introducing the situation of the Paradise Company, the recently popular Paradise vegetables, the previously very popular Paradise fruit, and the iron, skin maples, etc. Xia Ruofei's interest was piqued. He couldn't help but browse the local forums. Sure enough, there were more discussion posts about the Paradise Corporation than usual. Obviously, the auction had not started yet, but the effect that Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing wanted to see was already starting to show. Xia Ruofei was browsing the web with a smile on his face. Suddenly, the phone on the computer table vibrated. "Chairman, I can leave now." Xia Ruofei picked up the call and heard Feng Jing's voice. Xia Ruofei raised his hand and looked at his watch. Less than half an hour had passed, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so fast." "That's great. Wait for me downstairs, I'll drive over." With that, Xia Ruofei turned off his computer and got up to change his clothes. Then he took out his phone and dialed Shui Jinshan's number as he went downstairs. After the call went through, Xia Ruofei said, "We'll be leaving soon. Are you ready?" Shui Jinshan's voice came from the phone, "Don't worry, President Xia, everything is ready." "All right. I'll see you later," Xia Ruofei said. He drove the Night 15 SUV to the complex, picked up Feng Jing, and drove out of the farm. On the way to the pharmaceutical factory, Feng Rao could not hold back her curiosity and asked Xia Ruofei why he was there. However, Xia Ruofei kept smiling and did not answer. Feng Jing was so angry that she rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei. However, the anticipation in her heart grew stronger. After arriving at the factory, Xia Ruofei drove straight to the production workshop. Shui Jinshan was already waiting outside the workshop with a few skilled workers. As for the veterans, they were all at their posts. The central control room was the most important place. Xia Ruofei had specifically instructed them to be there 24 hours a day. "President Xia. President Feng." Shui Jinshan chuckled as he came forward and said, "Welcome to the pharmaceutical factory, to guide our work, logo." Feng Rao could not help but glance at Shui Jinshan and asked, "Jinshan, what are you and the chairman up to?" "You pulled me here for no reason." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Mr. Feng, please calm down. You'll know in a while." After that, Xia Ruofei beckoned for everyone to enter the workshop. The production line 4. The trial production of the jaded skin cream was ready. The medicinal herbs were prepared in advance, and the workers were in position. Shui Jinshan cast a questioning look at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei nodded slightly, so Shui Jinshan said, in a clear voice, begin. A worker in the central control room pressed a button, and the workers on the production line immediately added the first batch of medicinal materials into the feed port. The entire production line began to run. Feng Rao was a little confused and couldn't help but ask, Chairman, you specifically called me over just to watch them produce the heart-nourishing soup? In fact, the process of producing Yangxin soup and jaded skin ointment was quite different. However, Feng Jing didn't know much about the production process of pharmaceutical factories. After all, Ying wasn't in the technical field. So far, she hadn't thought about jaded skin ointment at all. She had completely assumed that they were producing Yangxin soup because these two production lines produced Yangxin soup every day. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Chief Feng, don't be so anxious. Since you're already here, why don't you take a look at the workers' operations and check the workshop environment? You're the company's general manager, so you should come and inspect more often. Feng Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She still had to pack her luggage in the morning. Moreover, she still had a lot of ideas about the preparation of the auction. She wanted to sort them out before she set off so that she could contact Dong Jiejun as soon as she arrived in Hong Kong. How could she have the time to inspect the pharmaceutical factory now? What was wrong with the chairman today? Feng Rao couldn't help but mutter in her heart. However, Xia Ruofei was her superior, and Xia Ruofei was right. The pharmaceutical factory was under the company. As the general manager, she had to pay attention to it. Since she was already here, she couldn't show her impatience. Otherwise, Shui Jinshan and the others would think that she didn't value the work in the pharmaceutical factory. This was very demoralizing. Hence, Feng Jing could only look at Xia Ruofei helplessly and nod. I understand, Chairman, Xia Ruofei laughed in his heart, but he did not point it out. He just stood in the workshop and watched with a smile. Sometimes, Xia Ruofei would even go to the workers and look at the instruments and screens on the panel. It was like a leader doing an inspection. He could not understand it, but he had to pretend to be interested. Feng Rao followed behind Xia Ruofei, confused. The production line was running in an orderly manner. The production process had been repeated dozens of times in the past 7 days, and the workers had long been familiar with this process. The stability of the production line had been adjusted to a high level, so no one had any psychological pressure. In the midst of the dull rumbles, time passed by. The workers there were fully focused on their own duties, and all kinds of indicator lights lit up from time to time. Some parts that required manual operation were also accurately completed by the workers under the guidance of the indicator lights. About an hour later, the last large bag of raw materials that had been ground into powder was put into another feeding port. The production of jaded skin ointment had entered the final stage. This big bag of powder, like medicinal materials, was a mixture of several medicinal materials, including the green maple vine, after grinding. In the future, after production, Xia Ruofei would give the green maple vine powder to the pharmaceutical factory, and the pharmaceutical factory would mix it in according to the ratio. After a while, the indicator light at the discharge port of the production line turned green. After another 2 minutes, a stainless steel container was transported out. Xia Ruofei laughed and said to Feng Rao, President Feng, let's go. Let's go. And take a look. Feng Jing followed Xia Ruofei to the stainless steel container. When she was about 6 meters away, Feng Rao suddenly stopped. She sniffed hard, and her beautiful eyes gradually widened. Because she had already smelled a familiar fragrance. Seeing that Feng Jing had stopped, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but stop. He turned around and smiled. Boss Feng. Come here. Feng Rao's face gradually became excited as she muttered, Jadeshire ointment. Jadeshire ointment. It must be Jadeshire ointment. After she finished speaking, she dashed past Xia Ruofei and pounced on the stainless steel container. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, but then a smile slowly appeared on his face. He quickened his pace and walked over. Feng Rao came to the stainless steel container. The unique fragrance of the jaded skin ointment became stronger. She became even more excited when she saw the brown ointment-like substance inside. She didn't even care that the jaded skin ointment was still a little hot. She directly reached out and touched a little, put it to her nose, and took a few deep breaths. Then, she carefully applied it on the back of her hand. The jaded skin ointment was applied evenly, and a familiar cool feeling came from the back of her hand. Soon, the small amount of jaded skin ointment was absorbed by her skin. Feng Rao took out a tissue and wiped away the layer of jaded skin cream on the back of her hand. She then reached out and gently stroked the back of her hand. The smooth feeling was very familiar to her. Every time after Ying Luo used the jaded skin cream, her face would feel the same. Feng Rao suddenly turned around and looked at Xia Ruofei. Chairman, has the jaded skin cream been mass-produced? Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. What's the quality of the product? Is it any different from the artificial jaded skin cream? Feng Rao asked. Xia Ruofei chuckled. After almost a week of testing, the quality of the products has stabilized. Basically, it can reach the upper, middle grade. There's no problem selling it in bulk. The biggest difference between manual brewing and mass production was the stability. If the jade skin cream was brewed manually, perhaps the control of the fire was a little more accurate, or the state of the brewing was a little better, then the quality of the final jade skin cream would be very high. If it was the opposite, it would be a little worse. As long as the parameters were in place, the quality of each batch of products would be stable. Feng Rao was stunned for a moment, then she let out a scream of surprise. She couldn't help but rush forward and hug Xia Ruofei. She excitedly said to Xia Ruofei, Chairman, you're too awesome. That's too awesome. Xia Ruofei was shocked by Feng Jing's reaction. He did not expect her to be so agitated. He did not know how to react. Shui Jinshan and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes. Then, they revealed a meaningful smile. Boss Feng, calm down. Calm down, Xia Ruofei quickly whispered. Jinshan and the others are right there. Feng Rao realized that she had lost her composure. She quickly let go of Xia Ruofei and her face flushed. Feng Rao was a little embarrassed as she glared at Xia Ruofei and said, Chairman, why did you deliberately hide the mass production experiment from me? I just wanted to give you a surprise. Xia Ruofei shrugged. Surprise? It's more like a shock. Feng Jing couldn't help but whine. The company's most important phenomenal product is being developed, and I, the general manager, have no idea about it. Chairman, you're too much, Xia Ruofei laughed dryly, hee hee. Weren't you busy with the auction these few days? Besides, I didn't expect the mass production experiment to go so smoothly. I thought it would take at least 10 days to half a month. Although Feng Rao was a little embarrassed, her strong woman nature made her quickly immerse herself in excitement. Chairman, she said impatiently, once the jaded skin cream is launched, it will definitely be a domineering product in the skincare industry. I suggest that we immediately gather the company's key leaders for a meeting and fully deploy the production, sales, and publicity of this heavyweight product. Xia Ruofei laughed. There's no hurry. President Feng. Let's go to the lounge and sit down. I'll tell you the results of the experiments over the past few days, logo. Only then did Feng Rao recover slightly from her excited state. Xue Jinshan quickly stepped forward and said, President Xia. President Feng, the reception room is ready. Then let's go. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The three of them came to the administrative building not far from the production workshop. The reception room on the second floor was ready. The air conditioner had been turned on in advance, and seasonal fruits, tea, and drinks were placed on the side table. There were also several female employees guarding the venue. After Xia Ruofei sat down, he smiled at Xue Jinshan and said, Jinshan, let these employees go back. We're family, there's no need to be so grand, Xue Jinshan nodded and motioned for the female employees to leave. After seeing the employees close the door of the meeting room, Xia Ruofei told Feng Jing about the trial production this week. The more Feng Jing listened, the more excited she became. She had thought that Xia Ruofei had only overcome some bottlenecks in the mass production process and could achieve initial automation in the production process. In fact, it was already amazing that he could achieve this in such a short time. What Feng Jing did not expect was that Xia Ruofei had done far more than she had expected. Not only had they achieved stable mass production, but they had also developed a variety of products and grades. It could be said that Xia Ruofei had completed all the R&D work by himself. The Jaded Skin Creams product line was already very complete. The next step was almost the work of the marketing department. The marketing department had to design the waves and frequencies of these products, study the pricing strategies and sales models of different grades of products, and make different advertisements for each category. After hearing Xia Ruofei's introduction, Feng Jing was dumbfounded. After a while, she said, Chairman, how did you do it? A complete product line was developed in 7 days? Oh my God, normally, even an experienced research team would need months or even years to develop a mature product. Even if Xia Ruofei was the owner of the secret recipe of the Jaded Skin Cream, it was not something that could be done overnight to develop such a complete product series. Not to mention that it had already achieved mass production? Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Boss Feng, how many times have you given instructions? How would I dare to slack off? He must be working overtime. I used too much force all of a sudden. Xue Jinshan couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, he was quite impressed with Xia Ruofei because he had accompanied him throughout the 7 days. He knew very well how much work Xia Ruofei had done in those 7 days. Xia Ruofei was so engrossed in his work that he almost forgot himself, which made Xue Jinshan speechless. Adjusting the analysis parameters and data, experimenting again and again was very boring. Xue Jinshan was very clear that after 7 days of continuous work, an ordinary person would not be able to stand it. However, Xia Ruofei was as if nothing had happened. Success was not by chance. Xue Jinshan couldn't help but think. Feng Rao could not help but look at Xia Ruofei and said, "How would I dare to instruct you, the chairman? It's more like you're giving me instructions." Xue Jinshan's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. Ever since he had joined the company, Feng Jing had given him the impression that she was a capable woman. Even when she was assigning tasks, she spoke very quickly and was almost unsmiling. He did not expect to see her acting like a little girl in front of Xia Ruofei twice in a row. Xue Jinshan couldn't help but cast a meaningful look at Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing didn't realize what was wrong. As they got closer to Ying Luo, Feng Jing became more and more real in front of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei had gotten used to her coquettish tone. Xia Ruofei laughed. "If it weren't for your constant inquiries about the jaded skin cream, I wouldn't have had the determination to tackle the technical challenges." Feng Rao couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xia Ruofei. "You're still talking. This company is yours, okay? As a boss, you're not even as dedicated to the company as a part-time girl like me. Really? Hey. You're the company's general manager. You'll get a year-end bonus." Xia Ruofei said, "Shouldn't we have a little more sense of ownership? Then you're still the boss of the company." Feng Rao immediately said. Xue Jinshan saw that the tone of the two people was becoming more and more flirtatious. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. He cleared his throat and said with a dry smile, "President Xia, President Feng, why don't I leave for a while?" Only then did Feng Rao realize that something was wrong. She glared at Xue Jinshan and said, "Why are you avoiding me? There's nothing between the chairman and me that's shameful." Xue Jinshan couldn't help but chuckle. Xia Ruofei coughed and changed the topic. "Jinshan, you'll have to work harder these days. You can't relax on the coordination of the clinical trials. You also have to hurry up with the daily production tasks in the factory. At the same time, you also have to prepare the materials and get the sales approval for the jaded skin cream as soon as possible." "Yes." Xue Jinshan immediately replied with a serious expression. "President Xia, I'll immediately organize people to sort out and summarize the relevant materials. In addition, I'll also go to the Drug Administration to understand the situation in advance. The approval of the cosmetics should be relatively easy." Xia Ruofei nodded. "You'll be fully in charge of this. If you have any difficulties, you can look for President Feng." "Chairman, are you going to be a hands-off boss again?" Feng Jing couldn't help but ask. "Logo." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "I'm very relieved to have capable subordinates like you. Besides, I've already completed the core work, so there's no need for me to do the rest by myself, right?" "Fine, we're already used to it," Feng Rao said helplessly. Then, Feng Rao couldn't help but say, "Chairman, are you doing this on purpose?" "I'm about to leave for Hong Kong, but you're making such a big move." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Just go on your business trip as usual. It's not a matter of 1 or 2 days from approval to production anyway." "How can I do that?" Feng Jing replied, "There are many things to do in the early stages of marketing. Before the soldiers and horses moved, the rations would go first. The advertising will definitely be a step ahead." Feng Jing couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and said, "Why don't I change my ticket? Delay your trip to Hong Kong for 2 days and gather our colleagues in the marketing department to discuss the overall plan. Otherwise, I won't be at Xia Ruofei quickly said, don't. CEO Feng, you've already set a time with Hengfeng. It's not good to stand them up. You should hand over the preliminary work of the jade skin cream to Xiaochang first. But I've been using the jaded skin cream, so I have the most comprehensive and direct understanding of this product. Feng Rao frowned. Shui Jinshan's eyes suddenly changed. Before this product was launched, Director Feng had already used it for a long time. Needless to say, it must have been given to her by Director Xia. Their relationship was indeed not ordinary. Xia Ruofei also noticed Shui Jinshan's gaze, and couldn't help but say, Kanayama, what's with your expression? How noble and fearless is it to experience the product development process personally, President Feng? That's right, that's right. Leaders, please continue, Shui Jinshan said while trying to hold back his laughter. Feng Rao blushed and said, I think I should have the most say in this product. I'm a little worried about letting the marketing department handle it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, President Feng, you're going to Hong Kong, not Mars. At most, I'll let Director Xiao and the others come up with an overall plan first and then pass it to you for you to look through. If you really can't do it, you can have a video conference, you can just do it in Hong Kong. Feng Rao was also confused. She placed too much importance on the jaded skin cream. She nodded helplessly and said, that's the only way. President Xia, there's still some time left. Let's hurry back to the farm. I want to gather Xiaochang and the others for a short meeting. Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, Jinshan, I'll go back with President Feng first. Keep an eye on the factory. Right, clean that production line first and continue producing the heart, nourishing soup. Yes, President Xia. Shui Jinshan quickly replied. Feng Jing thought for a moment and reminded him, Jinshan, the heart, nourishing soup will pass the vetting process very soon. When the jaded skin ointment is put into production again, our 2 production lines will definitely be stretched thin. I've read the report you made last time about increasing the production line. 2 more lines are definitely not enough. We'll increase it by 6. By then, 3 of them will be used to produce the heart, nourishing soup, and 5 will be used to produce the jaded skin ointment. It should be enough for the early stage. Obviously, Feng Jing was quite optimistic about the market prospects of the jaded skin ointment. Alright, I'll revise the report immediately and submit it again, Shui Jinshan said. Happily. The better the pharmaceutical factory's development was, the higher his position in the company as the director. His income was also linked to the benefits of the factory. Of course, he welcomed such a good opportunity with both hands. By the way, Chairman, the raw materials for the jaded skin cream, Feng Jing asked after some thought. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, other than one key ingredient, I've already handed over dozens of other ingredients and their ratios to Kanayama. I'll personally provide the last ingredient. Furthermore, the production process and parameters have already been sealed and solidified into the program. Therefore, there's no problem keeping the prescription a secret. Feng Jing heaved a sigh of relief. Although intellectual property protection was much better than it had been a few years ago, when the profits were so huge that it could drive people crazy, the protection of the law would always be weak. Most of the time, one had to rely on themselves. Feng Jing was very confident in Xia Ruofei. Since Xia Ruofei said that there was no problem keeping it a secret, the probability of a leak was very low. Then, Jinshan, you have to start stocking Up on the raw materials and medicinal herbs now. I think the approval for the jaded skin ointment will be approved very soon. Once it's on the market, there will be a wave of people snatching it. You must prepare for a rainy day, she said to Xue Jinshan. All right, CEO Feng. Xue Jinshan replied seriously. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing said a few more words before they left the pharmaceutical factory. On the way back to Taoyuan Farm, Feng Jing kept jotting down something in her notebook. Xia Ruofei guessed that she must have written down the important points to emphasize in the meeting later. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be secretly speechless. This strong woman was really crazy when she got into work mode. Luckily, she had to leave for Hong Kong in the afternoon. Otherwise, Xia Ruofei could imagine how she would feel when this unforgettable product was released. The employees in the marketing department would probably have to work overtime as well. After returning to the farm, Feng Jing knew that Xia Ruofei would definitely not be attending their meeting. Hence, she bade Xia Ruofei farewell and hurried upstairs. Xia Ruofei only found out that Feng Jing had brought them to a meeting until 2 in the afternoon when she met Xiao Chang, who had just come out of the cafeteria after lunch while she was walking around in the evening. Even lunch was packed up by the administrative staff from the cafeteria. Feng Rao made use of every minute to voice out her thoughts and assign tasks. After the meeting, Feng Jing returned to her room to grab her luggage before heading to the airport. As for Xiao Chang and the others, they began to work according to Feng Rao's arrangements. Although Feng Jing had gone to Hong Kong, Xiao Chang and the others still had a lot of work to do. They would probably have to work overtime for the next few days. In Xiao Chang's half-joking words, even the canteen was caught off guard. After all, there were not so many people who had dinner at the company in the past. Today, the entire marketing department had stayed behind, and the food in the canteen was a little insufficient. In the end, Chao Tieshu's wife even specially cooked a large pot of noodles for everyone to eat their fill. Xia Ruofei felt that it was both funny and helpless. He could only give Xiao Chang a few words of encouragement. He told him that the company placed great importance on the jaded skin cream and that his colleagues in the marketing department had worked hard. He would definitely give everyone a bonus after the product was launched. Time passed day by day. The employees of the company's marketing department were working at full capacity, including the art team where Lin Xiao was. They were also full of tasks. The packaging design for the dried abalone was completed quickly. Xia Ruofei personally picked 1 out of the 3 designs. According to Xia Ruofei's request, the art team had sent him the 3 design drafts without a signature. Xia Ruofei did not want to be affected by his own subjective factors. Under such circumstances, the one that Xia Ruofei was most satisfied with was actually designed by Lin Xiao. The little girl was so happy that she almost jumped up. Of course, Xia Ruofei chose this design mainly because of its creativity. In terms of art design and software usage, Lin Xiao was naturally not as good as Zhong Lingling and the others. Therefore, even though Xia Ruofei had chosen this design, Zhong Lingling was still the one who beautified Lin Xiao's draft and produced it outside. Xia Ruofei had bought a vacuum sealing machine before and kept it in his interspace. Hence, after he took out the vacuum sealing machines, he quickly changed the packaging of his dried abalones. Lin Xiao's design was simple, elegant, and fresh. At the same time, it highlighted the brand characteristics and logo of Paradise Corporation. After the abalone was changed into the new packaging, it really felt different. Xia Ruofei was also very satisfied. 5 days passed by in the blink of an eye. The auction for the top, Grade 1, headed abalone was to be held in the Grand Banquet Hall of Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel in Hong Kong the next day. Xia Ruofei received a call at noon. "Hello, Mr. Xia. I'm Shui Ming from the Hengfeng Group's Sanshan office. I'm at the farm's entrance," a voice said respectfully. "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Manager Shui." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Pass the phone to the security guard at the entrance." Xia Ruofei ordered the old soldiers on duty at the door to let them in and asked them to point the way for Shui Ming. Then, he picked up the large thermal box that he had prepared earlier and walked out of the villa. Logo. When Xia Ruofei arrived at the courtyard with a large thermal container, a black Mercedes-Benz had just arrived at the entrance of the villa. A middle-aged man in a navy blue suit and tie quickly got out of the car from the passenger seat and jogged to Xia Ruofei. "Hello, Mr. Xia. I'm Shui Ming. Who just contacted you?" The middle-aged man said respectfully, "The private jet sent by Chairman Ma has landed at Sanshan International Airport. The flight crew has sent a message that their application to take off in an hour to return to Hong Kong has been approved." Shui Ming was the newly appointed Hengfeng Group Sanshan office manager. Although the office was only a liaison agency responsible for coordination, security, and other work, he still had a lot of power as a manager and had a small influence within the entire group. Because Sanshan was a special place, Shui Ming knew very well that the father-in-law of the general manager, Ma Jiming, was in Sanshan. The family of Ma Jiming's father-in-law was very influential in the mainland's political scene. Ma Jiming's sister-in-law, Ms. Tian Huilan, had even reached a high position at the official level. In addition to Ma Xiong's growing age, Ma Jiming was now more and more in charge of the company's business. And it was only a matter of time before he took over. Therefore, the manager of the Sanshan office must be someone the Ma family trusted very much. The previous two office managers were both put in important positions after they were transferred back to the company's headquarters. Even so, Shui Ming still did not dare to show the slightest neglect when facing this young Mr. Xia. This was because the previous office manager had told him during the handover that in addition to handling the daily business of the company, he had to pay attention to befriending two people when working in Sanshan. One was naturally Boss Ma's father-in-law, Professor Tian, and the other was the CEO Xia of Paradise Corporation. And this time, Chairman Ma Xiong had sent a special plane to Sanshan to pick up Mr. Xia, which showed how deep the relationship between Mr. Xia and the Ma family was. In the face of such a person, how could Shui Ming dare to show the slightest disrespect? After he finished speaking, he immediately reached out and took the large thermal container from Xia Ruofei's hands. His actions were very natural. "Thank you for your hard work, Manager Shui." Xia Ruofei smiled. "I wouldn't dare," Shui Ming quickly said. When he opened the trunk, he found that the spacious trunk had been modified in advance. There was a small refrigerator in it. Since the refrigerator that came with the Mercedes-Benz was not big enough to hold more than 20 big abalones, Ma Xiong had personally asked the Sanshan office to modify the trunk overnight. The small refrigerator was not standard in the car, so it was also installed with a transformer to supply power from the car. It was only about half an hour's drive from Taoyuan Farm to the airport, but he had already gone through so much trouble. It was clear how much importance Ma Xiong placed on these abalones. Xia Ruofei followed Xue Ming to the back of the car. He personally entered the password to open the thermal box. Then, he and Xue Ming put the abalones into the refrigerator one by one. In the morning, Xia Ruofei had specially put these abalones in the refrigerator for a while, so they were still cold in his hands. After the abalone was packed, Xue Ming quickly opened the back door for Xia Ruofei. He respectfully invited Xia Ruofei into the car before he sat in the front passenger seat. The Mercedes-Benz started steadily, left Taoyuan Farm, and drove toward Sanshan Airport, which was not far from the farm. There was a small building next to the airport terminal, which was the entrance and exit passage for private planes and public planes. After the Mercedes-Benz was parked, Xue Ming quickly took out the abalone from the refrigerator and carefully put it into the thermal container. Then, he personally carried the thermal container and walked into the small building with Xia Ruofei. One of the benefits of taking a private plane was that the security checks were relatively loose. At the entrance of the passage, a security personnel checked Xia Ruofei's Hong Kong and Macau pass and Xue Ming's temporary pass to enter and exit the airport's restricted area. Then, he did a simple check on the abalone in the thermal box and let them in. Xue Ming carried the thermal lunch box and led Xia Ruofei through the tunnel. They arrived at the tarmac in no time. This place was a few hundred meters away from the terminal, and it was specially used to park small planes and business jets. A Gulfstream 650 plane was already quietly parked there. The captain, the co-pilot, and 2 flight attendants were waiting quietly beside the plane. This was not the first time Xia Ruofei had taken this luxurious public jet. The first time was when Ma Xiong had a sudden cerebral hemorrhage in Hong Kong. Xia Ruofei and Ma Jiming's family had rushed to Hong Kong and successfully saved Ma Xiong from the brink of death. The second time was when he went to Xinqing City with Ma Xiong to attend the truffle auction. Hence, Xia Ruofei was even more familiar with the captain. He greeted the flight crew with a smile while Xue Ming handed the insulated box to a flight attendant with a slim figure and a pretty face. He then said goodbye to Xia Ruofei very politely and left the tarmac. Xia Ruofei got on the plane with the crowd. The flight attendant had already received instructions to store the precious abalone in the plane's refrigerator. The flight crew had already turned on their APUs, so even though the plane was parked on the ground, the power supply in the cabin was not affected. Xia Ruofei boarded the plane and the door closed quickly. There were still about 20 minutes before the scheduled take-off time. The captain and co-pilot went into the cockpit to prepare for the flight. Xia Ruofei leaned back in the soft and wide leather seat and browsed the news on his iPad. Logo. He was naturally concerned about the news regarding the auction. After so many days of hyping up the abalone auction had become well known in Hong Kong. Many media outlets had been reporting on it for many days. The Hengfeng auction house's press officer said that the auction had received more than 80 media applications for interviews, more than 50 of which came from both mainland and overseas. On the forum, there were mixed reactions to the auction. Many people still couldn't believe that someone could take out so many top-quality abalones at once, and almost all of them were one-headed abalones. Most of these skeptical people thought that this was a malicious hype. As for the publicity video and pictures, the photo editing software was so advanced these days. Sister Ran could become Fan Bing Bing, so what was the big deal with editing the picture and video of the abalone? On the other hand, the supporters felt that the Hengfeng auction house wouldn't destroy its own reputation. After all, it was a well known auction house. There were also a few netizens from the Southeast province who expressed their trust in the Paradise brand. After all, the Paradise brand had become a synonym for high-end in the Southeast province, especially in the capital of the Southeast province, Sanshan City. But after all, the influence of the Paradise Company was not large enough, so the positive and negative parties did not mention much about the Paradise Company. Some of them also criticized the Paradise Company for maliciously hyping up the news. Xia Ruofei laughed as he browsed through the various comments on the internet. He was in a good mood. After a while, a beautiful flight attendant walked to Xia Ruofei's side. She squatted down and kept her height at Xia Ruofei's. Then, she whispered, "Mr. Xia, the plane is about to take off. Please fasten your seat belt." Xia Ruofei put down the iPad and smiled. "All right." While Xia Ruofei was putting on his seatbelt, the flight attendant walked back to his seat elegantly and put on his seatbelt. Not long after, the plane trembled slightly and began to push backward. In the process of pushing back, the engine of the plane began to turn. When it reached the runway, the cart was removed, and the luxurious Gulfstream G650 bus began to glide steadily. The plane taxied all the way to the entrance of the runway and stopped steadily behind the yellow line, waiting for the take-off command. Xia Ruofei also looked out of the porthole. In the distance, a huge Airbus A380 was slowly descending. After a while, this Airbus A380 flew past their Gulfstream and landed smoothly on the runway. The Gulfstream plane was obviously waiting for the plane to land. After the A380 landed, Xia Ruofei's Gulfstream was immediately allowed to enter the runway. The plane taxied slowly again, made a big turn at the end of the runway, and firmly aimed at the center line of the runway. At this time, the Airbus giant plane had left the runway through the right taxiway. The Gulfstream business jet, which had been ready for a long time, immediately stepped on the gas to take off after receiving the take-off command. Xia Ruofei felt the plane shake slightly before it started to accelerate on the runway. He also felt an obvious push on his back. This standard runway was too long for the Gulfstream G650. It did not need such a long distance to take off or land. After gliding at high speed for a few hundred meters, the plane reached the speed of lifting the wheels. The nose of the plane lifted up gently, and the entire streamlined luxury business jet rose lightly into the sky. The Gulfstream commercial plane flew at a higher altitude than ordinary passenger planes, so there were very few bumps during the flight. Moreover, it was extremely comfortable, which was a completely different feeling from riding a passenger plane. The Gulfstream G650's maximum cruising speed reached Mach 0.925, which was close to the speed of sound and far exceeded that of ordinary passenger airliners. Therefore, the entire flight from Sanshan to Hong Kong only took a little more than an hour. 2/3 of this time was used for climbing and approaching. When the luxurious private plane landed smoothly at the Hong Kong airport, Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a little emotional. "I must buy a plane like this when I have the chance. This is the real high-end enjoyment," Xia Ruofei thought to himself. Every time they took a private jet, Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a little envious. And now, he was not far from owning a private jet, especially when the peach garden vegetables in Australia began to produce in large quantities. The profits every month would be tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of US dollars. So buying a private jet was not a big deal. Of course, a high-end business jet like the Gulfstream G650 could not be owned immediately with money. Every Gulfstream series business jet was custom, made according to the customer's requirements. After the order was placed, the production line could only be lined up. Yes, they were queuing. There were many rich people in the world. If someone else's order happened to be in front of you, you might have to wait even longer. If they were unlucky, they might have to wait for 2 to 3 years. The Hong Kong airport was very busy. The Gulfstream G650 was arranged to park at a remote parking lot. However, Hengfeng Group's Ma Jiming, Hengfeng Auction House's manager Dong Jiejun, Feng Ku, and others had already arrived at the parking lot. The moment Xia Ruofei got off the plane, he saw the people who had come to pick him up. A burly man in a black suit took the thermal lunchbox from the flight attendant and immediately put it in the car, storing it in the refrigerator. Xia Sheng, it's been a long time since I've seen you. You're still as elegant as ever. Ma Jiming greeted with a smile in Mandarin with a strong Cantonese accent. Ha ha ha. Mr. M.A. How are Aunt Hu Weixin and Huan Huan? Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Thanks to you, Hu Weixin and Huan Huan are both very good. Ma Jiming smiled and said, when Huan Huan heard that Xiaosheng was coming, she even made a fuss about coming to the airport to pick her up. However, she just happens to have calligraphy class today, so I can only let Hu Weixin stay at home to coax her. Huan Huan was diagnosed with severe autism. At that time, Xia Ruofei did not have the prescription for the heart-nourishing soup. He had used the petal solution of the spirit heart flower to cure Huan Huan. Later, Xia Ruofei happened to save Ma Xiong from the brink of death when he had a serious cerebral hemorrhage. Hence, the entire Ma family was grateful to Xia Ruofei from the bottom of their hearts. After Xia Ruofei and Ma Jiming exchanged some pleasantries, he turned to Feng Jing and said with a smile, President Feng, it's been hard on you these past few days. He could see the fatigue on Feng Jing's face. He could imagine how intense her work must have been in Hong Kong. It's nothing, Chairman. Feng Rao smiled. Just thinking about the auction this time makes me feel full of energy. Ha ha ha. It's because you're in Hong Kong that I'm not worried. I only came here when the auction was about to start. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, President Feng, I'll give you a big red packet after the auction is over. All right. I'm not going to stand on ceremony with you. Feng Jing said with a smile. The housing prices in Sanshan are getting more and more expensive. I want to buy a big house as soon as possible. Then all the more reason for you to work hard. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, the better the company's performance, the more bonus you will get at the end of the year. If we can make it into the top 500 in one night, buying 10 villas will be a piece of cake. The group of them walked to the car, talking and laughing. Ma Jiming had brought an extended version of a Bentley. The dried abalones had already been placed in the Bentley's ice bar. Xia Ruofei, Ma Jiming, and Feng Jing sat in the Bentley while the bodyguards and staff sat in 2 other cars. The group of people left the airport very quickly. Ma Xiong had arranged for Xia Ruofei to stay at the Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel in Hong Kong, where the auction would be held the next day. This was also a high-end brand under the Hengfeng Hotel Group. The truffle auction that Xia Ruofei attended in Shenqing City was also held at Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel. After the car left the Hong Kong airport, it passed by the North Island Highway and the Green Sunflower Highway, before finally arriving at the Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel, which was located by the seaside and overlooked the Victoria Port. When the car slowly drove into the hotel lobby, Xia Ruofei saw the founder and chairman of Hengfeng Group, Ma Xiong, standing at the entrance of the hotel, waiting for him. He could not sit still. Logo. Xia Ruofei did not expect Ma Xiong to come to the hotel to welcome him personally. It was beyond his expectations. Ma Xiong had a very high status in Hong Kong. Needless to say, his assets were worth tens of billions. He was one of the top 10 richest people in Hong Kong all year round. He also had many titles such as the director of the Hong Kong horse race, Sir Angela, and so on. There were probably no more than 10 people who had the same social status as him in Hong Kong. Although Xia Ruofei had saved Ma Xiong's life, he was still a little flattered by such a high standard of treatment. Hence, Xia Ruofei opened the door and stepped out before the car even came to a complete stop. He then walked quickly to Ma Xiong. He said, "Old Mr. Ma, how can I let you come and welcome me personally? This is really too much for this junior." Ma Xiong laughed and said, "Xia Xing is a benefactor of the Ma family. You're worthy." Some of the hotel's top executives, who were being cautious, couldn't help but be secretly speechless when they saw this scene. When Ma Xiong personally came to the hotel to welcome the guest, they were already secretly guessing how distinguished the guest had to be for Ma Xiong to treat him so seriously. When they saw the young Xia Ruofei, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They thought that the person Ma Xiong welcomed so seriously must be a super rich man or a big shot in the political and business world. They did not expect it to be an ordinary-looking young man. Xia Ruofei and Ma Xiong were speaking in Mandarin, so the Hengfeng Hotel senior management couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, could he be the son of some famous rich family in the mainland? Even so, Chairman Ma shouldn't have placed so much importance on it, right? With Ma Xiong's status and special position in Hong Kong, he could directly talk to the political giants in the mainland. Even if he was the young master of the Hong family, Ma Xiong didn't have to welcome him personally, right? The hotel management who attended to the guests were all guessing. Meanwhile, Ma Xiong had already exchanged a few words with Xia Ruofei before he turned to look at Feng Jing. "Xiaoxing, this must be President Feng from your company, right?" Ma Xiong said with a smile. He was really young and promising. "I heard from Jiejun that they'd been very happy working with Boss Feng." Feng Jing was a little nervous in front of this legendary rich man. She quickly went up and greeted him, "Good day, old Mr. Ma." Good. Ma Xiong didn't put on any airs as he asked with a smile, "Is everything going well with the preparations for the auction? If your company has any requests, just tell Jiejun, he'll do his best to cooperate." "All right, thank you, old Mr. Ma," Feng Ke said. Only then did Feng Rao realize how close Xia Ruofei and Ma Xiong were. She had been in Hong Kong for 4 or 5 days and had been feeling a little strange. On the one hand, the reception was very warm, and on the other hand, there was almost no resistance in her work. Whenever she asked for improvements, the Hengfeng auction house would try their best to satisfy her. If they couldn't do it, Dong Jiejun would personally explain it to her patiently. Feng Jing's plans for the auction had all been realized, and it was so smooth that she found it hard to believe. Originally, Feng Jing was prepared for difficulties. After all, the Hengfeng Group was a giant financial group. And the Hengfeng auction house was also a well-known auction house in the industry. As for the Paradise Corporation, it was only a small company with a small reputation for the time being. In such an unequal cooperation, the weaker party would definitely be at a disadvantage. Some reasonable requests might not even be met. Not to mention, Feng Jing wanted to use this auction as an opportunity to promote Paradise Corporation as much as possible, so she was already prepared for a tug-of-war. However, all the preparations she had made were almost useless. Today, Hengfeng Group's general manager Ma Jiming had personally gone to pick them up, and a legendary figure like Chairman Ma Xiong had also personally come to the hotel to welcome them. Moreover, both parties were so familiar with each other. Feng Jing suddenly realized. She remembered that Xia Ruofei had strongly dissuaded her from coming to Hong Kong a few days ago to coordinate the auction. Only now did Feng Jing realize that Xia Ruofei didn't think there was a need to coordinate at all. He just didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm, so he didn't say it. Feng Jing couldn't help but sneak a glance at Xia Ruofei. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei did not notice her. He was still smiling as he spoke to Ma Xiong. The group of people exchanged a few words at the entrance of the hotel and began to walk in. The precious one-headed abalone had already been placed back into the thermal container. A burly man in black followed Xia Ruofei with the thermal container in his hand. Ma Xiong chuckled. Xia Sheng, I'll still arrange for you to stay in the presidential suite on the top floor. If you need anything else during your stay, just let Yu Hao know. He's the general manager of this hotel. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes beside Ma Xiong quickly bowed to Xia Ruofei and handed him a business card with both hands. He said respectfully, Xia Sheng, please give me your guidance. Xia Ruofei took the name card with a smile and said, then I'll have to trouble President Yu for the next 2 days. I don't dare. He didn't dare. You're welcome, Yu Hao quickly said. Ma Xiong and Ma Jiming personally accompanied Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing to the presidential suite's special elevator to the top floor. When they arrived at the huge, luxurious living room, Ma Xiong couldn't wait to see the top, grade 1-headed abalones that were going to be auctioned. Logo. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not reject such a small request. Besides, the abalones would be auctioned tomorrow. He opened the thermal box with a smile. Although they had seen photos and videos of these high-quality one-headed abalones, they still couldn't help but gasp when they saw 20 to 30 huge abalones stacked on the coffee table. It was also Feng Rao's first time seeing the top, grade 1-headed abalone, so she was just as shocked as Ma Xiong and his son. Ma Xiong's hands were trembling as he mumbled, one-headed abalone. Top, quality one-headed abalones. I never dreamed that I would see so many top quality one-headed abalones one day. As a native of Hong Kong, Ma Xiong's love for seafood was ingrained in his bones. Even though he was already a billionaire, he couldn't help but lose his composure when he saw so many one-headed abalones that he couldn't even buy with money before. Xia Ruofei smiled and accurately picked out a few pichot from the pile of abalones. In fact, the abalones were labeled on the outer packaging, and their weight was also accurately measured. With Xia Ruofei's memory, he could naturally distinguish them with a glance. The abalones that Xia Ruofei had picked out were all slightly lighter. Strictly speaking, they were not even the standard of a one-head abalone. The other 3 were the heaviest and would be the final items of the auction. Putting the abalones aside, Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Mr. Ma, according to our previous agreement, you can choose 2 one-headed abalones from here, in addition to the 3 heaviest ones and the 2 that Tang He had bought. In advance, there were a total of 20 top, quality 1, head abalones. Ma Jiming didn't know that. His father had such an agreement with Xia Ruofei. He couldn't help but look surprised when he heard this. Feng. Jing's mouth moved slightly. She felt a little distressed, but Xia Ruofei had already made his decision. She knew her limits, so she didn't say anything. All right, Ma Xiong nodded excitedly. He came to the 21 headed abalones, picked one up, looked at it for a while, then put it down and picked up another one. The abalones that grew up in the spirit map space were of very high quality, and Ma Xiong liked every one he saw. This super rich man, who was decisive in the business world, began to hesitate in the face of 20 abalones. But in the end, he still chose 2 abalones to hold in his hands. Then, he looked at the remaining 18 with some reluctance and said, Xia Sheng, just these 2? No problem. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He could clearly see that Ma Xiong didn't pick the 2 heaviest headed abalones among the 21 headed abalones. Instead, he chose the 2 that were of medium weight. The old man was quite kind. He didn't take more abalones just because Xia Ruofei asked him to. He knew that these abalones were going to be auctioned tomorrow. Xia Ruofei was already kind enough to let him choose 2 before the auction. Xia Ruofei gathered the rest of the abalones together and placed them in a thermal container. He then walked to the huge double-door refrigerator and arranged them one by one. On the other side, Ma Xiong was holding 2 headed abalones fondly and said with a smile, Xia Sheng, I don't know what the price will be at tomorrow's auction. I think. Why don't we wait until the auction is over and I'll pay you according to the average price of the auction? Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, no need. Old Mr. Ma, just give it to me as you see fit. With our friendship, how can I sell it to you at the auction price? That's embarrassing. Ma Xiong chuckled. You're already giving me face by letting me choose the abalones first. How can I let you lose more money? Ma Jiming also chimed in, that's right, Xia Sheng. My daddy is right, let's settle the price according to the average auction price. We can't let you suffer any losses. Are you two looking down on me? Xia Ruofei said angrily. Old Mr. Ma, if I only want to make money, wouldn't it be better if I put all the abalones on auction? I believe that with your wealth, it's impossible that you can't even bid for 2 abalones, right? Ma Xiong was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, Xia Sheng, you're treating us like outsiders. All right. We'll do as you say. He pondered for a moment and said, then. I think 4 million for an abalone should be a reasonable price. Ma Jiming didn't even blink when he heard the price. To him, this amount of money was indeed not even a drop in the ocean. It was hard to buy a good heart with money. Her father loved abalone so much that it was worth it to spend 8 million on 2 headed abalones. On the other hand, Feng Rao sucked in a deep breath of cold air after hearing Ma Xiong's bid. She felt that it was too easy to earn money. 1 abalone was already 4 million. Although 1-headed abalones were rare, rich people were not stupid. The auction price was not sky high, so they could still estimate the price. Although Ma Xiong owed Xia Ruofei a favor, the price he said was basically the auction price he had predicted. In the end, he still did not want to treat Xia Ruofei unfairly in terms of money. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Old Mr. Ma, I'll be honest with you. Grandpa. Tang United States from Xingbang also bought 2 1-headed abalones from me. They weighed about the same as the 2 you chose, and I charged him 6 million yuan. So, you can't exceed this standard at most. I can't favor one over the other, logo. Ma Xiong was stunned when he heard that. He asked, I didn't expect Xia Xing to have such a good relationship with brother Tang. Xia Ruofei smiled. It's just a business deal. When your employees went to the farm to appraise the abalones, Elder Tang was also a guest at my place. He liked the abalones very much and bought 2 from me on the spot. Ma Xiong nodded and said, all right. Xia Xing, since you've already said so much, then we'll do as you say. After he finished speaking, Ma Xiong gave Ma Jiming a look. Ma Jiming immediately took out his checkbook, wrote down the numbers, and signed his name. Xia Ruofei took the check and put it in his pocket without even looking at it. After Ma Xiong got the 2 abalones, he was also eager to go home. After chatting for a while, he stood up and said, Xia Sheng, I'll take my leave first. I've arranged a welcome dinner tonight. Please attend it with Chief Steward Feng. Thank you, old Mr. Ma. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After sending Ma Xiong and Ma Jiming off, Feng Jing and Xia Ruofei were the only ones left in the huge presidential suite. Feng Jing's heart started to race as she was alone with Xia Ruofei in the hotel room. Fortunately, the presidential suite was very large, unlike ordinary hotel rooms, which only had a bed and a few chairs. Feng Rao glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, Chairman, I'll report to you the preparations for the auction these few days, and the main process for tomorrow. Xia Ruofei waved his hand. I'll leave the details to you. I'm not worried. But tomorrow, you'll be in charge of everything on behalf of the company tomorrow. I won't be getting involved, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Ah? Feng Rao couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, a what? You're the company's general manager, can't you represent the company? Don't tell me you're having stage fright? In fact, Xia Ruofei had already made up his mind before he left. He would avoid such an event as much as he could. There would be so many media reporters there tomorrow. If he appeared on stage, he would be completely exposed in the spotlight. It would not be easy to live a low-profile life. In the future, Feng Jing was the company's general manager, and as a woman, she had an innate advantage. Not to mention, Feng Jing had a beautiful image and a good temperament, so she was the most suitable person to attend such an event. I won't have stage fright, Feng Rao replied without even thinking. Then isn't it settled? Xia Ruofei lay down on the soft leather sofa and said lazily, you were the one who volunteered to come to Hong Kong, he said. Feng Rao could not help but glare at Xia Ruofei and said in a low voice, you only know how to be lazy. With Xia Ruofei's hearing, he naturally heard it clearly. However, he still pretended to be confused and asked, what did you just say? It's nothing. Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei unhappily. Xia Ruofei chuckled. Director Feng, you can handle the details yourself. I have absolute trust in your ability. Okay, Feng Jing said. Chairman, I'll go back to my room. The auction will start tomorrow, and I still have a lot of things to prepare. All right, thank you for your hard work, President Feng. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. By the way, there are many rooms in this presidential suite. The conditions should be much better than the guest room you're staying in. Do you want to move in? He asked. Xia Ruofei regretted it the moment he asked that. Although the presidential suite was surprisingly large, with 7 or 8 bedrooms of various sizes, a study, a living room, a small kitchen, and so on. It was bigger than most people's homes, but it could only be considered a hotel room. How could he invite a girl to live with him? As expected, Feng Rao's face turned red after hearing his words. Logo. Xia Ruofei was embarrassed, but before he could explain, Feng Jing blushed and said, Chairman, I'll go back to my room first, ah? Xia Ruofei was stunned and quickly said, Oh, okay. Xia Ruofei heaved a sigh of relief as he watched Feng Jing leave. He warned himself that he should not be so outspoken in the future, even though they were close. Xia Ruofei had left everything to Feng Jing, so he was very relaxed. After Feng Jing left, he started to stroll around the luxurious presidential suite. This presidential suite was generally the same as the presidential suite of Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel in Shenzhen. However, because Hong Kong was the headquarters of the Hengfeng Group, the Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel here was more luxurious. This was reflected in the presidential suite, which was bigger and more luxurious. The entire suite had a living room, dining room, bar, study, pantry, and 8 bedrooms of various sizes. The master bedroom was more than 100 square meters. After speaking, Feng Jing opened her laptop bag and placed it on the desk before turning it on. All right, Xia Ruofei said. I won't disturb you from your work. Feng Rao raised her head and smiled at Xia Ruofei. Thank you, Chairman. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. He closed the door behind him as he left the room. Initially, he had invited Feng Jing to move in with him, but it was just a joke that Xia Ruofei had blurted out. After that, he felt that it was inappropriate. He had not expected Feng Jing to really move in. Although the presidential suite was huge, it was still considered a suite. Xia Ruofei felt that it was a little too much for a man and a woman to stay together. However, since Feng Jing had already moved in, Xia Ruofei couldn't possibly go back on his word. If he did, Ying might really fall out with him. He could only smile bitterly, shake his head, and walk back to the master bedroom. In the afternoon, Feng Jing shut herself in her room to deal with her work. Xia Ruofei had nothing to do, so he went to the presidential suites theater and watched a movie that had just been released. Although the recording studio was not big, the facilities were quite luxurious. It used the most advanced sound, absorbing materials, and the best sound equipment. Facing the real leather first-class seats was a huge screen. The effect of watching the movie was much better than in the cinema. After the movie, it was almost dinner time. Xia Ruofei went back to his bedroom and changed into a suit before returning to the living room. He looked at Feng Jing's tightly shut door and wondered if he should knock on her door to remind her. He knew that Feng Jing would lose herself in her work and might even forget the time. Ma Xiong had also invited Feng Jing to the dinner party. Just as Xia Ruofei was hesitating, the melodious sound of the doorbell rang. Hence, Xia Ruofei gave up on the idea of reminding Feng Jing and stood up to open the door. The moment the door opened, Xia Ruofei heard a happy voice. Brother. Are you okay? Then, a figure jumped into his arms. A warm smile appeared on Xia Ruofei's face. He squatted down and opened his arms, allowing the angel, like little Huan Huan, to pounce on him. Xia Ruofei lifted Huan Huan up and asked, Huan Huan, did you miss your brother? Huan Huan nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. I want to. Then, she pouted and said, Big Brother Ruofei is so bad. You don't even come to Hong Kong to see Huan. Xia Ruofei said awkwardly, Brother has been very busy with work. Well, I'm here today, aren't I? Liar. Huan raised her head and said, Brother Ruofei is here for work too. I've heard about it from Grandpa. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei felt even more embarrassed. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin, who had come with Huan, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Huan, how can you say that? Tian Huixin quickly said. It's okay, it's okay. Mr. Ma, Aunt Huixin, please come in and sit. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. At this moment, Feng Jing, who had been working in her room, opened the door and walked out. Seeing that Xia Ruofei's beautiful subordinate was also in the presidential suite, Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin's expressions became a little strange. Of course, they were not stupid enough to ask anything. They just smiled and nodded at Feng Jing. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin were only curious. But Huan didn't care about that. After seeing Feng Jing, she immediately asked with her eyes wide open, Big Brother Ruofei, why is there a pretty big sister in your room? Is she your girlfriend? Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao blushed. Huan, this is my brother's colleague, Xia Ruofei quickly said. Why do colleagues live together? Huan tilted her head and asked in confusion. Xia Ruofei was immediately embarrassed. Tian Huixin quickly said, Huan, why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and come down. Your big brother Ruofei's hands are already sore, Don T. Huan shouted and hugged Xia Ruofei's neck tightly. I'm fine. Xia Ruofei said, Huan isn't heavy. After being frightened by Tian Huixin, Huan was no longer bothered by the fact that her colleagues could live together. Xia Ruofei also heaved a sigh of relief. Feng Rao's pretty face was slightly red as she greeted Ma Jiming and his wife. Xia Ruofei explained. President Feng wanted to report to me about the auction. There are a lot of empty rooms here. So, I asked her to move in. It's more convenient for her to work. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin looked at each other and chuckled as they nodded. No matter how one looked at it, their gazes were somewhat ambiguous. Ma Jiming's family had come to invite Xia Ruofei for a meal, so after everyone sat down and chatted for a while, they prepared to go to the restaurant downstairs. Feng Rao also went back to her room to change into a formal suit. Xia Ruofei put Huan down and went to the master bedroom to take out the gift that he had prepared before leaving. As soon as Xia Ruofei returned to the living room, Huan immediately wanted him to hug her. After Huan's autism was cured, she had been very close to Xia Ruofei. This was a kind of intimacy that came from the bottom of her heart. Even Tian Huixin was a little envious. Xia Ruofei had no choice but to pass the things in his hands to Feng Jing. Then, he carried Huan and the group of them left the presidential suite and took the special elevator downstairs. Ma Xiong had invited Xia Ruofei to the Jiahua restaurant on the third floor of the hotel. It was a Michelin-starred restaurant owned by Hengfeng Jiahua Hotel. Ma Xiong did not invite anyone else to the banquet. The guests were only Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing, while the Ma family only had Ma Xiong, Ma Jiming and their wife, as well as little Huan. Xia Ruofei and the rest entered a small elegant private room in Jiahua restaurant. Ma Xiong immediately stood up and greeted them with a bright smile. Old Mr. Ma Xia Ruofei smiled and greeted him. Xia Sheng, Miss Feng, come. Come, sit here. Ma Xiong said with a smile. Xia Ruofei said to Huan, can you go to Mom's place first? Big brother has something to do. Although Huan was very attached to Xia Ruofei, she still replied obediently, all right. After handing Huan over to Tian Huixin, Xia Ruofei took the things that Feng Rao had prepared earlier. He smiled and said, Mr. Ma, I brought you some gifts. It's just a small token of my respect. He had prepared half a caddy of top-grade de Hong Pao for Ma Xiong, while Tian Huixin had received the jaded skin cream that Xia Ruofei had personally brewed. Although the mass production of jaded skin cream had been put on the agenda, there was still a difference between hand-brewed and mass-produced. After all, the rarer something was, the more expensive it was. Ma Xiong was a man who knew what was good. He knew that the tea was extraordinary just by opening it and smelling its fragrance. Tian Huixin had also received the jaded skin cream from Tian Huilan and knew the magic of this skincare product. Therefore, the two of them were very fond of the gift and repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Finally, Xia Ruofei took out a small box and said with a smile, Huan, this is a gift from brother Ruofei. Open it and see if you like it. Huan had been itching to get a gift from her grandfather and mother, but her good upbringing had kept her from asking for it. When she heard that the box contained a gift from brother Ruofei, she immediately accepted it happily. Thank you, brother Ruofei. Huan said with a sweet smile. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Open it and take a look. Huan nodded her head and opened the box. Ma Xiong's family also looked over curiously. After Huan opened the box, Ma Xiong and the other two could not help but stare and gasp in unison, logo. Inside the box was a lifelike jade leaf. Xia Ruofei had bought a piece of well-colored jade a few days ago and spent an entire day in the spirit map to carve it. Although the quality of the jade was very high, it was only worth a few 100,000 yuan. It was not enough to make Ma Xiong and the others lose their composure. At Ma Xiong's level, or even with Xia Ruofei's wealth, a few 100,000 yuan was nothing. What truly shocked Ma Xiong and the others was the carving technique of the jade leaf. The Ma family was a truly wealthy family, and the Hengfeng group was in the jewelry business. Therefore, whether it was Ma Xiong or Ma Jiming, they naturally had good taste. They could tell at a glance that this like green jade leaf was not ordinary. The whole leaf was natural and exuded a natural charm. There was no trace of carving on it, as if it had been born with this appearance. Upon closer inspection, every curve and vein of the leaf seemed to be in harmony with the laws of heaven and earth. Ma Xiong and the others could feel that even the slightest deviation would cause the jade leaf to lose its charm. This was clearly a superb carving technique that was even at the integration of heaven and man realm. In the early days, Hengfeng Group's main business was in the jewelry industry. The company had many sculptors all year round, many of whom were famous masters in the industry. However, even if these jade carving masters were to make their own moves, none of them would be able to carve the jade leaf to such a natural state. The value of the jade itself might only be a few 100,000. However, after such a process, its value had increased by at least tens or even hundreds of times. Most importantly, the jade leaf was similar to the top, grade 1. Headed abalone, and one might not be able to buy it even if one had money. After all, a sculpted master at this level couldn't just casually make a move. This kind of peak work couldn't be completely measured by money. Therefore, Ma Xiong and the other two immediately realized the value of the jade leaf. Tian Huixin was the first to react. She quickly said, "Ruofei, your gift is too expensive. We can't accept it." Ma Jiming also came back to his senses and immediately said, "Yes, yes, yes. Xia Sheng, how can you give such a treasure to a child?" When Huan Huan saw the jade leaf, her eyes were filled with love. This was a gift from brother Ruofei. Moreover, this jade leaf was extremely pure and had a natural charm to it. Although the child did not understand it, he subconsciously felt very close to it. When she heard that her parents had rejected Xia Ruofei's gift, Huan Huan pouted. However, she was very sensible and did not cry. She only held the box tightly with a strong sense of reluctance. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Ma, Aunt Huixin, this is my gift to Huan Huan. It's not for you. It's not nice for you to reject it on behalf of the child, right? Look at how much Huan Huan likes this gift." Ma Xiong cleared his throat and said, "Xia Sheng, our child is still young. Your jade leaf can be considered a peerless treasure. We really can't accept it." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Old Master Ma, this is a gift from me to Huan Huan. Jade has a price, but feelings are priceless. I'm very close to Huan Huan. Please don't reject it." This, Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin looked at each other. Xia Ruofei continued, "Old Master Ma, I treat you guys as my own people. Huan Huan is like my sister. It's just a small gift. You guys don't have to be so formal, right?" Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin were still hesitating. Ma Xiong was a formidable figure in the business world after all, and he had strong courage and decisiveness. Seeing that Xia Ruofei had already put it this way, he only muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "Jiming, Huixin, since Xia Sheng has said so, let's accept it." Ma Jiming could only nod and say, "Thank you, Xia Sheng." Ma Xiong looked at Xia Ruofei deeply and said, "Xia Sheng, I won't say anything more. You've done a great favor for the Ma family, and we're all family. We're one family, so there's no need to talk like two families." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "Huan Huan, why don't you thank brother Ruofei?" Tian Huixin quickly said. When Huan Huan saw that the adults had finally allowed her to accept the gift, she was elated. She immediately said sweetly to Xia Ruofei, "Thank you, brother Ruofei." Then, she leaned over and planted a kiss on Xia Ruofei's cheek with her sweet lips. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You're welcome, Huan Huan. Can Big Brother help you put this jade leaf on?" Huan Huan nodded heavily. This jade leaf had already been strung with a red string in advance. Xia Ruofei picked up the two ends of the string and warned the Ma family, "Make sure Huan Huan wears this jade leaf at all times. Don't take it off under any circumstances." Although Ma Xiong and the others felt that it was not safe for the child to wear such an expensive jade leaf, it was a gift from Xia Ruofei. Besides, the Ma family was a wealthy family and had bodyguards to escort them in and out of the house. Even if Huan Huan wore the jade leaf, it would not matter too much. Hence, when they saw Xia Ruofei's serious request, they immediately nodded in agreement. Only then did Xia Ruofei pick up the jade leaf with a smile. He wrapped it around Huan Huan's neck and carefully fastened the lock on the back logo. No one noticed that when the jade leaf came into contact with Huan's skin, an undetectable red light shot out from Huan's body and quickly entered the jade leaf. Huan was immersed in the joy of receiving a gift. She felt as if she had been bitten by an ant and did not care at all. Following that, she felt that she was even closer to the jade leaf, as if there was a connection of flesh and blood between them. The child didn't know so much. She felt that since this was a gift from Brother Ruofei, it was normal for her to like and be so close to this jade leaf. In fact, Xia Ruofei had just used his spiritual energy to wrap a wisp of genuine qi and gently stabbed Huan's body. Then, he brought out a little blood and threw it into the jade leaf. With Xia Ruofei's cultivation, no one present could notice him. In fact, the Ma family did not know that the most precious thing about this jade leaf was not the carving. Although Xia Ruofei's spiritual power and a cultivator's understanding of the way of heaven and earth far surpassed ordinary people's, and the jade leaf he carved was indeed amazing, the most precious part of the jade leaf was the runes that Xia Ruofei had carved with his spiritual power. With the high-grade jade as a carrier and the recognition of its master through Huan's blood just now, it was no exaggeration to say that this jade leaf was equivalent to Huan's other life. Whether it was an accident in life, such as an unpredictable car accident, a fall from a high place, some premeditated injuries, or even a gun attack, the protective rune contained in this jade leaf could save Huan's life. If those super-rich people knew about such a magical amulet, they would definitely fight to buy it even if they had to spend hundreds of millions. The richer a person was, the more they cherished their lives. They had worked hard for most of their lives to earn hundreds of millions of dollars. Once they died, everything would be for nothing. Of course, Ma Xiong and the rest could not see the magic of this jade leaf, and Xia Ruofei would not specifically tell them. He just felt that he hit it off with Huan, and he did not want to win the favor of the Ma family with such an expensive gift. After hanging the beautiful jade leaf on Huan's neck, Xia Ruofei gently touched Huan's nose and said, Huan, you can't take off the gift from Brother Ruofei, no matter what. You can't lose it either. Huan nodded seriously and said, Brother Ruofei, I'll be very careful. Xia Ruofei nodded with relief. Then, he looked at Ma Jiming and said with a smile, Mr. Ma, I prepared gifts for old Mr. Ma, Aunt Huixin, and little Huan. But I really can't think of what to give you, Xia Sheng, there's no need. You're already being too polite, Ma Jiming quickly said. Initially, Xia Ruofei was only half, jokingly explaining. However, after he took a look at Ma Jiming, a hint of undetectable surprise flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but take another look. Mr. Ma, I do have a gift for you, but not now, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After he finished speaking, Xia Ruofei looked at Tian Huixin with a strange expression, but he immediately looked away. There's really no need for that, Xia Sheng, Ma Jiming said. Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, you'll definitely like this gift. Mr. Ma, how about this? After the auction ends tomorrow, you can come to my room to find me. Ma Jiming still wanted to decline tactfully, but Ma Xiong's eyes slightly narrowed and he said in a deep voice, Jiming, there must be a reason for Xia Sheng's instructions. You must remember to visit him tomorrow. Ma Xiong was experienced. He noticed something strange from Xia Ruofei's expression and associated it with Xia Ruofei's magical medical skills. He immediately suspected that there was something wrong with his son's body that Xia Ruofei had already diagnosed. Hence, he did not dare to delay and quickly instructed Ma Jiming. In fact, Ma Xiong was right about half of the time, but not all of it. Although Ma Jiming's situation was a little tricky, it was not a fatal problem. If it was Xia Ruofei who had relied on the petals of the spirit heart flower to conquer the world in the past, he would naturally not be able to discover anything. However, ever since he had absorbed the massive amount of information from the human-shaped jade talisman, he would digest and absorb it whenever he had free time. The knowledge in the jade talisman had been imprinted into his mind, so the efficiency of his learning was naturally extremely high. Hence, Xia Ruofei's medical skills could be considered to have reached a higher level. He was not inferior to an ordinary Chinese medicine master. If it was supplemented with the assistance of mental power, his diagnosis could be said to be superb. He seemed to have glanced at Ma Jiming twice, but in fact, he was looking at the look in Chinese medicine's look, listen, ask, and feel. This word sounded simple, but in fact, it was broad and profound. A truly experienced Chinese medicine master could make a general judgment of the patient's condition by simply observing the patient's improvement, the condition of the tongue, and so on. When Xia Ruofei looked at Ma Jiming for the second time, he secretly used his spiritual power. Naturally, he was able to spot Ma Jiming. Of course, Ma Jiming's problem was not life-threatening, so Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry. He decided to help him solve it after the auction. Ma Jiming was known far and wide for his great filial son. He never dared to disobey his father's words, so he immediately said, "I know, Daddy." While everyone was chatting, Jiahua restaurant was also rushing their preparations, and the dishes were served very soon. Ma Xiong treated Xia Ruofei with the highest standard. Many of the ingredients were expensive Taoyuan vegetables, and many of them were high-quality ingredients that were flown in from abroad. The skills of Michelin star chefs were impeccable, so Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing were full of praise for the taste of the dinner dishes. This was the first time Xia Ruofei had tasted paradise vegetables cooked by a Michelin star chef. It felt different. He was probably the one who had eaten paradise vegetables the most, but he still had a deep impression of those dishes. The color, fragrance, and taste were all impeccable. It retained the appearance of the paradise vegetables that made people drool to the greatest extent, and the freshest and most tender taste of the vegetables was also vividly displayed. The same ingredients could be made differently by a brilliant chef. Ma Xiong, who was in a good mood after seeing an old friend, even opened a bottle of precious red wine. This bottle of wine was produced in Bordeaux, France. The brand was called Tumans. It was different from the Lafite red wine that the nouveau riche in China often used to show off. Tumans red wine was truly low-key luxury. A 700 milliliter bottle of red wine often sold for tens of thousands of dollars. Ma Xiong's bottle of wine was produced in 1987, the best year in the history of Tumans, and its price was even more shocking. Of course, there was a reason why it was expensive. You get what you pay for. This bottle of red wine had a unique taste. Even Xia Ruofei, who did not know much about red wine, could not help but praise it. The meal was naturally a joyous one. After the meal, Huan was still clinging to Xia Ruofei. Tian Huixin tried her best to persuade Xia Ruofei, and Xia Ruofei promised to take her to Disneyland and SeaWorld after he was done with work the next day. She then said goodbye to Xia Ruofei unhappily and left the hotel with her parents and grandfather to go home. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing returned to the presidential suite. Feng Jing had also drunk a few glasses of red wine during the banquet, so her face was flushed red, making her look even more beautiful. The moment the two entered the room, they felt an awkward and ambiguous atmosphere. Before Xia Ruofei could say anything, Feng Rao quickly said, "Chairman, I'm going back to my room. Good night." Then, she quickly ran back to her room as if she was escaping. Xia Ruofei felt a little relieved. He was not in the mood to enjoy the luxurious facilities in the presidential suite and the spa pool on the huge terrace. He went straight to the master bedroom. After Xia Ruofei returned to his room, he first went to the sauna room to steam for a while. Then, he soaked in the super-large jacuzzi for a long time. He felt refreshed from head to toe before he got up and put on his bathrobe. He thought of Ma Jiming's situation he had checked before the banquet, and his heart moved slightly. He immediately contacted Xia Qing in the space through his divine sense logo. Xia Qing. Xia Ruofei's spiritual will entered through the spirit map. Yes, master. Xia Qing immediately replied respectfully. Your subordinate is here, master. Do you know the recipe for the elemental gathering pill? Master, I do not have this formula. Xia Qing replied in shame. It doesn't matter. This prescription isn't complicated. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, note it down. 50 g of Angelica, 50 g of Angelica, 500 g of Angelica root. Xia Ruofei quickly told Xia Qing about the ingredients and the method of making the energy-gathering pill. Although this prescription had been lost in the current traditional Chinese medicine, it was not a complicated prescription. The preparation method was also quite simple. It could be made by normal decocting and refining honey into pills. Therefore, after Xia Qing heard this, she immediately said, Master, your subordinate will remember this. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, these commonly used herbs are all in the space. Immediately make 50 pills. I need them tomorrow. Yes, master. Xia Qing replied. After handing over the production of the gathering elemental pill to Xia Qing, Xia Ruofei went online in his room to read the news related to the auction for a while before going to bed. The next morning, Xia Ruofei got up on time and sat cross-legged on the balcony of his bedroom to cultivate. Midnight and 7 a.m. were the time of the day when the spiritual qi was the most active. On Earth, where spiritual qi was scarce, it could barely meet the requirements for cultivation. Hence, as long as there were no special circumstances, Xia Ruofei would persist in cultivating every day. Now, Xia Ruofei could clearly feel the bottleneck of qi. Disciple level 4, so naturally, he would cultivate non-stop every day, hoping to break through to qi disciple level 5 as soon as possible. He still remembered that he had a potential enemy who was suspected to be a mystic. Although the possibility of him being exposed was very low, he had never let his guard down. Since there were mystic class warriors, there might be higher level warriors or even cultivators. Xia Ruofei guessed that these people were just focused on cultivation and rarely came out. However, it was very likely that they would cross paths with this mysterious group in the future. In the world of cultivators, strength was king. Now that Xia Ruofei had the ability, he would try his best to improve his strength. Only then would he be able to keep the initiative in his hands. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth trembled and gathered in Xia Ruofei's direction. Unknowingly, his cultivation had also started to slowly increase. Although this was a rather slow process, as long as he improved every day, it was only a matter of time before he broke through. The balcony of the master bedroom faced Victoria Bay. As time passed, a red sun rose above the sea, and the sparkling sea was suddenly dyed with a layer of golden light. Xia Ruofei was completely oblivious to the beautiful scenery and was still cultivating with all his heart. He only stopped cultivating when he felt the spiritual qi of heaven and earth become turbid and impure. When he was cultivating, Xia Ruofei noticed that the door on the other side of the presidential suite was open. Feng Rao had already left the suite. However, Xia Ruofei was cultivating and did not pay much attention to it. Now that he was done with his cultivation, Xia Ruofei went to take a shower and walked out of the master bedroom. At this moment, Feng Jing pushed the door open and entered. After Ying Luo confirmed that Feng Jing had moved in with her, Xia Ruofei had asked the butler of the presidential suite to bring a new room card for Feng Jing. Feng Jing was wearing a tight sports tank top and a pair of tight, fitting pants, which revealed her snow-white waist. Her body was covered in a layer of sweat, and her hair was wet. Her face was also slightly flushed, and it was obvious that she had just come back from exercise. "Good morning." Xia Ruofei took the initiative to greet him. Feng Jing didn't expect Xia Ruofei to wake up so early. She was usually dressed as a professional beauty in front of Xia Ruofei. This was the first time she was dressed so skimpily, and she couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Good morning, Chairman," Feng Jing said with a red face. Xia Ruofei's gaze swept past Feng Rao's hot body and asked with a smile, "Did you exercise?" "Yup. I went to the hotel's gym to work out for a while," Feng Ke said. "Then hurry up and take a shower. Otherwise, you'll catch a cold." Xia Ruofei said, "Oh right, I'm about to order breakfast. What do you want to eat?" Feng Rao's heart warmed. She smiled at Xia Ruofei and said, "Anything is fine. I'm not a picky eater. Chairman, you can decide." "All right," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Feng Rao greeted Xia Ruofei and hurriedly returned to her room. Ying's cool outfit made Xia Ruofei feel a little uncomfortable. Xia Ruofei ordered 2 sets of breakfast through the hotel's internal phone. After a while, the doorbell rang, and 2 waiters pushed the dining cart to deliver breakfast. Although Xia Ruofei only ordered 2 portions, the breakfast was very sumptuous and exquisite. It was probably enough for 4 people with ordinary appetites. After the waiter served breakfast on the table, he bowed and left. Soon, Feng Rao came out of the room. She had clearly just finished her bath as her hair was still wet. She had changed into a formal suit and her face was still slightly flushed, making her look even more beautiful. Xia Ruofei smiled and called Feng Jing over to eat. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast, Feng Jing said, "Chairman, I'll go down first. The auction starts at 9:30 in the morning. I'll go to the venue to see if there are any problems." Logo. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. "President Feng, I'll have to trouble you. I'll be an audience member for today's auction. I'll be counting on you." "Yeah." Feng Rao nodded. "It's all prepared, so there shouldn't be any problems." After speaking, Feng Jing stood up and left the presidential suite. At around 8:30, Ma Jiming arrived at the presidential suite and invited Xia Ruofei to the venue below. Today, Huan still had summer school, so Tian Huixin brought her to class. Ma Xiong and Ma Jiming, the father and son, would also be attending the auction. Xia Ruofei and Ma Jiming took the special elevator to the grand banquet hall on the third floor of the hotel. Xia Ruofei realized that the entire banquet hall had been redecorated. The Hengfeng Auction House and Paradise Corporation's logos could be seen everywhere. Other than the promotional posters around the venue, there were also number plates prepared for everyone. The logos of Paradise Corporation and Hengfeng Auction House were printed on the sticky notes, paper cups, and other small items used in the venue. There was a huge spray painted poster at the back of the stage. The content was the same as banners on the auction house's front page. The visual center was also a picture of the best one. Headed abalone. Of course, the company's logo was also printed in the striking spots on the poster. On both sides of the stage, there were huge projection curtains, on which a carefully edited promotional film was being played simultaneously. This promotional film was also widely circulated on the internet recently. There were two check-in areas at the entrance of the venue. One was for the media, and the other was for the guests. Xia Ruofei noticed that some reporters had already arrived at the venue. After they had signed in, they would receive a gift bag and a lottery ticket. After the guests signed in, they would also receive a lottery ticket. Xia Ruofei specially went to the media's reception area to take a look. The gifts in the paper bag were quite thoughtful. There was a sun umbrella, a pair of sunglasses, a box of Tiguanyin tea leaves, a pen, and a small backpack. All of these small gifts had the logo of Paradise Corporation printed on them. Many reporters could put the gifts directly into their small backpacks after receiving them. As these reporters walked around the venue, the logo of Paradise Corporation was printed on the backpacks they were carrying, so they were quite eye-catching. Xia Ruofei knew that this was most likely Feng Rao's idea, so he could not help but smile. The auction had not started yet, but these small details were enough to make Xia Ruofei feel more at ease. Feng Rao and the Hengfeng auction house team had indeed put in a lot of effort. Feng Jing was patrolling the venue. When she saw Xia Ruofei and Ma Jiming, she immediately walked over. "Chairman, you're here." Feng Jing looked at the large thermal box in Xia Ruofei's hands, and said, "Leave it to me." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "How can you let a lady do such physical labor? Just tell me where I should put it." "Follow me then, Chairman," Feng Jing said with a smile. Feng Jing led Xia Ruofei to the center stage. Xia Ruofei then noticed that there were two vertical freezers on the stage. They were similar to the freezers in shops. The door was made of transparent glass, but the inside had been modified. Feng Rao asked Xia Ruofei to place the 21 abalones that were either one-headed or above the one-headed abalone standard in the freezer according to their weight, from top to bottom. The few abalones that were slightly lighter were placed in another freezer. Then, Feng Rao pressed a switch on the side of the refrigerator. The spotlights that had been installed in the refrigerator in advance immediately lit up, and the light just so happened to shine on every single abalone. The quality of the abalones instantly increased by a lot. The four big men in black suits were responsible for guarding the two freezers. The waists of the four men were bulging, obviously carrying weapons. It could be seen that Hengfeng also attached great importance to the safety of the auction items. After all the abalones were placed, Ma Jiming led Xia Ruofei to the VIP area, while Feng Jing continued to direct the crowd. There were still 40 to 50 minutes before the auction started, and Ma Xiong arrived at the auction hall. Everyone naturally exchanged pleasantries again. The seats in the VIP area had their respective names pasted on them. Initially, Ma Xiong wanted Xia Ruofei to sit in the middle, next to him. However, Xia Ruofei wanted to keep a low profile this time, so he declined politely. Hence, his seat was arranged to be next to Ma Jiming, in the middle of the third row. This way, Xia Ruofei's identity would be highlighted, but at the same time, it would not be too eye-catching. Otherwise, a young man in his 20s who was on the same level as a billionaire like Ma Xiong would definitely cause all kinds of speculations. The media and reporters would not let go of such news. It would be unrealistic for Xia Ruofei to keep a low profile. As the time for the auction drew closer, reporters from all over the world began to enter the venue. Xia Ruofei noticed that there were quite a lot of reporters here today. A few famous newspapers, magazines, websites, and TV stations in Hong Kong had all sent their reporters to the auction. Since Ma Xiong had come to Hong Kong to greet them personally, there were very few media outlets that didn't buy it. Furthermore, the auction itself was full of gimmicks other than the local media. In Hong Kong, Xia Ruofei also found reporters from Singapore, Malaysia, and other countries that were mainly Chinese. Most of the people in these countries were Chinese, and some of them even spoke Chinese as their official languages. Everyone's living habits were similar to that of Chinese people, so the news of the auction of the top, quality one head abalone also received a lot of attention in these countries. In addition, there were many media from the mainland. Several media outlets from the Southeast Province, especially from Sanshan City, and several media outlets from the coastal provinces had also come to interview him. Xia Ruofei even saw a reporter from the national television station. Of course, he was a reporter from the national television station in Hong Kong. He did not come from the capital. More than half of his work was to run around various venues. It was naturally impossible for him to appear on a comprehensive channel or news channel for an auction like today. But even so, Xia Ruofei was very surprised. If the news of the auction could be broadcast on the national television, even if it was on the agriculture channel, the audience would be completely incomparable to the provincial and municipal media. The guests also arrived at the venue one after another. Ma Xiong started to get busy as well. He kept greeting the guests and introduced some of them to Xia Ruofei. Of course, most of the guests were not qualified to talk to Ma Xiong directly. Some of them would chat with Ma Jiming. After all, there were only a few rich people in Hong Kong who could be compared with Ma Xiong. Other than greeting the guests, Ma Jiming would also introduce Xia Ruofei to the people who were present. Xia Ruofei could not help but be surprised at the second son of Superman Li, the daughter of Gambling King He, the nephew of King Jing. In a short while, Xia Ruofei heard many rich names that he had only seen on TV and newspapers before. Although not all of the top tycoons were attending, most of them sent their nephews and nephews. A few business leaders even flew to Hong Kong from overseas to attend. Within a short period of time, Xia Ruofei had a very direct understanding of Ma Xiong's influence in Hong Kong. At the same time, he was more and more confident about the auction today. Soon, it was 9:30, and the venue was almost full. Melodious music started playing. Feng Rao was a very attractive beauty, and everyone who came here was very interested in the top quality one, headed abalone, so everyone applauded her. The rich people sitting in the VIP area also smiled and clapped gently. With a charming smile on her face, Feng Rao continued, before the auction officially begins, we've also arranged a small segment. I believe everyone will like it. After speaking, Feng Jing turned to the side and gestured. Too tall. Beauties and Chong Sam each carried a transparent lucky draw box on the stage and showed it to the audience to confirm that the box was empty. Feng Jing continued, all our distinguished guests and media friends have received a ticket before entering the venue. Now, please tear off the secondary ticket. Our lady will come and collect it. The reason why they used a transparent lottery box and did not collect the lottery ticket when they signed in was to show that there was no hidden operation during the whole process. After Feng Rao finished speaking, the two female receptionists walked off the stage. One went to the media area, and the other to the guest area. They began to collect secondary vouchers. Everyone didn't know the purpose of the Paradise Corporation holding a lucky draw before the auction, but no matter what, they wouldn't lose anything. They might even bring a surprise, so they were very cooperative. There were about 30 people in the VIP area in the first few rows. They did not get any tickets, so the hostess did not go to the VIP area to collect them. Very quickly, the two waitresses collected all the secondary vouchers and placed them on the table in the middle of the stage. Feng Rao smiled and said, in order to let all the guests and media friends have a more intuitive understanding of the top-grade abalones provided by our Paradise Corporation, we will draw 30 lucky people for the next segment. Together with the 30 guests in the VIP area, they will personally taste our Paradise brand's top-grade dry abalones. Next, let's invite the chairman of Hengfeng Group, Mr. Ma Xiong, to the stage to pick the lucky guest. The audience couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when they heard that the prize was only tasting the abalone. Generally speaking, before the start of an auction, there would be a public display time. Under the condition of ensuring safety, those interested in competing and media reporters would be allowed to come into close contact with the auction item. They didn't expect that this unknown Paradise Corporation would actually use such a normal segment as a reward. Could it be that those who didn't get it didn't even have the chance to see the abalones up close? You don't even let people see it, and you want people to spend money to bid for it? How could there be such a good thing? They couldn't help but curl their lips when they saw Feng Rao asking the highly respected Ma Xiong to draw the lucky guests. Some of the rich people and some of the media in Hong Kong looked down on the mainland. Many people were waiting to see the small domestic company that had recently attracted a lot of attention. Ma Xiong was the main reason why so many people and media outlets were present at the auction this time. It was obvious that Feng Rao had informed Ma Xiong about this beforehand, so Ma Xiong immediately stood up with a smile and bowed slightly to the VIP area. Then, he walked up to the stage. Chairman Ma, please draw 15 vouchers from each of the 2 lottery boxes. Feng Rao said with a smile. All right. Ma Xiong said with a bright smile. Then, he walked directly to one of the waitresses. The lucky draw box in the hostess' hand was filled with the guests' lottery tickets. Ma Xiong reached his hand into the lottery box, stirred it, and drew the first ticket. He gave it to Feng Jing after a quick glance. Feng Rao showed the ticket to the camera, and the camera immediately captured the number on the ticket. Everyone could see it clearly on the big screen. Congratulations to the guest with lottery ticket number 0213. You're the first lucky person, Feng Jing said with a smile. The people in the audience also clapped in cooperation, but the applause wasn't very enthusiastic. It was obvious that many people didn't care about the opportunity to taste the top-quality abalone. However, Feng Rao didn't mind and continued to host the event with a confident smile. Soon, Ma Xiong had drawn 30 vouchers, 15 for the guests and 15 for the media. The big screen on the side of the stage was connected to the computer, and all 30 numbers were displayed on the screen so everyone could see them at a glance. "Thank you, Chairman Ma. Please go back to your seat and rest," Feng Rao said with a smile. Ma Xiong smiled and nodded. He walked down the stage and returned to his seat. The 2 female assistants also walked down from the sides of the stage. Feng Rao waved to the people behind her. Melodious music started playing, and a few people in white chef's uniforms pushed a moving stove onto the stage. There were 2 stainless steel steaming pots on the moving stove, and a chef wearing a tall chef's hat was looking after the 2 steaming pots. This chef was the head chef of Jiahua restaurant that Ma Xiong had invited Xia Ruofei to dinner last night. He was a Michelin star chef, Lu Fuang, and his specialty was cooking seafood. While everyone was still confused, Xia Ruofei moved and immediately looked at the vertical freezer at a striking position on the stage. Logo. Just as he had guessed, 2 abalones were missing from one of the freezers, and the abalones in this one were all 10 to 20 grams short of the standard of a one-headed abalone. Although Xia Ruofei did not listen to any reports regarding the arrangements of the auction, he had worked with Feng Jing for a long time and had a good understanding of each other. Hence, he could guess Feng Jing's intentions almost immediately. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but praise Feng Jing's idea and looked at her with admiration. Feng Jing happened to look at Xia Ruofei at this moment. Their eyes met and they smiled at each other. When the guests and reporters below the stage saw the moving stove being pushed up, they couldn't help but discuss it. At this time, Feng Rao smiled and said, "In order to let everyone have a direct understanding of the top-grade abalones for today's auction, our Paradise Corporation has specially prepared 2 top-grade abalones. We have invited the Michelin star chef, Mr. Lu Fuang, to personally cook them. In a while, everyone seated in the VIP area, as well as the 30 lucky guests, will personally taste the top-grade abalones personally prepared by Chef Lu." With a boom, it was as if the audience had exploded. Everyone suddenly revealed an expression of surprise and then began to discuss. Even the wealthy people in the VIP area had a strange expression on their faces, feeling that it was a little unbelievable. Each of the guests and media reporters received an introduction booklet. They knew very well that although some of the abalones put up for auction today had not yet reached the standard of a one-headed abalone, they were actually very close to it. They were definitely much bigger than the typical 2-headed abalone. Even if the top quality abalones, which were only 10 to 20 grams short of the standard of a one-headed abalone, were taken out for everyone to taste, they would still be worth a lot. As the saying goes, it's hard to buy 2-headed abalones with 1,000 pieces of gold, not to mention that these were basically one-headed abalones. This Paradise Corporation is really going all out. I didn't expect this mainland company to be so bold. Did any of you win the prize just now? My number is only missing 1 character, everyone was talking animatedly, and the 30 people who had won the lottery were all overjoyed. They had been nonchalant just now, but now they were both surprised and happy. This was especially true for the media reporters. Their entire fortune might not even be enough to buy such an abalone at today's auction, but because they won the lottery, they actually had the opportunity to taste the legendary one-headed abalone. Moreover, with such a gimmick, it would be easy to write a draft when he went back. Those 15 lucky reporters could definitely write a very convincing article. After all, they had personally tasted this precious auction item. Some of the reporters couldn't help but stand up and ask, "Miss Feng, are you sure the abalones cooked in the steamer are the same as the ones being auctioned later?" "Of course," Feng Rao replied without hesitation. "Every single one of our items for today's auction has a serial number and a record of their weight. We've even taken a photo for safekeeping. The 2 abalones that have already been cooked are still packaged. When they're ready to be cooked, you can send a representative to verify them with the photo in the brochure." Feng Jing paused for a moment before she continued, "Of course, the 2 abalones we're using are the lightest of all the items for today's auction. However, they're still more than 500 grams each, far exceeding the standard of a 2-headed abalone." After Feng Jing finished speaking, the reporter immediately asked, "Then, are the abalones that are slightly below the standard and the abalones that exceed the standard of a 1-head abalone of the same quality?" "All the abalones are raised in the same batch and are from the same place." Feng Rao smiled and said, "But there are also tall and short brothers and sisters. We can't guarantee that every abalone is the same, right? However, I can tell everyone responsibly that their quality is definitely the same, and there won't be any major fluctuations." "Miss Feng, may I know?" Another reporter stood up. "I'm sorry, we'll arrange a Q&A session for the media after the auction." Feng Rao smiled and said, "I can't answer everyone's questions now. I believe that after everyone has tasted it personally, they will definitely have an intuitive understanding of our Paradise Corporation's abalone. This is much better than what I said." Feng Jing's words drew friendly laughter from the audience. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Feng Jing knew that if she didn't stop these reporters from asking questions, they would continue to ask questions and the entire venue would be in chaos. After all, Feng Jing had seen a lot of things. Xia Ruofei was not worried about her ability to control the situation. Soon, Lu Fuwang nodded at Feng Yi, indicating that the abalones were ready. Hence, Feng Jing followed her promise and randomly picked a few guests and reporters to come on stage to check the abalones. In fact, when everyone saw the huge size of the abalone that Lu Fuwang took out, they already believed in Qianqian. Besides, it was impossible for the Paradise Corporation to cheat in such a situation. Wouldn't that be ruining their own reputation? However, the representatives still looked at the abalones carefully and noted down the serial number on the packaging. They checked the photos through the brochure and finally confirmed that these were indeed the 2 abalones in today's auction. Many of the people below the stage could no longer sit still. They all excitedly stretched their necks. The 30 lucky ones were even more excited. They sat in their seats with anticipation and looked at the top-grade abalones on the stage. Lu Fuwang started to process the steamed abalone. He was going to make abalone with chicken sauce. Lu Fuwang was very familiar with the process. He had prepared all the seasonings beforehand and had a few assistants to help him. Soon, the 2 abalones were ready. The fragrance of the top-grade abalone began to spread throughout the venue. Everyone couldn't help but inhale, their hearts filled with anticipation. Lu Fuwang picked up the knife and started to cut the abalone. The assistants kept passing him small plates. Lu Fuwang moved the knife quickly. Soon, the huge abalone was cut into thin slices and placed on the plate. Then, he poured a spoonful of soup on it. Plates were already placed on the table beside them. Every time a set was prepared, the assistants would take it and place it on the plate neatly. Lu Fuang was very fast. In a short while, he had divided the abalone into 60 equal portions. There were at least 7 to 8 pieces of abalones on each plate, which showed how big the 2 abalones were. After all the abalones were cut up, the ceremonial ladies began to line up, each holding a plate, and walked down the stage to the VIP area to begin distributing. There were also 6 ceremonial ladies standing on both sides of the stage, also holding plates in their hands. Feng Rao picked up the microphone and said with a smile, "Now, let's invite the guests and media friends who won the prizes earlier to come up and collect the abalones with their tickets." The winners who couldn't wait any longer immediately stood up from their seats and walked up with their tickets under everyone's envious eyes. On one side was the reception area for media reporters, and on the other side was the reception area for guests. There were staff members on both sides who were in charge of verifying the vouchers and distributing the small plates with the top quality abalones. In a short while, all 60 abalones were distributed. Without Feng Jing's words, the rich and ordinary guests in the VIP area, as well as the 15 reporters who had won the lottery, all eagerly picked up their chopsticks and began to taste the precious abalones. As soon as he chewed, the chewy texture and fresh fragrance bloomed in his mouth. It was as if every taste bud cell was cheering for joy. "It's too delicious." An ordinary guest couldn't help but exclaim, "This is what a real abalone is. The taste is so special. I can't believe I got to taste the top, grade 1, headed abalone. My life is really worth it." The guests and reporters who had tasted the abalone couldn't help but praise it. One of the guests even said loudly, "I just wanted to join in the fun, but I didn't expect this abalone to be beyond my imagination. I must bid for one today and let my wife and children have a good taste." For a time, the sound of praise rang out from every corner of the venue. Logo. The 30 people who won the lottery were scattered in all corners of the venue. The delicious smell of the abalone also spread in the venue. Those who didn't win the lottery looked enviously at the other winners who were tasting the top, quality abalones. Even the rich people in the VIP area nodded their heads after tasting the abalone and whispered to the people next to them. From their expressions, it was clear that these billionaires were also very tempted by the top-grade abalones provided by the Paradise Corporation. Not to mention that almost all of the abalones had reached the standard of top, quality 1-headed abalones. The quality of the abalones itself surprised the rich people. It was completely beyond their imagination. The meat of the abalone was very tender, chewy. It was quite fresh and delicious. Under the cooking of a Michelin star chef, not only did it not have the slightest fishy smell, but it also had a special fragrance, which left a deep impression on everyone who had tasted it today. In fact, it was not that Chef Lu's cooking skills were superb, but that the abalones grew in the spirit map space and absorbed the rich spirit qi in the space all day long. The seawater in the space was countless times purer than the ocean environment outside, so the meat was very pure. Even if an ordinary chef cooked it, there would not be too much of a fishy smell. Of course, regardless of whether everyone thought that Chef Lu's skills were good or that the abalones from Paradise Corporation were of superb quality, Feng Jing's warm-up event was a hit. The atmosphere of the entire venue became lively all of a sudden. The guests who were already interested in competing were all eager to try. Many rich people in the VIP area also showed an interested expression. There weren't many abalones on each plate. Seeing that everyone was almost done eating, Feng Rao smiled and said, I believe that everyone has a very direct understanding of the top-grade abalone that our Paradise Corporation is auctioning today. Let's cut the chit-chat and go straight to the auction. Feng Rao made an inviting gesture and said with a smile, I'll hand the stage over to the Hengfeng Auction House's chief auctioneer, Mr. Lu Zhongguang. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. The audience immediately burst into a round of warm applause. Lu Zhongguang was quite well known in Hong Kong, especially in the auction industry. He was the chief auctioneer of Hengfeng Auction House and one of the executive directors of Hengfeng Auction House. Usually, he would only host very important auctions. This detail also reflected the importance of the Hengfeng Group to this auction. Lu Zhongguang was dressed in a black suit with a festive red tie. He had hair oil on his head, and his hair was combed back meticulously. He was also wearing shiny black leather shoes. He walked with light steps, almost as if he was jogging to the center of the stage. Lu Zhongguang first bowed slightly to Feng Jing, then picked up the microphone and said, Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hengfeng Group and Paradise Corporation's joint abalone auction. I'm today's auctioneer, Lu Zhongguang. As the saying goes, it's hard to buy a two-headed abalone with money. As we all know, it's very difficult to raise an abalone to the standard of a two-headed abalone, and the risk is very high. So, big abalones of this standard have always been very rare. It can be said that it's hard to find even with money. Some people even regard two-headed abalones as family treasures. Lu Zhongguang said in his very unique and magnetic voice, two-headed abalone is so rare, let alone one-headed abalone. Most of the top-quality abalones we are auctioning today are over the standard of a one-head abalone. It is unprecedented to auction so many one-head abalones at once in the history of Hong Kong. At this point, Lu Zhongguang's voice began to increase in volume, and his voice was full of appeal. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Friends who love this, please don't miss this rare opportunity. Perhaps your hesitation today will cause you to regret it in the future. Lu Zhongguang picked up the auction mallet and knocked on it. He smiled and said, now that everyone has a deep and direct understanding of the top-grade abalones we're auctioning today, let's get to the main topic. The first batch of abalones to be auctioned is 3 in total. Lu Zhongguang held a cue card in his hand and said, these 3 abalones are the same as the 2 abalones we shared just now. They are all a dozen grams away from reaching the standard of a one-headed abalone. If we measure them by the standard of a two-headed abalone, they are far beyond the standard. The 3 abalones weigh 599 grams, 592 grams, and 589 grams respectively. Lu Zhongguang said after looking at the prompt card. When the guests and reporters below the stage heard this number, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Some people also made a sound of pity. The standard for one-headed abalone and two-headed abalone was measured by several abalones that weighed 1 cimagine. If an abalone weighed more than 1 cimagine, it was undoubtedly a one-headed abalone. Two-headed abalone was 2 abalones that weighed more than 1 cimagine. In other words, an abalone that weighed more than half cimagine and less than 1 cimagine was a two-headed abalone. The unit of measurement for cimagine is much heavier than our usual gene. 1 jean is 500 grams, and 1 Sima jean is about 604.79 grams. Logo. In other words, the standard for a two-headed abalone was that the weight of a single abalone reached or exceeded 302.4 grams. The weight of the three abalones was very close to 600 grams. The heaviest one was only 5 grams away from 1 Sima jean, which was no different from an abalone. The other two were also very close. However, because of the difference of a few grams to a dozen grams, strictly speaking, it could only be regarded as a super-large two-headed abalone, which was much less valuable. Lu Zhongguang smiled and announced, the 3 abalones will be auctioned in one batch. The top 3 bidders will get the item. The highest bidder will get the heaviest one, and so on. Of course, if you really like these 3 abalones, you can also bid multiple times. If your bids are all in the top 3, then congratulations, you will be able to win all 3 abalones. I believe everyone is clear about the rules of the first auction. Let's start the auction. Lu Zhongguang said, the first batch of 3 abalones has a starting price of 800,000 Hong Kong dollars. Each increment must not be less than 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. Please make your bids. The gentleman in number 214 has bid 820,000 Hong Kong dollars. The gentleman in number 186 has bid 830,000 Hong Kong dollars. Ms. Chen, from the VIP area has made 2 bids, 880,000 and 900,000 respectively. It seemed that Ms. Chen was also very interested in this batch of top-grade abalones. Are there any higher bids? The lady in number 39 has bid 910,000 Hong Kong dollars. Your vision is too good. Guests, this is a rare opportunity, so don't hesitate. As soon as the auction began, everyone was very enthusiastic about bidding. Lu Zhongguang's gentle temperament had also changed. His tone was full of passion and his voice was very high, even a little hoarse. He was an experienced auctioneer and knew how to mobilize everyone's emotions and stimulate everyone's desire to bid. Of course, he didn't actually need to deliberately stir up the mood. The guests were still quite enthusiastic in bidding. Because most people were not rich, there were many middle-class or slightly rich families, as well as some seafood restaurant owners and seafood store owners who heard the news. These people had limited financial resources. They knew very well that the 3 abalones were auctioned based on the market price of 2-headed abalones. In fact, their quality and weight were very close to that of 1-headed abalones. So the price-performance ratio was very high. In addition, more than a dozen super-rich people had come today. The poorest of the 30 people in the VIP area had a net worth of more than 1 or 2 billion. Once the rich people in the VIP area bid for the 1-head abalone, it was basically impossible for the people from the ordinary areas to compete with them. And as the auction progressed, the price would definitely get higher and higher. As the number of 1-headed abalones decreased, their weight also increased, so the price would inevitably rise. Hence, many of the guests in the normal server wanted to grab the opportunity before them. However, when most people had such thoughts, the price was destined to not be too low. Very soon, the highest price had broken through 1 million HKD, and the third highest price had reached 960,000. Everyone's enthusiasm was still very high because even 1 million Hong Kong dollars was still quite cost-effective. Without Lu Zhongguang's encouragement, the top 3 prices broke through 1 million Hong Kong dollars very quickly. The highest price even reached 1.2 million Hong Kong dollars. Only then did the frequency of bidding gradually slow down. Lu Zhongguang could finally catch his breath. He had been talking at a very high frequency just now. Sometimes, the bidding was so fast that he didn't even have time to bid. Soon, new bids would appear, which was a bit too much for an experienced auctioneer like him to take in. Lu Zhongguang was also secretly amazed. This is crazy. Of course, Lu Zhongguang knew very well that this madness was only an appetizer. The real feast was the one-headed abalone auction later, especially the 3 heaviest one-headed abalones, which would probably be auctioned for a sky-high price. In the end, the 3 extra, large 2-headed abalones were sold for 1.89 million, 1.87 million, and 1.86 million Hong Kong dollars, respectively. The 3 abalones were filmed by the owner of a good advertising company and the owner of 2 seafood restaurants. The 3 people who won the bid were still very happy to buy an abalone at such a high price. The people around them were also very envious. Some people even secretly regretted that they didn't clench their teeth and bid again. Ms. Chen in the VIP area gave up on bidding for 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars. In fact, she did not want to participate in the auction because the real target of the rich people in the VIP area was the one-headed abalone at the back. Lu Zhongguang's back was already drenched in sweat. His shirt was sticky to the touch, but he was in high spirits. Congratulations to the 3 of you. Lu Zhongguang said, I also want to thank everyone for bringing a good start to the auction. Let's start the auction for the one-headed abalone. Lu Zhongguang looked at the prompt card in his hand and said, there are a total of 21 top-quality one-headed abalones in this auction, and their weights range from 610 to 650 grams. Let's start with the first one. Its weight was 611.5 grams. The starting price was 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars. Every bid must be at least 30,000 Hong Kong dollars. Please place your bids. Although this one-headed abalone was only a dozen grams heavier than the 2-headed abalone that had just been auctioned, the starting price was almost double. Logo. No one thought that there was anything wrong with this. The weight of a dozen grams was actually a dividing line. 2-headed abalone and 1-headed abalone were completely different in meaning and their preciousness could not be compared. 1.55 million Hong Kong dollars. 1.58 million Hong Kong dollars. 1.61 million. As soon as Lu Zhongguang's voice fell, people started to bid. The auction of the super, large 2-headed abalone had stirred up everyone's mood. There were many owners of seafood stores in the normal area. They had been waiting and watching. But now they were full of hope that they could bid for a one-headed abalone as the treasure of their store. There were also many old customers from well-to-do families who drooled at the sight of the one-headed abalone on the stage and placed their bids one after another. The abalones that were to be auctioned later on would be more and more valuable, and the prices would definitely be more and more expensive. Therefore, many people wanted to take advantage of the opportunity now to fight for it. After all, the rich people in the VIP area had not participated in the large-scale competition yet. When the 630-gram and even 650-gram abalones started to be auctioned, it was obvious that it would be a wealth game for the rich people in the VIP area. It had nothing to do with them. As such, everyone's enthusiasm for the one-headed abalone did not diminish at all. In fact, it was even more intense than the bidding for the super-large two-headed abalone. In a short while, everyone's bid had exceeded 2 million Hong Kong dollars, and the price was still rising rapidly. 2.3 million Hong Kong dollars. 2.33 million. 2.4 million Hong Kong dollars. In the end, the one-headed abalone was sold at a high price of 2.83 million Hong Kong dollars. The successful bidder was still the owner of a seafood company in the Normal district. When the hammer finally fell, the owner heaved a long sigh of relief. The momentum of the price increase was somewhat unexpected to him. Fortunately, he had been gritting his teeth and bidding, and he did not hesitate to increase the price, showing his determination to win. Of course, the key was that the rich in the VIP area had not bid much. Even if there were bids, they did not fight to the death. They often shrugged and gave up after 1 or 2 rounds. That was why he managed to get a one-headed abalone without any danger. This time, he had the shop's treasure. The boss said happily in his heart as he cupped his hands to express his gratitude to the people who congratulated him. The auction had just begun, but the Paradise Corporation had already earned 8.45 million Hong Kong dollars. There were still 17 top, grade 1-headed abalones waiting to be auctioned off. It was easy to imagine that the subsequent prices would definitely not be lower than the bid price of the first one-headed abalone. This mainland company was going to earn tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars in this auction. Many people did some mental calculations and couldn't help but exclaim. Many people turned to look at Feng Jing with envious eyes, and many media reporters also aimed their cameras at this beautiful CEO. The auction had only just started, but it was already a success. Feng Jing would definitely be the focus of all the media in Hong Kong the next day. However, no one knew that the boss of the Paradise Corporation, who had really made a lot of money, was sitting in the audience happily. Xia Ruofei was also counting how much money he could make this time. The auction was still going on. There was almost no rest in the middle. The hostess brought out the second one-headed abalone and showed it around the stage before placing it on the display stand in the center of the stage. Next, we'll start the auction for the second one-headed abalone. This abalone weighs 615.4 grams. The starting price is still 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars, and each bid must be at least 30,000 Hong Kong dollars higher. Lu Zhongguang said with a smile. His voice was already a little hoarse. Everyone, please make your bids, logo. Ma Jiming, who was sitting beside Xia Ruofei, could not help but turn his head and look at him with envy. Ma Jiming wasn't that envious of Paradise Corporation's profits this time. Tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of funds were nothing in the eyes of a wealthy family like him. He was only envious of Xia Ruofei's company, which had only been established for a little more than a year. Moreover, the team was so young. But they could achieve such dazzling results. Ma Jiming had also inherited Ma Xiong's business acumen. He had slowly begun to take control of his family's business empire. A few years ago, Ma Jiming had used the funds given to him by Ma Xiong to start a company, and the profits had been very good. However, no matter what kind of achievements he made, it was inevitable that he would be labeled as Ma Xiong. Others were more envious of his good life, outstanding reincarnation skills, and a good father, but they often ignored the efforts he had put in. This situation was similar to that of young Master Wang in the mainland. Hence, Ma Jiming was especially envious of Young people like Xia Ruofei, who started from scratch and built their own business kingdom from scratch. Xia Ruofei sat below the stage and looked at Feng Jing, who was standing by the side of the stage. She had a faint smile on her face and exuded a strong sense of confidence. Feng Rao seemed to have felt something and looked at Xia Ruofei. The two of them smiled at the same time. At this time, the auction for the second top, quality 1, headed abalone had already begun. This abalone weighed about 613 grams, and the bidding was also quite enthusiastic. In the end, the abalone was sold at a price of 2.92 million Hong Kong dollars. It was also won by a bidder from the Normal District, who was a glutton from a well-off family. The auction went on quite smoothly. Starting from the third one, headed abalone, the final price had already exceeded 3 million Hong Kong dollars. In the audience, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. He had a small agreement with Tang He. That was, if the transaction price exceeded 3 million Huaxia dollars, the sales of the abalones produced by Paradise Corporation in North America would be entrusted to Xingbang Corporation. It seemed that he had lost the bet. 3 million Hong Kong dollars and 3 million Chinese dollars were basically the same value. There were still 15 abalones waiting to be auctioned, and their weight was gradually increasing. It would be too easy for them to exceed 3 million Chinese dollars. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not be dejected even if he lost the bet. With the strength of Xingbang Group, and the cooperation area was the headquarters of Xingbang Group, the Paradise Company would not suffer a loss no matter what. Xia Ruofei's principle was that, with the exception of Paradise Farm, the company's shares must not be further diluted. Furthermore, he had no plans to go public in the future. He wanted to have 100% control over the company. Xia Ruofei would not mind working with other companies during the company's development. The auction was live, streamed on the internet. Xia Ruofei didn't know if Tang He was watching it on the computer. If he was, the old man should be very proud now. Xia Ruofei thought to himself. The abalones were being auctioned off one after another. Everyone's bidding enthusiasm was always high, and the final price kept rising until it was around 3.9 million Hong Kong dollars. The first 18 top, quality 1, headed abalones were sold out very quickly. In the end, the average price of each abalone was about 3.6 million Hong Kong dollars. In addition to the 3 extra large 2-headed abalones that were used to warm up the auction, the total transaction price was about 70 million Hong Kong dollars. This had far exceeded Xia Ruofei's expectations. In fact, when an abalone weighed more than 620 grams, the rich people in the VIP area would compete with each other. The last 2 abalones weighed more than 630 grams, and their prices exceeded 4 million Hong Kong dollars. That was why the average price of the first 18 abalones was raised to about 3.6 million Hong Kong dollars. There were only 3 top, grade 1, head abalones left in the auction. They were the heaviest and of the highest quality among the items. More than half of the rich people in the VIP area didn't bid at all, and there were only a dozen people who bid for the abalone. These were all billionaires, so everyone's target was actually concentrated on the final auction item. It was conceivable that the competition for these 3 abalones would be quite fierce, especially the last one. The abalone king that weighed 653.2 grams. It was estimated that it would set off a bloody storm. Everyone was filled with anticipation, waiting for this exciting moment. Even the eyes of many rich people in the VIP area were filled with eagerness. Lu Zhongguang's voice also became more excited. He said loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is our final item." The final 3 abalones all weighed more than 635 grams, far exceeding the standard weight of a one-headed abalone. It'll be difficult to buy such high-quality abalones in the future if you miss them. There were 3 trays on the stage in the middle of the stage, all covered with red silk. Lu Zhongguang pulled the red silk off the tray on the left, revealing a huge abalone. Let's cut to the chase. Let's start the auction for the first finale abalone. Lu Zhongguang did not even need to look at the cue card. He already knew the situation of the 3 abalones. This abalone weighs 638.8 grams. The starting price is 3 million Hong Kong dollars. Each bid must be at least 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. As soon as Lu Zhongguang finished speaking, someone in the VIP area immediately raised his sign. 3.5 million. A middle-aged man with a balding head raised his sign and shouted, "Logo. Mr. Dong from Jialan Industry bids 3.5 million. Lu Zhongguang said immediately. As soon as Lu Zhongguang finished speaking, a new bid was immediately refreshed. 3.6 million Hong Kong dollars. 3.8 million. 4 million Hong Kong dollars. After 3 consecutive bids, the price of the abalone soared to 4 million Hong Kong dollars in an instant. This was actually very normal. 2 of the abalones that had been auctioned earlier were more than 630 grams, and the final price was over 4 million Hong Kong dollars. This was the final abalone that weighed almost 640 grams. Besides, there were a lot of rich people in the audience who didn't lack money. These people were too lazy to raise the price by 100,000 yuan, because the final price would definitely not be lower than 4 million yuan. Everyone knew this very well. There was only 1 or 2 seconds of difference between the 3 bids, so Lu Zhongguang only had time to make his last bid. Mr. Li from Chongjiang Group has bid 4 million Hong Kong dollars. Are there any higher bids? The guests in the audience couldn't help but look at Jianjia. Even the son of Superman, Li, couldn't help but make a move. The charm of this abalone was really great. However, even if he was the son of Superman Li, it was impossible to stop the enthusiasm of others to bid. Which one of the guests in the VIP area was not in the billions? Therefore, the price was refreshed very quickly. Ha ha ha. I bid 4.1 million Hong Kong dollars. A rough-looking man in his 30s grinned and raised his sign. All right, Mr. Jing from Xinyu Group offers 4.1 million Hong Kong dollars. Lu Zhongguang said excitedly. This Mr. Zhang's name was Jing Jiluan, the nephew of Jing Qitong, the founder of Xinyu Group. In terms of status, he was comparable to Li Kai, the son of Superman Li, and Ma Jiming. Whether it was in terms of wealth or influence, he was among the top of the second generation of rich people in Hong Kong. Then I'll join in the fun. A lazy voice rang out, 4.3 million Hong Kong dollars. It was a mature woman in an expensive evening dress. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Seeing this, Lu Zhongguang was even more delighted and quickly said, Ms. He from the Xinhao Group has bid 4.3 million Hong Kong dollars. The competition for this abalone was very fierce. Guests who are interested in bidding, please hurry up and bid. This Ms. He's full name was He Sini. And her father was the famous gambling king of Hong Kong. Among the guests attending tonight's auction, Li Kai, Zheng Jiluan, and Hsini were undoubtedly the three with the highest net worth. Now that these three people could not help but participate in the bidding, it would be difficult for the price to drop. When Zheng Jiluan saw Hsini make a move, he immediately shrugged and said, "Lady first. Since Missy likes it, I'll give up. There should be more chances in the future." Hsini immediately bowed slightly to Zheng Jiluan and said, "Then I'll have to. Thank you, young Master Zheng." After she finished speaking, Hsini turned her gaze to Li Kai, who was also sitting in the first row. "I really admire Mr. Zheng's demeanor, but I think you've used it in the wrong way." Li Kai smiled. Since everyone was here to bid, when they encountered something they liked, they naturally wouldn't give in an inch. If everyone was like Mr. Zheng, I think the Hengfeng auction house would be very depressed. Everyone burst out in laughter. What Li Kai said was true. The auction house naturally hoped that the competition would be as intense as possible. If everyone was as flamboyant as Zheng Jiluan, how could they be auctioned off at a high price? Zheng Jiluan was a little embarrassed, but he still maintained a good demeanor. He only smiled slightly, then spread his hands, and did not say anything to refute. 4.5 million Hong Kong dollars. Li Kai said indifferently. Hsini's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure. She didn't expect Li Kai to not give her any face at all. He even increased the price by 200,000 in one go. It was obvious that he was determined to win. The abalones that had been auctioned earlier were definitely considered high-quality items under normal circumstances. However, with these three as the highlight of the auction, they were not worthy of Hsini's attention. That was why Hsini had not bid until the 638-gram abalone was up for auction. She knew that the competition for the last three abalones would be getting fiercer and fiercer. It would be best to get one as soon as possible, otherwise, she might really return empty-handed today. Now, Li Kai clearly had the same thoughts. There was no way to use any tricks, so Hsini was pretty free and easy. She only thought for a moment, then raised her board and said, 4.9 million. Mr. Li, if you're willing to pay more than 5 million Hong Kong dollars, then I'll have to part with it. The money of the rich did not come from the wind. On the contrary, the children of these business bigwigs had been in the business world for many years and had been exposed to such things since they were young. They had always maintained a rational attitude towards money. No matter how good the abalone was, they would not madly increase the price in a moment of impulse. Even if they increased the price by 10 million Hong Kong dollars, it would not hurt them. But they would not do that. Hsini raised the bid by 400,000 Hong Kong dollars in one go. Her attitude was quite clear. This was her last bid and the highest price she had in mind. If Li Kai continued to raise the bid, she would give up. When Li Kai heard this, he smiled at Hsini and said, "Then I'll thank you, Miss Li." Kai raised his board without hesitation and said loudly, 5 million Hong Kong dollars. This was the first time that the bid had exceeded the 5 million mark in today's auction. The guests below the stage couldn't help but discuss excitedly. The reporters were even more excited. Some were busy taking photos, while others were directly typing quickly on their laptops. Logo. There were too many gimmicks for today's auction, and the points written were very rich. It was estimated that once the auction ended, many reporters would have finished their special articles. All right. Lu Zhongguang immediately replied. Mr. Li from Changjiang Group has bid 5 million. Are there any higher bids? When Lu Zhongguang spoke, his eyes were directly on He Sini. Because in the end, it was only He Sini and Li Kai who were competing. Some of the others did not have the financial resources, and some did not want to offend these two famous rich second generation, so they all withdrew from the competition early on. The gambling king's daughter had the style of her father. She shrugged her shoulders and said, I give up. The current price is 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Lu Zhongguang asked. 5 million going once. 5 million going twice. 5 million going thrice. Deal. With a dong, the auction gavel fell and the first finale, the abalone, was taken by Li Kai at a price of 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Lu Zhongguang did not deliberately delay the time when he was counting down. The interval between the 3 counts was not very long, and then he simply dropped the gavel. The hall was filled with warm applause. Li Kai also stood up and bowed slightly in a few directions, his face revealing a trace of joy. This time, he didn't come in vain. He Sini also smiled at Li Kai, looking very gentlemanly. Lu Zhongguang had a good grasp of the auction's rhythm. After the applause gradually died down, he immediately began the auction of the second finale abalone. This abalone weighed 640.3 grams, which was a little heavier than the abalone that was sold for 5 million. What price would the abalone be sold for? Everyone was filled with anticipation. The starting price was still 3 million Hong Kong dollars. As soon as the auction started, the rich people in the VIP area started to bid. This time, He Sini still participated in the bidding. However, after Li Kai got the one-headed abalone as he wished, he didn't have any intention of bidding again. Just now, he didn't give in at all. At least, he had bid before He Sini. If he came out again this time, he wouldn't be giving them any face. Basically, he would have to shed all pretenses of cordiality. These rich young masters and young mistresses all had high emotional intelligence. Li Kai would not do something like this that would offend people for no reason. Xing Jiluan was a little embarrassed. He had already said that he would give it to He Sini, but he did not expect that He Sini would not be able to snatch Li Kai's prize. Moreover, she immediately participated in the bidding in the second round. Since he had already said it, Xing Jiluan was too embarrassed to fight with He Sini again. So, he did not even bid symbolically and just sat in his seat, feeling depressed. Of course, without Li Kai and Xing Jiluan, the competition was not low at all. Because there were many rich people in the VIP area, most of them hadn't bought the top quality abalones yet. Seeing that there were only 2 left, they also started to bid. Therefore, the price of the abalone also soared and soon reached 4.8 million Hong Kong dollars. After a few rounds of bidding, the price easily exceeded 5 million Hong Kong dollars. In the end, it was He Sini who won the bid for the abalone with an auspicious number of 5.2 million. Although she had said that her ideal price in the previous round was 4.8 million, this abalone was a little heavier than the previous one. It had even exceeded 640 grams. In addition, the competition had become much fiercer. As such, He Sini had also raised the price in her heart slightly, and in the end, she had also successfully bought the abalone. In the blink of an eye, Xia Ruofei had earned another 10.2 million Hong Kong dollars. The total transaction price today had also exceeded 80 million Hong Kong dollars. At this moment, there was only one super large abalone left on the stage. It weighed 653.2 grams, much higher than the previous items. It could be said to be the well-deserved king of abalones. What would the price of this abalone be? Everyone turned their attention to the only tray on the stage that was still covered with red silk logo. Lu Zhongguang's mood had also reached a peak. He looked at Feng Jing, who was standing at the side of the stage. Naturally, Feng Rao was also very excited. The auction's success had exceeded her expectations. She had expected the auction to go smoothly, but she had not expected to obtain such a dazzling result. She nodded at Lu Zhongguang, took a deep breath, and walked to the center of the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be auctioning today's last top, grade 1, head abalone. Feng Rao said with a smile, this abalone is the rarest one of all the items up for auction today. It weighs 653.2 grams, which is far beyond the standard of a one-headed abalone. It can even be considered a priceless treasure. Everyone below the stage held their breath. Priceless treasure was naturally just a description. If the item was put up for auction, it would definitely have a final price. However, no one thought that Feng Jing was exaggerating. It was a super huge abalone that weighed 653.3 grams. Before today, 300 grams of abalone could already be considered the best. Even two-headed abalone was very rare. However, at the auction today, the Paradise Corporation had taken out more than 20 abalones in one go, most of which were more than 600 grams. Everyone was more or less numb to this. Even so, the 653.2 gram supergiant abalone still made everyone feel a sense of awe. In a world where two-headed abalones were so rare, wasn't such an extra, large one-headed abalone a priceless treasure? Let's reveal the final super one-headed abalone. Feng Rao continued. After she finished speaking, she walked to the table and gently pulled off the red silk. A cameraman immediately went up to take a close-up shot, which was also transmitted to the big screen in the venue in real time. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen as the HD video camera captured every detail of the abalone. From all angles, the abalone was so perfect that it made the gluttons who really liked the dish yearn for it. Feng Rao had a confident smile on her face. I believe everyone has already read the auction manual. For the last top-grade abalone, considering that some customers can't come for various reasons, we will also accept long-distance bidding in addition to all the guests present. Of course, there are certain requirements for remote auctions. We started accepting applications 3 days ago, and we also took the initiative to send out some invitations according to the situation. After the qualification review, there are a total of 15 customers who meet the requirements for remote auctions, and they are all online now. As soon as Feng Jing finished speaking, an interface appeared on the big screen to her right. This was the Hengfeng Auction House's official website's special page for the top grade abalones auction. There was a sub-page installed with the long-distance bidding system. Everyone can clearly see that all 15 virtual avatars have been lit up, and each ID only has a number, which is 01 to 15. Although they did not know who the owners of these 15 IDs were, everyone was very clear that their background was probably not any less than Li Kai, He Sini, Jing Jiluan, and the others present. Otherwise, they would not have been able to pass the Hengfeng Auction House's strict review. After hearing Feng Rao's introduction, Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. Then, he secretly opened the auction manual in his hand and started to read. As expected, he found the information about how the last abalone would be auctioned in a remote auction. He couldn't help but blush at how incompetent he was as the chairman. Even ordinary guests knew about it, but he didn't. In fact, Feng Jing had taken the initiative to report the situation yesterday. However, Xia Ruofei was afraid of trouble, so he pushed all the responsibility to Feng Jing and became the hands-off manager. After arriving at the auction house, he only casually flipped through the auction manual and did not study it as seriously as those who were interested in competing. Xia Ruofei looked at the stage guiltily and noticed that Feng Rao was also looking at him with a half-smile. He couldn't help but feel even more embarrassed. He gave Feng Rao a dry smile and sat up straight. Feng Rao had indeed seen Xia Ruofei secretly flipping through the auction manual. She knew that this boss Xia probably did not even know the auction process well, so she could not help but feel helpless. She really did owe him in her past life. Feng Jing sighed inwardly. Of course, she was also someone who was used to big scenes, so although she was a little distracted, she still remained calm on the surface. After the introduction, Feng Rao smiled and said, I will now return the stage to Hengfeng's chief auctioneer, Mr. Lu Zhongguang. I wish everyone good luck. After speaking, Feng Jing bowed slightly and returned to the high stool at the side of the stage. Lu Zhongguang walked up to the stage from the side. This small segment gave Lu Zhongguang, who had been in a high state of excitement, a short break. In addition, the auction of the last super large one-headed abalone made him very excited, so he returned to the stage in high spirits. Ladies and gentlemen, the most exciting moment has finally arrived. Lu Zhongguang said in his unique magnetic voice, I hereby announce that the last item of this auction, the 653.2-gram super one-headed abalone, will be auctioned. The starting price for this abalone was 0 yuan. Each bid must be no less than 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. Guests both online and offline can make a bid. Logo. The starting price of the last abalone was 0 yuan. In fact, it didn't matter how much the starting price was. Although it was 0 yuan, it was impossible for anyone to buy it at a low price in such a fierce competition. Seeing the rich people in the VIP area below the stage and the 15 mysterious buyers who were eyeing the abalone covetously online, everyone knew that the transaction price of this abalone would definitely not be low. At the very least, it would not be any cheaper than the 2 abalones that were worth an average of 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Therefore, the starting bid of 0 yuan was actually a gimmick, which was also a common gimmick in auction houses. As expected, someone immediately made a bid after Lu Zhongguang finished speaking. 5 million Hong Kong dollars. And the bidder was not any of the guests present, but a long-distance online buyer. After the online buyer placed a bid, the screen on the other side would display a huge number, indicating the price and the buyer's number. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the price rise to the second highest price of the night. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile. Feng Jing had put in a lot of thought into this arrangement. It could be seen from this small segment. The financial strength of these 15 online buyers was undoubted. Since they were able to participate in the auction, their desire to buy the top-grade abalones was definitely not a problem. However, they were only allowed to participate in the bidding for the last super, large one-headed abalone, which was a little interesting. These people who participated in the online auction were definitely not new. It was important to know that today's auction was live, streamed on the Hengfeng Auction House official website. In other words, in the past hour or so, the 15 buyers who had strong intentions to buy the abalones could only watch the guests bid for the abalones one by one in front of the screen. Their appetites had long been whetted. Finally, it was the last segment. They could personally participate in the bidding. The desire to buy that had been suppressed for so long naturally exploded all at once. Lu Zhongguang's voice immediately rose by 2 or 3 degrees. Bidder number 06 has bid 5 million Hong Kong dollars. It seemed like this long-range buyer was determined to win. If our friends at the scene want to gain something, we can't hesitate anymore. 5.2 million. A voice sounded in the hall. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Xing Jiluan holding the auction sign high up, looking determined to win. Like the 15 online buyers, Xing Jiluan could not hold it in any longer. He didn't care about the slightly lighter abalones in front of him, so he didn't even attack them. It wasn't easy for them to get to the 3 abalones. When the first one was being auctioned off, he had a stroke and acted like a gentleman. When he saw that the beautiful and sexy Hisini was interested in buying it, he gave it up. Unexpectedly, Hisini did not win against Li Kai, and continued to bid when it was time for the second abalone. Xing Jiluan, who had already spoken, could only pinch his nose and continue to carry on with his style. Seeing that this was the last abalone, Xing Jiluan bid without hesitation. All right. Mr. Xing from Xinyu Group has bid 5.2 million. Lu Zhongguang said immediately. As soon as Lu Zhongguang's voice fell, a new bid immediately appeared on the big screen. 5.5 million Hong Kong dollars each bid. Should not be less than 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, but it was not limited to 200,000 each time. As long as one was willing, they could naturally increase the bid by 300,000, 500,000, or even 1 million. This time it was a long-distance buyer with ID 13. At the same time, Li Kai also raised his sign and said, 500. He was also stunned when he saw the price displayed on the big screen. Then, he said, 5.7 million Hong Kong dollars. It was obvious that Li Kai's initial bid was not that high, but the long-range buyer beat him to it, so he had to adjust his bid at the last minute. Lu Zhongguang did not even have the time to bid 5.5 million before it was refreshed again, so he said directly, Young Master Li from Chongjiang Group has bid 5.7 million. Xing Jiluan, who was also sitting in the first row, couldn't help but have a dark expression on his face. Li Kai had already bought a one-headed abalone, yet he was still competing with him. Wasn't this a little too much? During the second item of the final auction, Li Kai, who had just bought an abalone for 4.8 million, had indeed given up and did not compete with Hisini. However, he was not on good terms with Xing Jiluan to begin with. Furthermore, this was a king of abalones that weighed more than 650 grams. Therefore, he would not show any mercy. Although Xing Jiluan was very unhappy, he could not say anything. Everyone was here to participate in the auction. You couldn't possibly stop Li Kai from bidding just because he had already bought one, right? He had a lot of money and wanted to buy a few more. Who could stop him? Xing Jiluan snorted coldly, then immediately raised his board and said loudly, 6 million Hong Kong dollars. After making his bid, he couldn't help but glance at Li Kai. millions, and tens of thousands of yuan were nothing in the eyes of these two young masters. Xing Jiluan was a little angry and really wanted to fight for his pride. Moreover, when he got the auction manual, he had already locked onto this abalone. His second uncle, Xing Qitong, the founder of Sinew Group, was going to celebrate his 70th birthday next month. He was prepared to use this top-grade abalone as a birthday gift. Li Kai turned a blind eye to Xing Jiluan's hostility. With a friendly smile on his face, he raised his sign in a gentle and refined manner and said calmly, 6.2 million Hong Kong dollars. These two young masters were at loggerheads. Everyone could see the signs. He Sinny, who was wearing a low-cut evening dress, looked at the two of them with interest. However, she did not make any more bids. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei, who was sitting in the third row, was very excited. This was the scene that the seller was most willing to see. If the two of them were in a disagreement, they would inevitably raise the price. Anyway, the seller would definitely be the one to benefit in the end. Xing Jiluan was so angry that his face turned red. After taking a deep breath, he raised his sign and said, 6.4 million. Then, he looked at Li Kai and said with a fake smile, young Master Li, my uncle's birthday is next month. I hope to give this abalone to him as a birthday gift. Please be magnanimous. Although Xing Jiluan's words were polite, there was a hint of resentment in them. Anyone could tell that young Master Xing was really angry. Li Kai was naturally not afraid of Xing Jiluan. He only smiled faintly and said, then I'll wish old Master Xing a long life in advance. However, I'm also very excited to see such a precious abalone. Let's rely on our own abilities? Doesn't this show that your gift is more sincere? Many people in the audience secretly laughed. Li Kai naturally had to respect Xing Qitong. This old man was a legend in the business world. His status in Hong Kong was no less than his father's. But Xing Jiluan, he didn't have to give him any face. Xing Jiluan was so angry that he almost slammed the table and left. Spend more money to show his sincerity? To think he could think of that. However, the other party had already made it clear that they would not back down, so Xing Jiluan naturally had no way out. He gave Li Kai a dark look, then snorted and raised his board, saying loudly, 6.6 million. Li Kai raised his sign again, without hesitation. 6.8 million. 7 million. 7.2 million. 7.4 million. The two of them did not stop bidding. Lu Zhongguang did not even have the chance to interrupt and announce the price. In just 1 or 2 minutes, the price of the abalone had risen to nearly 8 million Hong Kong dollars. The other guests had completely become spectators, and even the online buyers were silent. Although there was no exact market price for the top, quality one-headed abalone, everyone felt that the price was a little too high. 8 million Hong Kong dollars. In Hong Kong, where land was expensive, one could buy a house just to buy an abalone? Wasn't this a little too crazy? Even if this abalone was a rare super one-headed abalone, it shouldn't be worth so much money, right? The current price was 8 million Hong Kong dollars, which was offered by Li Kai. Xing Jiluan's lungs were about to explode from anger. He took a few deep breaths, raised his board, and said, 8.5 million. He had already lost his mind when he increased the price by 500,000. At this time, Li Kai shrugged and said, actually, my starting price in my heart is only about 7 million. I was just forcing myself to try just now. Since young Master Xing is so determined, I can only bear the pain and part with my treasure. With that, Li Kai put the sign aside, clearly not planning to bid. When the guests heard Li Kai's words, they were stunned for a moment before they couldn't help but laugh. Logo. Li Kai had always given the outside world the impression of a gentle and elegant young master, but this kind of elegance had a trace of unruliness and forthright. Of course, he had the capital to do so. Today's incident was a typical Li Kai style. It was almost an open secret that he did not get along with Xing Jiluan. Almost everyone in the industry knew about this. In the bidding just now, Xing Jiluan had clearly been played by Li Kai. Li Kai might not have wanted to buy the abalone at all, but he had deliberately raised the price with Xing Jiluan, raising the price of the king of abalones to a staggering 8.5 million Hong Kong dollars. Hsini was stunned for a moment, then she immediately pursed her lips and smiled. In comparison, this young Master Li had really been merciful to her. Hsini could not help but want to laugh when she saw Xing Jiluan's expression, as if he had just eaten a fly. Xing Jiluan was indeed on the verge of going berserk. He could have bought the abalone for 6 to 7 million, but Li Kai had forced him to bid 8.5 million. Having been tricked by Li Kai in front of so many people, Xing Jiluan was really embarrassed. Today, he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. No matter what, at least he had gotten the abalone. It was just an extra 2 million, nothing much. Xing Jiluan snorted coldly and looked at Lu Zhongguang, who was a little distracted on the stage. He said unhappily, "Mr. Lu, shouldn't we start the countdown?" Lu Zhongguang came back to his senses and quickly showed an apologetic smile. For an experienced auctioneer like him, being distracted during the auction was a low-level mistake. It was just that the drama that Li Kai and Xing Jiluan had put on together was too exciting and intense. Even Lu Zhongguang could not help but be a little immersed in his character. The highest price is 8.5 million Hong Kong dollars offered by Mr. Xing from Sinew Group. Are there any higher offers? He quickly said. Everyone laughed. How could there be a higher price? Even Li Kai had stopped playing. And the others had long since withdrawn from the competition. Moreover, with the price being raised to such a sky-high price, who would still follow up? Everyone felt that the final owner of this abalone was already set in stone, even though Xing Jiluan won without showing his face. Of course, Lu Zhongguang was just going through the procedure. 8.5 million Hong Kong dollars going once. He quickly said. 8.5 million Hong Kong dollars going twice. 8.5 million. Ports, Lu Zhongguang had already raised the auction mallet, ready to end the last shocking auction. However, the hand that was holding the auction hammer stopped moving. A look of disbelief appeared in his eyes, and even his words were a little incoherent. 7 million Hong Kong dollars. Although Xing Jiluan was a little unhappy at first, he felt that the overall situation had already been set. It was a little expensive, but he could only wait to pay and receive the goods. He didn't expect a higher price to be offered. Xing Jiluan's first reaction was to turn his head and glare at Li Kai. He did not expect Li Kai to be dumbfounded as well, looking in one direction in surprise. Xing Jiluan followed Li Kai's gaze and realized that the bid of 8.7 million Hong Kong dollars was not made by anyone in the auction. Instead, it was made by the person with ID 06, one of the 15 long-distance online buyers. The buyer was the one who had raised the price to 5 million Hong Kong dollars at the start of the auction. Later on, when Li Kai and Jing Jiluan were at loggerheads, and the two of them were rapidly increasing the price, this buyer number 06 had given up, as if he had quit the competition. He did not expect that when Jing Jiluan thought that the dust had settled, this person would actually interfere. The other guests in the venue also felt that their mood was like a roller coaster. They thought that today's good show was over, but they didn't expect another wave of excitement to come immediately. The most excited people were the media. The reporters were already excited from the beginning of the warm-up. This was a high-quality, extra-large two-headed abalone worth 1 to 2 million Hong Kong dollars. They directly cooked two on the spot. This Paradise Corporation was really generous. The following auctions also came in wave after wave, with almost no low points. The prices also kept rising, and the media reporters who were watching were all excited. And the last wave of bidding competition made people's blood vessels even more excited. Jing Jiluan could not help but curse in his heart when he saw the price of 8.7 million Hong Kong dollars on the big screen. Today was really a bad day. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jing Jiluan. Jing Jiluan felt as if there was a dagger on his back, as if he was being roasted on a fire. It wasn't that he was short of money, but if his second uncle knew that he had spent so much money on an abalone, he would inevitably have a bad impression of him and think that he was a prodigal. But if he backed down just like that, young Master Zheng, would lose all face today. It was already embarrassing enough to be tricked by Li Kai. If they still couldn't get the abalone in the end, it would be even more embarrassing. Therefore, Jing Jiluan was caught in a dilemma. Lu Zhongguang, on the other hand, was extremely excited. He said passionately, "Today's auction for the Abalone King is really full of ups and downs, and fierce competition. Our mysterious buyer number 06 has bid 8.7 million Hong Kong dollars. Are there any other guests who want to bid higher?" When Lu Zhongguang said this, he looked at Jing Jiluan. Logo. Everyone knew that other than Jing Jiluan, no one else would bid. Jing Jiluan secretly gritted his teeth and hesitated for a while. Then, he made up his mind and raised his board. 9 million. 9 million Hong Kong dollars. There was another uproar in the crowd. The price of an abalone had actually exceeded 9 million Hong Kong dollars. This was really a miracle. As the auctioneer, Lu Zhongguang was naturally happy to see such a scene. The higher the bid, the higher his commission. Therefore, Lu Zhongguang raised his voice and said, 9 million. Mr. Zheng had bid 9 million Hong Kong dollars. It was an unbelievable price. It's hard to buy a good heart with money. If we miss it this time, we might never be able to buy such high-quality abalones again. Zheng Jiluan stared at the big screen after he announced the price. Everyone in the audience turned to look at the big screen at the same time. They really wanted to know, since it had already reached such a high price. Would that buyer 06 continue to increase the price? The waiting time was not long. Just a few seconds after Jing Jiluan's bid, the new price of this buyer number 06 appeared on the big screen. If the network delay was taken into account, the other party did not hesitate at all. However, when everyone saw the price, they couldn't help but reveal a puzzled look. Jing Jiluan also shouted, "What is this? Did I call the wrong number?" The price had already reached 9 million. How could this long-range buyer make such a bid? Isn't your Hengfeng auction house's long-distance auction system a little too unreliable? It turned out that the amount of money that appeared on the big screen was 1,500,000. That would be 1.5 million. Everyone started discussing spiritedly. Lu Zhongguang was stunned when he saw the price, but he quickly reacted. His mouth slowly opened, and it became bigger and bigger until it could even fit an egg. Many people had not yet reacted to the situation. The remote auction system could be set in advance. When the auction price reached a certain price, the remote bidding could only be higher than that price, and the increase would not be less than the preset minimum. It was already 9 million Hong Kong dollars. Even if the staff had not entered the limited price in time, the previous round had already reached 8.7 million Hong Kong dollars. How was it possible to get a price of 1.5 million? At this moment, Li Kai, who had been watching the show with a smile, said indifferently, "Everyone, can you please look at the currency unit clearly? This buyer's offer is not in Hong Kong dollars." At this moment, it was as if everyone had just woken up from a dream, and they all opened their eyes wide to take a closer look. As expected, the 1.5 million yuan was actually U.S. dollar. In other words, US dollars. Because the font size of the currency unit in the remote auction system was smaller and the color was lighter, and the previous auctions had been in Hong Kong, everyone had a preconceived idea and did not realize that the bid from buyer 06 was $1.5 million. I say, Hengfeng is such a big company. How could such a low-level mistake happen in a remote auction system? 1.5 million US dollars is almost 11 million Hong Kong dollars. This buyer is the real deal. He increased the bid by more than 1 million Hong Kong dollars in one go. How domineering! Everyone was discussing excitedly, and the media reporters also raised their cameras and aimed them at the big screen to take pictures. Each and every one of them looked like they had taken stimulants. There was an endless stream of news about today's auction, but there was too much to write about. Lu Zhongguang laughed and heaved a sigh of relief. For a moment, he really thought that there was a bug in the company's remote auction system. However, he should have been the first to react. This long-distance buyer, number 06, has bid 1.5 million US dollars. Lu Zhongguang said excitedly, according to today's real-time exchange rate, it is equivalent to 11.72 million Hong Kong dollars. Are there any higher bids? Xing Ziluan's face turned red and white. He had been suppressed too much just now, so he could not help but question the auction house when he saw the bid. In the end, he was slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. Did you not check the Chinese calendar when you went out today? Why did nothing ever go smoothly? Xing Ziluan's heart was filled with resentment. Facing Lu Zhongguang's eager gaze, Xing Ziluan frowned and put down his auction card. It was already 1172 Hong Kong dollars. He was not a fool, so how could he raise the price again? He had already lost face today anyway. Even if he forcefully competed with the other party, he wouldn't be in a good mood after buying the abalone. He might as well give up. As for the birthday gift for Jing Qitong, he still had time to think of another way. Lu Zhongguang could tell from Xing Ziluan's body language that this young master Jing had probably given up. He could not help but sigh in his heart. $1.5 million going once. $1.5 million going twice. $1.5 million going thrice. Deal. The auction mallet fell down heavily. Which also meant that today's exciting auction had finally come to an end. There was a warm round of applause in the venue. Whether it was those who won the auction or those who missed it, or the media reporters present, they all felt that today's trip was really worth it. At this moment, Feng Jing walked onto the stage and spoke into the microphone. "Thank you, everyone, for coming to this auction that our Paradise Corporation and the Hengfeng Auction House are collaborating on. Today's auction was very successful. I think everyone should be very interested in this mysterious buyer number 06, right?" The reporters had already packed up and were about to leave the venue, but after hearing Feng Jing's words, they couldn't help but return to their seats. According to the rules of the auction, remote buyers can choose to purchase anonymously. Feng Rao laughed. However, our staff has communicated with this buyer number 06, and he is willing to disclose his identity. Now, let's welcome this mysterious buyer with a warm round of applause. As soon as Feng Jing finished speaking, thunderous applause rang out in the hall. Even Xia Ruofei could not help but clap as he looked at the big screen. He was also very interested in this buyer 06. Who could spend $1.5 million just to buy an abalone? In the midst of everyone's applause, a video window appeared on the screen. When Xia Ruofei saw the mysterious buyer, he couldn't help but exclaim. The expression on his face was quite interesting. On the big screen was Tang He, who was far away in the United States. The background of the picture should be in his study. The Chinese-styled study was lit up. It should be 8 or 9 o'clock. In the evening in the United States, he was wearing a linen tang suit, sitting on the swivel chair, with a smile and waving at the camera. I'm sure many of you have already recognized him. This is the buyer who just spent $1.5 million to buy my company's premium one-headed abalone. He's the founder of the United States Xingbang Group, the famous Chinese Mr. Tang He. Feng Rao introduced with a smile. The moment Xing Jiluan saw Tang He felt a little more balanced in his heart. Tang He's net worth was much higher than his second uncle, Xing Qitong. It was not too shameful to lose to such a legendary rich man. Hello, everyone, Tang He said with a gentle smile. Xia Ruofei felt that his brain was not working well. Didn't the old man already buy 2 abalones? Could it be that he had a taste of it, so he casually threw out $1 or $2 million to get another one to try? I really don't understand the world of the super rich. I think everyone's most interested in the question. Feng Rao smiled. Why is old Master Tang willing to spend so much money just to buy an abalone? I wonder if old Master Tang would be willing to share it with everyone? Of course, Tang He said with a smile. First of all, the Paradise Corporation is a company with great potential. I've tasted the vegetables, fruits, and seafood produced by the Paradise Corporation many times, and the high quality left a deep impression on me. Therefore, I've long made up my mind to get the top grade abalones that your company is auctioning for the first time, no matter how much it costs. Because the rules restricted me from participating in the auction of the last abalone, so, as everyone can see, the competition was very fierce. Fortunately, this abalone was successfully bought in the end. Compared to such a precious abalone, spending a little more money is nothing. Logo. Tang He's evaluation of the Paradise Corporation was beyond everyone's expectations, including Feng Jing. Everyone didn't expect that the star of Chinese people, a super rich man, would actually hold Paradise Corporation, a small Chinese company that was still unknown in the world, in such high regard. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they really wouldn't have believed it. Feng Rao was also surprised and happy. She calmed herself down and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Tang, for your high evaluation of our Paradise Corporation." There was a certain delay in the network, so Tang he paused for 2 seconds before he continued with a smile. In addition to my trust in Paradise Corporation's products, I have an agreement with a young friend. If the average price of this auction can exceed 3 million HXB, our Xingbang Group will obtain the main agency rights for Paradise Corporation's abalone products in North America. I watched the live broadcast of the auction just now, and I'm very happy to see that we've achieved our goal early on. Therefore, I have to get this last abalone no matter what. Otherwise, it won't be enough to express my excitement. Ha ha ha, the rich people, bosses, and media reporters who came to the auction were all dumbfounded. To be able to work with a giant like Xingbang Group was a great thing that he could not even dream of. Why did Elder Tang's tone sound like the Paradise Corporation was not too happy about this and had even set up a barrier? And even after reaching this threshold, Elder Tang was still so happy, as if he had just picked up 10,000 yuan? Everyone felt that their brains were not enough to process this. Naturally, Feng Rao immediately thought that Tang He's little friend was most likely Xia Ruofei. She glanced at Xia Ruofei with a half smile on her face. Xia Ruofei touched his nose awkwardly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xia Ruofei saw clearly that Tang He's eyes were fixed on the camera when he said those words. It felt like he was looking at himself. This old man was actually so bored that he finished watching the entire livestream. In the end, he couldn't help but spend 1.5 million US dollars to bid for the biggest abalone. He even praised the Paradise Corporation in front of so many guests and reporters. This was more effective than any advertisement. It was conceivable that the major media outlets would spend a lot of time reporting this detail tomorrow. After all, Tang He's wealth and influence were too great. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. This old Master Tang was really an interesting person. Naturally, Feng Rao had also thought of this. She was also bursting with joy, but she forced herself to remain calm. She smiled and said, "Thank you, old Mr. Tang, for your praise of our Paradise Corporation. I also congratulate you on successfully winning the auction of your favorite item." The auction ended with a simple interview with Tang He, Feng Jing and Dong Jiejun of the Hengfeng Auction House moved to the press conference hall next door and held a special press conference to answer the questions of the media. As for the delivery of these abalones, the staff of the auction house would naturally be in charge of it. Including Tang He's abalone, the auction house would also take care of it until Tang He sent someone to hand it over. In this auction, the total transaction amount reached 81.5 million Hong Kong dollars and 1.5 million US dollars, which was equivalent to about 93.2 million Hong Kong dollars. If all of them were converted into Chinese dollars, the total transaction amount was about 78 million Chinese dollars. The commission of the auction house, according to the general standard of the industry, was about 15% to 30%. The ratio of the purchase and the seller's payment was different. In general, the buyer paid more. According to Ma Xiong's plan, they would not charge a single cent for this auction. They would be helping out purely out of friendship. However, Xia Ruofei still declined Ma Xiong's kind offer. It was better to settle the accounts clearly between brothers when doing business. Ma. Xiong had already used his resources to help Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei felt that he would not be able to get over it if he did not spend a single cent. In the end, Ma Xiong couldn't win against Xia Ruofei's insistence. He could only give a discount on the standard fee and take a 12% commission. The Peach Blossom Company would pay 5% of the total transaction amount, and the buyer would pay 7%. For example, for an abalone that was sold for 5 million Hong Kong dollars, the buyer had to pay 5.35 million Hong Kong when it was time to pay, and the Paradise Corporation would pay the auction house a commission of 250,000 Hong Kong from this 5 million Hong Kong, which would result in an actual income of 4.75 million Hong Kong. This commission ratio was quite low for both parties. In the end, Xia Ruofei's Paradise Corporation had earned 88.65 million Hong Kong dollars from the auction, which was equivalent to about 74.23 million Huaxia dollars. Just the 20 to 30 abalones that he had experimented within the spirit map space had brought his company an income of more than 70 million. Xia Ruofei was naturally very satisfied. Of course, Mr. Tang, he's unreasonable bidding in the last round of the auction raised the total price. If it were a normal auction, it would not have reached this price. Feng Jing went to deal with the reporters while Xia Ruofei sat in the venue with Ma Jiming. They watched as Ma Xiong personally sent off the rich people. If Xia Ruofei was willing to show his face in public, Ma Xiong would have introduced all the tycoons in Hong Kong to Xia Ruofei. However, Xia Ruofei wanted to keep a low profile, so the entire auction was just a bystander. After sending them off, Ma Xiong walked over with a smile and said, "Xia Xing. Congratulations. Today's auction was an unprecedented success. This time, your Paradise Corporation has really gained both fame and fortune, logo." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Same to you. Mr. Ma, the Hengfeng auction house has also made a name for itself in front of the Hong Kong media. Ha ha ha. That's all thanks to Xia Xing." Ma Xiong said with a carefree smile. He looked at the young man in his 20s and felt both admiration and regret. He thought of when he was still running a small business. Xia Ruofei already had his own company and made tens of millions of yuan from an auction. Ma Xiong had to admit that the abalones that Xia Ruofei had put up for auction this time were too attractive. If he had not bought 2 of them through the back door in advance, and if the Hengfeng Group was not the organizer of today's auction, he would definitely not be able to resist joining the bidding. "Xia Sheng, you've reached an agency agreement with Mr. Tang He?" Ma Xiong asked thoughtfully. Xia Ruofei forced a smile. "I was just joking a few days ago. Mr. Tang also bought 2 one-headed abalones from me. He set the price of 3 million for 1 abalones at that time. He also told me that the price would definitely be higher if they were put up for auction." So, Xia Ruofei shrugged. "If I didn't hear it wrong, you guys bet on the North American agency rights, right?" Ma Xiong asked. "Yes," Xia Ruofei nodded. "Then what about Hong Kong?" Ma Xiong immediately asked. Xia Ruofei forced a smile. "Old Mr. Ma, our business in the abalones field has not been fully developed yet. This is just a thought. Even if we start to cultivate abalones in the future, it will definitely not be possible for all of them to be 1-headed or 2-headed abalones. Of course I know that," Ma Xiong said with a smile. "The rarer something was, the more expensive it would be. If 1-headed and 2-headed abalones were so easy to breed, Why would the rich people at the auction fight for them? But I'm still very interested in your company's abalone. Ma Xiong continued. Xia Sheng, if your Paradise Corporation starts to breed abalones, can you let our Hengfeng Group handle the sales in Hong Kong? Our seafood business is quite big, and we have many channels. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel flattered. His project hadn't even started yet. Super rich people like Ma Xiong and Tang He came to talk about cooperation. Under Ma Xiong's instructions, Hengfeng Group had put in a lot of effort for the auction. Hence, Xia Ruofei could not reject Ma Xiong's request. Besides, it was only in Hong Kong. Although there were many people in Hong Kong who loved seafood and the market was huge, it was still a small place. He pondered for a while and said, since old Mr. Ma is so kind, we'll do as you say. Once we start mass producing them, I'll get my people to contact you in advance. That's great. Ma Xiong said happily. Xia Sheng. You don't know. The bosses of the seafood industry have been looking for me to cooperate with them, and many of my old friends who couldn't attend the auction have been calling me after hearing the news. We have a huge demand for seafood in Hong Kong. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, then I'll be in your care, old Mr. Ma. Where? You're the one who's taking care of our business. Ma Xiong laughed. Oh right, Xia Ruofei said, old Mr. Ma, it might take some time for our company to mass-produce abalone, but in the high-end market, we should still have the opportunity to cooperate. Xia Sheng, what do you mean? Ma Xiong's eyes were filled with interest. The one-headed and two-headed abalones that are being auctioned today. Xia Ruofei said, I think if we hold 1 or 2 auctions a year, or even make it a tradition to hold it every year, it should be able to create a huge brand effect. Ma Xiong was shocked and asked, Xia Sheng, are you saying that you can provide more one-headed and two-headed abalones? Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. If there aren't many of them, it shouldn't be a problem. Of course, this also requires time. Sure. Ma Xiong said excitedly, one-headed and two-headed abalones are rare products. If we have too many of them, it will cause the price to drop. Besides, time is not a problem. Even if we only auction them once a year, as long as we have a fixed practice, we can even monopolize the high-end abalone market. One-headed abalones would not appear on the market for many years, and two-headed abalones were also quite rare. If Hengfeng Auction House could auction high-quality one-headed abalones and two-headed abalones every year, it would definitely be a monopoly. Because there was only one shop. As long as this continued for a year or two, when people talked about high-end abalones, they would definitely think of the Paradise Corporation and the Hengfeng Auction House. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, then it's decided. I'll contact you in advance when the next batch of top-grade abalones is ready. He had also seen the great success of the auction and felt that it was too easy to make money from high-end abalones. Today, he had earned nearly 100 million Hong Kong dollars from only 20 to 30 abalones that he had bred in his experimental breeding. It was actually not difficult for Xia Ruofei to get one-headed or two-headed abalones, especially when there were not many of them. He could completely replicate the previous experimental breeding model and use the time flow of the Archean realm to mass-produce them. It was just that the matter of changing the water was more troublesome, but with Xia Qing taking care of everything in the space, if the quantity was not large, it would only take Xia Qing a few days of hard work a year, so it was not a problem at all. Xia Ruofei and Ma Xiong hit it off and decided to hold an auction before the Spring Festival. There was still about half a year before the Spring Festival, and that was the time when everyone's spending was the highest. At the same time, the Spring Festival was so festive that those rich people definitely wouldn't mind spending a few million to buy a top-grade abalone to add color to the New Year's Eve dinner. While Ma Xiong and Xia Ruofei were chatting happily, the press conference next door had finally ended. The media reporters left one after another, all going back to rush their articles and grab the headlines. Xia Ruofei was very confident about the press conference. The experienced Feng Jing would definitely be able to deal with all kinds of tricky questions from the reporters. She would also be able to promote Paradise Corporation at the right time. When he saw the happy smile on Feng Jing's tired face, he knew that the press conference was going to be a success. He couldn't help but look forward to the media's reports tomorrow. In fact, with the advancement of information technology, there were already online media reporting about it. At the auction, however, the large-scale reports, including some mainstream newspapers, radio stations, and television stations, would definitely be released tomorrow. Ma Xiong, who was in a good mood, held a celebration party at Hengfeng Jiehua Hotel to reward the staff of Hengfeng Auction House who had participated in the preparation of the auction. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing naturally joined the celebration party. Little Huan, who had just finished her morning classes, followed Tian Huixin to the celebration party. Tian Huixin heard Ma Jiming talk about the auction in the morning and immediately congratulated Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao. Little Huan was definitely not concerned about the auction. She only knew that big brother Ruofei had finished his work and would have time to play with her. Therefore, she was very happy. At the celebration party, the Hengfeng employees naturally toasted Ma Xiong frequently. Xia Ruofei walked to Feng Jing's side with a glass of wine and said with a smile, "President Feng, you've worked hard these days. I'll toast you." "I don't deserve a toast from the chairman," Feng Rao said with a half-smile. "I should be the one toasting you," Xia Ruofei laughed drily and said, "You're being too polite, aren't you? Boss Feng, now that work has come to an end, I'll be staying in Hong Kong for a day or two. You can relax here too. We'll go back to the Three Mountains together in 2 days." Logo. Xia Ruofei's suggestion made Feng Rao's heart skip a beat. This strong-looking strong woman was actually very clear that in the softest part of her heart, there was already a faint figure of a person. That trace of emotion that had gone through hundreds and thousands of twists and turns had long been unconsciously born. However, Feng Jing was a strong woman, so her rational voice still prevailed. She was older than Xia Ruofei by a few years, and they were in a boss-employee relationship. Most importantly, Xia Ruofei already had a girlfriend and they were very loving. They were so loving that they would do that in the office. Feng Rao couldn't help but recall her experience of eavesdropping on the wall, and her face burned. Xia Ruofei saw that Feng Jing's face had turned red for no reason. He was also confused and did not know what he had said wrong. It was just a simple chat, right? Xia Ruofei muttered in his heart. Feng Rao's expression quickly returned to normal. She smiled and said, "It's fine. There are many things to do at the company. I'm going back to Sanshan in the afternoon." Xia Ruofei said, "There's no need to be in such a hurry. You've been working overtime for the past few days, and now that you've finally finished your work, what's wrong with taking a day or two off? I'm not the kind of boss who oppresses his employees. Boss Feng, just stay and have fun for a day. Or two. The company will cover all the expenses during our stay in Hong Kong, just treat it as an employee benefit. Feng Rao tidied her hair and smiled. Chairman, it's not your fault. I really can't stay idle. I've earned more than 70 million this time. I'm still thinking of quickly solving the issue of the new production line of the pharmaceutical factory. The sooner the jaded skin cream is released on the market, the sooner it will generate profits. Also, I've been thinking about the location of the headquarters. Even if I stay in Hong Kong, I don't think I have the mood to play. Xia Ruofei had no more doubts after hearing Feng Rao's words. He knew this female general under his command very well. She could really forget to eat and sleep for work. Moreover, Feng Jing's obsession with the jaded skin cream was almost demonic. Now that the technical problems of the jaded skin creams mass production had been solved, and the company had plenty of funds, it was normal for her to rush back to promote this project. Xia Ruofei could only nod helplessly and say, all right. Feng Jing saw Xia Ruofei's lost expression and felt her heart warm. She clinked her glass with Xia Ruofei's and smiled. Chairman, thank you for your concern. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, we're family, no need to be so formal. The two of them sipped their red wine at the same time. Xia Ruofei continued, you haven't booked the plane tickets, right? I'll give Peng Hao a call and get him to book it for you immediately. It's just a small matter, I'll handle it myself, Feng Rao quickly said. Xia Ruofei took out his phone and said, I'm a little incompetent as the chairman. There are a lot of things that rely on you to support on your own. Otherwise, I'll feel bad. After that, Xia Ruofei immediately dialed Peng Hao's number. The call went through quickly, and Xia Ruofei said, Fatty, check the flights back to San Shan from Hong Kong this afternoon and book a ticket for Director Feng. Remember, it has to be first class. After the call, Xia Ruofei put his phone back into his pocket and smiled at Feng Jing. Xia Ruofei's teeth were white and neat, and his smile was clean. He seemed to have a natural affinity with others, which made Feng Jing feel warm inside. Chairman, Feng Jing said softly, you're the real core of the company. The company's development is all dependent on you. I've only done some administrative work. Feng Jing had been working at Paradise Corporation for a long time, and she was well aware of Xia Ruofei's importance to the company. Taoyuan vegetables, Taoyuan fruits, top quality abalones, iron, skinned maples, wild Chinese perch, jade skin cream. Any of these products were phenomenal enough to shock the market. In addition to Xia Ruofei's strong network and resources, these formed the most important conditions for the company's development. It could be said that with these prerequisites, any other general manager would be able to achieve great success as long as they were not too bad. Therefore, even though Feng Jing worked hard and even forgot to eat and sleep, she never dared to claim credit for herself. On the contrary, she felt that she was very lucky to be able to get this life-changing job at the beginning stage of Paradise Corporation. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, without your hard work, the company would still be a small company. You're the pillar of our Paradise Corporation. After saying this, Xia Ruofei's expression turned strange. He smiled bitterly and said, President Feng, I think, what's wrong? The way we flatter each other, don't we have no moral integrity and no lower limit? Feng Rao couldn't help but burst into laughter. The strange atmosphere between the two of them disappeared in an instant. After the celebration party ended, Feng Jing quickly returned to Xia Ruofei's presidential suite to pack her luggage. Ma Jiming personally arranged for a car to send her to the airport. Xia Ruofei stayed in Hong Kong and spent a few days with Huan. He brought Huan to the Ocean Park, Disneyland, Port Victoria, and other places. Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin were naturally very assured of Xia Ruofei. They assigned a driver to him and then enjoyed the rare couple's time together. Logo. Although Huan had been to these places more than once, she was still very happy when Xia Ruofei brought her to play. The joy that came from the bottom of her heart infected Xia Ruofei and made him feel a few years younger. That night, Xia Ruofei stayed in the presidential suite of Hengfeng Jiehua. Initially, Xia Ruofei thought that there was no need to be so extravagant and that a normal suite would do. However, Ma Xiong and his son were adamant about not agreeing. They said that this was their family's business and that Xia Ruofei was their family's distinguished guest, so they had to treat him well. Xia Ruofei couldn't argue with the enthusiastic father and son of the Ma family, so he had no choice but to agree. Huan wished that she could stay with Xia Ruofei at night. Ma Jiming and his wife persuaded her to go home and sleep. The next day, they asked the driver to send her to the hotel early in the morning. Originally, Huan had arranged for summer classes, but Tian Huixin made a rare exception and pushed back these classes. During the day, Xia Ruofei accompanied Huan to play around. At night, when they returned to the hotel, he paid close attention to the public's reaction to the auction. It could be said that the auction held by the Peach Blossom Company and the Hengfeng auction house, whether it was in terms of economic benefits or brand promotion, was quite satisfactory. Hong Kong's mainstream newspapers used a large page to report. Everyone's focus was different, but most of them were positive reports. The auction of the top, Grade 1, headed abalone is a huge success. Paradise Corporation becomes popular instantly. Super 1, headed abalone auctioned in Hong Kong. Tangxing, from the United States, spent $1.5 million to get it. Hengfeng auction staged a feud between the rich and powerful, Li Kai and Jing Jiluan at loggerheads. Paradise abalone sold at a sky-high price. Domestic companies sound the horn to enter the high-end seafood industry. A free taste of abalones at sky-high prices. The Peach Blossom Company's auction makes a shocking move. A single abalone sold for $1.5 million. Hengfeng breaks the industry record again. Every report used a large space to introduce the background of the Paradise Corporation and the grand occasion of the auction. The tasting segment during the warm upstage, the feud between Li Kai and Jing Jiluan, and Tang He's record-breaking bid of $1.5 million for the final abalone were the most reported details. The Hengfeng auction house's name was naturally mentioned again and again. It could be said that the Taoyuan Company and Hengfeng Group had become famous because of this auction. The one who benefited the most was the Paradise Corporation. After all, Hengfeng Group was already very famous in Hong Kong, and the Paradise Corporation had jumped from a small company in the mainland to a well-known company in Hong Kong. Such an overwhelming report naturally became the topic of gossip among the Hong Kong citizens. When Xia Ruofei was having a meal with Huan near Ocean Park, he accidentally overheard the people at the next table talking about Paradise Corporation. Cantonese was a little difficult for Xia Ruofei, but Huan could understand it. When the little girl heard the people around her talking about Ruofei's brother's Paradise Corporation, she immediately translated it for him excitedly. In addition to the print media, the radio, television, and online media also gave a lot of coverage to the auction. Xia Ruofei was watching TV in the hotel. He noticed that a well-known TV station in Hong Kong was doing a talk show. They invited guests to discuss the one-headed abalone. As for the various news reports, there were even more. Especially on the internet, the content of the auction was overwhelming. Xia Ruofei searched for the keyword Paradise Corporation on Baidu and found that there were more than 80 million search results, compared to the previous 1 of a million. Moreover, the contents on the first page were almost all related to the auction. The traffic that the abalone auction brought to Paradise Corporation was clear at a glance. In addition to portal websites and news websites, there were also more and more discussions about the abalone auction at Paradise Corporation on various major forums. After the Hong Kong media reported it, many people moved to the forums and Tiaba. The Paradise Corporation is awesome. So many rich people are fighting to buy their abalone. TSK. Hype. You're just a small, unknown company. Why would they believe you? Since ancient times, idiots have appeared on the second floor. The ancients didn't lie. Second floor of my uncle's uniform. Ops post even included so many screenshots from the Hong Kong media. Are you choosing to ignore them? Don't worry about the trolls. The Paradise Corporation was very famous in Sanshan, although their vegetables and fruits are very expensive, their quality is really super high. Ha ha ha. It's the new Drunken Eight Immortals wine that was very popular some time ago. I heard that it's also a shareholder of the Paradise Corporation. No wonder it's like it's been reborn. Second floor, a brain is a good thing, but you don't have one. The Peach Blossom Company is mighty. The people of the Three Mountains send their congratulatory message. The people of Heron Island send their congratulatory messages. The people of Jiangsu and Zhejiang send their congratulations. Recently, there's a very popular iron-hide key dough in Qiantang City, also known as Paradise brand. I took a look at the company's logo just now, and it's actually this Paradise company that's auctioning the best abalone. This company is going against the heavens. I've seen the video of the auction. It's definitely a high-end auction. I've also watched the auction video. Am I the only one who noticed the beautiful CEO of Paradise Corporation? You scums deserve to be losers for life. I agree. I'm already a loyal fans of the goddess, CEO Feng. Xia Ruofei was also overjoyed when he saw all kinds of comments on the internet. He was also surprised to find that Feng Jing had also gone viral on the internet after the auction. Quite a few netizens were impressed by the professional yet intelligent and beautiful image of a successful career woman. There was even a group of netizens who claimed to be Feng Jing's fans. Soon, Feng Jing's Tiaba forum appeared. The power of netizens was immense, and they even managed to find some of Feng Jing's past photos. There were photos of her in her bachelor's uniform when she graduated from college and photos of her working in the top 500 companies in her previous world. Some of these photos were from Feng Jing's university classmates' QQ space, while others were from news reports on her company's official website. Even Feng Jing herself had probably forgotten that she had ever taken these photos. As for Feng Rao's experience, there was naturally no secret to be kept. A successful career woman with a good face, high education, and a bright resume actually took the initiative to work in a small company. This was a very gimmicky thing, and naturally caused a lot of heated discussions among the forum members. Some said, That Feng Jing had unique vision and had identified the potential of Paradise Corporation. Some said that Feng Jing had randomly picked a small company after leaving her job and won the big prize. In short, there were all sorts of speculations and discussions. Xia Ruofei did not expect this. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had made the wise decision to push Feng Jing to the forefront. If he had been the one to take the stage that day, it would have been difficult for him to keep a low profile in the future. Of course, beauty had a natural bonus. Xia Ruofei might not have such an effect if he went up alone. At least, he would not be called a goddess by the male otakus, but he would definitely be famous. The discussion about the Paradise Corporation and the beautiful CEO remained at a high level for the past few days. Because of Feng Jing's unexpected popularity, Paradise Corporation also gained a lot of popularity and gained a certain level of fame in the country. It was no longer limited to the three mountains like before. While Xia Ruofei was in Hong Kong, he gave Feng Jing a call. Feng Jing felt helpless about her sudden popularity. Over the phone, she was pouting and blaming Xia Ruofei for letting her show up in public, which led to the current situation and caused her a lot of trouble. Over the past few days, the company had received a lot of phone calls. Some were from companies in related industries seeking cooperation, while others were from the news media. They wanted to interview the new internet celebrity, Feng Jing. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. However, the impact of this auction was still brewing. Even Xia Ruofei himself did not expect that there would be an even bigger surprise later. Logo. The Peach Blossom Company's auction was on the national television. This was even more unexpected than Feng Jing becoming an internet celebrity. On the day of the auction, Xia Ruofei did see a photojournalist and a paper reporter from the national television at the scene. However, he knew that they were just the staff of the national television station in Hong Kong. These reporters might go to 3 scenes a day and report 5 or 6 times. However, those who were actually selected to be on television might not even have an average of 1 report a day. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not have much hope. After all, this auction was not important enough for the national television to report it. In fact, this report was on the national television. The night before Xia Ruofei left Hong Kong, he found it on the internet in his hotel and was dumbfounded. From the interview to the post-production, to sending it back to the headquarters in Beijing, and then going through layers of review, it was already 3 days. After the auction, when the report finally met the audience on TV, this kind of news was not like the leader's activities. It was not timely, and it was good enough to be on it. To Xia Ruofei's surprise, the news was not broadcasted on the finance and news channels of the national television. Instead, it was broadcasted on a comprehensive channel. Even though it was not news broadcast at 7 o'clock in the evening, but news 30 minutes at noon. Even though it was only 20 to 30 seconds long and only had a few shots, Xia Ruofei was still very excited. This was the national television. This was a whole set. Even in the age of the internet, the national television still had its own halo and great influence. After Xia Ruofei saw the video on the internet, he couldn't help but open the official website of the national television. He looked for the original video and watched it a few times. He grinned as he watched it, as if he had found gold. Although Huan was reluctant to leave, Xia Ruofei had already stayed in Hong Kong for 3 days, so he still set off on his way home. Xia Ruofei had promised Huan Huan that he would play with her again during the winter break. This year, Tian Huilan might be spending the spring festival in the capital. Hence, after discussing it with Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin, they decided to spend the spring festival in the Three Mountains if there were no special circumstances. At that time, Xia Ruofei would not have to go to Hong Kong and could accompany Huan Huan. Initially, Ma Xiong wanted to arrange for a private jet to send Xia Ruofei back, but Xia Ruofei declined. He had to bring abalone through customs on his way here, so he accepted Ma Xiong's offer and took a private plane. Now that he was back at the Three Mountains, he didn't have to waste it. Ma Jiming had booked a first-class ticket for Xia Ruofei and personally sent Xia Ruofei to the airport with Tian Huixin and Huan Huan. An hour later, Xia Ruofei's Airbus 320 landed smoothly at Sanshan International Airport. Xia Ruofei saw Yi Lingyun as soon as they left the airport. "Brother Xia, you've had a long journey." Yi Lingyun came forward and took Xia Ruofei's luggage. "You're also a director, level leader, so why are you still personally picking us up?" Xia Ruofei asked. With a smile. Yi Lingyun smiled honestly and said, "In front of Brother Xia, there's no such thing as a director. I'll always be the new recruit that you've led." Xia Ruofei laughed as he reached out and punched Yi Lingyun's shoulder. Everything was clear without words. Yi Lingyun drove the company's Mercedes-Benz. The two of them got the car from the parking lot. Before Yi Lingyun started the car, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. He took it out and looked at the caller ID, and a smile appeared on his face. He quickly swiped on the screen and said, with a smile, "Boss Feng, you're a big star now. Isn't it all your fault?" Feng Rao pouted. "How can you blame me? This is a good thing." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Besides, I can't do something like this." "Then you can push me to my death?" Feng Jing said, "I've been so annoyed for the past few days. All kinds of phone calls from relatives, friends, and classmates, as well as the media. I don't even know where they got their phone numbers from. I don't even dare to turn on my phone at work now. Otherwise, I won't be able to work." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. After Feng Rao complained for a while, she said, "Chairman, I'm calling because I think your plane should have landed by now." "Oh? Is there an emergency?" Xia Ruofei quickly asked. "You know that our company's news is on National TV Department 1, right?" Feng Jing chuckled. "I only found out last night. I think he was on News 30 Points yesterday afternoon." Xia Ruofei asked, "What's the matter? You probably haven't seen Weibo yet, have you?" Feng Rao laughed. "Now open it and see. You'll know after reading it." After speaking, Feng Jing hung up the phone with a smile. "You're still keeping me in suspense," Xia Ruofei mumbled to himself. "Ling Yun, has there been any news on Weibo these 2 days?" Yi Lingyun started the car and said, "I'm not sure. There's a lot of news about our company on the internet, then why did you ask me to look at Weibo, CEO Feng?" Xia Ruofei opened the Weibo app on his phone, confused. Xia Ruofei's eyes widened the moment he entered Weibo. That was because he saw the words "sky high abalone" on the 8th most searched topic. It's actually on Weibo's hot search? Xia Ruofei even felt that it was a little unreal. He rubbed his eyes and confirmed that he was not seeing things. This auction was really on the hot search list and it was ranked 8th. Logo. The first few were talking about recent social events, as well as a few celebrities, including a Korean group, who were about to come to China for a concert. Weibo's hot search had become a landmark list in the past 2 years. Those who could be on the hot search were definitely hot topics in society at a time, and caused widespread discussion in the entire internet society. There were often rumors that some celebrities spent hundreds of millions to get on the hot search, and there were also various operating companies, which were the so-called internet water army, who took on the task of hyping up the news and helping people get on the hot search. Weibo's hot search list was really a strong topic. There were more than 100 million daily active users on the Weibo platform. To be able to be on the hot search list was better than spending millions or tens of millions on TV and newspapers to advertise. Xia Ruofei still couldn't believe it. He clicked on the link to the high price of abalone and saw that it was indeed related to the Peach Blossom Company's auction of abalones on Weibo. The news video from the national television was also frequently used. Xia Ruofei was relieved. It really wasn't a mistake. He was really on the hot search list. He then opened the official Weibo account of Paradise Corporation. After Feng Jing became the general manager, she had always attached great importance to the company's image, so the company's official Weibo and official WeChat account had been opened long ago. Moreover, these social media platforms were operated by professionals in the company, and the marketing department was in charge. However, the Paradise Company wasn't very famous in the past, so most of the time, it was just self-entertainment and didn't have much publicity effect. But today, Xia Ruofei saw it and thought, good. The number of fans on his official Weibo was already close to 1 million. And with every refresh, the number of fans could be seen increasing. Obviously, most of the 1 million fans had increased in the past 2 days. Xia Ruofei also realized that the number of Weibo posts on the official Weibo account had increased significantly in the past 2 days. It was obvious that the marketing department was focusing on this. The hot search could bring in a large number of fans, but whether it could maintain these fans or even continue to grow in the future depended on the usual operation and management. Feng Jing must have made some special arrangements. It was obvious that the official Weibo was not a cold announcement platform. After every post was posted, there would be people watching the comments. They would even use the official Weibo account to interact with fans. Some of the replies were quite interesting and very down to earth. For example, some netizens left comments saying that it was useless, no matter how good the abalone was, because they couldn't afford it at all. The official Weibo of the Peach Blossom Company used a popular sentence some time ago to reply, people still had to have dreams. What if they were realized? In addition to abalone, our company also deals in vegetables, fruits, white wine, iron, skinned fengdou, and other products, which are produced in Taoyuan. They must be of high quality. Besides, Xia Ruofei realized that the official Weibo had a self-deprecating spirit. They had even specially created a set of abalone's emojis, accompanied by adapted internet buzzwords such as brother paradise of society, ruthless and quiet, old Thai, it hurts, your mother is calling you home to eat abalones, and so on. It was also widely shared on Weibo. After watching for a while, Xia Ruofei was completely relieved. From the details of the management of the official Weibo, Xia Ruofei could tell that Feng Jing had not been overwhelmed by the sudden increase in popularity. She was still calmly arranging various tasks, and the company's operations were still in order. After calming down, Xia Ruofei quickly guessed the reason why it was trending. The destructive power of National TV Department 1 was really unparalleled. In the past few days, the number of discussions on Paradise Corporation on the internet was already very large. After National TV Department 1 broadcasted that news, it was equivalent to adding oil to the fire, and the topic's popularity suddenly soared. The auction this time was really profitable. Xia Ruofei thought excitedly. Compared to the huge reputation that the Paradise Corporation had gained, the 70 to 80 million profit from the auction was not even worth mentioning. The car arrived at the entrance of Taoyuan Farm in no time. Xia Ruofei noticed that there were a few more veterans on duty at the entrance, and there were a few barricades at the entrance. Without waiting for Xia Ruofei to ask, Yi Lingyun explained, "Brother Xia, a lot of reporters have been coming here these days. Some of them even wanted to sneak in and take pictures, so I have strengthened the security of the farm. There will be 2 more people on duty at the entrance. In addition, the frequency of everyone's patrol has increased." Xia Ruofei nodded. He guessed that the reporters were here for Feng Jing. If you wanted to interview the company, you could make an appointment through normal channels. This kind of camping and sneaky filming was mostly done by entertainment paparazzi. Although there were barbed wire fences around the farm, if someone really wanted to sneak in, the barbed wire couldn't stop them at all. Although there were alarm devices in key locations, the farm was too large, after all, so they could only strengthen the patrol and guard. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Brothers, remember to bring the dogs on our farm with you when you're patrolling. If a stranger sneaks in, they'll definitely notice it at once." Lightning, Blackie, and Mao had a keen sense of smell, and they were very human. If they were sent out, it was basically impossible for anyone to get in. "All right, Brother Xia," Yi Lingyun said, then drove into the farm. When he passed the gate, he honked and greeted the veteran who saluted the car. The veterans at Taoyuan Farm maintained the military style to a large extent, including the standard military posture at the gate guard. They also raised their hands to salute when the farm vehicles entered and exited. Xia Ruofei did not go home. He asked Yi Lingyun to drive him to the company's general office and then ran upstairs. "Boss Feng, come over here for a moment." Xia Ruofei shouted from the corridor and opened the door to his office. Soon, Feng Jing arrived at Xia Ruofei's office in her business suit. "Chairman, have you seen the Weibo hot search list?" Feng Rao asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Boss Feng, we've really struck it big this time." Then, Xia Ruofei hesitated and asked, "Boss Feng, you didn't find anyone to run it, did you?" "Why? Do I feel that this is so unreal? It's on national television, on the hot search, and even the company's general manager has become an internet celebrity." Feng Rao couldn't help but feel embarrassed and said, "Chairman, you're just rubbing it in." As she spoke, she sat down across Xia Ruofei's desk and said, "If I find someone to run it, will I get myself involved?" "You don't know how annoyed I am right now." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Those small stars do everything they can to hype themselves up in order to become famous. I don't know how many people who want to be an internet celebrity are secretly envious of you. Whoever wants to be famous, go ahead." Feng Jing said unhappily, "I'm going to change my phone number. Otherwise, I won't be able to work." "I heard that. There are a lot of reporters waiting at the entrance," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Isn't it? I'm so annoyed," Feng Rao pouted. She didn't expect that she would become famous on the internet just by hosting an auction. He was really caught off guard. After chatting for a while, Feng Rao reported to Xia Ruofei about the response of the auction. Xia Ruofei had learned about the basic situation when he was in Hong Kong. However, Feng Jing's report was a summary of the information. There were also statistics such as click rates, views, and interactions, which made it more direct. Chairman, that's the basic situation. Feng Jing closed her laptop and said, all in all, this auction has achieved unprecedented success, far exceeding our expectations. The company's brand awareness has rapidly increased nationwide, and it has also formed the initial impression that Paradise Corporation only deals with premium goods in the hearts of our target audience. This can be said to have played a very crucial role in our company's future development. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, very good. President Feng, I think we can strike while the iron is hot. Before this wave of hot topics has completely faded, we can take advantage of this opportunity to launch our new product, the Jade Skin Cream logo. Speaking of the Jaded Skin Cream, as Xia Ruofei expected, Feng Jing immediately became energetic. All the troubles brought about by her unexpected popularity were thrown out of the window. Her eyes lit up and she said, Chairman, I was just about to give you a suggestion. We have to speed up the progress of the Jade Skin Cream project. The popularity on the internet comes and goes quickly these days. The opportunity is fleeting. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, yes. In an era of information explosion, it's hard for people's attention to last long, because there are new eye-catching events happening all the time. At this point, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile and say, Boss Feng, you're quite clear about this. But if that's the case, why are you still worried about becoming famous? Maybe after 3 to 5 days, everyone will forget about it. I'm talking business with you. Feng Rao pouted. Why are you pulling me in again? Can't we talk about work properly? Xia Ruofei looked at Feng Jing and sighed. Every time I see you working so hard that you forget to eat and sleep, I think his success was not by chance. Those who don't work hard will have an endless supply of street stalls and an endless supply of food in the market. Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei in amusement and said, Chairman, are you having a fever? You're actually giving me chicken soup for the soul? Xia Ruofei said seriously, I'm not done yet. For someone as talented and hardworking as you, how is it? Feng Rao giggled. Will you be successful and reach the peak of your life? Xia Ruofei rolled his eyes. You're thinking too much. Someone as talented and hardworking as you wouldn't have the time to shop at street stalls. That's why you can only work overtime and order takeaway to shop on Taobao. The smile on Feng Rao's face froze. After a while, she rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and pouted. I hate people who give me poisonous chicken soup with a straight face. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I saw that you've been too nervous these past 2 days, so I wanted to ease the atmosphere. Xia Ruofei stood up and pointed at the sofa in the guest area. President Feng, let's talk over here. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing sat down on the sofa in the reception area of the office. He fiddled with the tea set and made tea as he said without looking up, Chief Feng, you've been back for a few days. You should have understood the situation at the pharmaceutical factory, right? What's the situation now? Overall, it's progressing very quickly. Feng Rao organized her thoughts. We're not short of funds now. So we've directly ordered 6 production lines as we've discussed before. They've already been shipped to Germany, and the pharmaceutical factory has also been building factories according to the standards of the manufacturers. Xia Ruofei gently pushed the cup of tea in front of Feng Rao. Feng Rao said, thank you, Chairman, including the transportation, installation, and debugging time. It will take about 2 months for all 6 production lines to be put into production. Factory manager, Shui had already personally brought the materials to Beijing for approval. The approval process for skincare products was relatively simple, and now that he had the connections, it shouldn't be a big problem. I called Kanayama, and he said that if everything goes smoothly, he would be able to complete the process in about half a month. Even if there were any delays in the middle, a month would be enough. What about the raw materials? Xia Ruofei nodded. After your instructions last time, I approved 1 million yuan of funds to the pharmaceutical factory, all of which will be used to purchase the Chinese medicinal herbs needed for the jaded skin cream. Feng Jing said, the pharmaceutical factory's raw material warehouse is already stocked with a lot of medicinal herbs, and the acquisition is still in progress. There shouldn't be a problem for it to be put into production in the early stages. We still have to cooperate with the villagers in the future. Feng Jing continued, by the way, Chairman, the last ingredient in the formula for the jaded skin cream will be provided by you. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, don't worry. I've already made arrangements to provide sufficient medicinal herbs at any time. That day, after deciding on the production mode and secret method of the jaded skin cream, Xia Ruofei had already instructed Xia Qing to open up a special area in the mountain and sea realm to plant the green maple vines in batches. Furthermore, to prevent the green maple vines from not being able to be supplied in time when they were in production, Xia Ruofei even got Xia Qing to find a place in the Archean realm where time flowed 30 times slower, to plant some first. He would harvest the matured batch and grind them all into powder before continuing to plant. When the jade ointment was officially put into production, Xia Ruofei would definitely be able to provide a sufficient amount of green maple powder. The green maple vines in the mountain and sea realm were planted in batches every half a month or so. Once they were harvested, they could be produced in an endless stream in the Xuanji spirit map space. There were no seasons, so they could be planted at any time. Then there's no problem, Feng Rao said happily. After a moment of silence, she said, Chairman, I have an idea. We have a sufficient stock of heart, nourishing soup. There's still a certain stock in addition to the supply for clinical trials. Can we set up a production line to produce the jaded skin cream in advance? It'll take at least 2 months for the new production line to be put into production, but the approval for the jaded skin cream will probably be completed within a month. There's a time difference between this and the production line. By then, we'll definitely face the situation where the approval will be received, but the production line isn't in place yet. Will early production violate the policy? Xia Ruofei asked. Logo. That's not a big problem, Feng Jing said. As long as the quality of our products meets the standards, it's fine. It's just a matter of pushing the boundaries. It wouldn't matter if we're not in a hurry to launch the product, but since we want to strike while the iron is hot, we definitely need a certain amount of advance. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, can the production of the heart, nourishing soup keep up? Feng Rao had obviously thought about this before. She replied without hesitation, now it seems that the jaded skin ointment will be approved before the heart, nourishing soup is officially approved on the market. If it's only for clinical trials, 1 production line is certainly not a problem. At most, the workers will produce it in 3 shifts. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, all right, you and Kanayama can discuss this However, I need at least a week to prepare the last ingredient. A week's time, including Xia Ruofei's arrangements that had been made 4 to 5 days in advance, was about 10 days. That meant that he would have less than a year in the Archean realm. Normally, one could harvest at least 1 or 2 batches of green maple vines in the Archean realm. When that time came, there would not be a big problem with normal production. Okay, Feng Rao said excitedly. Let me know after you've decided. I'll prepare the medicinal herbs in advance. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Yeah. Feng Rao nodded. I'll contact Jin Shan immediately. If it really doesn't work out, I'll ask him to come back. He won't have to personally look after the documents. Then, Feng Rao said eagerly, Chairman, I'll go back to my office first. I'll have to contact Kanayama. Also, there's still a lot of work to be done in the early stages of the listing. Sales channels, publicity, and other things have to be done first. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Oh, don't forget to let me know when you get a new number. Feng Rao was stunned for a moment, then she said in a low voice, I know. She was still resentful about being pushed to the front stage by Xia Ruofei for no reason. Xia Ruofei laughed. I've already told Ji Lingyun to strengthen the security and patrol. You don't have to worry about the paparazzi or enthusiastic fans sneaking into the farm. However, if you leave the farm, you have to be more careful. It's best to bring 2 veterans with you to be in charge of your safety, Feng Rao said faintly, now I don't even have personal freedom. Sigh. I can't care so much. I'm not planning to go out recently anyway. Feng Jing couldn't help but glare at Xia Ruofei before she left the office while Xia Ruofei laughed. After Feng Jing left, Xia Ruofei packed up and went back to the small villa. Hu Zi's mother and Lin Qiao were both at home. In a few days, Lin Qiao would be going to Egret Island to attend university. At the request of Hu Zi's mother, she also officially ended her internship and stayed at home to accompany her mother. After all, she would be going on a long journey in a few days. When Xia Ruofei returned home, the two of them were naturally very happy. Hu Zi's mother hurriedly went to prepare a few more dishes for Xia Ruofei's welcoming dinner, while Lin Qiao pestered Xia Ruofei for gifts. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei was well prepared. When he accompanied Huan to the ocean park in Disneyland, he bought a lot of small gifts, so he passed the test smoothly. Xia Ruofei's life returned to normal. However, he felt that he had missed out on something, but he could not recall what it was. Late at night, in a luxurious mansion on the top of Taiping Mountain in Hong Kong. In the large master bedroom, Tian Huixin, who was wearing silk pajamas, was still blushing, but her expression was a little helpless. Meanwhile, Ma Jiming's mood was also very low. At the same time, he said in a low voice, with a trace of embarrassment, Honey, I'm sorry. Tian Huixin secretly sighed and hugged Ma Jiming from behind. She said softly, It's okay. I'm probably just too tired from work. Maybe he'll be fine after some rest. I hope so, Ma Jiming sighed. After Huan had fallen asleep, the couple returned to their room and prepared to make out, but no matter how hard they tried, Ma Jiming couldn't pull himself together. Tian Huixin was at the age where her needs in that area were the strongest, so it was impossible for her to not feel awkward. And this was not the first time. It had been the same for more than a month. Ma Jiming even went to see the doctor secretly and prescribed medicine for him, but It was completely ineffective. Now, Ma Jiming was almost traumatized. He wasn't even 40 years old yet, so logically speaking, it was impossible for such a situation to occur. However, the truth was that it was a joke. "Hubby, rest early," Tian Huixin said faintly. The two of them lay side by side on the soft bed, covered with their own blankets, but they did not feel sleepy. After an unknown period of time, Tian Huixin, who was in the dark, suddenly turned around and asked, "Jiming, didn't Ruofei tell you to go find him after the auction? You didn't go. After that?" Ma Jiming patted his forehead and said, "I totally forgot about that. A few days ago, there were a lot of things to do at the company." "Huixin, why are you suddenly asking about this? It's all in the past. Besides, Xiaoxing said that he wanted to give me a gift, so I didn't feel good about taking the initiative to look for him. Since I've forgotten about it, then forget it." Tian Huixin sat up and said, "No. I was just thinking. Could Ruofei have noticed that you have a small problem in that area?" Ma Jiming also sat up at once when he heard that. Then, he said dejectedly, "That's not possible. Is it? Even Dad doesn't know about this, and Xiaoxing didn't help me do a checkup? Could it be that he can read fortunes? It's hard to say. You know Ruofei's medical skills very well. He's at the pinnacle," Tian Huixin said. Ma Jiming frowned and said, "This isn't scientific at all. Huixin, even if Xiaoxing's Chinese medicine is very advanced, he should at least check her pulse, right? That day, he only looked at me a few times and he found something wrong with me?" Ma Jiming lay down again, somewhat dejected, and said, "Huixin, let's not think too much. Tomorrow, I'll go to Dr. He for a full body urology examination, alright?" Tian Huixin said faintly. It was a quiet night. At noon the next day, Ma Jiming returned home dejectedly. After leaving Huan Huan in the care of the servants, he pulled Tian Huixin back to the room. "Jiming, how's the checkup?" Tian Huixin asked nervously. "There's nothing wrong with the test results." Ma Jiming scratched his head and said. But there was clearly a problem. How could this be?" Tian Huixin was disappointed. The couple were only in their 30s. If Ma Jiming's unmentionable disease could not be detected by the best urology expert in Hong Kong, then wouldn't she be a widow at such a young age? Moreover, disharmony in this aspect would have a huge impact on the relationship between husband and wife. Tian Huixin lowered her head and thought for a while, then said, "Jiming, why don't you try contacting Ruofei? I feel that he must have seen through the problem with your body that day, but it wasn't convenient for him to say it in front of Dad and CEO Feng, no way. Right?" Ma Jiming hesitated. "There's no good way now anyway. Why don't we try contacting him?" Tian Huixin said, "Even if Ruofei didn't do it for this matter, you can also ask him for help. After all, his medical skills are so good." Tian Huixin's words made Ma Jiming finally make up his mind. Although Xia Ruofei could be considered their junior, and it would be a little embarrassing to ask Xia Ruofei for help because of this problem, Ma Jiming still decided to go all out for his own happiness. It was noon. Ma Jiming hesitated for a long time before he finally took out his phone. He found Xia Ruofei's number and dialed it. Xia Ruofei was helping Lin Xiao with her luggage when he received the call. Lin Xiao was going to report to Egret Island tomorrow. Xia Ruofei and Hu Zi's mother were going to accompany her. Seeing Ma Jiming's number, Xia Ruofei greeted Lin Qiao and answered the call as he walked upstairs. Logo. Diseases, 1, Mr. M.A., how are you? Xia Ruofei greeted him with a smile. This auction had brought the Paradise Corporation great fame. Xia Ruofei was very grateful to M.A. Xiong and his son. Hence, he was very enthusiastic when he received Ma Jiming's call. However, just like Ma Jiming, he had also forgotten what had happened that day. After the huge success of the auction, Xia Ruofei accompanied Huan during the day and went to the hotel at night to pay attention to the follow-up reactions of the auction. He had really forgotten about Ma Jiming. The main reason was that Ma Jiming's problem wasn't complicated in his eyes. There was a prescription for it in the large number of medical books stored in his mind, which was the essence-gathering pill. Xia Ruofei had given the task of making the gathering elemental pills to Xia Qing. Therefore, after the impact of the auction, he had no impression of it. Nice to meet you, Xia Sheng. Ma Jiming also felt a little embarrassed. After all, it was a secret that was hard to say. He didn't know how to say it. After thinking about it, he stammered and asked that when we were eating that day, you asked me to look for you after the auction. As soon as Ma Jiming mentioned this, Xia Ruofei immediately remembered. He couldn't help but pat his forehead and reveal a bitter smile. I was busy with the company for a few days, so I forgot about it, Ma Jiming continued. Haha, that's right. I forgot about that too, Xia Ruofei said awkwardly. Then Ma Jiming looked at Tian Huixin, who kept giving him meaningful looks at the side. He didn't know how to start. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei did not know what to say either. After all, Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin were his elders. He could not just ask Ma Jiming directly if there had been any disharmony between the couple's life recently. The atmosphere was a little awkward. In the end, it was still Tian Huixin who pinched Ma Jiming hard. Ma Jiming then stammered and asked, Xia Sheng, I wonder, why did you look for me that day? Mr. M.A., have you been feeling unwell lately? Xia Ruofei asked tactfully. Ma Jiming's phone was on speaker mode. Tian Huixin, who was at the side, immediately nodded heavily after listening to him and kept winking at Ma Jiming. Although Ma Jiming felt a little embarrassed, he still said, Xia Sheng, I won't hide it from you. I've been having some problems with my body recently, mainly in terms of sex. Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. Since the other party had taken the initiative to say it, it would be easy. Mr. M.A., he quickly said, I did find something when I observed your complexion that day. It seems that my judgment was right. After Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin heard this, they opened their mouths wide in unison. They were so shocked that they even forgot about the awkwardness. That day, Xia Ruofei had only glanced at him a few times, and he could actually see through such a hidden problem? His medical skills were too terrifying, right? At first, Ma Jiming was at his wit's end. He was only thinking about whether he could ask Xia Ruofei to help treat him. After all, Xia Ruofei's previous display of medical skills had convinced them. Furthermore, Western medicine could not detect any problems at all. This kind of difficult and complicated illness was often more effective to use Chinese medicine to treat it. He did not dare to imagine that Xia Ruofei had already noticed the problem that day. Xia Sheng, do you have a way to help me? Ma Jiming didn't care about the awkwardness and asked eagerly, To be honest, I've already found the best urology doctor in Hong Kong, but he couldn't find the cause. Xia Ruofei could hear the urgency in Ma Jiming's voice. He immediately consoled him, Mr. Ma, since I can find the problem, I naturally have a way to treat it. Actually, I had already prepared the medicine that day, Xia Ruofei said, a little embarrassed. It's just that you didn't come to look for me after the auction, and I forgot about it. Xia Sheng, I'll fly over immediately today, Ma Jiming said anxiously. Actually, I can mail the medicine to you, Xia Ruofei said. There's no need to make a special trip, right? At that time, Xia Ruofei had jokingly said that he had prepared a gift for Ma Jiming. In fact, it was to treat this unmentionable disease. Although Ma Jiming himself had forgotten about it later on, Xia Ruofei would still feel a little apologetic if he had to make him fly over just because of this. After all, he had also forgotten about this matter. Otherwise, it would not have been delayed. It's fine, it's fine. It's very convenient for me to come back, Ma Jiming quickly said. He didn't want to wait any longer. Besides, he would be more at ease if Xia Ruofei could help him take a look in person. Xia Ruofei had no choice but to say, all right then. After you land on the 3 mountains, come to the farm. I'll help you check it again since I didn't take your pulse that day. All right. Ma Jiming said excitedly, I'll arrange the flight right away. Xiaoxing, let's talk when we meet. After hanging up the phone, Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin hugged each other excitedly. The haze that had been pressing on their hearts these days had also dissipated. Ma Jiming had already arrived at the farm at around 3 in the afternoon. Calculating the time, he should have arranged for a private jet immediately after the phone call. He might have even used some of his connections when he booked the flight route. He basically came to Sanshan without stopping. Logo. Diseases, too. This time, Ma Jiming came alone. After all, this kind of thing was a little hard to say, and Tian Huixin would also feel a little embarrassed. Xia Ruofei warmly welcomed Ma Jiming into his small villa. After a brief introduction to Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao, Xia Ruofei brought Ma Jiming upstairs. Mr. Ma, it's not a big problem. It's similar to my judgment. After Xia Ruofei took Ma Jiming's pulse seriously, he smiled and said, don't feel any psychological pressure. You should be able to recover after taking the energy-gathering pill for 2 weeks. Elemental gathering pill? Ma Jiming asked. Xia Ruofei smiled as he took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Ma Jiming. He said, this is a traditional Chinese medicine honey pill that I secretly made. It's more effective in treating your illness. Ma Jiming quickly and carefully put away the porcelain bottle. He had no doubt about Xia Ruofei's words. Xia Sheng, are there any precautions to take when taking this energy-gathering pill? Ma Jiming asked with concern. 3 pills a day, Xia Ruofei said, take it with warm water after dinner. Things to take note of. Nothing else. But it's best not to have sex during the treatment. I suggest that you and Aunt Huixin sleep in separate rooms for the next 2 weeks. Xia Ruofei was very clear that after taking the energy-gathering pill, it would stimulate one's physiological functions. The desire in that area would be stronger than usual. During the treatment, it was best not to have any sexual activities, or it would affect the effect. So, this could be considered a side effect that was neither big nor small. Although Ma Jiming was a little embarrassed after hearing that, he still kept it in mind. He nodded and said, "All right, I got it." To be honest, Xia Ruofei still felt weird about treating an elder in this aspect. After he had explained everything, he felt much more relaxed. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "That's all. Under normal circumstances, your body will recover completely after this treatment. If you have any more problems, just give me a call." "Thank you, Xia Sheng," Ma Jiming said sincerely. Then, he hurriedly took out a check and handed it to Xia Ruofei with both hands. He said, "Xia Sheng, this is the consultation fee I prepared. It's also a small token from Hui Xin and me." Xia Ruofei pushed the check back and said seriously, "Mr. Ma, I've said that these pills are my gift to you. I can't take the money. How can we do that?" Ma Jiming said anxiously. Even the most famous urology expert in Hong Kong couldn't find a problem with this disease. If it wasn't for Xia Sheng's kind heart, Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Ma, why are you treating me like an outsider again? If that's the case, what about our company's auction last time? What about the presidential suite that I stayed in with CEO Feng in Hong Kong? This, Mr. Ma, this is my gift for our first meeting." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "It's the same as the tea leaves I gave to old master Ma, the jade skin cream from Aunt Hui Xin, and the jade pendant from Huan Huan. It's all a token of my appreciation. Do you think I can accept your money?" Seeing that Xia Ruofei had put it this way, Ma Jiming knew that if he insisted on paying, it would hurt their relationship. He helplessly put away the check and said, "Touched, Xia Sheng, since you've said so, I won't regard you as an outsider anymore. In the future, if there's anything that you need me or the Ma family to do for you, please don't stand on ceremony with us." "Ha ha ha. Definitely, definitely," Xia Ruofei said, "we'll be working together in many areas in the future." Xia Ruofei had wanted to have Ma Jiming stay for dinner, but it was obvious that he was in a hurry to return to Hong Kong to take his medicine. Hence, he took the energy-gathering pill and left. Ma Jiming didn't even go to the city to visit his old father-in-law, Professor Tian. Instead, he went directly to the airport from Taoyuan Farm and then flew back to Hong Kong. It could really be said that he came and left in a hurry. He had used his private jet and applied for a flight route at the last minute just so he could come to Sanshan in person and ask Xia Ruofei to check for him. In less than half a day, he had flown between Hong Kong and Sanshan. One could only say that rich people were capricious. The next day, Xia Ruofei drove to Egret Island with Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao. The high-speed rail between Sanshan and Egret Island was very convenient. Initially, Huzi's mother wanted to take the high-speed rail there. However, Xia Ruofei considered that it would be more convenient to have a car on Egret Island. Moreover, Lin Xiao had a lot of luggage. It would be troublesome to go in and out of the station by got, so he decided to drive there. Considering that Heron Island was a tourist city and that hotels were rather tight at the start of the school season, Xia Ruofei had already booked a room at a hotel near Heron Island University a few days in advance. After they arrived at Egret Island, Xia Ruofei and the rest settled down in the hotel before he brought Lin Xiao to the school to register. They took a taxi there, leaving the night 15 in the hotel parking lot. After all, it would be too ostentatious to drive this car on campus. As soon as the young and beautiful Lin Xiao arrived at the registration point of the advertising college, she was immediately surrounded by enthusiastic senior brothers. Soon, the registration procedures were completed smoothly. Then, someone took her to her dormitory. After settling down in the dormitory, Xia Ruofei took Lin Xiao to the canteen to apply for a meal card and topped up a few thousand yuan into it. He also told her not to be too frugal since she was going to school alone on Egret Island. She had to spend the money she needed and ask him for more if it was not enough. Lin Xiao also enjoyed the feeling of being pampered by Xia Ruofei, so she nodded obediently. For the past 2 days, it was the new students who came to register. Lin Xiao had nothing else to do after finishing the procedures, so she followed Xia Ruofei back to the hotel. On the way, Lin Xiao's counselor called to inform her that she would have a class meeting the day after tomorrow. After that, she would officially start her college career. There was still more than a day left, and Lin Xiao didn't want to go back to school. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to take Hu Zi's mother and Lin Xiao on a tour of Egret Island, the fort at Huli Mountain, the beach of Heron Island University, Xingzhenjian. In the end, they even took a boat to Galanjiu and stayed on this beautiful island for half a day. Then, they took the last ferry back to Heron Island. On the 3rd day, Lin Xiao reluctantly said goodbye to her mother and Xia Ruofei and returned to school. Xia Ruofei didn't give her a kasaya on purpose. After all, Lin Xiao would be living in this city for at least 4 years. It was time for her to cultivate her independence. Xia Ruofei and Hu Zi's mother stood at the entrance of the hotel, watching Lin Xiao's taxi gradually disappear into the distance. Hu Zi's mother's eyes were also a little red. This was the first time her daughter had left her side, and her heart was full of reluctance and worry. Xia Ruofei smiled. "Godmother, don't worry. Xiaoer has grown up. She will take care of herself." Huer's mother nodded and said, "Yes, this child has been sensible since young, godmother. Do you want to stay on Egret Island for a few more days or go back to the 3 mountains directly?" Xia Ruofei asked. "Let's go back." Hu Zi's mother said, "The Forestry Bureau's residence has not been occupied for a long time. We need to clean it up. In 2 days, the primary school will start again. I still have to help you pick up Nan Nan." Previously, Xia Ruofei had looked for the municipal government secretary, Song Qiming, to help Lin Yui's child, Nan Nan, get admitted to the school. In the end, he arranged for her to stay at the number 2 primary school in the clock tower. Hu Zi's mother had also taken the initiative to take care of the child. "All right," Xia Ruofei said, "then please rest in the lobby. I'll go check out." Very quickly, Xia Ruofei completed the procedures and drove away from Heron Island with Hu's mother. As the car crossed the sea bridge, Xia Ruofei's phone vibrated. He took a look at the LCD screen in the car. It was already connected to the phone via Bluetooth, and the screen showed that the caller was the big boss of the Australian retail industry, Tang Etienne. Xia Ruofei gently pressed the green answer button on the LCD screen and said with a smile, "Hello. Big Brother Tang, logo." Tang Etienne's hearty laughter suddenly came from the expensive sound system in the car. "Are you au fait? What are you busy with? It's been so long and you didn't even think of calling Big Brother." This rich man who could shake up the entire Australian retail industry with just a cough, did not put on any airs in front of Xia Ruofei. One must know that Tang Etienne was one of the few people in the world who vaguely knew Xia Ruofei's identity as a cultivator. Moreover, Xia Ruofei was also Tang Heron's teacher. The identity of a billionaire might be very prominent in front of others, but he would not hold back in front of Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei laughed. As he drove. I'm just busy. A small business can't be compared to Big Brother Tang, who has a lot of chores to do all day long. Ha ha ha. Ruofei, you're too humble, Tang Etienne said with a smile. Your company's abalone auction has caused such a big commotion. I've heard about it in Australia. Then, Tang Etienne complained again, brother, you're not a good friend. Why didn't they send me an invitation to such an interesting auction? If I can also participate in the remote auction, I'll definitely help you. Xia Ruofei smiled and explained, the details are all handled by the people below. I'm not too sure. Big Brother Tang, I'll definitely criticize the person in charge when I get back. How could I neglect you? Come on. Tang Etienne said, you're willing to criticize your beautiful boss? Ha ha ha, Xia Ruofei was speechless. He didn't expect Feng Jing to be so famous that even Tang Etienne, who was in Australia, knew about it. Also, I'm on speaker. Can you be a little more tactful? Xia Ruofei glanced at Hu Zi's mother, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, and smiled bitterly. Big Brother Tang, you're not looking for me, just to condemn me, are you? He quickly changed the topic. Tang Etienne laughed and said, Ruofei, I'm going back to China to attend an entrepreneur summit in a few days. I'm going to bring Jennifer and Haren back with me. Haren has been talking about you all day. Xia Ruofei was also very happy to hear that. He was also very happy that Tang Haren had found an extremely talented disciple. Moreover, Tang Haren had been cultivating on his own. Xia Ruofei was worried that something might go wrong with him. It was good to see him and check on his cultivation progress. Big Brother Tang, doesn't Haren need to go to school? Xia Ruofei asked. It was September now, and the children in China were about to start school. Tang Etienne laughed. The school holidays in Australia are different from those in China. It's usually divided into 4 semesters, and there are 2 weeks of vacation between each semester. Haren's school starts in early October. He's still on vacation when I came back to China. Then, Tang Etienne said with emotion, basically, as long as there's an opportunity, I'll bring Haren back to visit more often so that he won't forget that he's a Chinese. Although he was born in Australia and was an Australian citizen, the blood flowing in his body was the Yan Huang bloodline. No matter how far you go or how high you fly, you can't forget the place where you started. In fact, Tang Etienne himself was born in Australia. However, he had received a traditional education since he was young, so he had a strong sense of identity with his motherland. Unlike some people who went abroad to study and even forgot about their ancestors, it was not surprising that their children had become white-hearted banana men. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei was also filled with respect. He said seriously, you're absolutely right, Big Brother Tang. You can't forget your roots, I support you. If he wanted to do something, he had to be a person first. Xia Ruofei had very high expectations of Tang Haren's character. Otherwise, if he had mastered the cultivation method and did as he pleased to harm society, it would be a great destructive power. That was why Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to use his spiritual power to leave a mark in Tang Haren's young heart. Tang Etienne and his wife also attached great importance to Tang Haren's personality education, which Xia Ruofei was very satisfied with. Big Brother Tang, when are you guys coming back? Xia Ruofei asked. I haven't decided on the exact schedule yet, but it'll be in about a week. Tang Etienne said. Ruofei, this entrepreneur summit is held in Beijing. After the summit, I'm going to take Howard to visit the Forbidden City and the Great Wall, and then we'll fly to the Three Mountains to meet you. Xia Ruofei nodded and agreed. Let me know after you've set your schedule. After returning to the Three Mountains, Xia Ruofei resumed his carefree life. However, Hu Zi's mother moved back to the Forestry Bureau dormitory. The next day, the Deguanshan real estate that he had bought from Liang Weiman's Jianda Group had been completely renovated, according to Lin Xiao's suggestions. However, even though they had used environmentally friendly materials, the newly renovated house still needed some ventilation, especially in the hottest period of summer when the formaldehyde was the strongest. Xia Ruofei would definitely not let Hu Zi's mother move in at this time. Moreover, the house rented by the Forestry Bureau's residents was relatively closer to the Bell Tower No. 2 primary school where Nan Nan studied. Therefore, Hu Zi's mother was not in a hurry to cancel the rental. Logo. Xia Ruofei planned to leave the new house with a pavilion for ventilation for half a year. He would move in when Lin Xiao had winter break and let the mother and daughter spend the new year in the new house. Hu Zi's mother had moved back, and Lin Xiao had gone to college on Egret Island. Xia Ruofei's villa suddenly became quiet. Xia Ruofei lived alone and was too lazy to cook, so he just went to the company cafeteria for every meal. Feng Jing had been cooped up in the farm for the past few days. Fortunately, she had only become famous on the internet and wasn't considered a superstar. Hence, the paparazzi at the entrance had left after a few days. The sneaky people around the farm were also gone. Feng Jing was in charge of the farm, so everything in the pharmaceutical factory was basically remotely controlled. Shui Jinshan had also been summoned back from Beijing by Feng Jing to research the early production of the Jusher cream. There were no technical difficulties in the mass production of the jaded skin cream. What he needed to study was the category of the first batch of jaded skin cream to be listed, the pricing strategy, the publicity plan, and so on. In the end, after everyone's discussion, it was basically decided that the first batch of jaded skin cream would only be launched with the minty fragrance type. However, through different packaging and concentration ratios, it was divided into 3 grades. The most expensive Jade Bone Ice Skin series basically had the same concentration as the hand-made jade skin cream. The packaging was also the most exquisite, and the price was tentatively 38.88 yuan a bottle. The second, grade congealed fat series had been diluted to a certain extent, and its medicinal effects were slightly worse than the Jade Bone Ice Skin series. It was priced at 18.88 yuan a bottle. The popular version was more diluted, and its efficacy might not even be half of the Jade Bone Ice Skin series. It was named Snow Match, which was mainly targeted at ordinary consumers, but the price was still as high as 588 yuan a bottle. Xia Ruofei was shocked when Feng Jing's team came up with the pricing plan. Even if it was an undiluted jaded skin ointment, the cost of each bottle would not exceed 30 yuan. If it was mass-produced, the cost would be even lower. However, it was simply a money-snatching act to sell it for 300 to 400 yuan per bottle. However, Feng Jing had casually taught Xia Ruofei a lesson. Do you think that the cost of those luxury brands' perfumes, skincare products, essence liquids, and cosmetic products that cost thousands of yuan is high? The high-end cosmetics on the market that were pursued by various fans now might not even have 1/10 of the effect. of jaded skin cream, but the price was very high and still sold well around the world. The cost of these cosmetics was also very low, and the advertising cost accounted for a large proportion. All in all, after Xia Ruofei heard it, he only had one thought: it was really easy to earn money from women these days. No matter what, Xia Ruofei still agreed to Feng Jing's proposal. In just one day, Feng Jing's plan had been adjusted again. This time, Xia Ruofei was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Feng Rao suggested that, in addition to the 3 grades of jaded skin cream that were normally sold, they should also introduce a limited edition of jaded skin cream. Feng Jing's suggestion was to release only 300 sets of this luxurious version of jaded skin cream every year. Each set was personally brewed by Xia Ruofei and added with expensive essential oil. She even designed a luxurious outer packaging. The bottle was made of 33 layers of natural crystals, supported by 3 platinum rings. In short, it was as luxurious as possible. This luxury version of the jade skin cream, which Feng Jing had named Skin Code, was sold in China for 100 bottles at 880,000 yuan a bottle. 200 bottles were sold overseas at a price of 150,000 euros each. Although Xia Ruofei was already immune to the high price strategy, he was still shocked by the outrageous price. Feng Jing explained to him that the luxury version of Skin Code wasn't going to be released immediately. She planned to release it after the 3 series of jaded skin cream were released. She had expected that the jaded skin cream would immediately take the world by storm, even leading the industry trend and becoming a high-end brand that everyone would fight to buy. At this time, he could take the opportunity to launch the limited luxury version of Skin Code. In Feng Jing's words, the 300 copies of Skin Codes a year were purely for the sake of improving the brand's style and earning some money at the same time. After hearing Feng Jing's explanation, Xia Ruofei nodded in agreement after some thought. This surprised Feng Rao. She thought that was Xia Ruofei's lazy personality. He would not agree so readily if she asked him to brew 300 portions of jaded skin ointment every year. Feng Jing didn't know that hand-made medicine could also be mass-produced. Besides, Xia Ruofei was the one who made the medicine. Did he really make it himself? Xia Qing was Xia Ruofei's loyal spirit puppet, and his skills in making jade skin cream were better than Xia Ruofei's. If he made it, it would be equivalent to Xia Ruofei making it himself. No matter what, Xia Ruofei's agreement to this plan made Feng Jing very happy. She immediately began to arrange various tasks. Shui Jinshan was going to stop the production line of the heart-nourishing soup in a few days. After a thorough cleaning, he would be ready to start the production of the jaded skin ointment. Meanwhile, the approval was still being sent to the capital. Shui Jinshan had sent over the assistant factory manager that he had hired previously. The heart-nourishing soup project had already connected with the State Food and Drug Administration. In the southeast province, there was Hikun from the Provincial Food and Drug Administration looking after them. Shui Jinshan did not need to personally look after the approval of a skincare product. On the other hand, Feng Jing began to frequently call for meetings with the staff of the marketing department to formulate a marketing plan for the jaded skin cream. At the same time, she also found a famous Italy fashion designer, Simon, through her classmate, to design a crystal bottle for the limited edition Skin Code. Hence, before the jaded skin cream was even on the market, a large sum of design fees had been spent. However, Xia Ruofei didn't mind. He trusted Feng Jing's ability. Once Yingluo's limited edition jaded skin cream was sold, the design fee would be returned with a few bottles. The company's focus had shifted to the mass production of jaded skin cream, and Xia Ruofei had started to slack off openly. This time, he had a very good reason to prepare 300 portions of Yusher ointment, and he had to decoct it himself. The preparation work in the early stage was very heavy. Feng Jing was also helpless about this, but she was already used to her chairman's lazy style and didn't have the energy to complain. It was now the middle of September. The approval for the jaded skin cream had entered the final stage. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be approved very soon. Meanwhile, Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory had already used a production line and officially started producing the jaded skin cream. The green maple vines that Xia Qing had planted in the Archean realm were also harvested as expected. In the prescription that Xia Ruofei had provided for the first batch of ground green maple vines, the amount of green maple vines used was very little. A production line consumed about 10 to 15 kilograms of green maple vines every month. Xia Ruofei was able to supply a sufficient amount. When the green maple vines in the mountain sea realm were harvested in batches, they would be even more abundant. Even if they had to provide green maple vines to 10 production lines at the same time, there would not be any problems. Tang Etienne's family also took a private jet from Australia to the capital. Before they left, Tang Etienne called Xia Ruofei and told him about their schedule for the next few days. The entrepreneur summit that Tang Etienne was going to attend would last for 2 days. After the summit, he planned to bring Tang Haoran around the capital for 2 days, before the family of 3 flew back to Sanshan. Hence, Xia Ruofei, who had been slacking off for many days, cleaned the villa personally and told his disciple to come over as a guest. It would not be good if the house was too messy. Just as Xia Ruofei was busy cleaning the house, Feng Jing called him and said that she had something to report to him. Xia Ruofei had not been to the office for a few days, so he was too embarrassed to reject her. He took a quick shower and went to the office in the complex. Chairman, we've finished the publicity plan for the jaded skin cream, Feng Jing immediately said. When she saw Xia Ruofei, please check. Feng Jing handed Xia Ruofei a proposal that was at least 20 pages long. Xia Ruofei had a headache when he saw the dense text. He flipped through a few pages and said, President Feng, I won't look at the specific plan. You can pick the main points and tell me. Feng Jing nodded helplessly and flipped open the same proposal in her hands. Feng Jing had personally led the backbone of the marketing department to work overtime to come up with this proposal. After many discussions and revisions, the proposal was finally finalized. Feng Jing was also very familiar with the contents of the publicity plan, so she quickly picked out the key content and reported it to Xia Ruofei. Logo. The plan was very detailed, from poster production, video shooting to TV advertisements, online advertisements, outdoor advertisements, and even the preliminary structure of the press conference PowerPoint. However, Xia Ruofei was getting drowsy. He had absolute trust in Feng Jing's abilities. Since it was something his general manager could do, he naturally lost interest. However, Feng Rao had reported to him out of respect, so Xia Ruofei could only listen patiently. In reality, his mind had already wandered. Just as Xia Ruofei was nodding and thinking, he suddenly heard Feng Jing say, Chairman, regarding the product endorsement, we've contacted the recently popular singer of the Jade Lady sect, Dong Xinyu, and she has agreed to meet us in Beijing tomorrow. I hope you can come with me. On one hand, it's to show that we value it. On the other hand, I've considered that the endorsement fee may be a relatively large expense. If you're present, you can make the decision directly. Xia Ruofei had been absent-minded the whole time, so he habitually nodded and said, "All right." Then, he immediately reacted and sat up straight, saying, "I'm going too? There's no need for this, right? Your general manager is personally taking action, isn't that enough? As for the final decision, as long as you think the price is right, you can just set it." "I believe you." Chairman Feng Jing said with a bitter smile, "The endorsement fee isn't a small sum. I can't make the decision." Feng Jing really didn't have the energy to criticize this lazy chairman anymore. He actually wanted to leave such a big matter to others. Moreover, many men would want to get close to the female celebrity, Dong Xinyu. Xia Ruofei, on the other hand, avoided her like a snake. It was really enough that a man could be lazy to this extent. Xia Ruofei touched his nose and said, with a smile, "If you really don't think you can make the decision, you can ask me directly on WeChat." "Boss Feng, I believe in your ability." Chairman Feng Jing said helplessly, "The spokesperson part is very important in the entire publicity plan. It directly determines the product's image. I think you should look into it yourself." In fact, this was the only thing that required Xia Ruofei's personal attention in the entire publicity plan. Feng Jing had already delegated the rest of the work to everyone. Who would have thought that Xia Ruofei didn't even want to do the only job, which was to meet beautiful celebrities? Xia Ruofei touched his chin and said, "CEO Feng, I think you can actually be the spokesperson. You also have a lot of fans online now. I think she's even more famous than that so-called female singer, Dong Xinyu. At least, I've never heard of her name before, but I've heard of your name like thunder." Feng Rao was embarrassed and quickly said, "Chairman, this I won't trouble you to talk to Dong Xinyu personally. I'll handle it myself." After speaking, Feng Jing stood up and left the office. This chairman really touched on a sore spot. The strange ideas in his mind were simply driving people crazy. Feng Jing was already feeling a little uncomfortable with her sudden popularity. If she were to continue being an ambassador, she might as well just be in the entertainment industry and not a professional manager. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seemed that this trick was still effective. Just as Feng Jing was about to walk out of Xia Ruofei's office, Xia Ruofei suddenly had an idea. He shouted, "President Feng, wait a moment. Does the chairman have any other instructions?" Feng Jing turned around helplessly. "Don't ever mention that I'll be your spokesperson. There's no room for discussion." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "You're meeting Dong Xinyu in the capital tomorrow, right? I'll go with you." Xia Ruofei suddenly remembered that Tang Etienne's family was also in the capital at this time. Tang Etienne should be done with his work tomorrow. If he went to the capital, he could meet them. If there was no need, they wouldn't have to fly to the Three Mountains. As for discussing the contract with Feng Jing, it was just a side trip. Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei hesitantly. She did not know what Xia Ruofei was up to. Why did he change his mind so quickly after all the excuses he had just made? "Chairman, you're not joking with me?" Feng Rao asked suspiciously. "When have I ever joked about work?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Feng Jing cursed in her heart, "You were just joking around with me about the endorsement a minute ago." She could not help but ask, "No additional conditions?" Don't tell me you want me to be your spokesperson? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, if you agree, I have no problem with it. The endorsement fee will be excellent. Don T. Don T. I don't want to. Feng Jing asked, Chairman, you really don't have any other requests? Xia Ruofei forced a smile and said, why didn't you believe me? Weren't you the one who insisted that I go with you? I've already agreed to it, why are you asking so many questions? Do you want me to go or not? Before I change my mind, you better make your decision quickly. I want it. Feng Jing hurriedly said, it's settled then. I'll get the administrative office to book the plane tickets immediately. She had decided that no matter what Xia Ruofei had up his sleeve, she would agree to it first. Anyway, if she were to be the spokesperson, she would rather die than do it. Feng Jing quickly left Xia Ruofei's office as she was afraid that Xia Ruofei would ask for more. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at Feng Rao's sorry figure. He took out his phone and sent a text message to Tang Etienne, telling him that he was going to the capital for a business trip tomorrow, and that they could meet directly in the capital. Xia Ruofei was worried that Tang Etienne was at the Entrepreneur Summit and it would be inconvenient for him to answer the phone, so he sent him a text message to inform him. She didn't expect Tang Etienne to call back so quickly. Brother. Why did you suddenly decide to come to the capital? Big brother Tang, Xia Ruofei said with a smile, there's something I need to do in the company. I need to go there personally. Tang Etienne was worried that Xia Ruofei would make a trip to the capital for their family. Xia Ruofei was a god-like figure. Moreover, he was Howren's master. If he had to trouble him to make a trip personally, he would definitely feel a little apologetic. And even feel a little scared. After hearing that Xia Ruofei had other matters to attend to in the capital, Tang Etienne was relieved. He said happily, then I'll tell Howren the good news. He'll be very happy. Ruofei, when will you arrive in the capital tomorrow? Tang Etienne asked. We'll treat you to a meal as a family of 3. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, the schedule hasn't been confirmed yet. Big brother Tang, I'll be busy with work after I get to Beijing. I'll contact you again after I'm done. Okay. Then I'll see you in the capital. Tang Etienne said straightforwardly. The next morning, Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing took a flight at around 9:30 a.m. and arrived at the Capital International Airport at noon. The administrative office had already booked a hotel in advance. Now that the company's various businesses were making a lot of profits and had abundant cash flow, the company management's accommodation standards and travel subsidies for business trips were very high. This was also decided by Xia Ruofei himself. If he could make money, he should be able to spend it. Only by doing a good job in employee welfare would everyone have a sense of ownership and work hard for the company. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei was also on a business trip this time, so the administrative office had booked a business suite at the 5-star Hilton Hotel for the 2 of them. The Hilton Hotel provided pick-up service. When the 2 of them dragged their suitcases out of the airport, they saw a Mercedes-Benz with the hotel logo on it. A driver in a suit and white gloves was standing next to the car, holding a sign with their names on it. Taking the Mercedes-Benz provided by the hotel, the 2 arrived at the Hilton Hotel in Wangfujing and successfully checked in. After Feng Jing put her simple luggage away, she went to Xia Ruofei's room. Chairman, I'll contact Dong Sinyu's manager first to confirm the location for the meeting tonight. Feng Ke said. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Feng Rao quickly found a number on her phone and dialed it. Hello, Sister Feng, I'm Feng Jing from Paradise Corporation. We've contacted each other before. It's like this, our company's chairman Xia and I have already arrived in the capital. We want to confirm the time and place of the meeting tonight. What? This? But we've already agreed on this. I'm sorry, Sister Feng, I didn't mean it that way. I know, then when will Miss Dong be free? Okay. We'll keep in touch then. After the call, Feng Jing looked a little embarrassed and her brows furrowed slightly. Xia Ruofei, who was standing at the side, heard everything. He asked calmly, Boss Feng, what's the situation? Did they stand us up? Dong Sinyu's manager said that she has to film an important show tonight, so the meeting has been cancelled. Feng Jing said with a sigh. I asked her when she would be free to meet up again, but her attitude was very cold. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but pout. Do these celebrities have any professional ethics? Didn't we already agree on this? Feng Rao was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Chairman. I didn't expect him to suddenly break the appointment. I even made you follow me to Beijing, but you couldn't even see him. Xia Ruofei waved his hand. It's nothing. However, if you can't decide on a spokesperson, I'm afraid that the publicity plans you've made before will not be able to be carried out, right, Logo? Feng Rao was also worried. She nodded and said, yup. The shooting of promotional posters, short advertisement films, and the launch of new products could not be carried out without an image spokesperson. And time is especially tight right now. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, if you really can't, President Feng, you can do it yourself. Your image and temperament are very in line with our company's product positioning, and you're very popular on the internet now. Feng Rao glared at Xia Ruofei and said, the chairman is still joking at a time like this, hee, I just wanted to ease the atmosphere, because I saw your sad face. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, CEO Feng, if it really doesn't work, we can find another spokesperson. At most, we can delay the release of the product. I'm just trying to take advantage of the popularity of the last auction to launch the jaded skin ointment, Feng Rao said with a frown. If this trend passed, the effect would be much worse. Moreover, Dong Sinyu's image is more in line with the requirements. Moreover, if we were to look for another person at the last minute, those celebrities' schedules would be more tight. I'm afraid, Feng Jing couldn't help but sigh, Chairman, I'll get the marketing department to look for other candidates first. I'll try to contact Dong Sinyu again. I still feel that she's the most suitable candidate, but she'll have to stay in the capital for the next 2 days. All right. Xia Ruofei said nonchalantly, I don't have anything important to do anyway. I'll stay and accompany you. Feng Rao revealed a grateful expression and said, thank you, Chairman. It's my fault for not doing my job well. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said generously, the other party changed his mind at the last minute. What does it have to do with you? Don't think too much. Let's have a good rest in the afternoon. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. If there's anything, we can talk tomorrow. Hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Feng Jing's depressed mood improved a lot. She nodded heavily. Xia Ruofei walked Feng Jing to the door of his room and returned to his room with a bitter smile. He could tell that Feng Jing was quite dejected. This was also the first time Feng Jing had suffered such a setback since joining Paradise Corporation. In Xia Ruofei's opinion, it would not be a problem for the product to be released a few days earlier or later. It would be best if he could make use of the popularity of the auction. However, it would be fine if he could not make it in time. He was very confident in his product. Of course, Feng Jing was a perfectionist who pursued perfection in her work. This could be seen from how she had tried her best to persuade Xia Ruofei to come to the capital with her to discuss the endorsement contract. Everything had been planned, and this was the most important part. Who would have thought that the discussion would go smoothly before they arrived in the capital and suddenly changed their mind? This was indeed a big blow to Feng Jing. Hence, Xia Ruofei decided to treat her to a big meal that night, hoping to dispel her depressed mood. Xia Ruofei was not familiar with the capital. He used the computer in his room to look up the high-end restaurants in the capital, but he did not have any good choices. It was mainly because it was difficult to distinguish the authenticity of the information on the internet. The reputation of the restaurant could be faked, so he did not have much confidence. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and decided to call Xia Ruofei. This guy grew up in the capital and only followed his father to live in another city. He was a typical rich man in the capital and should know the food map of the capital very well. Just as Xia Ruofei took out his phone and was about to call Xia Ruofei, Tang Etienne's call came in. "Big brother Tang." Xia Ruofei answered the call with a smile. "Ruofei, you should be in the capital by now, right?" Tang Etienne asked. "Yup. I just checked into the hotel," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Which hotel are you staying at?" "Haran, this kid knows that you're here, and he's making a fuss about coming to pay his respects to master." "Haha." Tang Etienne said, "If you have a job, then another day is fine." Xia Ruofei smiled. "It's okay. There was a sudden problem at work. I don't have any plans for today." "Is that so?" Tang Etienne was also surprised. "What's the problem? Can I be of any help?" "Hee, it's just a small problem." "It's okay." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Big brother Tang, I live in Jing Hilton at the Wang residence. I'm free anytime today." Tang Etienne saw that Xia Ruofei didn't want to talk about it in detail, so he didn't continue to ask. He said, "I still have to attend a summit forum in the afternoon. How about this? Jennifer and I will treat you to dinner tonight." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He was still thinking about where to arrange dinner. Now there was a solution. Hence, he smiled and said, "Sure. But Big Brother Tang, I still have a colleague who came here with me. It's not good to leave her alone, so I brought her along." "No problem." Tang Etienne laughed heartily. "You can bring as many people as you want. Then it's a deal. I'll book a place and text you later." "Alright. See you tonight," Xia Ruofei said. In the evening, the lights on the streets of Beijing were lit. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing got off the taxi at the entrance of Zola's restaurant, which was near the front gate. When she heard that Xia Ruofei had an appointment with a friend, Feng Jing had planned to order a meal at the hotel herself. After all, it would be uncomfortable for her to go over to a friend's place. Moreover, although she had encountered some difficulties in the endorsement, there was still a lot of work to be done in the company. She felt that she might as well stay in the hotel and read her email instead of going out for a meal. However, she could not stand Xia Ruofei's constant persuasion and finally came out with him. Xia Ruofei was also worried that she would be in a bad mood at the hotel alone, so he brought her out to relax. So, even though he and Tang Etienne had agreed to meet at 6:30 a.m., he and Feng Jing left at 5 a.m. The two strolled around Qianmen Street for a while, then took a taxi to Zola's restaurant, which wasn't far away. Although it wasn't the appointed time yet, the two of them were a little tired after shopping for a while, so they decided to wait at the restaurant. This Western restaurant was very stylish. The decoration was very exquisite, and all kinds of atmosphere, lights and soothing piano music created a very warm atmosphere. As soon as the two of them entered the restaurant, a waiter came up to them. "Good evening, you two." The attendant bowed slightly. "Mr. Tang Etienne has already made a reservation," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Please wait." The waiter immediately checked the iPad he carried with him and immediately looked much more respectful. "So you're Mr. Tang's guest? This way, please." With that, the waiter stepped aside, made an inviting gesture, and led the two into the restaurant. After taking a few steps, Xia Ruofei realized that Feng Rao had suddenly stopped. He turned around in confusion. Feng Rao was staring at a booth in front of her with a slight frown. "Boss Feng, what's wrong?" Xia Ruofei asked softly. "I saw Dong Xinyu." Feng Jing raised her chin and said. "That small-time celebrity?" Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, "Didn't you say that she was recording a show tonight?" Xia Ruofei followed Feng Rao's gaze and saw three people sitting in the booth. A young woman in her 30s and a girl in a white sleeveless dress were sitting on one side. Opposite them was a fat man in a suit. The girl in a white dress and a pair of large sunglasses in the dimly lit Western restaurant was most likely the Dong Xinyu that Feng Jing had mentioned. From the way she dressed, she should be a rather pure girl. However, Xia Ruofei also knew that this was all the packaging of the entertainment company. Dong Xinyu had been walking the path of a pure girl ever since she started her career. Naturally, she had to create such an image. "I'll go over and say hello," Feng Rao said with a slight frown. Seeing that Feng Rao seemed to be very angry, Xia Ruofei quickly informed the waiter and quickly followed her. Feng Rao walked over to Dong Xinyu's booth in a few steps and asked, "Are you Miss Dong Xinyu?" Dong Xinyu was talking to the fat middle-aged man opposite her when someone interrupted her. She was very unhappy. She took off her sunglasses and glanced at Feng Jing. "Zola is one of the top 10 French restaurants in the capital. How can they let their fangirls in?" "Miss Dong, you've misunderstood. I'm..." Feng Rao was taken aback. Dong Xinyu said impatiently, all right, no need to explain. You want an autograph? Hand it over. I'll help you sign it. But forget about taking a group photo. We're eating." Feng Jing did not expect that Dong Xinyu, who always had an obedient image in public, would behave like this in private. She smiled bitterly at Xia Ruofei and said, "Miss Dong, I'm Feng Jing, the general manager of Paradise Corporation. We've talked on the phone." When Dong Xinyu heard this, an unnatural look flashed in her eyes. She then said indifferently, "Oh. So it's President Feng. What's the matter?" Feng Rao suppressed the unhappiness in her heart and said calmly, "Miss Dong, I've come all the way to Beijing to talk about the dye. Let's talk at the company tomorrow. I'm off work now." Dong Xinyu interrupted Feng Jing rudely. Feng Jing could not help but feel shocked. Dong Xinyu was the one who stood her up and said that she had an important program to film at the last minute. Now, she found out that she was not recording any program at all. Instead, she was having a meal with someone at a Western restaurant. Dong Xinyu did not seem to feel guilty at all. Instead, she acted as if it was only natural. What kind of people were these? Feng Jing was a very strict person. In fact, she had already reached an agreement with Dong Xinyu before she came to Beijing. The two parties had communicated on the phone many times. Not only did Dong Xinyu's manager speak to her, but even Dong Xinyu herself had spoken to Feng Jing. After a few phone calls, they had basically finalized the details of the cooperation. Dong Xinyu's manager had even charged 100,000 yuan from the Paradise Corporation in the name of sincerity money. Although both parties had not signed a written agreement, the cooperation was basically settled. That was why Feng Jing had asked Xia Ruofei to come along. She thought that the trip to the capital was just for show. The chairman's personal appearance would show that the company valued Dong Xinyu more. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. Xia Ruofei, who was standing at the side, could not help but frown. He stepped forward and asked, "Miss Dong, didn't you say that you're recording an important program tonight? You even rejected the meeting with President Feng. Why did you appear in the Western restaurant?" Dong Xinyu was immediately displeased. When she heard this, she slammed the table and shouted, "Who are you? Is it your turn to meddle in my affairs? No rules, logo." Then, Dong Xinyu looked at Feng Rao with an unfriendly expression and said, "Boss Feng, is this the quality of your company's employees? If that's your attitude, then there's nothing to talk about." Xia Ruofei was relatively young, and his skin had become very fair after his cultivation. He had also been standing behind Feng Rao the entire time, so Dong Xinyu had assumed that he was Feng Rao's subordinate. "Ms. Dong, this is Mr. Xia Ruofei, the chairman of our company. He's my superior," Feng Rao said with a frown. Dong Xinyu was stunned for a moment. She glanced at Xia Ruofei in surprise, then pouted and said, "So it's the chairman. No wonder he's so arrogant." Xia Ruofei was so angry that he almost laughed. "Miss Dong, President Feng and I flew all the way from Sanshan to Beijing to talk about cooperation. We had an appointment to meet tonight, but you stood us up for no reason. I just wanted to ask, can't I do that?" At this moment, the fat middle-aged man sitting opposite Dong Xinyu looked at Feng Jing and Xia Ruofei with interest. His gaze lingered on Feng Jing's beautiful face for a moment before he asked with a smile, "Miss Feng, I'm Li Yao, the general manager of the Huaxia region of the Yafu Group. What business does your company do? Are you also interested in working with Miss Dong?" Feng Jing had just introduced Xia Ruofei as the chairman of their company, but Li Yao was acting as if Xia Ruofei did not exist. He was smiling cheekily, obviously not taking them seriously. Feng Jing's expression changed slightly when she heard the words Yafu Group. This was a famous cosmetic brand in the Wei Nation, and it was definitely a well-deserved giant in the cosmetic industry. Dong Xinyu had stood them up and was having a meal with the people from the Yafu Group. It was obvious that the Yafu Group also had their eyes on Dong Xinyu, who was clearly on the rise in her career. Feng Rao's mind raced, but she still said calmly, "So it's Boss Li, nice to meet you. Miss Feng, this is my name card." Li Yao elegantly handed over a business card and said, "If your company is also interested in cooperating with Ms. Dong, I might be able to help." As he spoke, his burning gaze kept darting around Feng Jing's face, making her feel very uncomfortable. Feng Jing didn't take the name card, but said, "Thank you for your kindness, Boss Li, but I'm afraid you can't help us with this. The product that our company is looking for Miss Dong to endorse is President Feng." The woman with heavy makeup sitting next to Dong Xinyu quickly interrupted Feng Jing. "Can we discuss the cooperation tomorrow? Right now, Xinyu has something important to discuss with CEO Li. I'll have to trouble you to go back first. You must be Sister Feng." Feng Jing smiled faintly. "You seem to be afraid that I'll introduce our company's business to Boss Li?" The woman with heavy makeup was Dong Xinyu's manager, Feng Hongli. After hearing Feng Jing's words, a trace of panic flashed across her eyes, but she pretended to be calm and said, "What are you saying?" In fact, Feng Hongli was indeed worried. This was because Li Yao was also looking for Dong Xinyu to discuss the matter of the endorsement. On the other hand, the same celebrity naturally could not endorse different brands of products of similar nature. This Yafu Group was also a cosmetic company. If Li Yao knew that Dong Xinyu had the intention to cooperate with other cosmetic companies, he would most likely not be too happy. Dong Xinyu said impatiently, "Sister Feng, why are you wasting your breath on them?" Then, Dong Xinyu glanced at Feng Rao and said, "President Feng, you guys can go back first. If there's anything we can talk about it when I'm free." Dong Xinyu had risen to fame through a talent show. Although her popularity had risen rather quickly recently, her foundation was still lacking. Previously, Feng Jing had personally spoken to them a few times on the phone, and the two sides had basically agreed on a 1-year endorsement contract. The total value was 3 million Chinese dollars, but it had to be paid in 3 installments. This was already a considerable amount of income for Dong Xinyu. Her manager, Feng Hongli, was also encouraging her from the side, so she had basically agreed. She didn't expect that just yesterday, the Yafu Group would actually come to her door and want to invite her to be their spokesperson. Moreover, it was the general manager of the Huaxia region, Li Yao, who personally came forward. Li Yao also promised to sign a 3-year contract with her. The first year would be 3 million yuan, and there would be a certain increase every year. This caused Dong Xinyu to change her stance. No one would go against money. Not to mention that Yafu Group was much stronger than the little-known Paradise Company. When a celebrity chose an endorsement contract, they also had to look at the strength of the partner. International luxury brands like Coach and LV were highly sought after by celebrities, because being able to endorse such top brands also represented the influence of a celebrity. This had nothing to do with economic benefits. Of course, the endorsement fees of these international brands were not low. Similarly, between the Yafu Group and the Paradise Corporation, Dong Xinyu had chosen the Yafu Group without any hesitation. As for the agreement to cooperate with the Peach Blossom Company and even receiving a sincerity gold of 100,000 yuan from the company, Dong Xinyu did not take it to heart at all. Hence, she treated Feng Jing and Xia Ruofei coldly and rudely. Logo. She did not consider Feng Jing and Xia Ruofei's feelings at all. They flew all the way from San Shan, but she stood them up and was caught in contact with other cosmetic companies. However, she did not feel guilty at all. Instead, she acted as if she was in the right and felt that it was natural. This made Xia Ruofei, who was watching coldly from the side, frown. His impression of this little star, who was so different from the image she had packaged herself as, became even worse. However, other than dissing Dong Xinyu at the start, Xia Ruofei did not say anything after that. He believed that Feng Jing would be able to handle the situation. Li Yao was already a little unhappy that he was ignored when he handed his business card to Feng Jing. He said, "No hurry, no hurry. Miss Feng, you haven't finished your words. What do you think your company's main business is? Maybe we'll have a chance to cooperate." Feng Rao glanced at the exasperated Feng Hongli and said, "Boss Li, our Paradise Corporation is about to launch a new skincare product. We've already discussed the endorsement deal with Miss Dong's manager." Li Yao's face slightly changed. He glanced at Feng Hongli indifferently with a trace of displeasure in his eyes. However, he was also very shrewd. He quickly put on a smiling face and clapped his hands. "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect it to be a peer. I'm really sorry, but our Yafa group also has high hopes for Miss Dong, and we'd like to invite her to be the spokesperson for our new product. Mr. Li, our company has already reached an agreement with Miss Dong," Feng Jing said with a slight frown. "Ha ha ha. Is that so?" Li Yao turned his gaze to Dong Xinyu's manager, Feng Hongli. Feng Hongli panicked and said, "Boss Feng, you can't just say that. We only agreed to have a talk with your company." Dong Xinyu raised her face and sneered, "That's right. What do you mean by reaching an agreement? That's just wishful thinking on your part. Did I sign an agreement with you?" "Yes." Feng Jing replied, "We've already paid the 100,000 yuan in full. I've also brought the bank statement. It's just an intent gold. Any company that wants to work with Xinyu has to pay an intent gold. This doesn't mean that Xinyu has to work with your company." Feng Hongli immediately replied. In fact, Li Yao didn't pay any money. Even if Feng Hongli had more guts, she wouldn't dare to ask Li Yao for an intent fee for a company as large as the Yafa Group to be willing to use a newbie like Dong Xinyu was already an opportunity that they did not even dare to dream of. Originally, they could have signed the contract when they met tonight. Although Li Yao looked at Dong Xinyu with a burning gaze, and his words hinted that if Dong Xinyu could accompany him properly, this endorsement contract would definitely not be a problem. Dong Xinyu herself would not care about such things. Her management company had packaged her as a pure and innocent girl, and she also had an image of an obedient girl on screen. However, how many people in the entertainment industry were truly pure? At the very least, Dong Xinyu was not. As long as Li Yao was willing to pay, Dong Xinyu did not mind spending the night with him. Seeing that they were about to come to an agreement, Feng Jing came to the restaurant and exposed everything. Feng Hongli was furious. Dong Xinyu also sneered and said, "You have the nerve to take out 100,000 yuan? Don't you know the rules? We just want to confirm your company's sincerity. If it's a shell company that can't even come up with 100,000 yuan, do you think I'd waste my saliva talking about a cooperation?" Li Yao leaned back in his chair, looking at Feng Hongli and Dong Xinyu's face with interest. He laughed and shrugged at Feng Rao. "Miss Feng, it seems like Miss Dong has made her choice." In fact, Feng Jing had already made her decision. So she didn't show much emotion. She didn't pay any attention to Li Yao. Instead, she looked at Feng Hongli calmly and said, "If that's the case, please return the 100,000 yuan to us." Feng Hongli said coldly, "Don't worry. There's no need for us to be greedy for this 100,000 yuan. However, our company's finance department has to go through the process to approve it. You can go back and wait. How long do you need? Can you give me a time limit? Feng Rao asked. Fang Hongli said impatiently, at least 30 working days. Wasn't it just 100,000 yuan? Do you think we're embezzling money? A small company is just a small company. It's full of petty people, Dong Xinyu said with disdain. Xia Ruofei was so angry that he laughed out loud. Dong Xinyu was the one in the wrong. She was the one who went back on her words, and in the end, she was still so righteous. Back then, when she wanted the 100,000 yuan, she had to ask the company to transfer it within a day. Now, because of her, the cooperation had been cancelled, and the refund had to be done within at least 30 working days. Moreover, Dong Xinyu and Fang Hongli looked at her with disdain. It was not easy for their character to be so bad. Feng Jing felt guilty. She had inspected so many celebrities and had only chosen one of such quality. She had even dragged Xia Ruofei to the capital, so she felt even more guilty. Without waiting for Feng Jing to reply, Xia Ruofei said, I'll give you 3 days to return the money. If you don't, how is it? Bite me. Dong Xinyu interrupted Xia Ruofei with a sneer. Xia Ruofei looked at Dong Xinyu calmly and said, I'm afraid I'll dirty my mouth if I bite you. Don't worry, if you don't get a refund after 3 days, you'll be begging to send the money to our company soon. Woof. Your tone isn't small, Li Yao said. Jokingly, those who don't know better might think that your company is opened in. Xia Ruofei didn't even look at Li Yao. He took Feng Jing's hand and said, President Feng, let's go. Dong Xinyu was also stunned by Xia Ruofei's words. She only regained her senses after he had pulled Feng Rao away. She was so angry that she spat, Bah! What kind of person was that? 2 country bumpkins from other provinces, acting like they're worth 20,000. Then, Dong Xinyu said to Fang Hongli, Sister Fang, in the future, don't bother with such a small and messy company. If we want to cooperate, we have to find a multinational group like Yafu. You've made a wise decision, Miss Dong. Li Yao laughed. Dong Xinyu quickly winked at Li Yao and said, President Li, this company came to us a few days ago. At that time, we didn't know that there was a chance to work with Yafu, so we reluctantly got in touch with them. You won't blame me, right? How can I blame you? Li Yao laughed. But you have to make it up to me tonight, Dong Xinyu said shyly, Boss Li is so bad. How do you want me to compensate you? Li Yao's burning eyes swept across Dong Xinyu's body unscrupulously. He stuck out his tongue and licked his upper lips. He chuckled and said, You'll know when the time comes. Fang Hongli's face was a little embarrassed, but she was secretly relieved. Fortunately, Dong Xinyu had fully utilized her advantage and explained in a soft and coquettish tone, which also removed the grudge in Li Yao's heart. Li Yao raised his glass of red wine and said with a smile, Miss Dong, Miss Fang, I wish us a happy cooperation. After the 3 of them clinked their glasses and took a sip of wine, Li Yao continued, By the way, I heard that Miss Dong is going to play the second female lead in The Angel of Doom soon? I still have quite a few friends in the industry. When the time comes, I'll help you call them and let the crew take care of you. Dong Xinyu was overjoyed when she heard this. She quickly said, Then I'll thank Brother Li in advance. After a while, Boss Li became Brother Li. And the change was very natural. Li Yao laughed and said, You have to seize the opportunity yourself. It was easy for her to become famous if she acted in such a big film produced by an international company and played such an important role as the second female lead. The more famous you are, the more effective your endorsement for our company will be. Definitely, definitely. Dong Xinyu hurriedly said. Come, let's eat, let's eat. Li Yao said, Zola's caramelized pudding is quite special. Try it, Miss Dong, logo. Feng Rao was pulled away from Dong Xinyu's table by Xia Ruofei until she heard Xia Ruofei say to the waiter, please take us there. Feng Rao finally came back to her senses and realized that Xia Ruofei had been holding her hand the whole time. Her face heated up slightly and she gently broke free. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He didn't have any bad intentions just now. He just didn't want to be entangled with that small star anymore and wanted to pull Feng Jing away. In order to resolve the awkward atmosphere, Xia Ruofei laughed dryly and said, President Feng, there's nothing to talk about with them. Let's find a new brand ambassador. Feng Rao sighed and said, I'm just a little angry. It's the first time I've seen such shameless people. They're clearly the ones who went back on their words, but they're still so righteous, as if we're the ones in the wrong. Xia Ruofei laughed as he looked at Feng Jing. You've already made your decision, haven't you? Feng Rao was stunned. For a moment, then she nodded and said, Yup. I chose Dong Xinyu back then, because I fancied her pure and obedient image. I didn't expect the contrast to be so great in reality. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, That's why. There's nothing to be depressed about, we should be glad that we discovered it earlier. Otherwise, if we really sign her, she'll cause a lot of negative news sooner or later, and our brand image will be damaged. Feng Rao nodded. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, she felt much better. Feng Rao then said with some annoyance, our funds were also suppressed by 100,000 yuan. This Dong Xinyu is really not particular about the way she does things. It's only 3 to 4 days. They'll return very soon, Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Chairman, you gave them 3 days. Can they really pay on time? Feng Rao asked unconfidently. Although 100,000 yuan wasn't a lot, Dong Xinyu and Feng Hongli's faces were disgusting. The thought of the company's funds being suppressed for another month made Feng Jing extremely unhappy. Of course, Feng Jing thought that Xia Ruofei was just saying it out of anger or that he was trying to save some face. She did not take it seriously. You'll know in a few days, Xia Ruofei said with a faint smile. Xia Ruofei was no longer the ignorant fool he was before. He did not take the initiative to provoke others, but if someone provoked him, he would not be polite. A small star like Dong Xinyu might seem very impressive to the average person, but in the eyes of those with real power, she was just an actress. With Xia Ruofei's strong network, it would be a matter of minutes if he wanted to deal with her. Let's see if they know what's good for them. Seeing that Xia Ruofei did not want to say more, Feng Jing did not ask further. She took a deep breath and exhaled as if she wanted to get rid of all the gloominess she had today. As they spoke, the two of them were led to a booth by a waiter. Tang Yitian had personally reserved this table. This area was quieter than Dong Xinyu's, and the seats were arranged in a well-arranged manner. There were some green plants in the middle that formed an ingenious barrier, making it quite private. Would you like to order now? The waiter pulled out a chair for Feng Rao and asked respectfully. Xia Ruofei said, let's order when our friends arrive. Please get us 2 glasses of lemon water. Alright, please wait a moment. The waiter bowed slightly and left. This booth was in the shape of A, and it could comfortably seat 5 people. Considering that Tang Yitian and Jennifer would be coming over later, Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing sat on the same side. The waiter quickly brought 2 glasses of lemon water and then quietly left. The environment of Zola's restaurant was very good. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing chatted in low voices while listening to soothing piano music. They would occasionally take a sip of lemon water and felt very relaxed. After a while, Xia Ruofei heard a clear voice. Are you au fait? So you've already arrived? I'm sorry. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing were sitting with their backs facing the crowd. When he heard Tang Yitian's voice, he smiled and stood up with Feng Jing. Big brother Tang. Sister. In-law. Xia Ruofei greeted him with a smile. Tang Yitian and Jennifer greeted Xia Ruofei with warm smiles. Tang Haoran was standing beside them. The little guy looked very calm, but the deep admiration in his eyes warmed Xia Ruofei's heart. Tang Haoran shouted with a trace of excitement, Master. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. He reached out and touched his head. Haoran, did you miss your master? Tang Haoran nodded his head heavily. At this time, Xia Ruofei realized that Feng Rao was staring at Tang Yitian and Jennifer with a shocked expression. Feng Jing knew that Xia Ruofei had a good relationship with the Maya Group in Australia. After all, the application for the $10 million Paradise Charity Fund was already in progress. Lin Xiao was a tight-lipped girl. Although she was on good terms with Feng Jing, she didn't spread the news about Xia Ruofei in Australia. Hence, Feng Jing didn't know much about Xia Ruofei's relationship with Tang Yitian's family. Logo. She didn't expect Tang Yitian and his wife to be so close to Xia Ruofei that they even took the initiative to invite him to dinner. Moreover, Tang Yitian and Jennifer's child even called Xia Ruofei master. What kind of person was Tang Yitian? He was a giant in the entire Australian retail industry, a world-class rich man with tens of billions of dollars in assets. Moreover, Jennifer's status in the entertainment industry was the same as Tang Yitian's status in the business world. If she hadn't retired at the peak of her career, she would have been a big sister-like figure. As a professional in the field of finance and business administration, Feng Jing was naturally familiar with the world's business leaders. She was also very familiar with Tang Yitian's situation. As a Chinese, the fact that he was able to build such a huge business empire in Australia was something that Feng Jing admired greatly. To think that her idol would appear right in front of her. Feng Jing felt as if she was in a dream. Xia Ruofei nudged Feng Rao lightly and smiled. Big brother Tang, let me introduce you to Feng Jing, the general manager of our Paradise Corporation. Boss Feng, this is the Maya Group from Australia, Chairman, there's no need for introductions. Feng Jing came back to her senses and said with a smile, the famous founder of the Maya Group, Mr. Tang Yitian, and the world-class star, Ms. Jennifer. How could I not know them? Hello, President Feng. Tang Yitian graciously extended his hand and said, President Feng, you look young and promising. Ruofei's company is full of vitality. I'm so envious. Feng Rao gently shook Tang Yitian's hand and smiled, You're too kind, Mr. Tang. You're a business legend. When I was an MBA student, my teacher used the 2001 merger and acquisition case of the Maya Group as a classic case to teach us In 2001, through a series of dazzling operations, the Maya Group successfully acquired another large Australian retail company and completed absolute control, thus establishing its position as the Australian retail giant. Tang Etienne was still proud of this case, so after hearing Feng Jing's words, he laughed out loud and said, "That was a long time ago. When I was young, I dared to fight and risk my life. Now, I don't have the same drive as I did back then. Mr. Tang is still very young. You're too humble." Feng Rao pursed her lips and smiled. Then she also greeted Jennifer politely, pinched Tang Howren's face very affectionately, and praised him. Unlike Lin Xiao, who was Jennifer's hardcore fan, Feng Jing, as an excellent professional manager with a professional background, naturally admired Tang Etienne more. So, when facing the world-class star Jennifer, she would not lose her composure. Like Lin Xiao. After some small talk, everyone sat down. Soon, the waiter came over with the menu. "Are you au fait? Miss Feng, what would you like to eat?" Tang Etienne asked, with a smile. The guest does as the host wishes. Xia Ruofei shrugged his shoulders and said, "We don't know much about this restaurant either. Brother Tang, you should keep an eye on it. But let me make this clear first. I didn't bring my wallet today." Tang Etienne laughed and said, "Then I'll help you order. The foie gras in Zola's restaurant is very good. You can try it later." After that, Tang Etienne started to order the dishes. Zola's restaurant was a global chain. Obviously, Tang Etienne had visited it more than once. He knew Jennifer and Tang Howren's taste very well, so he ordered the dishes very quickly. In addition to the signature dishes of Zola restaurant, Tang Etienne also ordered a bottle of red wine. "I have a few bottles of good wine in Sydney's Zola," Tang Etienne laughed. "But this is the Beijing shop, so I can only buy one bottle," Xia Ruofei said exaggeratedly. "A bottle of 80,000 yuan is just passable? Big brother Tang, don't scare me, don't pretend to be poor in front of me, Ruofei." Tang Etienne laughed. Everyone sat down and chatted for a while before the dishes were served. The waiter took out a bottle of wine that was worth more than 80,000 yuan. After Tang Etienne checked it, he opened the bottle with his permission. "Come. Let's have a drink. First." Tang Etienne raised his wine glass and said with a smile, "For our reunion in the capital." Ding! Ding! Everyone clinked their glasses, took a sip of red wine, and then began to enjoy the exquisite French food. Tang Etienne and Jennifer were both people with very high emotional intelligence, so the atmosphere during the meal was very good. They also took Feng Jing's feelings into consideration, looking for topics of common interest from time to time, so Feng Jing's tension was quickly eliminated. Naturally, Xia Ruofei wasn't reserved. Besides chatting with Tang Etienne and his wife, he would also talk to Tang Howren from time to time. However, since Feng Jing was present, Xia Ruofei did not mention anything about cultivation. Tang Howren seemed to have matured quite a bit. He was very respectful and affectionate towards Xia Ruofei. Tang Etienne asked, "Oh right, Ruofei, why did you come to the capital this time? You said on the phone in the morning that there was an accident? Is there anything you need my help with?" When Feng Rao heard this, she subconsciously turned her eyes to Jennifer and her mind suddenly became active. However, Xia Ruofei shook his head at Feng Rao discreetly and smiled. "It's nothing, big brother Tang. I can handle it myself." Xia Ruofei could guess what Feng Rao was thinking. Jennifer was a world-class star. Compared to a small star like Dong Xinyu, the difference was like the difference between an ordinary working class and a billionaire. Or rather, there was no comparison at all. Feng Rao's mind had been filled with the idea of a spokesperson for the past few days. Seeing that Xia Ruofei and Tang Etienne were so close to each other, she naturally had the idea of asking Jennifer to be her spokesperson. If they could get a superstar like Jennifer to endorse them, it would be worth it even if they had to spend 10 times the endorsement fee of Dong Xinyu. It was understandable for Feng Jing to have such thoughts, but Xia Ruofei could not and did not want to do so. He believed that if he asked, Jennifer would definitely agree. However, Xia Ruofei was also very clear that Jennifer had left the entertainment industry a long time ago. Moreover, she was Tang Etienne's wife and had successfully changed her career. How could she be allowed to do such a thing? Even if Tang Etienne didn't mind, Xia Ruofei couldn't do that. That was why Xia Ruofei beat Feng Jing to it and told her that it was just a small problem. Tang Etienne saw that Xia Ruofei didn't want to talk about this topic, so he naturally didn't continue to ask. He also vaguely knew about Xia Ruofei's magical ability, so he didn't think that there was anything that would be difficult for Xia Ruofei. As for Feng Jing, she naturally followed Xia Ruofei's lead. Although she didn't quite understand, she believed that Xia Ruofei had his reasons for doing so, so she obediently kept her mouth shut. Okay. If you need any help, don't hesitate to ask. Tang Etienne smiled and nodded. Of course I want tea. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, by the way, brother Tang, sister-in-law, I don't have much to do these 2 days. Why don't we go to the famous places in the capital of China? Good, good. Without waiting for Tang Etienne and his wife to speak, Tang Houran said happily, Master, I've long wanted to go to the Great Wall, to take a look. It's because Dad said that the Great Wall isn't a hero. Xia Ruofei laughed. Houran, it's easy if you want to be a hero. I'll take you to climb the Great Wall tomorrow. Tang Houran nodded his head heavily. Xia Ruofei casually brushed off the issue of finding a spokesperson for the jaded skin cream. Everyone tacitly stopped talking about this topic. Tang Etienne was also very happy to see Xia Ruofei. He unconsciously drank a lot of red wine. He stood up and said, I'm sorry, you guys can continue chatting. I'll go to the washroom, Logo. On Dong Xinyu's side, the 3 of them had also exchanged toasts and drank quite a bit. After a few glasses of wine, Dong Xinyu's face was flushed red, making her look even more charming and charming. Li Yao's heart wavered as he looked at her, and his eyes were burning with passion. Mr. Li, about the endorsement contract. Fang Hongli said in a sweet voice. Li Yao laughed and said, Don't worry. I've had my eyes on Miss Dong for a long time and I brought the contract with me. Please sign it if there are no problems with it. After he finished speaking, Li Yao took out 2 copies of the contract from his bag and handed it over. Fang Hongli and Dong Xinyu quickly took a copy each and found that the terms in the contract were exactly as Li Yao had said before. The contract was signed for 3 years, and the endorsement fee was 3 million yuan per year, and it would increase year by year. At the end of the contract was Li Yao's signature and the seal of Yafo Company's Huaxia district. Dong Xinyu rolled her eyes at Li Yao and said, Boss, Li is so bad. You've already prepared the contract, but you're not willing to take it out. You're making him feel so uneasy. Li Yao laughed and grabbed Dong Xinyu's fair hand. He squinted his eyes and said, I'm just admiring Miss Dong. I'm just afraid that after Miss Dong signs the contract, she won't be willing to talk to me. Dong Xinyu allowed Li Yao to caress her hand as she said in a sweet voice, "How can that be? After I sign the contract, I'll be yours. How would I dare to ignore you?" Li Yao could not help but burst into laughter when he heard this. He was indeed just teasing her. He was not worried about this at all. He was not even afraid that Dong Xinyu would go back on her word after signing the endorsement contract. A small star like Dong Xinyu would definitely not dare to play any tricks in front of Li Yao. Otherwise, she would not be able to survive. "Miss Dong, can you take a look at the contract? Is there any other problem?" "Yes," Li Yao said. "If there's no problem, sign it." "No problem, no problem," Dong Xinyu quickly replied. After that, she exchanged a look with Fang Hongli, then took out a pen and signed her name at the end of the contract. Then she pressed her red fingerprint on the ink pad that Li Yao had prepared in advance and stamped her newly signed name. "Nice working with you, Miss Dong and Miss Fang." Li Yao laughed. "Happy cooperation." Dong Xinyu was also very happy. "Ms. Dong, I've already booked a room in Sheraton," Li Yao said with a smile. "Let's have a good chat about the specific arrangements for the endorsement tonight, okay?" Dong Xinyu glanced at Li Yao and said, "All right. Boss Li, you have to give me some good guidance. I'm afraid I can't do it well." "Ha ha ha. No problem, Li Yao said happily. Both parties kept a copy of the contract and sat down to chat for a while. Then, Li Yao got up and went to the bathroom. At this moment, his heart was burning with passion. He wanted to quickly pay the bill and bring Dong Xinyu to Sheraton to enjoy this young and beautiful little star. Tang Etienne came out of the bathroom and was washing his hands in front of the tap when he suddenly heard a surprised voice. "Mr. Tang." He straightened his body and looked back. He was stunned for a second or two before he smiled and said, "You're President Li from Yafu, right?" Yes. Mr. Tang really has a good memory." Li Yao was a little flattered. It turns out that Mr. Tang is also eating with Zola today. We are really fated. Tang Etienne and Li Yao weren't familiar with each other, but this time, the Yafu Group's Wei Nation headquarters didn't participate in the summit. It was Li Yao who attended on behalf of the Yafu Group. At the banquet organized by the summit, Li Yao took the initiative to toast a few glasses of wine to Tang Etienne and handed him his business card. That was why Tang Etienne had some impression of him. This was also because the party was held last night. If it had been a little longer, Tang Etienne would have certainly forgotten about Li Yao. He was a super rich man with a net worth of more than 10 billion, one of the well-deserved giants in the Australian retail industry. Although Li Yao's status was also considered good, he was essentially just a senior employee of Yafu Group. Although Li Yao was able to become the general manager of the Huaxia region, he certainly had shares, dividends, and a generous annual salary, but compared with Tang Etienne, the difference was naturally like heaven and earth. Therefore, the fact that Tang Etienne could still remember his name already made Li Yao feel proud and flattered. "Nice to meet you, President Li," Tang Etienne said with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Tang." Li Yao humbly asked, "Where is Mr. Tang's seat?" "I'll go over and give a toast later." Tang Etienne smiled. "Thank you for your kind intentions, President Li. We're just having a small gathering with family and friends. You don't have to be so polite." You're too kind, you should be. It's fate that we met. Li Yao said quickly. There's really no need for that, President Li. I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first, Tang Yitian said. Good, good, good. Goodbye, Mr. Tang. Li Yao said. Tang Yitian strode away. Li Yao didn't even have the mood to go to the bathroom. He quickly returned to where Dong Xinyu and Feng Hongli were. He picked up his glass of red wine and said, Miss Dong, Miss Feng, I just met a noble person. Come with me and give him a toast. Although Tang Yitian had already declined, Li Yao felt that if he went over to propose a toast, at least he wouldn't be blamed. After all, one shouldn't slap a smiling face. Wasn't there a rule of returning courtesy in China? Many relationships were built slowly like this. Besides, there was another important reason that made Li Yao want to get close to him no matter what. The biggest investor was the entertainment company under the Maya Group. It was said that this entertainment company was also personally managed by the wife of Tang Yitian, the international superstar, Jennifer. The producer of Angel of Doom was naturally appointed by Maya Entertainment to be able to meet Tang Yitian at Zola's restaurant. Li Yao naturally wanted to bring Dong Xinyu there to propose a toast and show her face. On one hand, it could also show off his strength, and perhaps it could also help Dong Xinyu unlock more positions. On the other hand, being on good terms with a super-rich man like Tang Yitian was something that Li Yao was looking forward to. Dong Xinyu and Feng Hongli also picked up their glasses and stood up. Dong Xinyu was almost all over Li Yao's body. She asked in a sweet voice, Boss Li, who's the big shot? Holding back the burning fire in his heart, Li Yao moved aside and said, When we get there later, don't do this. You're a pure and innocent female celebrity. Li Yao was afraid that Dong Xinyu would not pay attention to it and ruin things, so he immediately said, I'm taking you to see Mr. Tang Yitian, the founder of the Maya Group in Australia. Dong Xinyu was just a small star. How would she know Tang Yitian's identity? However, seeing that Li Yao attached so much importance to it, he didn't dare to neglect it. And quickly said, I got it, Boss Li. Li Yao looked at Dong Xinyu and knew that she did not know about Tang Yitian's identity. He continued, You should know about Maya Entertainment, right? Of course. Dong Xinyu immediately replied. Boss Li. Among the joint investors of the Angel of Doom, Maya Entertainment has the biggest share of investment. Don't tell me that the Maya Group, Maya Entertainment is just a subsidiary of the Maya Group. Li Yao said proudly. And Mr. Tang Yitian's wife, the real boss of Maya Entertainment, would definitely shock you if she told you. Boss Li. Don't keep me in suspense, please give me some pointers. I don't want you to know that I've offended a noble person, Dong Xinyu said in a sweet voice. Li Yao slightly raised his chin and said, Mr. Tang's wife was once the movie queen of one of the 3 major film festivals, the famous international superstar Jennifer. She's also the head of Maya Entertainment. After saying this, Li Yao's face revealed a reserved expression, as if he was also proud of Tang Yitian and Jennifer's amazing work. Dong Xinyu was immediately stunned. Her mouth was so wide that an egg could fit in it. After a long while, she came back to her senses and quickly asked, Boss Li, could it be Jennifer is here too? Of course. Li Yao replied. So, you have to perform well later. If Jennifer thinks highly of you, your future will be limitless. It wouldn't even be a problem to increase your screen Time and the Angel of Doom. Dong Xinyu and Feng Hongli looked at each other, and both of them were ecstatic. Dong Xinyu quickly said, yes, yes, yes. Thank you for your help, Boss Li, Li Yao said with a smile. Miss Dong, as long as you work diligently, I promise that your future will be very smooth. I have some connections in the entertainment industry. Li Yao specially emphasized the word heart, and Dong Xinyu understood his meaning. She immediately threw a coquettish glance at Li Yao and said, don't worry, Boss Li, I know what to do. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Don't forget, Li Yao said. Remember to pay attention to your image. Although Tang Etienne didn't tell Li Yao where his seat was, the Zola restaurant was only so big. Li Yao had also paid special attention to the direction Tang Etienne was walking in from the bathroom door, so it was still easy to find him. Tang Etienne didn't take the coincidental meeting to heart. After he returned to his seat, he was still in a good mood, chatting with Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing. Jennifer's standard of Chinese was not bad, just that her spoken language was a little bad, but she had no problem with normal communication. She also especially liked to use idioms, although sometimes they were not used accurately, but they often produced a very funny effect. Feng Rao also took the opportunity to ask Tang Etienne about business, and Tang Etienne naturally told her everything he knew. Therefore, the atmosphere at the table was quite relaxed and cheerful. Tang Etienne was talking to Xia Ruofei about Paradise Corporation's abalone auction when he saw Li Yao's group of 3 walking toward them. He couldn't help but frown. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing's backs were facing Li Yao and the other 2. In order to ensure privacy, the back seats were designed to be very high. Therefore, they did not know that Li Yao, Dong Xinyu, and Feng Hongli were walking over. Of course, Li Yao and the other 2 naturally could not see Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing. Mr. Tang, Mrs. Tang. Li Yao no longer had the slight sense of superiority he had in front of Dong Xinyu. With a warm smile on his face, he said, let's have a toast. Although Tang Etienne didn't really like Li Yao's behavior, he still smiled and said, you're too kind, Boss Li. Then, Tang Etienne picked up the glass. Li Yao was overjoyed to see this. Just as he was about to introduce Dong Xinyu to Tang Etienne and Jennifer, he heard Dong Xinyu let out a scream beside him, logo. Li Yao immediately frowned and glared at Dong Xinyu. What kind of occasion was this? In front of him was the world's richest man, Tang Etienne. This woman's flustered behavior was really too rude. This kind of small star is really not presentable, Li Yao thought to himself. He was already starting to regret bringing Dong Xinyu and Feng Hongli here. However, when he saw Dong Xinyu's dumbstruck expression and followed her gaze, he could not help but widen his eyes and mouth as if he had seen a ghost. Naturally, Li Yao and the other 2 saw Xia Ruofei with a contemplative look on his face and Feng Jing with her brows slightly furrowed. Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing were walking with their backs facing them, and the seats were so high up. Li Yao also knew that Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing worked for a small company in the southeast province. He didn't expect that these 2 people were qualified to eat at the same table as Tang Etienne. Therefore, when Li Yao, Dong Xinyu, and Feng Hongli saw Xia Ruofei, it was as if they were frozen in place. Dong Xinyu's heart was filled with incomparable fear at this moment. She was going to play the second female lead in The Angel of Doom soon. And this movie was funded by Tang Etienne's Maya Entertainment. When they were at the booth, Dong Xinyu and Feng Hongli did not care about Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing at all. They thought that it was fine to offend Such a small company, and that it would not affect them at all. However, they didn't expect that these two little bosses in their eyes were actually drinking and talking happily with the world-class rich Tang Etienne, while they were stupidly walking into the muzzle of a gun. Dong Xinyu's throat moved up and down a few times, but she did not make any sound. Her body trembled slightly, and she looked at Xia Ruofei with a pleading look. If Xia Ruofei had not seen her arrogant and rude appearance, he might have been deceived by this illusion, and felt a little sympathy for her. However, Xia Ruofei had no sympathy for her now. Feng Hongli was also frightened. She stood there, not knowing what to do. How sharp were Tang Etienne's eyes? When he saw the expressions of the three people, he immediately raised his eyebrows and asked, "Ruofei, do you know President Li and the others?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "We just met. We don't know each other." Seeing that Xia Ruofei didn't complain to Tang Etienne, Li Yao and the other two were slightly relieved. It wasn't that Xia Ruofei was magnanimous, but that he didn't want to do it. At the same time, he didn't know what relationship Tang Etienne had with these three people. Moreover, Tang Etienne's base was in Australia, so he didn't want to make things difficult for Tang Etienne. However, even if Xia Ruofei did not say anything, Feng Rao could not help but feel indignant. It was Xia Ruofei's persuasion that had slowly calmed her down. Now that she had seen Dong Xinyu and Feng Hongli, all the unhappiness from before came back to her. "Mr. Tang, a big star like Miss Dong is beyond our reach." Feng Jing pouted. Dong Xinyu almost collapsed to the ground when she heard this. She was at a loss. No matter how slow Tang Etienne was, he could tell that Xia Ruofei and Dong Xinyu were not on good terms with each other. Moreover, Tang Etienne was not slow at all. He immediately frowned and asked, "Ruofei, what's going on?" Xia Ruofei laughed nonchalantly and said, "It's nothing, big brother Tang. You don't have to worry about this, I can handle it myself." Tang Etienne's face darkened, and he pretended to be angry. "Are you au fait? You're not treating me as a brother. Could it be that I, Tang Etienne, am a person who is afraid of trouble? Do you think that this isn't Australia and my words don't matter?" When Li Yao and the other two heard this, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. Especially Dong Xinyu. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. If it was not for Feng Hongli holding her, she would have collapsed on the ground. The little boss of a company in the countryside actually called Mr. Tang his brother. "Who did I offend?" Dong Xinyu cried out in her heart. At this moment, she was filled with regret. If she hadn't sought her own death and agreed to be the spokesperson of Paradise Corporation, but was tempted by Li Yao's conditions and changed her mind right before the contract was signed, she would have already become the spokesperson of Paradise Corporation's brand image. If that was the case, then she could have a good relationship with the boss of Maya Entertainment. Seeing how close Xia Ruofei was with Tang Etienne and his wife, she might even be able to play the female lead if he said something. But now, not only was it all in vain, but he had also offended Xia Ruofei. It was hard to say whether Angel of Doom would be a success or not. The difference of a single thought was heaven and hell. "I didn't mean it that way, big brother Tang." Xia Ruofei forced a smile. "Then tell me what's going on," Tang Etienne said. Xia Ruofei looked at Feng Rao with a hint of blame and said helplessly, "Big brother Tang, we're here on a business trip to Beijing this time to find a brand ambassador for the company's new product. President Feng has basically decided on the candidate after some inspection and remote negotiations, Tang Etienne glanced at the dazed Dong Xinyu and asked, "Is this the Miss Dong you've booked?" "But due to some reasons, we didn't sign the contract," Xia Ruofei nodded. Tang Etienne gave Li Yao a meaningful look. Although Xia Ruofei didn't explain it clearly, with his intelligence, he had already guessed the whole story. Li Yao immediately felt like he was being stabbed in the back. He hurried to say, "Mr. Xia, I didn't know that your company had already reached an oral agreement with Miss Dong. I was too rash in this matter, please forgive me. We will terminate the contract with Miss Dong immediately." At this moment, Dong Xinyu had also regained her senses. She quickly said, "Mr. Xia, Miss Feng, I'm willing to endorse Paradise Corporation's products. Please give me a chance. I don't want any endorsement fees, I'll endorse you for free." Xia Ruofei frowned slightly, but before he could speak, Jennifer, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "This Miss Dong. Why do I find her a little familiar?" Dong Xinyu broke out in a cold sweat. If it was not for today's incident, she would have been recognized by the head of Maya Entertainment and the world-class superstar, Jennifer. It would probably be enough for her to brag about for years. But in this case, she would rather Jennifer not recognize her at all. Under Jennifer's burning gaze, Dong Xinyu revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. She said in a trembling voice, "Ms. Jennifer, I'm Dong Xinyu, the actress who played Lu Yao in The Angel of Doom." Jennifer suddenly remembered. No wonder she felt like she had seen Dong Xinyu somewhere before. Angel of Doom was the first time that Maya Company Limited had tried to work with a Chinese distributor. They had hired a gold medal screenwriter from Hollywood to personally produce the movie. Many of the characters in the movie were Chinese, and the background of the story was also in China. During the casting, even though Jennifer did not do it herself, the information of the selected actors would eventually be reported to her, so she had seen Dong Xinyu's makeup photos. Dong Xinyu was still looking at Jennifer, hoping that the matter would not be too bad. After all, Xia Ruofei didn't mention the details of the conflict just now, and although Feng Jing looked very indignant, she didn't say anything more. So, Tang Etienne and Jennifer didn't know that she had an ugly face when she faced Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing just now. Moreover, she felt that her attitude of admitting her mistake just now was still very good, so she still had a trace of hope in her heart. To Dong Xinyu's surprise, after Jennifer nodded slightly, her expression immediately turned serious, and she said firmly, "Miss Dong Xinyu, on behalf of Maya Entertainment, I would like to officially inform you that you have been fired from the production team of The Angel of Doom. We will select the second female lead." Dong Xinyu was dumbfounded. Her manager, Feng Hongli, was also stunned, her face pale. This Jennifer was too decisive. Furthermore, Angel of Doom was extremely important to Dong Xinyu, whose stardom had just begun to take a turn for the better. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a talent show celebrity like her to be able to get such an opportunity. When it was confirmed that she would be able to star in Angel of Doom, Dong Xinyu felt as if she was floating in the air. It was as if she could see the scene of herself shining on the red carpet in the near future. He didn't expect that. Because of a small conflict, all of this would come to naught. After Dong Xinyu regained her senses, she quickly pleaded, "Ms. Jennifer, it was just a misunderstanding with Mr. Xia. I know I'm wrong. Please don't fire me." Then, Dong Xinyu grabbed Xia Ruofei's hand and said, "Mr. Xia, I failed to recognize Mount Tai just now. Please forgive me and help me speak up. I can't lose this opportunity. I'm willing to be your company spokesperson for free, no matter how many years you want me to sign. Xia Ruofei let go of Dong Sinyu's hand in disgust and said indifferently, Miss Dong, our company can't possibly hire someone who doesn't keep his word and has bad character to be our spokesperson. Dong Sinyu's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Tears streamed down her face as she cried, Ms. Jennifer, I know I'm wrong. Please give me another chance, he said. Fang Hongli, who was holding on to Dong Sinyu, was also begging for mercy. Li Yao, the instigator, had already retreated a few steps away with a pale face. He did not even dare to plead for mercy. Jennifer frowned slightly and said, Miss Dong, you're a public figure now, so please take note of your image. You guys go back first. The production team will send you an official notice soon. Dong Sinyu looked at Xia Ruofei in a daze and then at Jennifer, who had a cold expression. She suddenly broke free from Fang Hongli, pointed at Jennifer's nose, and said loudly, On what basis? What right do you have to treat me like this? Is it because I didn't agree to be the spokesperson for Paradise Corporation? It's my freedom to endorse any company I want, logo. Dong Sinyu, what are you saying? Li Yao was both shocked and angry. He quickly shouted. Am I wrong? Isn't it my freedom to choose which company I want to endorse? Dong Sinyu was also going all out. Since she had already lost her role, what could be worse than this? Jennifer shrugged and said, Of course. Then it's also up to us, the investors, to choose who's the second female lead. Dong Sinyu was suddenly stunned. The words she had said in a fit of anger had been used by Jennifer to slap her in the face in the blink of an eye. Her chest heaved up and down as she said angrily, I passed the crew selection and was officially selected. How can you go back on your word? Jennifer still had an indifferent expression and asked, Did we sign the contract? I've already signed an acting contract. Dong Sinyu suddenly became spirited. So? Jennifer pursed her lips and asked, Did you get the contract signed and stamped by our company? All the actors' contracts were still in the headquarters of Maya Entertainment. Jennifer herself had not signed them, nor had she used the company seal. How could Dong Sinyu have gotten her hands on them? Dong Sinyu choked at once. She held it in for a long time before she said resentfully, Even if I didn't sign an official contract, I participated in a few rounds of selection, and you were the one who informed me to be officially hired. You're going back on your words. Yes, Jennifer shrugged. Just like what you did to Mr. Xia and the Paradise Corporation, we'll follow the contract. Dong Sinyu was immediately rendered speechless by this rebuttal. That's right. If she could do it, couldn't others do the same? The cycle of heaven and earth, retribution, and dissatisfaction were used to describe people like her. Dong Sinyu only reacted now. The reason why Jennifer was willing to tell her so much was to make fun of her all along. Her purpose was to give her a taste of her own medicine. Even though Dong Sinyu had always been in a pitiful state, like a wronged daughter, in law, except for her sudden outburst at the end, Jennifer was not moved at all. Jennifer knew very well that a magical person like Xia Ruofei would not deliberately target Dong Sinyu. Moreover, when she saw Feng Jing's angry expression, she knew that Dong Sinyu must have made Xia Ruofei very angry. It was just that Xia Ruofei did not want to trouble the couple, so he had maintained a calm attitude. However, Xia Ruofei did not want to trouble them, and Jennifer could not just sit back and do nothing. Xia Ruofei had saved her beloved son, Tang Haoran's life. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei was Tang Haoran's master now. How could she not do anything when this artiste had offended Xia Ruofei? It was just a second female lead role. This kind of popular small-time star was everywhere. With the golden signboard of Maya Entertainment and the luxurious lineup of Angel of Doom, as long as the news was released, it was easy to find a more suitable role than Dong Xinyu. Hence, Jennifer fired Dong Xinyu from the crew without any hesitation. Dong Xinyu's chest heaved up and down violently. Her fingers were tightly clenched together, and her pale face reflected the strong fluctuations in her heart at the moment. Dong Xinyu understood that the Angel of Doom was no longer the biggest opportunity she had ever had since she started her career. The opportunity for her to soar to the top had completely disappeared. Extreme disappointment, regret, and other emotions intertwined. Suddenly, Dong Xinyu revealed a crazed expression and said hatefully, "Isn't it just a lousy show? If you don't let me act, we'll just go our separate ways. I'm going to expose the dirty secrets of the crew to the media now." Ha ha ha, Dong Xinyu was still very young, and she had never encountered any setbacks since she started cultivating. This incident had distorted her mentality. Fang Hongli and Li Yao's expressions changed. Dong Xinyu had actually dared to spout such nonsense in front of Tang Etian and his wife. She had completely given up. Xinyu. Fang Hongli quickly tugged at Dong Xinyu's clothes. Dong Xinyu, are you crazy? Li Yao shouted back. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. and Mrs. Tang. Apologize? Ha ha ha. Why should I apologize? Dong Xinyu glared at Li Yao with red eyes and said, I'm not acting in their show anymore. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't he just have a bit of stinky money? This was Huaxia. I can't be banned by 2 Australians. Jennifer's face suddenly sank, while Tang Etien's brows were slightly furrowed, and his sharp eyes shot to Dong Xinyu. From Dong Xinyu's point of view, no matter how rich Tang Etian and Jennifer were, they were just local tycoons in Australia. This movie was funded by their company, so they could decide the actor's fate with a word. However, their power was not in China at the end of the day. She had already lost the role in Angel of Doom, and her situation could not get any worse. That was why she was so unscrupulous. Of course, at the same time, she had thrown away all her pretense and exposed all the bad habits in her nature. In fact, a small star like her could be easily suppressed by Li Yao, who had a certain network in the business and entertainment circles. Let alone a world-class tycoon like Tang Etian. Even if Tang Etian's company was based in Australia, as long as he said the word, many people in the country would be willing to listen to him. Dong Xinyu was too naive. Li Yao knew the severity of the situation. He felt that Dong Xinyu had gone crazy and would not listen to him at all. So, after giving Dong Xinyu a fierce glare, he immediately bowed to Tang Etian and said, Mr. Tang, our company will terminate the contract with Dong Xinyu immediately. On behalf of the Yafu Group, I would like to express our sincerest apologies to you for what happened. Terminate the contract? Dong Xinyu said frantically, do you think you can terminate the contract just because you say so? We just signed a 3-year contract. You can terminate your contract if you want to. Pay me 5 million as per the contract. Dong Xinyu. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Li Yao said with a hideous face. His intestines were about to turn green with regret. If he had not been so cheap as to bring this lunatic, Dong Xinyu, to see Tang Etienne, there would not have been so many problems. The current situation was already completely out of his control. Ha ha ha. Didn't Maya Entertainment say that I don't have a contract? Dong Xinyu laughed heartily and said, I just signed the contract with Yafu. The contract is still in my bag. Bosley can't be that forgetful, right? Enough. Xia Ruofei, who had been silent all this while, suddenly slammed the table and shouted. The slap was so loud that Dong Xinyu was shocked. Her crazy smile could not help but freeze. Xia Ruofei said coldly, don't talk about your mess with the Yafu group here. We're going to eat now, so get lost. Dong Xinyu's series of actions today had made Xia Ruofei extremely disgusted with her. Most importantly, Xia Ruofei could see that Tang Etienne and Jennifer were also angry. Xia Ruofei had never wanted to trouble Tang Etienne and his wife. Just now, Jennifer had fired Dong Xinyu from the crew with just a word. Xia Ruofei could still accept it. If he let Tang Etienne and his wife use their own connections to deal with Dong Xinyu, Xia Ruofei felt that it would be too much trouble for them. It was a matter that she could solve herself, so there was no need to involve Tang Etienne and his wife. In addition, Dong Xinyu had just announced that she would reveal the truth to the media. The entertainment media nowadays had no moral integrity at all. As long as it was news that could attract attention, they would rush like a flock of ducks. If they allowed this Dong Xinyu to go out and spread nonsense, it might bring a negative impact to Angel of Doom. Although the possibility of this happening was very low, the Maya group was powerful and it wasn't difficult to deal with this kind of public relations matter. However, Xia Ruofei didn't want to affect Tang Etienne, or he would feel even more guilty. Therefore, when Dong Xinyu had said those words, Xia Ruofei had already sentenced her to death in his heart. Dong Xinyu glanced at Xia Ruofei with disdain and said, "Tsk. This old lady likes to talk here, what can you do about it?" Just now, she was still begging for Xia Ruofei's forgiveness, and was even willing to be the spokesperson for Paradise Corporation for free. However, after she confirmed that she had no hope of acting in Angel of Doom, her attitude changed completely and her words were unscrupulous. Dong Xinyu, Xia Ruofei said indifferently, you can't blame anyone else for your own death. Just wait to be banned. Dong Xinyu sneered and said in disdain, ban me? With just you, a small village boss? I'm dying of laughter. If you didn't know Tang Etienne, you would be nothing. He really thinks he's some great figure. Come on. Ban me. I'm so scared. Ha ha ha. Xia Ruofei could not be bothered with this crazy man. He could ask Song Ruwei to do this kind of thing with just a word. Besides, he and Song Ruwei were as close as blood brothers. He did not feel any pressure at all when he asked him to do this. Hence, Xia Ruofei took out his phone and dialed Song Ruwei's number in front of everyone. The phone rang twice before Song Ruwei picked it up. Before Xia Ruofei could speak, Song Ruwei said in surprise, Ruofei, I was just about to call you. You brat, do you need to have such a tacit understanding? I'm telling you, the day after tomorrow. Xia Ruofei interrupted Song Ruwei and said, we'll talk about your matter later. There's a small star called Dong Xinyu, I think she appeared on a talent show. Which company is she from? Xia Ruofei looked at Feng Jing and asked the last question. Feng Jing had personally been in charge of the endorsement deal in the early stages, so she was naturally quite familiar with Dong Xinyu's situation. Star Media. Feng Jing replied without hesitation. She's an artiste under Star Media. Xia Ruofei continued to say to Xia Ruofei, I'm very, very unhappy with her. Help me find someone to completely ban her. Is there any difficulty, logo? Xia Ruofei used very twice in a row. Xia Ruofei could not help but laugh. Woof. What did this unlucky child do to make you angry? In Xia Ruofei's impression, Xia Ruofei had always been a very peaceful person. He did not put on airs with his subordinates and was very loyal to his friends. As long as others did not provoke him, he would not be too calculative. Today, Xia Ruofei's tone was so heavy. It was obvious that this small star named Dong Xinyu had greatly offended Xia Ruofei. You don't have to worry about that. Just tell me if you can do it or not, Xia Ruofei said. Nonsense. This isn't a big deal. Xia Ruofei said. Indifferently, it's something that can be settled with a phone call. Leave it to me. Good. I'll be waiting for your news. Xia Ruofei said, thanks. Hey. Why are you being so polite with me? Xia Ruofei said, all right. I'll make a call. First. Yes, the sooner the better. Xia Ruofei said and then hung up. In a big house in Beijing, Xia Ruofei began to look for a number in his contact list after hanging up the phone. As he was looking, he suddenly stopped and muttered to himself, fuck. I haven't said anything yet. That kid hung up the phone, however. He quickly waved his hand and said, forget it, forget it. Let's help him first. This lord is really hard to serve. Zola's restaurant. After Xia Ruofei finished his call, Dong Xinyu immediately smiled and said, what are you pretending for? Do you think you can scare me with a phone call? How childish. Dong Xinyu did not believe Xia Ruofei when he said over the phone that he wanted to shut her out completely. She felt that if Xia Ruofei really had this ability, would he need to go through so much trouble to find a spokesperson? If she had such powerful connections in the entertainment industry, she could easily find a celebrity 10 times more popular than her to endorse her. Dong Xinyu did not know that Xia Ruofei did not have many connections in the entertainment industry. It was just that his connections were all people who managed the entertainment industry. Xia Ruofei did have a way to find celebrities who were more popular than her to endorse his company. However, Xia Ruofei did not want to do that. Most of the time, he wanted to run his company through normal business operations. Xia Ruofei didn't respond to Dong Xinyu's sarcasm. He didn't even glance at Dong Xinyu from the corner of his eyes. He directly said to Tang Etian, Big Brother Tang, this place is too noisy. Let's go. Sure. Tang Etian laughed. We've already eaten. After that, Tang Etian made a gesture to the waiter who had been paying attention to them. The waiter quickly came over with a tray, on which was today's bill. Tang Etian took out a credit card and put it on the tray with a smile. Then, he took out $100 bill from his wallet and put it on the tray. Thank you for your hard work. The $100 was for the waiter. Thank you, sir. The waiter quickly bowed. Although Zola's restaurant was very high-end, and the waiters received a lot of tips every day, there were not many generous customers who gave $100 in one go, which surprised him. The waiter took Tang Etienne's credit card to the cashier to pay the bill, while Xia Ruofei and the others ignored Dong Xinyu and the other two, chatting with each other while waiting. No one responded to Dong Xinyu's unreasonable behavior. She felt a little bored as well. She snorted coldly and said, "I'm going to the media. The media will definitely be interested in the news of the Australians suppressing the Chinese actors. When the Chinese come to boycott this movie, I'll see how much you can sell at the box office." Tang Etienne and Jennifer didn't even bat an eye. They were still smiling as they chatted with Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing about the taste of the main dishes of the night. Dong Xinyu's threat did not cause any psychological fluctuations to Tang Etienne and Jennifer, not to mention that they had absolute confidence in Xia Ruofei. They would not be as stupid as Dong Xinyu to think that Xia Ruofei's phone call was just a bluff to regain some face or to scare Dong Xinyu. Tang Etienne and Jennifer had witnessed Xia Ruofei's magical ability with their own eyes. How could such a strange person do such a boring thing? Dong Xinyu gritted her teeth and walked out. Feng Hongli also stomped her feet anxiously and quickly caught up. Li Yao was the most embarrassed one. He was in a terrible situation today. He looked at Tang Etienne and the others with an embarrassed expression and apologized again. Xia Ruofei didn't have a good impression of Li Yao either, not to mention that Li Yao was working for a Japanese company in the Wei Nation, which made Xia Ruofei even more disgusted, so his attitude towards Li Yao was also very cold. Tang Etienne didn't bother to feign civility with Li Yao. He just replied with a few words. Li Yao knew that today's grudge had been formed. If he wanted to remedy it, he could only do it in the future. So he had no choice but to slightly bow to Tang Etienne, and then quickly left Zola restaurant. Dong Xinyu walked out of the Western restaurant and quickly made her way to the parking lot. Feng Hongli caught up with him and said worriedly, "Xinyu, you were too impulsive today. Tang Etienne is a rich man, and we can't afford to offend him." Dong Xinyu stopped in her tracks, her eyes widened as she said, "Sister Feng, why are you blaming me too? Do you think I want to offend them? They're the ones who went too far and didn't give me any chance at all. What's the difference if I don't offend them? There was a type of person in this world who would only look for the reason on others when something happened and would never see the problem with themselves. Dong Xinyu was obviously such a person." Feng Hongli shook her head helplessly. She was different from some strong managers. Feng Hongli did not have much experience, and only Dong Xinyu was slightly more outstanding among the artistes under her. Therefore, she had always been very accommodating to Dong Xinyu, and Dong Xinyu was always the dominant one in her work. Just then, Feng Hongli's phone rang. She took it out and looked at the caller ID. Then, she raised her head and said to Dong Xinyu, "Xiangxi TV's producer Liu, quickly answer it." Dong Xinyu said, "He must be asking me to film some show." Feng Hongli nodded and answered the call. She greeted him warmly, "Hello, Producer Liu." What? No one knew what Producer Liu said on the other end of the phone, but Feng Hongli's face changed. "Producer Liu, didn't we arrange this job last month?" Okay, I got it." After hanging up the phone, Feng Hongli looked at Dong Xinyu and said in a low voice, "Xinyu, that award-winning singer from Xiangxi TV can't go to the concert tour." Dong Xinyu had stood out on a singing talent show by Xiangxi television station. The television station had specially arranged 9 concerts for the top 8 winners. This was also to take advantage of the popularity of these talent show stars and continue to promote them. These 9 concert tours were also the key work arrangements for Dong Xinyu for the second half of the year. Dong Xinyu's expression changed when she heard this. She said, "What's going on? The concert was cancelled? How could they do this? We've already filmed the promotional video, so why don't we just shut it down?" Fang Hongli's expression was a little strange. "Xinyu, the concert is still open, but you won't be able to go." "What?" This time, Dong Xinyu was even more stunned, as if she had been struck by lightning. Fang Hongli sighed. Producer Lu said that it was an emergency notice from the higher-ups. "Xinyu, do you think that?" "Mr. Xia, impossible." Dong Xinyu's expression turned extremely ugly. "He's just a small boss from the countryside. How can he have so much power?" It must be a coincidence. Before Dong Xinyu could finish her sentence, Fang Hongli's phone rang again. A minute later, Fang Hongli said with a serious face, "Xinyu, the television talk show that we agreed on last week has been cancelled." Before Fang Hongli could finish, another call came in. Fang Hongli's phone didn't stop ringing. In just a few minutes, she had received at least 8 or 9 calls, and every call brought bad news. The MV was taken down by the website, the advertisement that was half-shot was postponed indefinitely, and the reality show organizers retracted their invitation. It was as if the entire world had abandoned Dong Xinyu. Dong Xinyu felt as if she was about to go crazy. At the same time, she felt a sense of fear that came from the bottom of her heart. Could it really be him? This thought began to grow uncontrollably. Soon, the phone rang again. Dong Xinyu could not help but tremble. She was now a little afraid of the ringtone of a mobile phone. This time, it was her own phone. It's President Su. Dong Xinyu looked at the caller ID and could not help but say in a trembling voice. It was the president of Star Brilliance Media, who was also Dong Xinyu's big boss. "Quickly answer it." Fang Hongli had a bad feeling, but she still urged in a low voice. Dong Xinyu answered the phone in trepidation. Before she could speak, President Su's roar came from the phone. "Dong Xinyu, who the hell did you offend?" Even the head of the headquarters personally called to warn me. Dong Xinyu's mind went blank. She had been blown away by the bad news that came one after another. She could only subconsciously say, President Su. I don't know anything. I don't know anything, Director. Su said impatiently, "Stupid bitch. Even if you want to die, don't drag the company down. I'm telling you, from now on, you're completely banned. There are still 5 years left in your contract with the company. If you appear on camera for even a second in these 5 years, I'll fucking change my surname to yours." After that, President Su hung up the phone angrily. How could this be? How could this be? Dong Xinyu muttered to herself, looking as if she had lost her soul. The phone was already busy, but Dong Xinyu was still holding the phone in a daze. Her eyes were dull, and her mind was in a mess. Logo. Xinyu, Fang Hongli's face was pale. Did the higher-ups really ban you? Dong Xinyu suddenly came to her senses. Her face was even a little ferocious as she said madly, "Humph. Since they've gone too far, don't blame me for not following the rules. I'll go to the media and expose it." Xinyu. Be careful. Fang Hongli's face changed. Exposing scandals to the media was a double-edged sword. It might disgust the other party, but it would also ruin her own future. Everyone in the industry would reject her in Luo. Who would trust a big mouth lunatic? Dong Xinyu gritted her teeth and said, I've already been banned. What's there to worry about? If they don't give me a way out, they won't have an easy time either. After saying that, Dong Xinyu ignored Fang Hongli's dissuasion and took out her phone to find the phone number of her familiar media friend. Fang Hongli's mouth opened and closed, but in the end, she sighed and did not continue to persuade her. However, in her heart, she had basically given up on Dong Xinyu. She knew very well that Dong Xinyu's future in the entertainment industry had been completely destroyed. Fang Hongli even felt a trace of pity when she saw Dong Xinyu in a state of madness. Dong Xinyu was still an actress, so when the call was connected, she quickly changed her expression and said in a sweet voice, Hello, Chief Editor Chen. On the other end of the phone, Chief Editor Chen's voice was very cold. It's Miss Dong. What's the matter? Dong Xinyu felt a burst of displeasure in her heart. When she had participated in the finals of the talent show and was at her peak popularity, all these media reporters had been rushing to curry favor with her. She did not expect that it had only been a short while, and this Chief Editor Chen had also begun to change his tone. However, Dong Xinyu's mind was still on the matter of the exposure, so she did not have the mood to fuss over it. She directly said, Chief Editor Chen, I have some exciting news to share with you. It's about the movie Angel of Doom. Every time she finished, Chief Editor Chen interrupted her and said, Ms. Dong, I still have a business meeting to attend. Also, we are a serious media company, and we don't have much demand for entertainment news. I think you should look for another media company. After saying that, Chief Editor Chen did not wait for Dong Xinyu to reply and immediately hung up the phone. Dong Xinyu could not help but be stunned. When had a reporter ever hung up on her? It was always these people who wanted to interview her with a smile. Damn it, I don't believe that without you, Chen Xiaoming, we can't contact the media. Dong Xinyu said with a cold face. She cursed in a low voice as she searched for the phone numbers of her friends in the media. However, as the calls were made, Dong Xinyu's expression became uglier and uglier. These media reporters and editors who were usually very enthusiastic about her became very cold when they received her call. Some of them responded to her with a few lukewarm words, while others did not even pick up the phone and hung up directly. Dong Xinyu did not give up and made more than 10 consecutive calls. Finally, she gave up like a deflated ball. She looked at Fang Hongli with an ashen face and said, Sister Fang, the media, this is a total ban, Fang Hongli murmured in fear. All of his work, including concerts, interviews, reality shows, advertisements, everything was cancelled. Even the media was avoided like a snake. Such a ban was really thorough. One could imagine that from this moment on, Dong Xinyu, who was originally a little famous, would suddenly disappear from the public eye. Any news related to her would be blocked. Even with the development of the media today, in the face of such a strong ban, Dong Xinyu would not have any room to resist. Dong Xinyu's hands trembled as she opened the Weibo app on her phone. As expected, she was no longer able to log in to her account. After entering her account password on the login interface, a prompt box appeared, Your account has been temporarily suspended for violating relevant laws and regulations of the country. Please contact Weibo customer service if you have any questions. Dong Xinyu's entire body seemed to have been pulled out of her bones, and she was completely limp. The funny thing was that she had just talked big and wanted to fight to the death, defaming the Doomsday Angel crew and Peach Blossom Company through the media. She didn't expect that with a casual phone call, she couldn't speak. Even if she had a mouth. Even if she could speak, it couldn't spread out. She was completely sealed off. Xia Ruofei's young face appeared in Dong Xinyu's mind. Even when she was mocking him, Xia Ruofei remained calm. Just. Now, Dong Xinyu thought that Xia Ruofei was acting tough, but was actually weak and did not have any confidence. Now, it seemed that he did not even bother to talk to her. In his eyes, I'm not even a shrimp. A phone call from him can control a star's future and fate. It's simply life and death. Dong Xinyu suddenly felt like she was acting like a clown in Zola's restaurant. Her lips trembled slightly as she muttered, "It's him. It must be him. Sister Fong, let's go apologize to Mr. Xia. Otherwise, we're really done for." After saying that, Dong Xinyu ran in the direction of Zola's restaurant. Fong Hongli's mouth moved. She wanted to say that it was too late. But she didn't say it in the end. She let out a long sigh and quickly chased after him. Dong Xinyu had only run a few steps when she saw Li Yao angrily walking towards her. Logo. When Li Yao saw Dong Xinyu, he immediately shouted, "Dong Xinyu! Are you fucking crazy?" The dazed Dong Xinyu did not even look at Li Yao. She only wanted to beg for Xia Ruofei's forgiveness. She ran past Li Yao. "You," Li Yao angrily shouted. "Boss Li, I'm sorry. Xinyu has just been completely blacklisted, and she's in a hurry to apologize to Mr. Xia." Fong Hongli explained in a hurry, "We'll apologize to you later." With that, Fong Hongli quickly chased after Dong Xinyu. Li Yao could not help but be stunned. How many minutes has it been since Mr. Xia finished the call? Dong Xinyu had been completely banned? It turned out that he had misjudged him. That Mr. Xia was also an amazing person. Li Yao thought about it again. How could a person who could call a big shot like Tang Etian, his brother, really be just an ordinary small boss? Thinking of this, Li Yao couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had really forgotten to check the almanac when he went out today. What an unexpected disaster. He shook his head helplessly and strode toward the parking lot. It was too deep for him to get involved in this. Li Yao already felt that he should get out of this as soon as possible. He didn't want to sink deeper and deeper. In Zola's restaurant, the waiter swiped his card and gave Tang Etienne his signature on the bill. Then, Tang Etienne, Xia Ruofei, and the others also got up and walked out. Just as they were walking out, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. It was Song Ruofei. "Hello, Song Ruofei." Xia Ruofei picked up the phone and asked, "Is everything settled?" Song Ruofei said in a relaxed tone, "Yes. I've spoken to the SARFT. They emphasized that this person must be completely banned. Do it as thoroughly as possible. The relevant authorities should have already taken action." At this moment, Xia Ruofei had reached the entrance of Zola's restaurant. As soon as he looked up, he saw Dong Xinyu, who was running back in a daze from the distance. The corners of his mouth could not help but curve up as he said indifferently, "I think I can already see the effect. I owe you a favor." "Hey. We're brothers, why are you being so polite?" Song Ruofei said, Song Ruofei, I still have something to deal with here." Xia Ruofei said, "I'll call you back when I'm done with my work." With that, Xia Ruofei hung up the phone. Song Ruofei, who was in a mansion in Beijing, heard the busy tone on his phone and couldn't help but laugh. Fuck. This guy hung up on me twice a day. I just finished helping him with something. You're burning the bridge after crossing it? You really are. However, Xia Ruofei and Xia Ruofei were very close. He would not get angry over such a thing. He also knew that something must have happened to Xia Ruofei. Otherwise, he would not have hung up so quickly. Besides, he was not in a hurry to look for Xia Ruofei. It was not like he could not wait, so he did not really blame Xia Ruofei. At the entrance of Zola's restaurant, Xia Ruofei had just kept his phone in his pocket when Dong Xinyu ran to him with a face full of fear. Mr. Xia, it was all my fault before. Dong Xinyu said anxiously, I failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare me. Don't ban me. Every adult has to be responsible for their own actions. It's too late for you to say anything now. Xia Ruofei said indifferently. No. Mr. Xia, I've worked so hard for so many years. It'll all be over if I'm banned. Please let me go. Dong Xinyu cried. I'll do anything you want. Please don't ban me. As Dong Xinyu spoke, she tried her best to puff out her chest. Not to mention being the spokesperson for Paradise Corporation, Xia Ruofei could do anything to her as long as he wanted. As long as he didn't ban her. She would even give herself to him immediately without any objections. Unfortunately, Xia Ruofei had no interest in such a woman. Dong Xinyu's coquettish behavior only made Xia Ruofei feel more disgusted. Xia Ruofei didn't even bat an eye. He said indifferently, it's not that I didn't give you a chance, it's you who didn't know how to grasp it. You can go. Don T. No. Dong Xinyu grabbed Xia Ruofei's clothes and said, Mr. Xia, please give me another chance. I really know I was wrong. Tang Etienne slightly frowned and raised his chin at the bodyguards who had been waiting at the entrance of Zola's restaurant. The few burly men in black suits immediately came forward and pulled Dong Xinyu away without any explanation. Dong Xinyu was crying and struggling with all her might. However, Tang Etienne, Xia Ruofei, and the rest had already gotten into the Mercedes-Benz RV-1. Soon, the door was closed, and the vehicle left. Only then did the few bodyguards let go of Dong Xinyu. They quickly got into another Mercedes-Benz and followed her steadily. Dong Xinyu slumped to the ground. At this moment, her heart was like dead ashes, filled with despair. She knew very well that she was done for. From the moment Xia Ruofei made that phone call, she was destined to never have a chance in the entertainment industry. All her previous efforts had been in vain. Fang Hongli sighed and helped Dong Xinyu up. She said, Xinyu, let's go back first. Sister Fang, what should we do? Dong Xinyu grabbed Fang Hongli's hand and said, why don't we go and beg President Su again? He has a lot of connections in the entertainment industry, so he might have a way. Logo. Fang Hongli said, let's talk about it when we get back. President Su is also in a fit of anger right now, so we have to wait for him to calm down before we can find him. In fact, Fang Hongli knew very well that Mr. Xia's power was beyond their imagination to complete such a complete ban in such a short period of time. Perhaps even their company's President Su could not compete with him. Furthermore, even if he had the ability, why would President Su help Dong Xinyu? She was just a small-time celebrity. It would not be a big loss for him to ban her. Why would he risk offending a big shot to help Dong Xinyu? Therefore, Feng Hongli knew that Dong Xinyu was finished. There was no way for her to make a comeback. Ever since Dong Xinyu had become famous, her personality had become more and more unreasonable. She had brought all of this upon herself. In the RV, Xia Ruofei and the rest did not take the little episode at the entrance of the Western restaurant to heart. In their eyes, a small star like Dong Xinyu was not important. If she had not made such a big fuss, Xia Ruofei would not have been so heavy-handed. However, so what if he was banned? He was just a small figure. There must be something hateful about the pitiful. Xia Ruofei had not reached the point where he was overflowing with sympathy. Tang Etienne's family first sent Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing back to the hotel. Jennifer asked with a smile, "Xia, is your company looking for a spokesperson for that product? What do you think about me being the spokesperson? It just so happens that the Angel of Doom is preparing to start filming in China during this period of time, so I'll probably be working in China all the time. There won't be a problem for me to cooperate with your publicity." After Feng Rao heard Jennifer's words, she suddenly showed a look of surprise and joy. However, she was disappointed. Because Xia Ruofei quickly replied, "Sis, in law, you've retired from the entertainment industry a long time ago, and you're now the CEO of an entertainment company. How could I trouble you to be the spokesperson? It's not suitable for you to show your face in public now." Tang Etienne laughed and said, "Ruofei, if your sister-in-law is willing, I don't have any problems with it. I've always been very supportive of Jennifer's career. I know, Big Brother Tang even opened an entertainment company for sister-in-law." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, then said seriously, "But there's really no need. I don't want sister-in-law to make an exception because of me." Xia Ruofei knew that since Jennifer retired from the entertainment industry, she had completely stopped taking on endorsements, advertising, and other jobs. Now that she had successfully transformed, Xia Ruofei felt bad to let her return under such circumstances. Even if Jennifer had suggested it, Xia Ruofei could not get over it. Tang Etienne and Jennifer looked at each other. They could tell that Xia Ruofei was not being polite. His attitude was very firm. So after Jennifer pondered for a moment, she said with a smile, "All right, then forget it." Then Jennifer asked with a smile, "But I'd like to take a look at the information about your new product. That should be fine, right?" "Of course," Xia Ruofei said, then gestured to Feng Rao. Feng Rao immediately took out the introduction information about the jaded skin cream from her bag and handed it to Jennifer. Xia Ruofei smiled and took out a small porcelain bottle from his bag. "Sister-in-law, this is our company's new product that is about to be launched. It was also personally designed and developed by me. Today, I specially brought it over for you to try it out. However, I was interrupted by that Dong Xinyu just now, so I did not have the time to bring it out." Jennifer looked surprised and took the jaded skin ointment from Xia Ruofei's hand. "Thank you, Xia. You're welcome." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I hope you can give us more valuable advice." "Definitely, definitely." Jennifer carefully put away the small bottle. She knew that Xia Ruofei was a very capable person and his medical skills were superb. She was also looking forward to the product that Xia Ruofei had personally developed. Logo. The car soon arrived at the Wangfujing Hilton Hotel, where Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao were staying. To Feng Jing's surprise, Tang Etienne's family didn't send them home. Instead, they got off the car and walked into the hotel. A world-class rich man with a net worth of tens of billions of dollars actually valued Xia Ruofei so much. Feng Jing saw that Xia Ruofei didn't seem surprised at all. He didn't even say any polite words. And walked into the hotel naturally. She was even more surprised. She felt that she didn't know much about her boss. The more she interacted with him, the more mysterious she felt Xia Ruofei was. In fact, Xia Ruofei wanted to check on Tang Heron's cultivation progress. Tang Etienne and his wife had never treated Xia Ruofei as an ordinary person. Instead, they treated him as an equal friend. They even treated him with respect. Sending Xia Ruofei to his room was the most basic courtesy. The group of them walked into the hotel and went into the elevator. Xia Ruofei's room was on the same floor as Feng Jing's. However, as they had booked a business suite, the two rooms were at the corners of the corridor. After getting out of the elevator, the two of them had to walk in two different directions. Feng Rao stopped and said to Xia Ruofei, "Chairman, the choice of the spokesperson this time is my mistake. I will self-reflect in the company's regular meeting when I go back. At the same time, I ask the company to deduct my salary and benefits as punishment." Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "This has nothing to do with you. It's the media's fault. She's obviously a woman with a bad character and an unreasonable personality, but she's been promoted as a pure and innocent girl. It's mainly because time was a little tight, and my connections in the entertainment industry are limited. It's my fault that I didn't get to know the truth," Feng Jing said, a little embarrassed. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I've already said that this has nothing to do with you. Don't feel burdened. Go back to your room and have a good rest for the night. If there's anything important, we'll talk about it tomorrow." Feng Jing saw Tang Etienne's family waiting at the side and knew that they probably had something to say to Xia Ruofei. She nodded and said, "I understand, Chairman." "Oh right, the work here can't be carried out for the time being. I'm preparing to return to Sanshan tomorrow. I'll hurry up and find a new spokesperson." "There's no hurry." Xia Ruofei frowned slightly and said, "President Feng, you're giving yourself too much pressure. We don't have to push forward the promotion of jaded skin cream. We have to have a sense of relaxation. Otherwise, your body won't be able to take it." "I know," Feng Jing was a little down. "It's just that it's fine to stay in Beijing now. I might as well go back earlier. I can't really let go of the company." At this moment, Jennifer suddenly said, "Feng, I think Xia is right. Only by learning to relax can you work better. We're planning to tour the capital in the next 2 days. Why don't you come with us?" "Jennifer, thank you so much for your invitation," Feng Jing said, "but you know, we're in a hurry to find a spokesperson for our new product." Jennifer smiled and said, "Even if it's urgent, it can't be within a day or two. Xia is a good boss. I'm sure he'll be willing to give you 2 days of paid leave." Then, Jennifer winked at Xia Ruofei with a smile. Xia Ruofei immediately replied, "Yes. The company will pay for all the expenses. Boss Feng, you can stay here and relax for 2 days, then come back to the 3 mountains with me." "But," Feng Jing said hesitantly, "Feng, you don't have to worry too much about the spokesperson." Jennifer smiled and said, "You Chinese have a saying, there's no way out for the mountains and rivers, but there's a ray of hope at the end of the tunnel. Maybe the turning point will appear soon. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Jennifer's level of Chinese was actually barely passable, but she especially liked to use idioms. And often the words did not get the meaning. Today, she actually used such a long common phrase, and what was rare was that the sentence was very accurate here. Hearing Xia Ruofei and Jennifer's words, Feng Rao could only nod helplessly and say, all right then. Although Xia Ruofei was her chairman, sometimes she could still argue with reason and even take advantage of her female advantage to act coquettishly. However, Jennifer was a guest after all, and her status was there. She was indeed too embarrassed to refuse Jennifer's warm invitation. Xia Ruofei saw that Feng Jing had agreed and smiled. President Feng, then you should go back to your room and have a good rest. Don't even think about it. All right, Chairman, Feng Jing nodded. Then, Mr. Tang, Jennifer, I'll be going back first. Tang Etienne and Jennifer nodded with a smile. Feng Rao patted Tang Howren's head and said with a smile, goodbye, Howren. See you tomorrow, Auntie. Feng. Tang Howren said sensibly. Feng Rao was rarely addressed as Auntie. Her smile froze for a moment when she heard that. However, when she remembered that Tang Howren was Xia Ruofei's student, she immediately felt relieved. She waved at Tang Howren with a strange expression and walked back to her room. Xia Ruofei led Tang Etienne's family to another corridor and back to her room. Big brother Tang, sister-in-law, please take a seat first. As Xia Ruofei spoke, he picked up the kettle to get some water and prepared to make tea. Logo. Don't worry about it, Ruofei, Tang Etienne greeted him with a smile, we'll leave after sitting for a while. Xia Ruofei still filled a pot of water and boiled it on the base. Then, he smiled and walked to the small reception area of the suite and sat opposite Tang Etienne's family. Howren, how's your cultivation recently? Xia Ruofei asked directly. Feng Jing had been present during the meal, so Xia Ruofei did not ask about it. In fact, he was very concerned about it. Tang Howren immediately replied respectfully, Master, my cultivation is going quite smoothly. It's just that my progress is a little slow. I still haven't felt the threshold of Qi disciple, level 2. If only I could cultivate every day as fast as the first time I absorbed the innate pure yang Qi. Tang Howren had already gotten a glimpse of the path of cultivation. Before Xia Ruofei left Australia, she had also taught him a lot of general knowledge about cultivation, including the innate pure yang Qi that had been in his body for many years. Hence, he naturally would not refer to the innate pure yang Qi as a flaming monster. Compared to the time when he absorbed the innate pure yang Qi, although his cultivation had improved, his speed was as slow as a snail. In fact, Xia Ruofei had the same feeling as well, so he immediately smiled and said, you can't eat everything in one go. The innate pure yang Qi that Master left for you is already the limit that your body can bear. Any more and it will cause harm to your body. Tang Etienne and Jennifer didn't know much about cultivation, so after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Tang Etienne quickly said, Howren, you can't go wrong by listening to your master. You can't be careless in your cultivation, I know, Dad. Tang Howren said. Master definitely won't harm me. Xia Ruofei and the other two couldn't help but laugh when they heard Tang Howren, a child, say such old words. Xia Ruofei continued, Howren, don't be anxious when you're building your foundation. You must do it step by step. To build a solid foundation. Only then will you be able to go further in the future. Do you understand? Yes, master, Tang Howren said. When Xia Ruofei was in Australia, he had already made a basic judgment. No matter how talented Tang Howren was, it would take at least a few months for him to break through to the second level of the qi refining stage on Earth, where the spiritual qi was so scarce. Therefore, he was not disappointed with Tang Howren's current cultivation progress. Everything was within his expectations. When you have a solid foundation, I will find a way to increase your cultivation speed, Xia Ruofei said. Tang Howren's eyes immediately lit up. Thank you, master. Xia Ruofei patted Tang Howren's head affectionately and said, Come with me, I want to check on your cultivation progress and see if you've been slacking off during this time. Then, Xia Ruofei said to Tang Etienne and his wife, Big brother Tang, sister-in-law, you two sit here for a while. It's fine, Tang Etienne said quickly. We don't have anything else to do tonight. You should give some advice to Howren. This was related to his son's cultivation, so Tang Etienne was naturally very concerned. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Then, he brought Tang Howren into the bedroom. After Tang Howren sat down cross-legged, Xia Ruofei immediately used his spiritual power to check on Tang Howren's cultivation. Xia Ruofei's cultivation was much higher than Tang Howren's, especially his spiritual power cultivation. So, after a quick examination, he could see Tang Howren's condition. The true energy in his meridians had indeed become more condensed, and the total amount had increased by quite a bit. It was obvious that he had persevered in his cultivation during the time when the two of them had been separated. Otherwise, it would be like rowing a boat against the current. If he did not advance, he would fall behind. Even if he slacked off for a few days, his cultivation would fall behind significantly. Xia Ruofei let Tang Howren get up with satisfaction and said with a pleasant expression, Not bad. Howren, you really didn't let master down. As long as you continue to cultivate, it shouldn't be a problem for you to break through to the second level of the qi refining stage within 3 months. Initially, Xia Ruofei had estimated that Tang Howren would need at least 6 to 7 months or even a year's time. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated Tang Howren's talent. This kid's cultivation speed had exceeded Xia Ruofei's imagination. Really? Tang Howren was pleasantly surprised. Would master lie to you? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, But the premise is that you must persevere every day and not relax at all. I definitely will, Tang Howren said firmly. Through this period of cultivation, Tang Howren had clearly felt the benefits. His body was much stronger than before, and his strength was also very great. If he used true energy, even Tang Etienne's strength couldn't be compared to his. For a child, this change naturally made him surprised and happy. At the same time, his desire for power became stronger. When he heard Xia Ruofei say that he could break through in 3 months, Tang Howren was suddenly filled with motivation. Xia Ruofei said seriously, By then, you should be able to feel the bottleneck between the first and second stages of the qi refining stage. When you are about to break through, it's best for you to come to China. I have to be by your side to be at ease. Tang Howren was touched and said, I know, master. Xia Ruofei patted Tang Howren's head and began to answer his questions. After all, Tang Howren was still a child, and he spent most of his time cultivating alone. It was not easy for his master to have time to guide him, so he immediately threw out all the questions he had accumulated during this period of time. Although Xia Ruofei had never cultivated the fierce yang scripture, the great Tao Sutra that he had cultivated pointed straight to the source. Moreover, he had only taught the contents of the fierce yang scripture to Tang Haoren after learning it. Hence, Xia Ruofei began to answer Tang Haoren's questions after thinking for a while. Cultivation was like this. If a person were to put in all his effort, his efficiency would not be very high. However, with a few words of guidance from a great teacher, the fog would immediately be cleared, and one would feel as if good fortune had come to one's heart. Tang Haoren was like this now. He was beaming with joy as he listened. Some of the questions that had troubled him for many days were all solved. By the time Xia Ruofei finished explaining to Tang Haoren, more than an hour had passed. When he brought Tang Haoren out, Tang Etienne and Jennifer were watching TV on the sofa, not at all impatient. Seeing Xia Ruofei come out, Tang Etienne quickly asked, "Are you au fait? How's Haoren's cultivation?" Xia Ruofei smiled. "Haoren is very talented. He's also very hardworking. His cultivation progress is faster than I thought." That's good, that's good," Tang Etienne said happily. "Don't worry, big brother Tang," Xia Ruofei said, "I've just checked. There's no problem. Your foundation is very solid. I've also answered some of the questions he had during his cultivation. He just needs to persist in his cultivation every day." Okay. We'll make sure to keep him in check." Tang Etienne quickly nodded. "I'm very self-aware, okay?" Tang Haoren pouted. "I'm the one who wakes up to cultivate in the morning. You and Mom are still sleeping." Tang Etienne couldn't help but blush. He said, "You, Jennifer, on the other hand, could not stop giggling." It was getting late. Xia Ruofei chatted with Tang Etienne's family for a while before they said goodbye. At the same time, they made an appointment to pick Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing up from the hotel the next morning. Tang Haoren originally wanted to stay with Xia Ruofei, but Tang Etienne was afraid that he would disturb Xia Ruofei's rest, so he took him away without any explanation. After sending off Tang Etienne's family, Xia Ruofei returned to his room. He took out his phone and dialed Song Rui's number. "Young Master Xia. You finally have time to call me back," Song Rui said exaggeratedly after picking up. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. This guy seemed to have a lot of resentment. He also knew that Song Rui had something to discuss with him, but he had interrupted him twice. Hence, Xia Ruofei explained, "I'm on a business trip in the capital. I've been busy all day, so I called you back as soon as I was done." Song Rui couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What? You're also in the capital, logo?" Xia Ruofei was leaning against the headboard when he made the call. After hearing Song Rui's words, he sat up and smiled. "Why did you say also? Are you also in the capital? It can't be such a coincidence." "I'm really in Beijing," Song Rui said. "I just came here yesterday." Fuck. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but swear. "I also came yesterday." The two of them checked the time and realized that they had arrived in Beijing almost at the same time. The two of them were on two adjacent flights, and the landing time was less than an hour apart. Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, "Fuck. You're just like a ghost. The moment I set foot in the capital, you actually ran over as well." Song Rui did not back down and said, "What do you mean I'm a lingering spirit? This is part of my plan, okay? You, on the other hand, don't you care much about the company's affairs? Why are you here on a business trip? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, it's a long story, then don't say it. Song Rui immediately said, but I'm guessing it's related to that small star? You're right, Xia Ruofei said. Sigh. You've done a great job this time. You didn't screw up at the critical moment. That small star hadn't gone far yet. In the blink of an eye, you've come back crying and begging for mercy, hee hee. I wouldn't dare to neglect your matters. Song Rui said. Then, he asked in a wretched manner, is she in your bed now? Do you want me to remove the ban tomorrow? Go. Do you think that everyone is as filthy as you? Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, I'm telling you. This person wanted to seal her up. If I ever see any news about her still in the entertainment industry, I'll make you pay. Woof. Boss Xia is really angry this time. Song Rui laughed and said, I'll go back and pass the word, and I guarantee that no one will dare to let her out. Song Rui said it casually. A small star like Dong Xinyu was indeed insignificant in his eyes. He would definitely do as Xia Ruofei said. Thanks. Xia Ruofei said. Oh right. You said you had something to discuss with me. Now that I'm free, tell me. I called to invite you to the capital. Song Rui said. But now that you're here, it's even easier. What's wrong? Xia Ruofei frowned and asked, what happened? Can't you just wish for me to be better? Song Rui complained and then said, nothing happened. However, it's my grandfather's birthday the day after tomorrow, and he has personally instructed me to invite you over to celebrate his birthday. Xia Ruofei stood up and said, Elder Song's birthday? Why didn't you say so earlier? He did a quick calculation in his heart. Elder Song should be 84 years old this year. However, the older generation mostly celebrated their fake birthday, which was 85 years old. Although it was not the 10th birthday, it was still quite important to celebrate the 5th. After all, Elder Song was already so old. To put it bluntly, it was hard to say if he could even celebrate his 10th birthday. Song Rui couldn't help but pout and said, I've already taken the initiative to call you twice to talk about this. You were the one who didn't even give me a chance to speak before hanging up. Xia Ruofei chuckled in embarrassment. I just happened to have something to do, right? Elder Song's birthday is in 2 days. I didn't even prepare for it. My grandfather has specially instructed that you can come alone. Don't bring any gifts. Song Rui said hurriedly. How can that be? Xia Ruofei subconsciously said, it's impolite to come empty-handed. Song Rui smiled and said, actually, my grandfather's birthday was not planned to be grand at all. The leaders of the central office proposed to prepare a birthday banquet for him at the Diaoyutai State Guest House, but they were all rejected. It will be held at our old house the day after tomorrow. Only some of our own families will attend the banquet. You are one of the few guests that the old man personally invited. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel touched. It was just a small family banquet, but Elder Song had specially invited him to attend. It could be seen how much Elder Song valued him. He pondered for a moment and said, all right. I know, I'll definitely be there the day after tomorrow. Send me your hotel's location. I'll come and pick you up the day after tomorrow. Song Rui said. The old house is heavily guarded. You can't get in without someone to take you in. All right. Xia Ruofei said. After he hung up, he sent the location of the hotel to Song Rui. Then, Xia Ruofei lay on the bed and thought about what gift to prepare. Although Song Rui had said that the old master had specifically emphasized not to bring gifts, Xia Ruofei would definitely not go to the house empty-handed. However, it was a little particular what kind of gift to prepare. If it was just old mountain ginseng or iron skin maples, Xia Ruofei could take them out at any time. Although these precious Chinese medicinal herbs were not unpresentable, especially the good-looking and old ginseng, which was hard to come by, Xia Ruofei still felt that it was not very suitable as a birthday gift. Xia Ruofei had already given Elder Song a similar gift. If he still gave him wild ginseng, it would not be sincere enough. Logo. Xia Ruofei leaned against the head of the bed and thought about it. His main focus was naturally the specialty products in his Q-zone. However, he could not think of any suitable gifts. Just as he was feeling vexed, a light suddenly flashed in his mind and he thought of a way. Xia Ruofei thought of the jade leaves that he had given to Huan Huan and Hauran and had an idea. He felt that he could give Elder Song a gift like this. It was much better than wild ginseng and iron skin maples. Of course, the gift for Elder Song couldn't be in the shape of a jade leaf, and the formation carved inside couldn't be a protective rune. After all, with Elder Song's status, no matter where he went, there would be extremely tight security. A protective talisman might not be of much use to him. Of course, this was not a problem for Xia Ruofei. He had been training his mind power whenever he had the time. He could now draw the protective rune as he wished, so he used another rune to practice. This talisman was similar to the formation that Xia Qing had arranged around the spirit heart tree, and it could gather spirit qi. In today's world where spiritual qi was scarce, if Elder Song could wear a jade pendant engraved with spiritual gathering runes, he would be able to gather spiritual qi around him at all times. It would definitely be beneficial to his body and prolong his life. Xia Ruofei was very familiar with the spirit gathering runes and was confident that he could carve them into the jade pendant. The only problem now was that he didn't have any good jade in his hands. If he were to give Elder Song a gift, the best gift would be the jade pendant that he carved himself. Moreover, the effect of the spirit gathering rune was the best. Xia Ruofei would definitely not buy a ready-made jade pendant. He pondered for a while and then took out his phone to call Ma Jiming, who was far away in Hong Kong. Xia Sheng. Good evening. Ma Jiming's voice was very enthusiastic. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, Mr. M.A., did you take the energy-gathering pills on time last time? How do you feel about the effect? Ma Jiming immediately said, Xiaoxing, I can feel that my body is gradually getting better, but didn't you say that it's best not to sleep with Hu Weixin while she's taking the medicine? So, I'm not too sure about the specific effects, Ma Jiming was a little embarrassed when he said this. After all, Xia Ruofei was his junior. It was indeed a little unnatural to talk about this topic in front of Xia Ruofei. In fact, not only was Ma Jiming embarrassed, but Xia Ruofei was also not any better. However, he had to at least show his symbolic concern for her when he called her in the middle of the night. Otherwise, it would be a little rude to ask for help as soon as he came up. Xia Ruofei laughed dryly and said, It's good that you can feel better. That essence-gathering pill was a recipe that was passed down hundreds of years ago, so there's no need to doubt its efficacy. You just need to take it according to the doctor's advice on time. All right. Ma Jiming quickly said. In fact, even if he had not tested the effects with Tian Huixin, Ma Jiming was still well aware of the effects. Ever since he had a problem in that area, he had not experienced the feeling of waking up in a tent for a long time. However, after eating the energy-gathering pill that Xia Ruofei had provided, he had found a familiar feeling in just a few days. If Xia Ruofei had not specifically instructed him to abstain from taking the medicine, Ma Jiming would definitely have been eager to have an in-depth discussion with Tian Huixin about medicine. Ma Jiming naturally knew that Xia Ruofei would not call him at such a late hour just to show concern for his health. Hence, he quickly asked, "Xia Xing, did you call me for something?" "Mr. M.A., I'd like to ask if Hengfeng Jewelry has a branch in the capital?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "Of course I do," Ma Jiming said with a smile. "Our branch in Beijing is one of the biggest flagship stores in the country." Xia Ruofei said, "That's great. Mr. M.A., I'm in the capital right now, because I have to attend an elder's birthday banquet in 2 days. I didn't prepare a gift, I see." Ma Jiming immediately said, "Xia Sheng, I'll call the branch in the capital right away and ask them to prepare the best jadeware suitable for the birthday gift. You can go and choose at any time." Xia Ruofei quickly said, No, I don't need a finished product. Mr. M.A., I hope that this birthday gift is processed by myself. This way, it will be unique and at the same time, it will show my sincerity. So, I want to buy high quality jade from your branch in the capital. Ma Jiming understood it as soon as he heard it. The jade leaf that Xia Ruofei had given Huan previously was obviously the work of an expert. He felt that Xia Ruofei probably knew a master in jade carving, so he wanted to buy the best jade material to process it himself. After all, Ma Jiming had personally tasted the jade leaf. He and Ma Xiong both thought that even the best sculptors in Hengfeng Jewelry could not make such a natural and full of natural charm. If Xia Ruofei knew such a master, it was normal for him to look down on the finished products in his shop. However, Ma Jiming changed his mind and said with some doubt, "Xia Sheng, did you just say that the elder's birthday is in 2 days? If you buy jade to process it, you won't have enough time." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I have my ways. Mr. M.A., please help me check if there are any good jade materials in the branch in the capital. The higher the quality, the better. Price is not a problem." "No problem." "Yes." Ma Jiming agreed immediately. After Xia Ruofei thanked Ma Jiming, he hung up. Then, he stood up and opened the window. He lit a cigarette and took a puff. He looked at the heavy traffic outside the window and fell into deep thought. In fact, Xia Ruofei was checking the vast amount of information in his mind. These were all the ancient books and cultivation techniques contained in the human jade talisman. He remembered that when he was separating the precious information, there was a visualization picture that left a deep impression on him. Xia Ruofei was preparing to use the image in the visualization picture as a blueprint to carve the jade. He could also find some pictures on the internet, and with his spiritual power cultivation, he could carve the jade even by looking at the pictures. However, the images that could be found on the internet were rather rigid, so they were not the most suitable choice. However, the visualization picture was different. Anything that could be kept in the human jade talisman must be good stuff. The information was already stored in Xia Ruofei's mind and he had some impression of it, so he found it quickly. This was a visualization picture of guanine. Compared to the image of guanine that could be found everywhere on the internet, the guan In this visualization picture seemed to have a divine charm. One look and you could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Xia Ruofei's face revealed a trace of joy. With his spiritual power, with a little practice, he should be able to perfectly present the image of Guanyin Bodhisattva on the jade pendant. Moreover, men wear Guanyin and women wear Buddha, so it was very suitable to give Elder Song a jade Guanyin. Xia Ruofei immediately strengthened his memory and engraved this image into his memory. At this moment, his phone rang. It was Ma Jiming, who had called the manager of the branch in the capital city overnight. After understanding the situation, he immediately sent Xia Ruofei back. Mr. M.A. Xia Ruofei picked up the phone and smiled. Have you found out? Ma Jiming said happily, yes. The flagship store in Beijing just imported a piece of glass, type jade 2 days ago. The quality is quite high. They were planning to make it into an ornament and take out a few sets of jade bracelets. But the sculptors didn't have time to do it yet, so I asked the flagship store in Beijing to keep this piece of jade. There are also a few pieces of ice, type jade. You can go and pick any one you like tomorrow. You can take it directly. That's great. Xia Ruofei was very happy. Mr. M.A., thank you very much. Ma Jiming quickly said, Xiaoxing, you don't have to be so polite with me. It's just a small matter. It's my honor to be able to serve you. All right. I won't stand on ceremony with you then. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I'll treat you to a drink when you return to the mainland. Ha ha ha. All right. I've long heard that you've hidden a lot of good wine, Xiaoxing. Ma Jiming said with a smile. You're still thinking about my private collection of good wine? Xia Ruofei laughed. No problem. When the time comes, you can go to my peach blossom farm. I'll have enough good wine and food. Then it's a deal. Ma Jiming laughed and said, Xiaoxing, I'll send you the contact information of the general manager of the Beijing branch later. You can go and look for him at any time tomorrow. All right. Xia Ruofei said. After solving the problem of the raw materials, Xia Ruofei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He went to the bathroom to take a shower and then fell asleep. Logo. The next morning, as they had promised Tang Yitian's family that they would tour the capital, Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao woke up very early. Xia Ruofei even got up to cultivate for a while at 7 o'clock. After washing up, he called Feng Rao to have breakfast at the hotel buffet restaurant. After breakfast, the two of them went back to their rooms to clean up. Soon, Xia Ruofei received a call from Tang Yitian. Knowing that they had arrived at the hotel, Xia Ruofei immediately gave Feng Jing a call. Then, the two of them took the elevator down. They walked out of the elevator and arrived at the hotel lobby. Xia Ruofei saw Tang Yitian's family sitting on the guest sofa at the side of the lobby. Tang Haoran was also sitting beside his parents obediently. On the sofa opposite Tang Yitian and Jennifer, there was a tall foreign girl who was talking to Jennifer in a low voice. This Western girl was wearing a pair of black sunglasses that almost covered half of her face. Her soft golden hair was naturally let down, and her figure was curvaceous. Her pair of straight and super long legs attracted the attention of many men passing by the lobby. Tang Yitian also saw Xia Ruofei and Feng Rao. Very quickly, he smiled and waved at them. Big brother Tang. Sister-in-law. Good morning. Xia Ruofei came to them and greeted them with a smile. Good morning. have you had breakfast? Tangy Tian asked with a smile. I just finished eating, Xia Ruofei said. At this time, Feng Rao also came forward to greet Tangy Tian. And Jennifer. Jennifer smiled at Feng Rao and said, Miss Feng, I invited you to tour the capital with us yesterday. But I might have to go back on my word today. Are you guys busy today? Feng Rao asked. Stunned. It doesn't matter, I can arrange it however I want. I'll listen to our chairman. No, Jennifer chuckled. The tour of the capital is still as planned, but you might have other things to do, so you can't. Come with us. When Jennifer said that, Feng Rao was even more confused. Even she did not know what work she had today, so how could Jennifer know? At this moment, Jennifer said with a smile, Miss Feng, let me introduce you. Then Jennifer pointed to the Caucasian girl sitting next to her and said, This is Duff, an artist under Maya Entertainment. 1 Duff, this is Mr. Xia Ruofei, the chairman of the Paradise Corporation. The beautiful lady beside him is the CEO of the Paradise Corporation, Ms. Feng Jing. Jennifer said to the Caucasian girl. Duff stood up and took off her sunglasses. She revealed a charming smile and said, Mr. Xia, Ms. Feng, how are you? Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded at Daphne. Feng Jing's eyes slowly widened and she said in surprise, You're the female commander in Star Killer, Duff? Nice to meet you, Ms. Feng. It's an honor to meet you, said Daphne with a smile and a nod. Hello. Feng Rao was also a little stunned and quickly said. Xia Ruofei did not know much about the entertainment industry, but from Feng Jing's expression, he could guess that this Duff must be very famous as well. Otherwise, even Feng Jing would not be so surprised. In reality, although Feng Jing was a student, she wasn't completely above the common populace. She also had her own favorite celebrities and was similarly vain. It was just that she spent most of her time fully immersed in her work, giving others the impression that she was a strong career woman. Furthermore, Feng Jing had studied overseas before, so she was not completely clueless about Western celebrities. Of course, Duff was very famous and had a large number of fans in China. That was why she was wearing a large pair of sunglasses today, to avoid trouble. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was not familiar with Duff, Feng Rao introduced her. Chairman, Duff has been a very popular Hollywood star in the past few years. She used to be a supermodel, but later turned into an actress. She has acted in several movies that broke 100 million in box office sales and won countless awards. I didn't expect her to be an artiste under Maya Entertainment, Xia Ruofei touched his nose awkwardly and said, I really don't know much about the entertainment industry. Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei in amusement, then looked at Jennifer and asked, Jennifer, you brought Miss Duff here today for, in fact, Feng Rao had already vaguely guessed Jennifer's intentions. She had begun to get excited, but Jennifer had not confirmed it herself, so she had been holding it in. Feng, Jennifer said with a smile, I went through your company's product introduction carefully after I went back last night. I feel that Dapper is quite suitable for your brand's position. Aren't you worried about the brand image and spokesperson? It just so happens that she's here with us to attend the press conference of the Angel of Doom, so I brought her along. If you're willing, she can be the spokesperson for your brand. Feng Rao felt dizzy. This huge surprise made her wonder if she was dreaming. Jennifer had actually introduced Duff to be the spokesperson for Jaded Skin Cream? Oh my god. In the past, Feng Jing would never have even dared to dream of using a superstar like Duff. Even rich people wouldn't be willing to endorse a small brand like Paradise Corporation. If Duff was the daughter of a wealthy family, then Dong Sinyu from yesterday was not even comparable to a maidservant at home. Logo. The influence of the two in the entertainment industry was like heaven and earth. In her excitement, Feng Rao had forgotten that Jennifer was still waiting for her answer. She just stood there in a daze, her eyes full of disbelief. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but gently touch Feng Jing's shoulder and said, "Boss Feng, what are you daydreaming about?" "Jennifer is asking you a question." Feng Rao came back to her senses and quickly said, "I'm willing." Of course I'm willing. Jennifer. You're not joking with me, are you? Jennifer pursed her lips and smiled. Feng. Why would I tease you for no reason? Xia is our best friend. If his company needs our help, of course we have to give it our all. Tang Yitian also smiled and said, "Yup." Originally, Jennifer was going to endorse you personally, but Ruofei firmly refused. It just so happened that Duff came to China with us this time. So Jennifer recommended her to you. Xia Ruofei was touched. He looked at Tang Yitian and Jennifer and said, "Big brother. Tang, sister-in-law, thank you. Ruofei, you're treating me like an outsider?" Tang Yitian pretended to be angry. No. Xia Ruofei smiled. But I really have to thank you for this. President Feng has been so anxious that he can't sleep these 2 days. Tang Yitian suddenly laughed. How do you know that President Feng can't sleep? Ruofei, could it be that last night, you guys? Xia Ruofei was speechless, and Feng Rao didn't expect that. Tang Yitian, a super rich man, would make such a joke about his lack of respect for his elders. She couldn't help but blush. She quickly changed the topic and asked, "Jennifer, you just said that Miss Dave is here to attend the press conference of the Angel of Doom? Does that mean she's going to act in this movie?" Jennifer smiled and nodded. Duff is the female lead for this movie. In fact, we hired a gold medal screenwriter from Hollywood to tailor this movie according to Duff's temperament and characteristics. Xia Ruofei and the others were conversing in Chinese, so Duff could not understand them at all. She just stood at the side with a smile. Jennifer had told her about the brand endorsement last night. According to her own thoughts, this kind of unknown small company was definitely not within her consideration. It was impossible to move her no matter how much money was given. But Jennifer was her boss, and in order to make her famous, she was not stingy with the company's resources. And last night, Jennifer didn't hide it from her and told her that the boss of the Paradise Company was a very good friend of Tang Yitian. Thus, Duff agreed without hesitation. Although she didn't understand what they were talking about. She didn't dare to look down on this small company when she saw Xia Ruofei and Tang Yitian talking and laughing. After hearing Jennifer's words, Feng Rao could not help but ask, since Miss Duff is going to star in the Angel of Doom, will there be any conflicts in the timing? Jennifer smiled and said, the crew of the Angel of Doom is not fully prepared yet. It may take some time for all the staff and equipment to be in place. We'll start shooting in Beijing in 5 days. Time is a little tight. That's enough. Feng Rao quickly said. We only need Miss Dave to cooperate with us to shoot a short advertisement and a few posters. We've already finished the script and other things. I'll gather the people immediately. It should be no problem to finish it in 5 days. Jennifer nodded and said, Feng, if your short film isn't complicated, why don't I ask the crew of the Angel of Doom to send a few people to help you? Their staff and equipment are more professional, This? How can I accept this? Feng Rao said hesitantly. Feng Jing's plan was to find a small studio to film it. This kind of short advertisement was mainly about creativity. The shooting techniques and special effects didn't need to be too high, and of course, Jennifer's proposal to get the crew of the Angel of Doom to come over and help also made Feng Rao's heart beat faster. That was a Hollywood team they were talking about. One of their video cameras might be worth more than an entire studio. Moreover, these people were all experts in post-production and special effects. If he could get their help, he would be able to perfectly realize the idea in the advertisement script. It's okay, Jennifer said with a smile. They've been resting for the past few days. It won't be a problem for them to help you with a small task. Feng, let me arrange it. Thank you. Feng Rao said gratefully. Jennifer. The service was really on point. Not only did they find a star to endorse their products, but they also found a photography team and a post-production team, all of which were first class. Feng Jing had a more direct understanding of Xia Ruofei's position in the Tang couple's hearts. You're welcome. We're very happy to be able to do something for Xia's company, Jennifer said. Feng Rao was so overjoyed that she almost lost her sense of direction. Meanwhile, Duff had been standing at the side with a dumbfounded expression, not knowing what Jennifer and Feng Rao were talking about. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei smiled and said to Duff in English, Miss Duff. Thank you very much for being our company's brand ambassador. Our company's products will definitely not disappoint you. In the future, you'll realize that this endorsement is definitely a win-win choice. Duff didn't think much of it. She had never even heard of a company's name. How good could their products be? She would thank the heavens if she didn't ruin her reputation. However, Xia Ruofei and Tang Etienne had a good relationship, so she didn't dare to neglect him. She quickly showed an elegant smile and said, Mr. Xia, it's my honor. Then, let's talk about the endorsement fee, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Dave froze for a moment and repeated subconsciously, endorsement fee? Could it be that there was still money to be earned? Isn't this a friendly help to the boss's friend? Tang Etienne immediately pulled a long face. Ruofei, what's with the endorsement fee? I'm helping you out, how can I ask you for money? Aren't you slapping my face? Jennifer immediately said, Xia, Duff's endorsement this time is free. We can't take your money. Feng Jing's jaw dropped. She had never even imagined that they would be able to get a superstar like Duff to endorse their products, yet they didn't even plan to charge them. Feng Jing had already prepared herself mentally for the endorsement fee to be doubled or even doubled. She was worried that Xia Ruofei did not know the value of Duff and was thinking about how to get as much money as possible from Xia Ruofei after they came down. He didn't expect that Tang Etienne and the others didn't take the money at all. Xia Ruofei quickly said, Big brother Tang, sister-in-law, this is business. We still have to pay for the expenses. Besides, if Miss Duff were to endorse another company, she would also benefit from it. She won't be able to take on similar advertisements while she's our spokesperson. This is a huge loss for her. Tang Etienne snorted and said, Of course I thought of that. Our company will compensate her for her losses. You don't have to worry about it. How can we do that? Ruofei, if you insist on paying, I won't recognize you as my brother anymore. Just pretend I didn't say anything about the endorsement. We'll take Daphne away now. Tang Etienne pretended to be angry. Xia Ruofei quickly said, no, no, no. If you don't want to give it, then don't give it. Big brother. Tang, don't be angry, he was very touched. On second thought, the jaded skin cream was destined to become a phenomenal product that would take the world by storm in the future. It would not be a problem for it to compete with the major luxury brands. From this perspective, it would be beneficial for Duff to endorse the jaded skin cream. Moreover, Tang Etienne had already said that, so Xia Ruofei didn't insist on paying. Tang Etienne's anger immediately turned into joy. Now this is more like it, logo. Seeing that Xia Ruofei was no longer insistent on paying the endorsement fee, Jennifer smiled and said, Xia, I'll be able to work with you at any time for the next 5 days. The crew of the Angel of Doom will be coming over to help today. I wish you all the best. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, thanks. Sister. In law, I hope Miss Duff can make time to attend our product launch. If they had signed Dong Xinyu according to the original plan, the contract would have clearly stated the rights and obligations of the image spokesperson, including cooperating with the shooting of advertisement films, the right to use portraits, and the number of promotional activities she would participate in each year. However, Tang Etienne had invited Duff as the spokesperson out of friendship, so they couldn't force her to attend many promotional events. At least, it wouldn't be written into the contract. What's the rough time of your product launch? Jennifer asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, within a month. The preliminary preparations are almost done, and the approval process is almost complete. We're now preparing the goods. Hearing this, Jennifer immediately said without hesitation, then, Duff should still be filming in China. There are many scenes in The Angel of Doom that need to be filmed in China. I'll ask Duff to take a leave of absence from the crew and attend. All right. Xia Ruofei said happily, that's no problem. Jennifer chuckled and said to Feng Rao, Feng, did I say it wrong? I don't think you have time to accompany us to tour the capital today. Jennifer, I'm really grateful to you this time. Feng Rao said with gratitude. You've done us a great favor, timely assistance? Jennifer blinked her eyes and asked, her idiom addiction acting up again. Yes, yes, yes. It's really timely, Feng Rao said with a smile. At this time, Tang Etienne also stood up and said to Xia Ruofei, Ruofei, you must have a lot of details to discuss with Duff. You don't have to accompany us today. Although Tang Howren really wanted to play with his master, he was very sensible and didn't say anything. He just looked a little disappointed. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Big Brother Tang, I've handed over the company's specific matters to President Feng, so I'm not needed here. However, I do have something else to deal with today. I'll finish this as soon as possible and meet up with you in the afternoon. Sure. Tang Etienne said readily. Then we'll be leaving first, Jennifer said a few words to Duff and then called the person in charge of the crew on the spot, asking them to send a few capable staff to the hotel with the equipment to find Feng Jing. Then, she left the hotel with Tang Howren and Tang Etienne. Now that the problem of the spokesperson had been solved, Feng Jing was extremely excited and passionate about her work. She only had 5 days, so she made every second count. She brought Daphne back to her room and discussed the details of the advertisement and posters with her. Duff was a popular star, so he had to discuss the idea, script, and the like with her. Xia Ruofei left this matter to Feng Jing. He left the hotel and took a taxi to Hengfeng Jewelry's flagship store in the capital. Ma Jiming had already given his instructions overnight. Xia Ruofei also had the contact information of Xiao Xiaohong, the general manager of the flagship store in the capital. He had called Manager Xiao in the taxi. Manager Xiao? I'm Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei said, your boss Ma should have contacted you, right? When Xiao Xiaohong heard Xia Ruofei introduce himself, she immediately became very enthusiastic. Hello, Mr. Xia. President Ma has already told us that several pieces of high-quality jade have been prepared. You can come and choose at any time. I'm already on my way. Sorry to trouble you, manager. Xiao. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. You're welcome, you're welcome. Xiao Xiaohong said, I'll see you later, Mr. Xia. All right. When he arrived at the entrance of Hengfeng Jewelry Shop near Jiangwo Road, Xia Ruofei saw a young woman in a black business suit standing at the door with a phone in her hand. The branch in Beijing was indeed the biggest flagship store in the country. From the outside, one could tell that the store was huge. It was at least as big as a dozen normal stores in the vicinity combined. Xia Ruofei paid the fare and got out of the car. The young woman in black business attire looked up and immediately welcomed him warmly. Hello, are you Mr. Xia Ruofei? The young woman asked with a trace of respect. She was also surprised that Xia Ruofei had come by taxi. She thought to herself, I didn't expect Mr. Xia to be so low-key. Fortunately, Boss Ma sent me a photo of this Mr. Xia yesterday. Otherwise, I might not have recognized him. As soon as Xia Ruofei heard the voice, he knew that this charming young woman was manager Xiao Xiaohong, whom had just contacted on the phone. Your manager, Xiao, right? He smiled and nodded. How could I let you wait for me outside? I'll go in and find you myself. I should. Xiao Xiaohong quickly said, Mr. Xia, please come in. Xiao Xiaohong also felt a little relieved. This Mr. Xia looked quite approachable. Logo. After she received Ma Jiming's call last night, she was a little nervous. The matter that young Master Ma from the headquarters personally called must be very important. Ma Jiming also specifically said on the phone that this Mr. Xia was an important guest of their family and must be received well, which made her pay more attention to him. Xiao Xiaohong even informed the employees to come to work half an hour earlier that night. She cleaned the store inside and out, then repeatedly emphasized the need to pay attention to the image and service attitude. She was just worried that this Mr. Xia would have a bad impression of the Beijing branch if he casually mentioned it to Ma Jiming later. She, as the manager, would be in trouble. Actually, Xia Ruofei didn't have that kind of free time. His only purpose for coming here today was to choose a piece of good jade. Xiao Xiaohong personally led Xia Ruofei into the store. The storefront's decorations were very high, and 2 large rows of glass counters were filled with all kinds of jewelries and jade of different grades. There was even a display cabinet against the wall. Some high-end jade was placed inside, and under the illumination of the spotlight, it looked beautiful. The staff greeted Xiao Xiaohong and Xia Ruofei one after another. Xiao Xiaohong led Xia Ruofei through the store and up the stairs to the office on the 2nd floor. In Xiao Xiaohong's huge office, she took out all 4 pieces of jade that she had prepared from the safe. Then she smiled and said, "Mr. Xia, all the high-grade jade in our store is here. The rest have either been cut and carved by the master or are of poor quality. Let me introduce you to these pieces of jade. Manager Xiao, I'll take a look first." Xia Ruofei waved his hand. "All right, please do as you please," Xiao Xiaohong said. She didn't think much of it. Xia Ruofei was so young that she couldn't tell the quality of jade. However, Ma Jiming had personally told her to treat Xia Ruofei well, so she didn't dare to neglect him. Xiao Xiaohong did not know that Xia Ruofei did not distinguish jades by experience. When the painting was close to the jadeite, he would naturally sense it. Xia Ruofei had bought a lot of good jadeite in the early days through this method and had never failed. Although Xia Ruofei rarely used jades to upgrade the spirit map space, the identification function was still very useful. Xia Ruofei walked closer to the pieces of jade and looked at them. He even reached out to touch them. Xiao Xiaohong looked at Xia Ruofei and was even more certain that he was an amateur. She didn't expect Xia Ruofei to point at a fist-sized piece of jade and say, "Manager Xiao, I'll take this one." This piece of jade looked very clear and pure. However, compared to the other three ice-type green jades, the one that Xia Ruofei chose was colorless. To an outsider, it did not look the best. Xiao Xiaohong's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise as she said, "Mr. Xia, you have good eyes. This is the only glass-type jade we have in our store." Xia Ruofei smiled. "Actually, I don't know much. I just felt it." "You can choose so accurately based on your feelings. You can go stone gambling now," Xiao Xiaohong said with a smile. Xia Ruofei laughed and asked, "Manager Xiao, how much does this jade cost? I want this." "Mr. Xia, this glass-type jade has a pretty good water head," Xiao Xiaohong said. "The only flaw is that it's a colorless jade. If it had a color, or even reached the standard of King's Green, the price would be different." After a brief introduction, Xiao Xiaohong said, "The purchase price of this piece of imperial jade is 2.8 million huaxia dollars. Mr. Ma has told me that if you want it, I will give it to you according to the purchase price." Ma Jiming was also very clear that Xia Ruofei would not accept it if he gave it to her for free, so he simply told Xiao Xiaohong that no matter which piece of jade Xia Ruofei liked, she should give it to him according to the purchase price, and she was not allowed to make a single cent. Xia Ruofei replied without hesitation, "No problem. Let's go to the bank and transfer the money now." He also knew that if the purchase price of this piece of jade was 2.8 million yuan, plus other transportation, security, taxes, and other costs, it would definitely be more than this. However, he couldn't calculate it so clearly, or he would be regarded as an outsider. "All right," Xiao Xiaohong said. Then, she quickly called the finance staff and the two accompanied Xia Ruofei to the bank to transfer the money. Before they left, Xia Ruofei said, "Manager Xiao, please find a bag and help me put this piece of jade in. I won't be coming back later." "Ah?" Xiao Xiaohong was taken aback. "Mr. Xia, I'm afraid this isn't very safe. This jade was worth 2 to 3 million yuan. If it was carved into jade, its value would even increase by several times. If you were to carry it out in a bag, what if it was robbed?" Xia Ruofei laughed. "Don't worry about safety. If we're unlucky enough to be robbed, I'll pay for it." Xiao Xiaohong tried to persuade him, but Xia Ruofei had already walked out. This was a guest that Ma Jiming had personally instructed her to receive. Xiao Xiaohong didn't dare to say anything. She quickly found a bag and put the jade in it. Then, she quickly followed Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei looked back at Xiao Xiaohong and took the jade with a smile. Then, the three of them went downstairs together. Xiao Xiaohong had already asked the store's driver to wait for them downstairs. The three of them got in the car and went straight to the bank. Xia Ruofei quickly finished the transfer. He declined Xiao Xiaohong's offer to drive him home. He took the jade that was worth a few million yuan and hailed a taxi to return to the hotel. Only then did Xiao Xiaohong let out a sigh of relief. Just now, her heart had been hanging in the air, afraid that something would really happen and the jade would be raped. Xiao Xiaohong thought to herself, Boss Ma's friend is really not an ordinary person. He's so calm even when he's carrying an imperial jade worth a few million yuan. I guess this amount of money is nothing in his eyes. After Xia Ruofei returned to the hotel, she locked herself in her room, locked the door, and turned on the do not disturb light. He went straight to the bedroom, locked all the doors and windows, and then carefully checked the room. Again. Xia Ruofei was very experienced in anti-reconnaissance, and now he had the help of strong spiritual power. So, he quickly checked the entire room. After making sure that there was no listening or monitoring device, he summoned the spirit map scroll. He carefully lifted the quilt and stuffed the painting inside. Then, he entered the medium with a flash. This way, even if someone barged into the room, they wouldn't be able to notice anything unusual. At the same time, as the owner of the spirit map space, Xia Ruofei could also release a trace of his spiritual power at any time to keep an eye on the situation outside. After all, they were not at home. It was impossible to be too cautious when it came to protecting the secrets of the spirit map space. After Xia Ruofei arrived at the Archean realm, he waved his hand at Xia Qing, indicating for him to do his own thing and not to worry about him. Xia Ruofei walked to the side of the spatial spirit pond and sat down cross-legged. Then, he waved his hand, and a small toolbox on a shelf not far away floated over and landed in front of him. Inside was a full set of carving tools. Xia Ruofei took the transparent jade and looked at it for a while. Perhaps in the eyes of an expert, this piece of glass type jade was not of the best quality at all, because it was colorless. However, that was only the value of the jewelry. Xia Ruofei paid more attention to the quality of the jade. The color of the jade was only for decoration and not the quality. This piece of jade was exquisite, pure, and flawless. In terms of quality, it was definitely of the highest grade. The better the quality of the jade, the stronger the ability to carry the runes, and the longer the time of use. From this point of view, this piece of jade was undoubtedly the most suitable. With the help of his spiritual power, Xia Ruofei's brain was much faster than before. He quickly planned out how to use the whole piece of jade. Then, he picked up a carving knife and cut it without hesitation. Logo. Xia Ruofei cut very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had cut the expensive glass type jade into 3 or 4 pieces. The largest piece was the one he kept for carving the jade guanine. This was the best plan that Xia Ruofei had come up with after repeated calculations. He wanted to keep the jade guanine as large as possible and not waste the remaining scraps. The 2 or 3 pieces of jade that Xia Ruofei had cut off could be made into a few pieces of jade leaves. His success rate of inscribing protective talismans was already very high, so it was time to prepare some protective jade talismans for Ling Qingxue, Lin Xiao, Huzi's mother, and the people closest to him. Xia Ruofei changed to another carving knife and picked up the largest piece of jade. After taking a deep breath, he did not hesitate to make the first cut. Just now, he had already made precise calculations, and the image of Guanyin had already been firmly imprinted in his mind. So, he had already had absolute confidence in which angle to cut and how to carve. With the help of his strong spiritual power, Xia Ruofei's every move was very accurate, as if it had been measured by a precision instrument. Soon, jade fragments flew in all directions, and the embryonic form of a jade Guanyin gradually appeared. During the process of carving, he constantly changed to different types of carving knives, but every knife was full of confidence and without the slightest hesitation. The whole carving speed was quite fast. If other jade sculptors saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. The traditional jade carving process was slow but delicate. Before he started, he had to calculate for a long time, and sometimes he had to draw some auxiliary lines. When he started to sculpt, he was very careful. He had to think for a long time before he made each cut. It was better to have one less than half. If the carving wasn't in place, it could be modified, but if a little bit was cut off, it couldn't be repaired. In particular, this kind of expensive high-quality jade had to be carved with great care. However, it was precisely because of this that these sculpted works often carried a strong sense of craftsmanship. They were repeatedly modified and completed in one go, and experts could see the differences at a glance. Xia Ruofei's sculpting method required the help of strong spiritual power to ensure accuracy. Ordinary people would not be able to learn it, even if they knew about it. This was also the main reason why Xia Ruofei's works had a natural charm. Of course, there was another reason that could not be ignored. The jade leaf that he had previously sculpted was actually based on the leaf of the spirit heart tree that he had observed countless times in the early days. The entire spirit heart tree had a trace of the great Tao's charm, and every leaf was full of the Tao's flavor. The jade leaf that was sculpted with this as the template naturally did not have a trace of smoke and fire. This time, the jade Guanyin that Xia Ruofei had sculpted was based on a precious visualization diagram that was kept in the human jade talisman. It was also not an ordinary item. As the carving knife in Xia Ruofei's hand danced, the jade Guanyin gradually took shape in his hand. After Xia Ruofei's last strike, he finally left his state of extreme concentration. A tired smile appeared on his face. He picked up the completed jade Guanyin and blew on it. After all the remaining jade fragments on the jade Guanyin were blown away, it finally revealed its true appearance. The jade Guanyin had a graceful bearing and a compassionate expression on her face. One of her hands was holding a clean bottle with a willow branch in it. The entire jade Guanyin was very lifelike. Even the details of her dress were very realistic. At the same time, it also emitted a faint charm of the great Tao. Xia Ruofei admired the jade Guanyin for a while and put it down with satisfaction. He stood up and stretched his arms and legs, then drank a few mouthfuls of the spirit heart flower petal solution to recover his mental power. After all, such a carving had consumed a lot of his mental power. In the spirit map space that was rich in spiritual qi, Xia Ruofei was quickly revived. He returned to the side of the spirit pond and sat down cross-legged. His expression became serious as he picked up the jade Guanyin. The next step was to inscribe the spirit-gathering talisman. Xia Ruofei had practiced the spirit-gathering talisman until he was very familiar with it. He had also tried to use a jade carrier to draw the runes, and the success rate was not bad. This was the first time he had used such a precious glass-type jade guanine to draw a rune. However, Xia Ruofei did not feel nervous at all. On the one hand, the success rate was quite high when he was practicing before. On the other hand, with his current spiritual power cultivation, even if there was a failure, he could control it very well. At most, this jade guanine could no longer bear the runes, and it would not shatter. Even if he couldn't carve any more runes on it, the value of this jade guanine was still extremely high. The millions he spent on it would not go to waste. Furthermore, he still had a few spare pieces of jade that were more than enough to carve the jade leaf. If the carving of the jade guanine failed, the larger spare pieces of jade could still be used to carve the jade guanine, but the size would not be as big. It was because of this relaxed state of mind that Xia Ruofei's drawing of the spirit-gathering array runes went rather smoothly. He even felt that it was better than when he was practicing. He did not even think about whether he would succeed or fail. Unknowingly, he had finished drawing it in one go. It was only when the last rune was successfully carved into the jade guanine that Xia Ruofei suddenly noticed it. He could not help but smile in relief. Logo. This jade guanine didn't look any different from the previous one. However, if a master who cultivated spiritual power was here, he would immediately notice that there were countless complex lines invisible to the naked eye inside, and there was a faint flow of spiritual energy. The spirit chi in the spirit map space was already very dense, so the jade guanine quickly absorbed a lot of spirit chi and seemed to be more agile. And this was without the blood contract. Once he absorbed a drop of Elder Song's blood, he would wear the jade guanine, and it would continuously absorb spiritual chi, unknowingly nourishing his body. The benefits were more than 5 or 10-year old wild ginseng. The body of the elderly was weak. In traditional Chinese medicine, there was a saying that a weak body could not be nourished. A tonic medicine like wild ginseng was naturally the best choice to use to keep one's life, but it seemed too potent to be used to nourish the body. However, the jade guanine did not have such a disadvantage at all. Its nourishment to the body was carried out unknowingly. The whole process was very gentle, and even the person who was being nourished could not easily detect it. After Xia Ruofei played with the jade guanine for a while, he put it away with satisfaction. He felt that he was in a very good state today, so he decided to carve out the few pieces of jade he had just prepared in one go. In any case, time flowed 30 times faster in the Archean realm, so he had plenty of time. The jade guanine had been successfully sculpted, so Xia Ruofei decided to use the rest of the jade to carve the jade leaf. He had already made a draft in his heart, so he picked up a carving knife and cut the rest of the jade into small pieces without hesitation. If Ma Jiming had seen Xia Ruofei cut the glass-type jade that was worth millions into such small pieces, he would have been heartbroken. For such precious jade, the bigger it was, the more valuable it was. Under normal circumstances, a whole piece of jade could be used to produce several bracelets, and the rest could be used to make rings. In short, the utilization rate had to be maximized. However, Xia Ruofei did not think too much about it. He did not care about spending a few million yuan. The carving of the jade leaf was much simpler than that of the jade guanine. In a short while, Xia Ruofei had carved all the jade into lifelike jade leaves. There were a total of 7 pieces. Xia Ruofei rested for a while and then continued to carve amulets into the 7 leaves. The size of the jade leaf was much smaller than the jade guanine. It was not enough to engrave a more complicated rune like the spirit-gathering talisman. Besides, Xia Ruofei felt that the safety of his loved ones was the first priority, so a relatively simple rune was the most suitable. Xia Ruofei was already very familiar with drawing protective runes. He didn't stop at all and quickly carved all 7 jade leaves into the protective runes. He didn't fail even once, and the success rate was 100%. After finishing all this, Xia Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief. Even with his strong spiritual power, he could not help but feel a little tired after completing such a high-intensity task. However, after he found a few boxes to store the jade leaves and jade guanine, he quickly left the space and returned to the outside world. After all, they were in a hotel. Xia Ruofei was worried that someone would accidentally barge in, so he left the spirit map space without delay after he was done. After returning to his room, Xia Ruofei immediately kept the spirit map scroll in his palm. Then, he sat down, lit a cigarette, and took a break. Because the time flow in the spirit map space was 30 times faster, only a little time had passed in the outside world. Xia Ruofei rested for a while. Seeing that it was still early for lunch, he gave Tang Etienne a call and found out that his family was visiting the Forbidden City. He left the hotel and took a taxi to the Forbidden City's natural park. The Forbidden City's area was very vast. If they were to visit all of them in one day, it might not be enough. Tang Etienne and the others' plan for today was to tour the Forbidden City and climb the Great Wall of Badaling the next day. Hence, Xia Ruofei quickly bought the tickets and met up with Tang Etienne's family in the Forbidden City. Tang Haren had thought that his master would not be free this morning and was a little depressed. However, when he saw Xia Ruofei rushing over after finishing his work, he was very happy and his mood suddenly soared. Now that the matter of the company's brand ambassador had been settled, and Feng Jing was in charge of the follow-up work, Xia Ruofei was very assured. Elder Song's birthday present for the next day had been prepared, so Xia Ruofei was at ease. He accompanied Tang Etienne's family on a tour of the Forbidden City for a day. The next day, he went to the Great Wall of Badaling with them. Little Haren finally became a hero for once, as they had to attend a banquet at Old Song's house that night. Xia Ruofei and the rest had a simple lunch at Badaling before returning to the hotel. He went back to his room to take a shower and lay down to sleep for a while. Song Ruofei arrived at the hotel at around 4 o'clock. After receiving the call, Xia Ruofei immediately changed into the clothes that he had already prepared. Then, he placed the jade guanine into a paper box and stuffed it into his bag. Xia Ruofei saw Song Ruofei as soon as he got out of the elevator. This guy was sitting on the sofa, looking around with a pair of sneaky eyes. He didn't even blink when girls with good figures came in and out. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but find it funny. He waved at Song Ruofei and shouted, "Song Ruofei! Are you Fei?" Song Ruofei immediately stood up and said with a smile, "You're really acting like a boss now. I'm staying in Hilton Hotel for my business trip." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes. "If I had a big house in the capital, I wouldn't stay in a hotel." "That's not my house," Song Ruofei said with a bitter face. "I'd rather stay in a hotel. I don't have much freedom at home. Besides, you know, my old man. He always has a long face as if I owe him tens of millions. Who said that? Elder Song is so kind. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. That's because I'm kind to you. Song Ruofei said, all of us from the younger generation are afraid of Grandpa. Every day at home feels like a year. I can't even go out and have fun. I won't say any more. It's all tears. Let's go. Grandpa is already waiting for you at home. Song Ruofei brought Xia Ruofei out of the hotel. A sedan with a red flag was parked at the entrance of the hotel. A major with dark skin and a cold face stood upright beside the car. Ruofei, this is Chen Gang, the new guard staff officer that the organization assigned to Grandpa. Song Ruofei introduced. Brother Chen, this is Xia Ruofei, the guest that Grandpa wanted to meet today. Chen Gang nodded at Xia Ruofei and said, hello, Mr. Xia. Please get in the car. I'll have to trouble you, Brother Chen. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He had a natural sense of closeness to soldiers. Although Chen Gang did not smile much, his strong military temperament made Xia Ruofei have a good impression of him. He also knew that this was a habit of the security guards, so he did not feel that there was any neglect. In his album, Xia Ruofei noticed that the sedan with the red flag had a white military license plate. After getting in, he could not help but ask, Song Ruofei, could this be Elder Song's car? Song Ruofei smiled and said, strictly speaking, it's not. It's just a spare car. However, the specifications are the same as the special car. It's a special explosion-proof version. It's just to pick you up, and Grandpa would glare at us if we tried to touch this car. In fact, Xia Ruofei had noticed the heavy doors of the red flag car when he got in. The experienced Xia Ruofei could tell that the car was equipped with the best bulletproof armor. He couldn't help but feel touched. Elder Song had indeed treated him differently. Then, Xia Ruofei had an idea and asked, by the way, where's Elder Song's former guard staff officer, Su Wu? When Elder Song was seriously ill, Xia Ruofei treated him and lived in the mountains for a while. He was very close to his guard and staff officer, Su Wu. So when he saw that Elder Song's personal guard had been replaced by Chen Gang, he could not help but show concern. Song Ruofei said with a smile, Brother Su has been promoted. He's now the chief of staff of the 2nd Security Regiment. The 2nd Security Regiment is stationed in Daxing. You can go and play with him when you're free. All right. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. As the two of them chatted, Chen Gang had already driven steadily on the road of Beijing. The car shuttled nimbly through the heavy traffic and gradually left the city, coming to the foot of a small mountain in the west of Beijing. Logo. The trees on the hill were lush and there was a lot of greenery. The environment looked very peaceful. But Xia Ruofei could sense the tight security under the peace. He did not even need to use his spiritual power. With his professional sixth sense, he could sense that there were many hidden sentries. The car drove straight up the mountain and drove on the smooth asphalt road for a few hundred meters. After turning a corner, they met the first sentry post, which was guarded by soldiers with loaded guns. Chen Gang slowed down the car and rolled down the window. Song Ruofei explained, there are many retired comrades living here. So, there is a regiment of soldiers stationed here all year round to guard the place. The entry and exit checks are very strict. If no one answers you will definitely not be able to enter. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded without saying a word. In fact, He could tell that although the guards were all elites of the military, with his current cultivation, it would not be difficult for him to avoid the open and hidden sentries. Of course, Xia Ruofei would not be so stupid as to expose her. After the inspection and registration, the car continued to move forward. There were at least 5 sentries along the way, and there were countless hidden sentries. In the end, the car turned a corner, and a vast courtyard under the shade of green trees appeared in front of everyone. There were 2 armed soldiers standing at the entrance of the courtyard, vigilantly watching the front. Chen Gang stuck his head out and waved his hand. The 2 soldiers immediately opened the gate, and the car drove directly into the courtyard. "We're here," Song Ruofei said with a smile. Xia Ruofei and the other 2 got out of the car. Song Ruofei said, "Grandpa is in the backyard. I'll bring you in." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, then said to Chen Gang, "Staff Officer Chen, thank you." Chen Gang was stunned for a moment. He obviously did not expect Xia Ruofei to thank him. However, he immediately came back to his senses and said, "You're welcome. This is my job." Xia Ruofei nodded at Chen Gang and then followed Song Ruofei inside. This was a traditional 3-entry old house. There was a spacious parking lot in the front yard where guards, cooks, and other staff lived. The middle yard was where Elder Song usually worked and received guests. Some of his followers could also stay here. The backyard was where Elder Song rested. The environment was the quietest. Without permission, even the younger generation of the Song family could not enter. Song Ruofei brought Xia Ruofei through the middle courtyard and stood at the door of the backyard. He said, "I can only bring you up to this point. You can go in and see the old master. We'll be eating in the central courtyard later." "All right." Xia Ruofei patted Song Ruofei's shoulder and walked in. As soon as they entered the backyard, Xia Ruofei felt as if he had arrived at a hidden paradise. The style here was completely different from the previous one. The yard was opened up with a long vegetable field, and there were many vegetables growing on it. On the other side, there was a grape rack full of grapevines, and under the grape rack, there was a stone table and stone bench. Some planting tools were placed against the wall in an orderly manner, making it look like an ordinary farm. Manager Lu had obviously received the news from the front yard and was already waiting there. As soon as he saw Xia Ruofei, he greeted him with a smile and said, "Xiao Xia, the chief has been waiting for you for a long time." Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Yo. Then I'm really guilty. How can I let the old birthday girl wait for me?" Manager Lu laughed and said, "You little Xia. The bureau chief has been talking about you a lot recently. The chief has been back in the capital for so long, and you don't want to come and see him." Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. "I've been busy with worldly affairs. Besides, Elder Song's status is special. It's inconvenient for me to come here often. That's only for others." Manager Lu smiled and said, "The chief treats you like his own descendant. You can come and see him anytime you want." "I got it, Manager Lu," Xia Ruofei said, feeling warm inside. The courtyard behind them wasn't big. As the 2 of them spoke, they had already passed through the courtyard and arrived at the central room. "Chief, Xiao Xia is here," Manager Lu said at the door. Elder Song was sitting in the middle of the central room, and there were many people sitting on both sides. They all looked in the direction of the voice. Xia Ruofei quickly stepped forward and entered the central room. He said respectfully to Elder Song, "Chief, today is your birthday. I wish you good fortune like the flowing water of the East Sea and a long life like the everlasting pine on the southern mountain. Elder Song's hair and beard were all white, but he was in good spirits. He looked at Xia Ruofei with a kind gaze and laughed. Thank you for your blessing. Little Xia, come over and sit. Xia Ruofei walked forward and took a good look at the people in the room. Other than Elder Song's children, there were also a few leaders who were close to Elder Song. Among them were Tian Huilan, who had been transferred to the capital, and Lieutenant General Zhao, who Xia Ruofei had helped treat diabetes. It seemed that even though Elder Song's birthday was supposed to be a family dinner, the higher-ups who were closer to him were still invited. Of course, Elder Song still remembered Xia Ruofei and asked Song Rui to invite him. Personally, he was very touched. Tian Huilan, Zhao Chung, Song Rui's father, Song Jingping, as well as Elder Song's other children, whom he had interacted with a few times during his treatment, all smiled and nodded at Xia Ruofei. The others looked at Xia Ruofei curiously. Logo. Those who could sit with Elder Song in the backyard must be high-ranking leaders or children of the Song family. Xia Ruofei looked like he was not related to either of them. He was also so young. But the usually serious Elder Song was so kind to him. Everyone was curious. After Xia Ruofei sat down, Elder Song smiled and asked, Xia, I heard from Xia Ruofei that you're in the capital for a business trip? Xia Ruofei nodded. Yes, sir. Our company has recently developed a new skincare product. We're here mainly to find a brand ambassador. Your company actually produces skincare products? Elder Song asked, curiously. Aren't you the main agricultural products? Xia Ruofei scratched his head in embarrassment and said, it's a pure traditional Chinese medicine skincare product. I got the prescription by accident and tried to make some for my relatives and friends. It's very effective, so I thought of a way to mass produce it. Oh. It's pure Chinese medicine. With an expert like you, the effect will definitely be very good. Elder Song said with a smile. Those who didn't know Xia Ruofei well were surprised to see Elder Song so concerned about such a small matter and even asked a few questions. They couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei a few more times. Tian Huilan's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she couldn't help but ask, Ruofei, this skincare product you're talking about, could it be jade skin cream? After Xia Ruofei had made the jaded skin ointment, he had given quite a lot to Tian Huilan and Lu Yu, so she was very clear about the magical effects of the jaded skin ointment. However, she was an elder after all. So she was too embarrassed to ask Xia Ruofei for more after she had used up the jaded skin ointment. Xia Ruofei smiled. Auntie Tian, it's the jade skin cream. We've already found a way to mass produce it. If nothing goes wrong, it should be on the market soon. Elder Song's daughter, Song Ji Lan, had also used the jaded skin ointment before. Of course, she had only received one portion, and it was also a gift from Tian Hui Lan. Song Jilan's eyes immediately brightened up after she heard that. She said, the jaded skin cream is finally going to be mass-produced. That's great. Little Xia, when can you buy it? Eccentric Song couldn't help but laugh. Xia, it seems that your company's jaded skin cream is really effective. Even Hui Lan and Ji Lan can't hold it in any more. Tian Huilan was a high-level official, and although Song Jilan didn't enter politics, she was in charge of the Song family's business. The capital in her hands was easily in the hundreds of millions. The Fact that the two of them were so interested in the news of the jade skin cream showed how attractive this product was. Xia Ruofei touched his nose in embarrassment and said, I'm still confident in the product's effects. However, we'll still have to wait for the market to test the sales after it's launched. Xia Ruofei then said to Song Jilan, Auntie Song, the approval process for the jaded skin cream was completed by Ma Shan. Now, all the preparation work is going smoothly. It should be available for sale in a month at the latest. However, our early production capacity is limited, so we might not have a lot of stock in Beijing. Is that so? Song Jilan said, It's alright, I'll ask Xia Ruofei to buy more for me from the southeast province. Although Tian Huilan didn't say anything, her expression was one of eagerness. She was clearly very tempted. Xia Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, Aunt Tian, Aunt Song, I brought some products with me from Beijing this time. I'll ask Song Ruofei to bring some to you tomorrow. You can share them with your relatives and friends. If they're good, help us promote them. Although Xia Ruofei had given Tian Huilan a lot of jaded skin cream and it had been popular for a while, he had not wanted to mass produce it immediately at that time, so he had only made a small amount. Now that it was ready for the market on a large scale, he had prepared a lot of hand-made jaded skin cream in the spirit map space. One of Feng Jing's sales plans was a hand-made limited edition jaded skin cream, so Xia Ruofei had already asked Xia Qing to start making it in the spirit map space to stock up. Xia Ruofei suddenly realized that upper-class ladies like Tian Huilan and Song Jilan would be very good promoters of the jaded skin cream. He was very confident in the efficacy of the jaded skin cream. As long as he took out a small amount of jaded skin cream, this magical product would become popular in the upper-class circle first. After a while, when it was on the market, it would have a very good effect. Even these upper-class people were flocking to it. This was simply the best advertisement. Xia, you've got a good mind for business. Elder Song laughed. None of the people present were simple people. They understood Xia Ruofei's intention after some thought and smiled kindly. I'm just a blacksmith, Xia Ruofei chuckled. I'm confident in my product, that's right. Elder Song agreed. If the product was not up to standard, even if the publicity was good, the users would not buy it. It's like this in business, and it's the same in politics. Elder Song's children and the military and political officials all had thoughtful expressions. Elder Song was just sighing and didn't really lecture him. He looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, Oh right, I remember that you've also developed a special medicine for treating autism. How's the progress of that project, Logo?